Dou Zhao felt a premonition of her impending demise. In recent days, she had been frequently dreaming of her childhood, sitting beneath a trellis adorned with blooming wisteria, swinging her chubby little legs while a plump nurse, resembling a fluffy bun, fed her. Yet, should she truly return to her youth, how might her life diverge from its current course? Dou Zhao sensed that her time on this earth was fleeting. The elder generation often remarked, "To dream of death is to live, and to dream of life is to die." She had continually envisioned herself in her formative years, swaying under the wisteria-laden arbor, her chubby legs dangling as the nurse fed her. A gentle breeze would stir, causing the cascading wisteria to rustle softly, akin to a gaggle of young girls whispering in secret. Amused, she would dart forward, grasping a vine, plucking a vibrant blossom from the wisteria. The nurse would call after her, "Miss C, dear, eat this morsel, and Master Chi will return from the capital, bringing you delightful treats and splendid shoes." Without casting a glance at the nurse, she evaded the silver spoon extended towards her and seized another vine, plucking yet another flower. A melodious voice chimed in her ear, "What's this? Is Miss C being disobedient again?" Upon hearing this voice, the nurse immediately turned, bending her knee in a respectful gesture towards the speaker, addressing her as Madam Chi. With the wisteria clutched in her hand, she rushed towards her mother, exclaiming, "Mother, mother." The young woman enveloped her in a tender embrace. She proudly displayed the wisteria blossom to her mother. The spring sunlight illuminated the golden hairpin nestled in her mother's hair and the resplendent red robe adorned with golden patterns, casting a dazzling glow that seemed to envelop her mother in a radiant aura, rendering her features indistinct. "Mother, mother," she choked back tears, craning her neck to catch a glimpse of her mother's face, which only grew more elusive. A young maid rushed over, exclaiming joyfully, "Madam Chi, Master Chi has returned from the capital." "Really?" Her mother, startled and elated, rose, lifting her skirts as she hurried outside. In a flurry, she waddled after her, calling out, "Mother, mother!" Yet, her mother quickened her pace, destined to vanish into the springtime glow. Desperation welled within her as she shouted towards her mother's retreating figure, "Mother, mother, father did not return alone, he brought a woman. She will usurp your rightful position, forcing you into despair." For reasons unknown, this crucial warning echoed in her mind and lingered on her tongue, but she could not utter a sound, helplessly watching her mother's silhouette fade from view. Anxiously, she scoured the surroundings for her mother. In the blinding light, a cacophony of adult voices erupted in argument. She rushed toward them, parting the crowd, anxiously inquiring, "Have you seen my mother? Have you seen my mother?" But their quarrel consumed their attention, leaving her unheard. Where could her mother have gone? Confused, she scanned the area. Suddenly, she noticed a flower hall adorned with colorful glass, its door ajar, suggesting a figure within. Could her mother be hiding there? Joy surged as she hurried over and pushed the door open with a creak. A vibrant red skirt swayed in the air, revealing 2 feet, one clad in pristine white silk stockings, the other in intricately embroidered red shoes depicting mandarin ducks frolicking in water. She let out a piercing scream, awakening in a cold sweat from her dream. Her gaze met the familiar octagonal lamp quietly illuminating the corner, casting a gentle yet radiant glow. The room was silent, with her maid, Chui Lung, dozing on a small stool by the bedside. Dou Zhao inhaled deeply, realizing that the scream had also been part of her dream. She struggled to suppress the unease swelling within her. Her illness had thrown the household into disarray, particularly for the maids who tended to her, taking turns to watch over her day and night, their eyes weary from lack of rest. Dou Zhao refrained from disturbing Chui Lung, her thoughts drifting back to the dream. She had been but a year and 11 months old when her mother passed away, leaving no memories behind. Were it not for the loyal servant Tuanyang, she would remain oblivious to the circumstances of her mother's death, never knowing such details. It dawned on her that these recollections were mere fabrications born of her thoughts and dreams, inspired by Tuanyang's words. A sense of heaviness settled in Dou Zhao's chest, making it hard to breathe, prompting her to turn over restlessly. The rustling of fabric echoed clearly in the stillness of the night, startling Chui Lung awake, who realized she had dozed off during her watch, calling out in alarm, "Madam." Dou Zhao offered a reassuring smile, saying, "I am merely a bit parched. I shall fetch you some tea at once." Chui Lung sprang up, exhaling a sigh of relief. After sipping the warm tea, Dou Zhao inquired, "What hour is it now? Has the Marquis returned?" "Just past the midnight hour," Chui Lung replied hesitantly. "The Marquis has not yet returned." her tone revealing her anxiety. Dou Zhao's expression darkened. She had caught a chill while visiting her sister-in-law, Lady Wei Yanjun, during the Chrysanthemum Festival, leading to a slight fever that initially went unheeded, even by herself. A few doses of medicine were expected to suffice, yet her condition deteriorated over the past 10 days, leaving her bedridden, which finally alarmed her family into calling for a physician, performing rituals, and praying fervently, causing chaos in the household. Her husband, Wei Tingyu, had even arranged for a maid to set up a bed behind screen, attending to her needs each night. Just yesterday afternoon, the fourth master of the Ting and Marquis, Wang Qinghai, had visited Wei Tingyu, and they had conferred outside for an extended time. Wei Tingyu then excused himself to dine with Wang Qinghai and had yet to return. Wang Qinghai, whose courtesy name was Doughy, hailed from a prominent family alongside Wei Tingyu, and they had grown up together, sharing a fondness for horseback riding and ball games. Their bond was particularly close, often engaging in polo, hunting, and racing together. Under normal circumstances, Dou Zhao would have thought nothing of it and continued her peaceful slumber. However, just 2 weeks prior, Wang Qinghai's father-in-law had been imprisoned for corruption, and she feared that Wei Tingyu might become entangled in the matter as well. Please send the matron on duty at the second gate to check whether the Marquis is resting in the study, Dou Zhao urged anxiously. If he is not there, inform the guards at the front gate to relay a message that he should return to the inner chambers upon his arrival. Cui Lung complied and departed swiftly. Within a short span of time, she hurried back, exclaiming, "Madam, the Marquis has returned." Her voice paused momentarily before she added, "He came straight from outside and headed directly to your chambers." "I understand," Dou Zhao replied, struggling to sit up. Cui Lung was about to assist her in adjusting her hair when Wei Tingyu entered the inner chamber. Though past the age of 30, Wei Tingyu did not resemble those of his station who had succumbed to indulgence or laziness. Instead, he stood tall and handsome, exuding vitality and grace, with movements that belied his years, appearing as youthful as a man in his mid-20s, a renowned beauty in the capital. Seeing Dou Zhao seated in her garments, he expressed surprise, "Why are you still awake?" But Dou Zhao countered with a question, "What did Fourth Master Wang want with you?" "Oh." Wei Tingyi's gaze faltered slightly. "It's nothing, merely feeling a bit troubled and thought to share a drink." "Your Grace." Dou Zhao could not help but raise her voice, interrupting Wei Tingyu without hesitation. "Master Wang has come to seek your assistance, hasn't he? Have you pondered deeply on why the Duke of Dongping was imprisoned? If you wade into this murky water, what troubles might you invite upon yourself? Even if you disregard my well-being, what of your mother, who is aging, and your young children? Will you not care for them at all? Do not treat me like a 3-year-old. Wei Tingyu replied with a smile. The Duke of Dongping merely spoke some drunken words that angered the emperor, leading to his arrest. It's common knowledge in the capital. Worry not, I have my own plans for this matter, and will not burden you and the children. His tone was rather dismissive. The current emperor ascended the throne through a palace coup, and he is particularly sensitive to discussions regarding that event. The so-called drunken ramblings of the Duke of Dongping likely stemmed from this. After years of marriage, Dou Zhao knew Wei Tingyi's temperament all too well. His words only heightened her concern, compelling her to demand a promise from him. "You shall not involve yourself in anything concerning the Zhou family." Wei Tingyu, irritated by her insistence, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Dai is my close friend, and when he is in need, can I simply turn a blind eye? Is that what a person should do?" He then mockingly added, "Fortunately, Dai hasn't asked me to plead with my father-in-law otherwise. Would you not be worried about our ship capsizing?" Dou Zhao's father, Dou Shiying, held a minor position as the head scholar of the Hamlin Academy and a junior official in the palace. Yet he was highly regarded by the emperor and often summoned to the palace to lecture the crown prince and other princes. Stung by this heartless remark, she nearly lost her composure. Seeing her distress, Wei Tingyi's voice softened. "Do you know why Dai sought me?" He then widened his eyes in anger, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Song Mo has collected the 13th and 14th Miss Zhou into his residence." Dou Zhao gasped in shock. "What of Madame Zhou? She is also within the estate." Wei Tingyu replied in a barely audible voice, his expression awkward. Dou Zhao inhaled sharply. Madame Zhou was the Duke of Dongping's wife, the niece of the commander of the Cloud Guard, Cao Jia. At just 32, she was strikingly beautiful, and her daughters, the 13th and 14th Miss Zhou, were blooming flowers, already attracting suitors before even reaching maturity. Is the emperor not concerned about such a blatant disregard for virtue? Wei Tingyu snorted derisively. He committed patricide and fratricide, and the emperor merely docked his salary for 3 years, stripped him of his title, and tasked him with redeeming himself. Do you think the emperor would hold him accountable for this? Dou Zhao fell silent. Song Mo, styled Yintang, was the legitimate eldest son of Duke Song Yichuan, and his mother, Jiang Shi, was the younger sister of Duke Dinghua, Jiang Meisan. He hailed from illustrious lineage. At the age of 5, he was granted the title of heir. When he was 14, he fell into disgrace during his mother's mourning period, resulting in his expulsion from his home, after which he vanished. In the 20th year of the Chongping era, Emperor Muzong fell ill, and the 5th prince, Prince Liao, returned to the capital at the behest of his mother, Empress Wan, to visit the emperor. He instigated a coup, assassinating the crown prince-born of the late Empress Shun, placing the emperor under house arrest, and usurping the throne. Song Mo, once a figure relegated to casual conversation during meals, re-emerged as a trusted confidant of the new emperor. He single-handedly stormed into the duke's residence, severing the limbs of his younger brother, Song Han, before his father's eyes, allowing him to witness Song Han bleed to death in agony before beheading him. His methods were brutal, causing an uproar in the capital, where even years later, his name could silence the cries of children. Officials clamored to the emperor, demanding the apprehension of the criminal to restore justice. After a minor punishment, the emperor confined Song Mo to the inner court's western garden. 6 months later, Song Mo joined the Jinyui, becoming a minor officer in the Northern Town Pacification Division. Within a year, he ascended to the position of commander of the Jinyui. Whispers circulated in the capital that Song Mo gained favor due to his role in the coup, having assassinated the crown prince. To corroborate this, during his 12 years of reign, the emperor turned a blind eye to Song Mo's corruption, slander against the loyal, and tyrannical behavior, while many who dared to criticize him faced reprimands or worse. Faced with such a person and such circumstances, Dou Zhao felt a tightening in her chest. Yet, allowing Wei Tingyu to proceed unchecked would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, endangering their entire family, and potentially implicating their relatives. She murmured, with the Zhou family in ruins and the Chao family involved, what need is there for you and Master Wang to intervene? Do not invite trouble upon yourselves. In my view, it would be wise to proceed with caution. Before she could finish, Wei Tingyu scoffed, disdainfully declaring, I am not as calculating as you. I only know that a gentleman must act when necessary. I shall take charge of this matter. As if her heart were made of stone, he appeared indifferent to the plight of Madame Zhou and her daughters. Wei Tingyi's attitude wounded Dou Zhao deeply. She retorted with a cold laugh. Song Mo has neither a wife nor children. His residence in Shashahai is filled with beautiful women, rivaling the emperor's inner palace, many sent by officials seeking his favor. I have heard of women who hanged themselves in his home, others who sought to enter a convent due to his advances, and many who fled from his oppressive grasp. Yet never have I heard of a woman he went to great lengths to retrieve. Perhaps you should ascertain the truth before speaking? Struck as if by lightning, Wei Tingyu sat there, dazed, unable to move for a long while. Dou Zhao paid him no mind and turned to lie down. The candle flickered with a few pops, and she heard Wei Tingyu whisper behind her, "Two have promised Day. After all, it wouldn't be right to go back on my word. Besides, Day has also invited the Earl of Yanjin, and others. I'm not the only one. We've all agreed to enter the palace together tomorrow to report Song Mo's misdeeds to the emperor. If I am the only one who does not go." Dou Zhao nonchalantly replied, "Did I not fall ill?" Indeed. Wei Tingyu exclaimed gleefully. "I must stay home to care for you." Dou Zhao chuckled softly, intending to further advise Wei Tingyu, fearing he might be persuaded by the Earl of Yanjin and change his mind. Just then, Cui Lung hurriedly entered, saying, "Your Grace, madam, the Marquis of Tianan has arrived." Ah! Wei Tingyu anxiously scrutinized Dou Zhao's expression. The Marquis of Yan'an, Wang Qinghuai, was the elder brother of Wang Qinghai. To avoid him would be unwise, Dou Zhao mused. His late-night visit indicates urgency. Just insist that you will care for me. Do not agree to anything else. Understood. Wei Tingyu, resolute, perked up and proceeded to the outer courtyard. Dou Zhao quickly instructed Cui Lung, "Go find out what the Marquis seeks from a duke." Cui Lung complied and withdrew. As the fourth watch sounded, Wei Tingyu entered the inner chamber, brimming with joy. "Madam," he exclaimed, raising his brows. "Guess why the Marquis of Tianan sought me?" Dou Zhao, already informed, played along with a smile, asking for what purpose. "The Marquis has forbidden Day from intervening in the Zhou family affairs, restricting his movements, and fears we might visit the palace as planned, bringing gifts to express our gratitude." We are the first family he is visiting. The Marquis even echoed your sentiments. Dou Zhao laughed. That is wonderful. Your grace can rest easy now that it is no wonder that people say, a wise wife is a treasure in the home. Wei Tingyu complimented Dou Zhao, saying, fortunately, I have my lady, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself. He then playfully insisted on pushing Dou Zhao to the inner side of the bed, exclaiming loudly, I want to sleep on the bed, I refuse to sleep on the wooden couch. This could be considered an apology. Dou Zhao chuckled and yielded the outer side of the bed. Before long, Wei Tingyu began to emit soft snores. Having been unable to sleep well lately, Dou Zhao found herself disturbed and unable to rest. After a moment of contemplation, she nudged Wei Tingyu. What is it? Wei Tingyu drowsily opened his eyes for a moment before closing them again. Lord, I have something to discuss with you. Oh, Wei Tingyu replied, taking a while to lazily sit up against the headboard, yawning as he asked, what do you wish to say? Dou Zhao instructed Chui Long to fetch Wei Tingyi's sable cloak for him to wear, before she slowly stated, I wish to settle the marriage of Wei Gear. Wei Tingyu was taken aback. Wei Gear was their eldest son, 14 years old this year. He was not only handsome, but also exceptionally intelligent and mature for his age, earning the admiration of his sister, Wei Tingzhen, who had been subtly hinting for 2 years that she wished to marry her eldest daughter, Kai Ping, to Wei Gear. One was the heir of the Jining Marquis, and the other was the legitimate granddaughter of the Duke of Jinghua, a match that was well-suited and familial. He believed there could be no better union than this. However, every time he or his sister or mother brought up the topic, Dou Zhao would laugh it off, leaving the matter in an ambiguous state. Now that Dou Zhao mentioned their eldest son's marriage, Wei Tingyi's sleepiness vanished, and he teased, your sister has been approaching you, and you ignored her. Now that you have taken the initiative, be careful, she might take advantage and give you a soft rebuff. Dou Zhao smiled and waited for Wei Tingyi's amusement to subside before saying, I wish to propose that Wei Gear marry the eldest granddaughter of Duke Gua Haiqing of the Xianon Marquis. Wei Tingyi's smile froze on his face, his lips twitching as he appeared at a loss for words. How could Dou Zhao not understand the thoughts of her mother-in-law and husband? Yet, she had her own considerations. Her father-in-law had passed away suddenly from illness, and at the time, Wei Tingyu was still in his youth, lacking the experience to manage household affairs. His mother was gentle and soft-spoken, unable to assist with external matters, relying entirely on Wei Tingzhen's guidance to navigate the initial chaos. Consequently, both Wei Tingyu and his mother tended to seek Wei Tingzhen's counsel on various matters, and over time, her influence grew in the Wei family. Whenever she spoke, neither Wei Tingyu nor his mother would dare to disagree, leading to a situation where Wei Tingzhen's words held more weight than those of Wei Tingyu or his mother. Having lost her own mother at a young age, Dou Zhao often felt like a guest in someone else's home and longed for a family of her own. How could she allow Wei Tingzhen to meddle indiscriminately in her affairs? When she first married into the Wei family, her naivety led her to endure many hardships and shed countless tears in silence. Only after bearing 2 sons and a daughter, taking charge of the household, and managing the family's affairs did the Wei family's fortunes improve year by year. It was only then that Wei Tingzhen began to temper her assertiveness somewhat. If she were to become relatives with Wei Tingzhen, she would be both her son's mother-in-law and aunt, and given Wei Tingzhen's usual domineering manner, would her son not be perpetually overshadowed? What if there were ever a rift between husband and wife? Would there be no one to uphold justice? She would never agree to such a marriage. Yet, she also knew that without a compelling reason, her mother-in-law and Wei Tingyu would not support her in seeking a different bride for their son. She had been contemplating this matter for some time. Coincidentally, during the Double Ninth Festival, while visiting the Duke of Jingguo's estate to admire the chrysanthemums, the Duke's elder aunt had teased her, saying, sister-in-law, you must be concerned for your brother, insisting that Kai Ping marry into your family. If it were up to my father, Kai Ping would have been wed to the Duke of Jingjiang. It was then that she learned of the Duke's intentions. Dou Zhao's mind whirred with ideas on how to persuade her husband and mother-in-law, yet she had not found the opportunity to sit down and discuss it with Wei Tingyu in detail. Now, with the night deepening, it was the perfect time to converse. Seeing her husband in a daze, she smiled gently and shared what the Duke's elder aunt had said, adding, the Duke's elder aunt would not have mentioned this without reason. It seems that there may be a disagreement regarding Kai Ping's marriage between the aunt and the Duke. Over the years, the aunt has helped us considerably, although she is the Duke's wife. The Duke is currently the head of the household. If our Wei Gear and Kai Ping's marriage were to cause the Duke's elder aunt to fall out of favor with the Duke, we would bear a significant burden. Filial piety is paramount. If the daughter-in-law were to be disfavored by her father-in-law, what kind of life would she have? She could even face dismissal. Wei Tingyi's expression shifted dramatically, reproaching her, "If you had agreed to this marriage sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament. What should we do now?" She offered Wei Tingyu a suggestion. "Perhaps you and your mother should discuss it, see how to proceed." Indeed, Wei Tingyi's eyes brightened. How did I not think of that? Without regard for the hour, he called for Cui Lung to assist him in dressing, exclaiming, "I shall go find mother right away." His mother, being of advanced years, had a light sleep and should have awakened by now. Dou Zhao did not stop him, but called a young maid to help Wei Tingyu carry a lantern as she sent him to his mother. If her estimations were correct, upon receiving the news, his mother would quickly come with Wei Tingyu to seek her counsel. She took a brief nap, only to be awakened by Cui Lung. Her mother-in-law and Wei Tingyu had already arrived. Before she could speak, her mother-in-law urgently asked, "Is what you said true?" Then, confused, she added, "Why has Tingjin never mentioned this in front of me?" Chapter 3. Bitterness. Once the words had escaped her lips, how could the aunt retract them? Dou Zhao chuckled, recalling that just 2 days prior, Madame Gua had sent word through an intermediary, expressing her desire to forge a matrimonial alliance with our family. Thus, I thought it prudent to propose a union between Wei Gu and the eldest granddaughter of the Xianning Marquis, thereby resolving this matter amicably and sparing you the ire of the family patriarch during these trying times. The matron nodded vigorously. Her demeanor transformed from her usual languor to one of decisive resolve. "Let us proceed, as you suggest. You share a close friendship with Madame Gua, and her granddaughter, whom we have watched grow, possesses both character and beauty that are indeed rare and worthy of our Wei Gu. There is no time to lose. You should send someone to propose to the Gua family at once." Realizing that Dou Zhao was still bettered, she quickly amended, No, I shall attend to this matter personally. You focus on your recovery. I shall handle everything." With that, she took Wei Tingyu by the hand and returned to her quarters to discuss the engagement of Wei Gu. Dou Zhao felt a sense of relief and instructed Cui Lung, "Please summon the heir to see me. There are matters I must discuss with Wei Gu." Cui Lung complied and departed. Exhaustion washed over Dou Zhao, and she drifted into slumber. In her hazy state, she heard a cacophony. "Oh, sister, I am not here to cause a scene. I am merely concerned for the lady's health." The shrill voice of Hu Yinyang pierced her ears. "Everyone in the household is saying the lady is gravely ill. I only wish to see confirmation." As she spoke, she began to wail mournfully. If anything were to happen to her, how could I and the third master possibly endure? I might as well join her in death. Wei Tingyu had 4 concubines. After Wei Gu turned Fo, you are the heir of the Jining Ho family, not a child of an ordinary household. One must ponder deeply before taking action. One cannot disrupt propriety simply due to personal inclinations. I understand. Wei Gu replied impatiently, yet affectionately linked arms with Madame Zhu. "I have finally encountered you. Could you not spare a few fewer words? By the way, my second brother returned from visiting you and mentioned that your hand were frozen. Let me take a look. I went to the Imperial Hospital the day before yesterday and found a bottle of frostbite ointment for you. I heard it was a formula used by the Emperor Taizu and is quite effective. I was about to deliver it to you, but I did not expect you to enter the mansion." Dou Zhao could no longer endure hearing this. It was merely frostbitten hands, and he hurried to the Imperial Hospital to procure royal medicine for her. "I am gravely ill, yet you have never personally brewed me a bowl of medicine." A sharp pain spread from her chest. Dou Zhao stumbled back to her inner chamber, unable to recall how she climbed onto the bed, only realizing upon regaining her senses that her back was drenched in sweat. She called loudly for Cui Lung. "Let Madame Zhu and the heir enter." Seeing Dou Zhao's pallor, Cui Lung cast her a worried glance before delivering the message. Moments later, Wei Gu and Madame Zhu entered. They stood before her in a manner that seemed to avoid suspicion, one in front of the other, each displaying their respect. One lowered his eyelids to call out to his mother, while the other respectfully bent his knees in greeting, addressing her as Madam. A chill swept through Dou Zhao's heart, and she could not even muster the energy to respond. She directly informed her son of the impending engagement with the Gua family. After all, even if she avoided Madame Zhu, one son or the other would inevitably relay the news to her. Perhaps taken aback, Wei Gu looked somewhat dazed, while Madame Zhu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, then joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The son did not yet grasp the depth of the situation. But Madame Zhu quickly comprehended. Dou Zhao felt a wave of despondency wash over her and resolutely stated to her son, "Your wet nurse has cared for you. Though she has no merit, she has endured hardships. You shall relay my message that Madame Zhu continues to serve you in your quarters, and your foster brother will follow the chief steward in his duties." "Mother!" Wei Gu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy, without a moment's thought. He knelt before Dou Zhao's bedside, bowing deeply several times. "I thank you on behalf of my wet nurse and foster brother." His face was alight with excitement. Madame Zhu, alarmed, rushed to pull Wei Gu back. "You mustn't. You mustn't." Was it not evident that even a wet nurse understood the decorum that should be observed? Was it possible that the son she had painstakingly raised was unaware? It was merely an overwhelming rush of emotions. Chapter 4. Rebirth. Dou Zhao found it difficult to discern whether she felt jealousy or envy. A tide of blood surged to her chest. A tumultuous discomfort that made her fear that if she gazed at her son any longer, she might act in a manner she would later regret. "Bring the card to the heir," she instructed Chui Lung. "Relay my message that from now on, not only in the heir's quarters, but also in the second young master's and Miss Yin's quarters, all matters shall be managed by Madame Zhu." "Mother!" Wei Gu lifted his head, sensing an unusual shift in the atmosphere. "Madam, this is unwise." Madame Zhu's voice trembled with urgency, her complexion turning ashen in an instant. After all, she was the one chosen, perceptive to the core. With her presence around the children, she could deter any treacherous schemes. Dou Zhao closed her eyes and waved her hand. "I am weary. I wish to rest. You may all leave." "Madam." Madame Zhu, with tears in her eyes, repeatedly bowed deeply to Dou Zhao. Wei Gu looked at Madame Zhu in confusion. Dou Zhao waved her hand again, turning away. "Rest assured, I shall devote my life to safeguarding the young master and young lady," Madame Zhu murmured, bowing once more before retreating with Wei Gu. The room fell silent, imbued with a sense of desolation and solitude, reminiscent of a space left vacant. A wave of sorrow surged within Dou Zhao. If Wei Tingyu were more capable, willing to shoulder the responsibilities of a man, would she, a mere woman of the inner chamber, ever have to step forward to manage the affairs of the Wei household? Would she have overlooked the peculiarities of her two children? If her mother-in-law had shown more concern for her grandsons, instead of incessantly seeking divine intervention, how could the two children have regarded Madame Zhu as kin, despite their lack of blood relation? Or perhaps she had simply chosen the wrong person. If Madame Zhu were greedy, opportunistic, rude, and fond of gossip, her sons would not have remained so attached to her. Yet, how could she allow such a person to linger by her sons' sides, instructing them? She felt utterly at a loss about whom to blame. In such moments, Dou Zhao often thought of her deceased mother. How could her mother have abandoned her at such a young age? If her biological mother had been alive, teaching her the ways of being a wife and a mother, would she have suffered so much, taken so many missteps, and would her children not have grown estranged from her? It was an unresolvable dilemma. Dou Zhao felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her. She buried her head under the quilt, seeking refuge in the stillness. In a hazy state, she heard a chorus of sobbing, wishing to open her eyes to see, but her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Then, Wei Tingyu's quiet weeping reached her ears. "You have gone. What am I to do?" A moment later, the voice transformed into that of Madame. "Do not worry. Wei Gu is my son-in-law. I shall ensure his safety." "Am I dead?" Dou Zhao strained to open her eyes, finding herself seated on a warm kong, sunlight illuminating the snow in the courtyard, reflecting through the papered windows, brightening the room. A beautiful young woman with a red mole at the corner of her mouth sat opposite her, engaging her in a game of string. Several maidservants, aged between 10 to 15, were gathered at the kang's front, busy with needlework. They wore cotton jackets of fine fabric and simple skirts, adorned with delicate silver hairpins or inserted with silver flowers, exuding a simplicity that revealed a girl's innate grace, eliciting a smile. Dou Zhao did not recognize any of them, yet felt an inexplicable familiarity. During her childhood in Jinding County, the household maids wore similar attire in winter. So, she had entered a dream again. Dou Zhao chuckled, sliding off the kong to observe the small maidservants at their tasks, but her feet could not touch the ground, leaving her hanging at the edge of the kong. The maidservants stifled their laughter. The beautiful young woman hurried to help her down, muttering, What does the fourth young lady desire? I will inform the wet nurse. The wet nurse was here. Dou Zhao could not help but laugh. Her previous wet nurse had been a plump woman, while this one was a delicate flower. What might the next one be like? She dashed towards the maidservants, only to realize she had shrunk considerably. The tables and chairs that once seemed ordinary now towered over her. Ah, what a detailed dream this is. The maidservants working with needle and thread looked up and smiled kindly at her. The elder ones were crafting shoe soles, while the younger ones were braiding threads, each adept in their craft, revealing their familiarity with such tasks. A biting cold wind swept in. Dou Zhao looked up to see the warm curtain being lifted, as several maidservants ushered a young lady into the room. Everyone rose to greet her, calling her seventh madam. Dou Zhao gazed at her in a daze. At merely 18 or 19 years of age, she stood of average height, slender and delicate, with an oval face, willow-shaped brows, and cherry lips, adorned in a peach-red flower-patterned robe that accentuated her fair skin, rendering her more beautiful than any flower. This was her mother. She bore no resemblance to her mother at all. Dou Zhao was tall and curvaceous, with an oval face, long brows, full red lips, and a fair complexion, her sharp eyes exuding a fierce spirit akin to her father. When she first married into the Jining Ho family, she had trimmed her long brows to resemble her mother's soft beauty, allowing her eyes to droop slightly while conversing, nearly capturing a fraction of her mother's charm. Her mother approached with a radiant smile. Dou Zhao could see her more clearly now. Her mother's face was pure and radiant, like the finest jade, without a single flaw, exquisitely beautiful. She bent down to gently tap Dou Zhao's nose, teasing, "Shogu, do you not recognize your mother?" Shogu, was that her nickname? She had never known she possessed such a name. Tears welled up unexpectedly. She clung to her mother's thigh in a haphazard manner, crying out, "Mother, mother," like a helpless child. Alas, her mother appeared utterly oblivious to her sorrow and, with a smile, inquired of the wet nurse, "What is the matter with Shogu? Why is she crying for no reason?" There was no hint of doubt or reproach towards the wet nurse, clearly indicating her complete trust in her. Just moments ago, all had seemed well. The wet nurse, equally bewildered, could only suggest, perhaps it is because you have arrived? When daughters see their mothers, they often cry for any reason. Is that so? The mother lifted her onto the warm Kong, exclaiming, "This child has soaked my dress with her tears." Dou Zhao was instantly taken aback. Shouldn't a mother be most concerned about why her child is crying? Why was she more worried about her dress? Is she truly my mother? Her eyes widened, and two glistening tear trails adorned her small face. The mother chuckled softly, producing a handkerchief to wipe her tears, and said to the wet nurse, "This child is simply silly." Then she gently embraced her, planting a kiss on her little face, and asked, "Your father will be back soon. Are you happy?" Her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Dou Zhao gasped in excitement, suddenly recalling this significant piece of news. She was unaware of the details surrounding her parents' past. However, as the wet nurse had mentioned, her father had met her stepmother while traveling to the capital for the provincial examination. Poor mother, utterly unaware, had simply awaited her father's return with hope, concerned that his funds might be insufficient. She had even contemplated secretly sending her own maid, Yu Daqing, to deliver some silver to him. However, somehow, this plan reached her grandfather, who chastised her, causing her to abandon the idea. The provincial examination took place in August, and with snow now falling outside, winter had undoubtedly set in. Yet, her father had not yet returned. With her grandfather still alive, he could not possibly be spending the new year elsewhere, meaning it was still timely to inform her mother. Yet, her mother held Dou Zhao tightly, and despite her struggles to rise, she could not break free. In desperation, she cried out, "Mother, what is happening today?" Her mother was perplexed by her daughter's unusual commotion, casting a stern glance at the wet nurse. The wet nurse appeared somewhat anxious. I accompanied the fourth young lady to sleep until the third watch. She had a bowl of millet porridge, one meat bun, and one flour roll. Did I not say that every morning she should first have a cup of warm water? The mother interrupted her solemnly. "Did you give her water this morning?" "Yes, yes," the wet nurse hurriedly replied, losing the earlier ease in her demeanor. "As you instructed. I first kept her warm with blankets, dressed her in a close-fitting jacket, and then served her warm water." Oh dear, what is the point of discussing this now? She had grown up in the countryside with her grandmother until the age of 12, spending summers catching fish with the farm laborers' children, drinking from the stream when thirsty, and in winter, hunting sparrows in the mountains, roasting them when hungry. If she had survived to adulthood without issue. Dou Zhao shook her mother. Mother, she wanted to tell her that father was bringing a woman home. But the words caught in her throat, transforming into the indistinct sounds of father-woman. Seeing Dou Zhao attempt to speak, her mother turned, smiling at her patiently. What do you wish to say, Shogu? Mother, Dou Zhao managed. Father-woman this time. Her words were clearer, yet still not fully articulated. She felt sweat bead on her forehead in her urgency. Her mother's face lit up with joy, completely ignoring the word woman, and exclaimed, "Oh, so our Shogu misses her father too. Gaosheng has returned with news, saying your father will arrive in a few days, bringing plenty of fireworks and lanterns for the new year. They are from the capital. They will burst into a myriad of colors. Not even in Zhending County, let alone Zhending Prefecture, could one find such things." At that moment, the fireworks were the least of Dou Zhao's concerns. In her urgency, she repeated father, woman. Her mother's expression turned serious as she asked, "Shogu, what do you mean to say?" Dou Zhao, feeling a weight lift from her chest, took a deep breath and pronounced slowly, "Father brings a woman home." Her childish voice was clear and resounding, like a slap to the face, revealing her mother's shock, disbelief, and confusion. The wet nurse and maids exchanged alarmed glances, and the room fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a young maid with her hair styled in 3 buns rushed in, breathless. "Seventh madam, the 7th master has returned from the capital." "Really?" Her mother's face lit up with delight, and she lifted her skirt to rush outside. After a few steps, she paused, reconsidered, turned back, and embraced Dou Zhao, saying, "Let us go welcome your father together." It seemed her mother had grown suspicious. Dou Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck and cheerfully agreeing. Chapter 5. Returning home, the family carriage halted at the second gate, where several young men were busily unloading items. Her father stood beside the carriage, clad in a deep blue silk robe adorned with a pattern of irises and draped in a gray fur cloak, looking as poised as a jade tree, conversing with Gaosheng. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned, offering a gentle smile, handsome and radiant, like a breeze under the moonlight. Dou Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She knew her father was handsome, but she had never seen him like this before. In her memory, her father always bore a slight frown, even when he laughed. His brow held an inescapable gloom, especially when he gazed at her quietly. His eyes were as still as an ancient well, sending a chill to her heart. Yet now, he appeared youthful, striking, and sunlit, reminiscent of a carefree boy, warming her heart. "Shogu, why did you not call out that father has returned?" He reached out to pinch her nose. Dou Zhao instinctively turned away to evade his hand. Her father was taken aback, but laughed it off, retrieving a pinwheel from the carriage and blowing on it to make it spin, holding it before her. "This is a gift from Kyoto. Isn't it fun?" Were she truly a child, she would have been delighted and captivated by the pinwheel, but she was now a mother of 3, the one who had once bought pinwheels to entertain children. How could she regard it with any significance? Dou Zhao craned her neck to peer into the carriage. Her mother, however, gazed at her father with flushed cheeks, her eyes brimming with affection, playfully scolding him. "It's just fine that you returned safely. Why buy us anything? We have everything at home." "That's not the same." Her father took Dou Zhao from her hands. "This is something special I brought back for you." Her mother's face reddened further, akin to someone who had consumed fine wine, her gaze becoming dreamy. Dou Zhao angled her body to pull back the curtain of the carriage, but her small arms could not reach it. Her father, noticing her intent, gently patted her bottom and lifted her into the carriage, asking, "What are you looking for?" Ignoring him, Dou Zhao plunged into the compartment. The space was lined with thick bedding, with several books, such as commentaries on the 4 books, carelessly strewn about. In a corner sat a tea barrel, with a purple clay teapot atop it. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Dou Zhao stood in the carriage, bewildered, wondering if she had misremembered or if what the wet nurse had said was entirely unfounded. Upon his return from a long journey, the first order of business for her father was naturally to pay respects to her grandfather. Her mother, citing the need to arrange a family feast, retreated to the main quarters, summoning all the servants working there to the hall. "Who among you has the audacity to spread such filthy words to the young lady? Step forward." She slammed her hand on the table in a furious outburst. "If the young lady identifies you, It won't simply be a matter of being relegated to the outer courtyard for a few months. I will report this to the old master and have the ruffian sold off to some remote mountain village, never to taste white bread again. Silence enveloped the room. The teacups on the table rattled from her outburst. How infuriating. Not a single one dares to step forward. When I'm unable to find out, is it? How old is the girl? She cannot even speak clearly. Yet you all encourage her to babble nonsensically in front of me. If she were to grow older, wouldn't she be led astray by you all? Dou Zhao, accompanied by a young maid, sat on the heated Kong in the inner room, occasionally letting out a sigh. It was her own decision. Who would step forward to admit it? Yet, Dou Zhao did not defend those servants. She was merely a child who struggled with her words. According to her mother's understanding, the rumors of her father bringing a woman home must have originated from the nearby servants. If she were to defend those women, her mother would only grow more suspicious of ulterior motives, making it even harder for the servants to extricate themselves. She asked the maid beside her, "What is your name?" Her throat felt constricted, making it difficult to form complete sentences. The maid, startled by the attention, replied respectfully, in response to the fourth miss, "My name is Xiangxiao." Dou Zhao said, "I want my mother." The maid widened her eyes, curious. "Who is your mother?" Dou Zhao was taken aback. Someone outside called out loudly, "Seventh madam, the seventh master has returned." There was a commotion outside. Her mother, with a hint of tension in her voice, instructed, "Yumama, please take the people in the fourth Miss' room back first. The fourth Miss will be resting here tonight. As for the others, return to your duties." An elderly voice responded respectfully, followed by another wave of movement. Before long, her mother entered, smiling and chatting with her father. Upon seeing Dou Zhao sitting foolishly on the Kong, her father affectionately patted her head. "What is wrong with this child today?" Her mother, reluctant to reveal that Dou Zhao had been led astray, chuckled ambiguously. "Perhaps she has played too hard and will feel better soon." Her father did not press further. The maids brought in water and fragrant towels. Her mother assisted her father in washing and changing, while Dou Zhao was carried away by a maid to freshen up and change her clothes before heading to her grandfather's place. Her grandfather lived in the western part of the residence, known as Shou Tang, named after a plaque inscribed with crane longevity. In front of Shou Tang was a pond with a rockery, and behind it were wisteria trees, making it the most picturesque spot in the home. In Dou Zhao's memory, she had visited Shou Tang twice, once when she was 9 years old for her grandfather's funeral, following his wishes to set up the mourning hall there, and again for her grandfather's post-funeral rites. Both times were chaotic, and she hardly had time to examine Shou Tang closely. This time, in her dream, she returned and leaned on her mother's shoulder, gazing around. The pond was frozen, the rockery covered in snow, the trees had shed their leaves, and the wisteria was merely a tangle of withered stems. Although it appeared desolate, the elegant layout could not conceal its inherent beauty. She couldn't help but nod in silent approval. It was no wonder that the old scholars in the capital praised her grandfather's talent. Unfortunately, her grandfather grew weary of officialdom, resigning before the age of 30 to return to a rural life. Lost in thought, they arrived at the entrance of Ming Tang, where a graceful woman welcomed them with a smile. Dou Zhao stared at the beautiful lady, her eyes wide. How could she have dreamed of Anting? If she were to dream, it should have been of her grandmother. After all, she had grown up alongside her grandmother. Just then, Anting approached with a smile and squeezed Dou Zhao's small hand, saying to her mother, "What's wrong with Shogu today?" She seems down, and isn't calling for anyone. Her mother exchanged a knowing glance with Anting and whispered, "I will explain later." Anting nodded, smiling as she took Dou Zhao into her arms, accompanying her mother into her grandfather's study. Dou Zhao felt a whirlwind of confusion. Her grandfather, over 40 yet still childless, had his legitimate wife take it upon herself to provide him with 2 concubines, one being Aunt Ding and the other, Grandmother Chui. Both Aunt Ding and the legitimate wife had no children, and grandmother only bore one son, her father. Thus, their branch of the family was not particularly prosperous. Later, when the stepmother entered the household and gave birth to Dou Zhao, grandmother's success in bearing a child led the Dou family to address her as Mrs. Chui, while her father continued to call her aunt, and the grandchildren referred to her as grandmother, whereas Aunt Ding remained Aunt Ding. After the legitimate wife passed away, her grandfather decided against taking another wife, leaving household matters to Aunt Ding. When her mother married in, Aunt Ding handed over the responsibilities to her, only managing her grandfather's household affairs. In his later years, her grandfather was always accompanied by Aunt Ding, while grandmother lived 50 miles away in a rural estate, returning only for a few days during the Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Spring Festival. Dou Zhao felt a vague sense of unease, as if something was amiss. Yet she was left in the dark. She discreetly observed the people and events around her. During dinner, Dou Zhao noticed that the dishes were served in exquisite blue and white porcelain. Where her grandfather spoke with her father, Dou Zhao was left to play on a heated Kong in the study. She noticed a pair of purple sandalwood paperweights on her grandfather's desk, depicting success at every step. Dou Zhao pondered, rising on her toes to count the glass beads on the tassel of the long quan sword hanging on the wall. She had seen these items before. They were cherished possessions of her grandfather, once included among his burial goods. She remembered that the blue and white porcelain tableware had been reduced to 4 bowls, 2 plates, 1 cup, and 5 spoons. The purple sandalwood paperweight had become just 1, and the long quan sword tassel had 5 glass beads. It felt as though time had reversed, erasing the years etched upon those objects. She then heard her grandfather say, "This passage is from the Analects, Gongji Chong. You use the minister's heart is generous and public, loyal and strategy to begin your discussion. And when generous, one can balance gains and losses. When public, one can treat matters with impartiality to conclude, quite well, indicating your deep understanding of the method of variation." Dou Zhao felt her hands and feet grow cold. Although she recognized characters, she had never read the 4 books and 5 classics. How could she have conjured such words from thin air? Mother, mother! Dou Zhao's heart raced with terror. She called out loudly for her mother, tears streaming uncontrollably. Her grandfather, who had been animatedly conversing with her father, suddenly grew stern. Her mother rushed into the study in a fluster. "Father-in-law, I will take Shogu to play elsewhere." She wore an apologetic expression as she carried Dou Zhao out of the study. Aunt Ding approached, since her mother was dining with her grandfather and father, and the wet nurse had not come today. Aunt Ding first fed Dou Zhao. Once Dou Zhao was full, the others at the table had dispersed, leaving only remnants of food. She had been carelessly eating her dinner. What was happening? She touched Dou Zhao's forehead, noting that she seemed fine normally. Could it be that she encountered something unclean? Dou Zhao clung tightly to her mother's neck, feeling the warmth of her mother's nape, as if that alone could prove she was not surrounded by ghosts. No way. Her mother shivered, hesitating. Could it be that someone who incited Shogu has played tricks? "It's nothing," Aunt Ding assured confidently. "Even if someone has meddled, we need not fear. We are a virtuous household, and the divine will protect our peace and safety. Later, I will ask the divine for 2 talismans for Shogu. You can sweep a few strokes over her and then burn them, and she will be fine." Her mother nodded repeatedly, gritting her teeth. "If I find out who has ill intentions, I will skin her alive." Thankfully, it was said in your presence. If it had been in the presence of the 7th master, that would have been troublesome. Aunt Ding sighed. Just then, a young servant rushed in, reporting, "Old master, 7th master, 7th madam, Aunt Ding, the 3rd master from the East Courtyard has arrived." Chapter 6. The Dou family, the ancestors of Dou Zhao, were itinerant traders without fixed properties. By chance, he married a maid from a local merchant family. With the 10 taels of silver from his wife's dowry, he purchased an acre of land in Beilu village, thus establishing the renowned Dou family of Beilu. Dou Zhao's great-grandfather began as an apprentice at the silk shop of his mother's former employer at the tender age of 10. By the age of 14, he had completed his apprenticeship, and by 20, he had become the 2nd manager of the silk and cloth store. The master intended to marry his daughter's devoted maid to him, but he did not wish for his descendants to be perpetually revolving around the master's household. Instead, he longed to wed the daughter of a poor scholar from Jinshi, the esteemed Hao family. At the age of 21, he utilized the 8 taels of silver he had painstakingly saved to present as a bride price to marry Hao, relinquishing his position as the 2nd shopkeeper. He returned to Beilu village with Hao, taking over his father's burden and the 30 acres of fertile land that had been earned through a lifetime of toil. During the busy farming season, he cultivated the land, and in the quieter months, he traversed the countryside. The following summer, Hao gave birth to a healthy boy. One day at the village entrance, he encountered a cotton merchant from Zhending Prefecture, who was in search of someone familiar with local farmers to assist in collecting cotton. The father, ever eager, volunteered. With his honed skills from working in the silk shop, he could discern the quality of cotton with a mere glance and could weigh it accurately, also adept at keeping accounts. As summer passed, beyond the previously agreed remuneration, the cotton merchant generously rewarded Dou Zhao's great-grandfather with an additional 10 taels of silver, and they made arrangements for him to assist again the following year. By winter, Dou Zhao's great-grandfather had traversed the villages of Zhending County. When the next summer arrived, he had a clear understanding of how much cotton each household had produced, its quality, and the reliability of the farmers. The process of collecting, weighing, accounting, and storing the cotton was executed flawlessly. The merchant merely needed to recline under a shade tree and sip tea while Dou Zhao's great-grandfather managed everything. It seemed that his presence was redundant, as he would incur costs for lodging and meals. The merchant, with a smile, proposed an idea. "I shall advance you some money. You collect the cotton yourself and bring it to me, and we shall settle accounts based on its quality. What do you think?" Thus, the Dou family established their fortune through cotton collection. Under Dou Zhao's great-grandfather, the family traded cotton gathered from Zhending, Hualu, Yuanji, Pingshan, and Xingtang counties to Jiangnan, exchanging it for silk which was then sold in Sichuan, and subsequently transported medicinal herbs back to the capital to convert into silver, ultimately crafting new jewelry for the affluent of Zhending Prefecture. Dou Zhao's great-grandfather could focus solely on his studies and the pursuit of academic distinction. Nonetheless, despite his relentless efforts, he only attained the rank of a scholar. This, however, did not hinder him from marrying the daughter of the esteemed Zhao family of Anxiang village in the neighboring Xingtang County. The Zhao family was unlike the Dou family. They possessed a family genealogy, and although they owned merely 120 acres, their lineage could be traced back to the reign of King Mu of Zhou. The Zhao family had relocated here from the old capital, Bianjing, during the dynastic transition. After marrying into the Zhao family, Dou Zhao's great-grandfather fathered two sons, Dou Huanqing, the elder, and Dou Yaocheng, the younger. From a young age, both brothers exhibited extraordinary intelligence, studying under their maternal grandfather, Mr. Zhao, and later being sent to the National Academy in the capital. In the 13th year of the Zhida reign, both brothers achieved recognition on the imperial examination. The elder ranked third among the second class, while the younger placed 37th. From this point, the Dou family truly flourished. Eventually, the elder became a scholar retained at the Hanlin Academy, while the younger was appointed as a county magistrate in Nanchang Prefecture. Fate, however, was unkind to Dou Zhao's great-grandfather. His glory was short-lived, as he passed away not long after, with both sons absent during his final moments. Upon returning home to observe the mourning period, the brothers resumed their lives in the capital awaiting appointments. The elder, having served in the Hanlin Academy, soon secured a position as an inspector. The younger, after a prolonged period of waiting, managed to obtain a role in Yunnan as an assistant to the provincial inspector. Although he viewed Yunnan as a place fraught with hardship and danger, reflecting on their situation, he felt disheartened, believing that remaining in the capital would yield no better prospects. As their careers were just beginning, securing a good position was uncertain, and with promotions occurring every 3 years. He feared his brother would advance beyond him before he could attain a favorable role. Growing increasingly disillusioned, he chose to resign and return to Zhending County. The Zhao family enjoyed a life of both dignity and comfort. However, the only concern for Mrs. Zhao was that both her sons were serving outside, and she feared dying without any son by her side, just as her husband had. With Dou Yaoqing's return, she felt relieved, as her elder son's successful career meant that the younger could assist her in managing household affairs. With the prestige of being a successful scholar, Dou Yaoqing's business endeavors were incomparable to those of their ancestors. The silver he earned was no longer used for jewelry, but rather as capital for lending to impoverished scholars or to those newly appointed officials in need of funds for social engagements and official attire. As these officials rose and fell in rank, the Dou family began to engage in the trade of river materials, grain supplies, and salt from the southern rivers. Wealth flowed in abundance, leaving Mrs. Zhao and Dou Huanqing both dazzled and alarmed. Dou Huanqing, now a vice inspector, repeatedly cautioned his brother, "Too much abundance leads to loss. Be discreet." Dou Yaoqing, however, dismissed the warning, believing that fortune favors the bold, and remarked, "I am merely borrowing strength from your reputation. Once you retire, I will cease these dealings." Yet, Dou Huanqing felt uneasy about their methods, perceiving them as corrupt. Profiting from the plight of others is unethical. Dou Yaoqing retorted with disdain, "Are you concerned about the morality of money now? When you desired rare books or supported the orphans of colleagues, did you consider the source of your wealth? Their argument culminated in a bitter parting. Mrs. Zhao, witnessing the discord, felt troubled and sought counsel from her brother. After deliberation, he proposed, as brothers, it is wise to keep clear accounts. Perhaps it is best to divide the household while you are still present. Each can manage their own affairs without dispute. After much contemplation, Mrs. Zhao resolved that it would be better to divide their assets than to leave behind a legacy of discord after her passing. Thus, she bore the burden of the family's division. Then the eldest son was called back. Do not quarrel over such trifles. Mother, these are not trifles. Dou Huanqing disagreed with the division of the family and sought to persuade his mother, stating that while one might experience temporary glory in a career and produce splendid writings, the foundation of a family's standing does not solely rely on success in one's profession. The family ethos must never be neglected. One may have achievements, but lack integrity. If one cannot uphold their true nature and is seduced by the allure of wealth, the sudden collapse of a comfortable life can lead to a fate far more tragic than that of an ordinary family. Conversely, if one possesses integrity without achievement, conducting oneself honorably and living a life of purity, then they shall naturally enjoy good fortune. The uncle's family exemplified this principle. I understand. Zhao replied dismissively. It is I who wishes to divide the family. I no longer wish to witness you all in such turmoil, especially your younger brother, after 10 years of hardship, to end up in such a situation. You are brothers. If you do not care for him, who will? Yet, this brotherhood is akin to a marriage. Day after day, year after year, wounds accumulate, and even the strongest bonds may fray. Consider it filial piety and divide the family. Dou Huanqing swore before his mother, I will take good care of my younger brother. There is no need for division. Zhao shook her head. Listen to me. Although your father left behind immense wealth, it does not compare to even a third of the Dou family's current fortunes. I wish to divide the family's assets into 3 parts. 1 for me, 1 for you, and 1 for your brother. I will live with your brother, and once I am gone, my share will be left to him. Is this a division of the family or a division of assets? Is it the mother's will or the brother's? Dou Huanqing dared not ponder further and nodded in agreement. Zhao invited Uncle Zhao, the magistrate of Zhending County at the time, along with the maternal families of both daughters-in-law, to mediate the division. Since the mother would be residing with the younger brother, Dou Huanqing relinquished the grand residence located in Zhending County and built a 5-section brick and tile house on the eastern side of the county town. From then on, the Dou family was divided into 2 branches. Dou Huanqing's lineage, residing in the east of the city, was referred to as the Eastern Dou, while Dou Yaoqing's lineage, residing in the west, was termed the Western Dou. Dou Yaoqing was the great-grandfather of Dou Zhao. As Dou Huanqing feared, within a few years, Dou Yaoqing's wives vied for his affection, leading to a murder scandal that exposed many family secrets. Although it was suppressed, the Western Dou branch suffered greatly. Dou Yaoqing passed away before reaching his 40s, and his descendants dwindled, leaving only Dou Zhao's grandfather, Dou Duo. In contrast, the Eastern Dou flourished. Dou Huanqing had 2 sons and 3 daughters, 9 grandsons, 3 granddaughters, 11 grandsons-in-law, and 9 granddaughters-in-law, among whom 2 sons and 1 son-in-law successively became successful candidates in the imperial examinations. He did not forget his promise to his mother and consistently provided for the Western Dou branch. After Dou Yaoqing's death, Dou Huanqing took the young Dou Duo under his wing, assisting him in managing the family estate and personally teaching him to study, eventually transferring the family assets to Dou Duo without any discrepancies once he established his own family. He even left a will stating that the Eastern and Western Dou branches are one family, separated in residence but united in lineage. Dou Duo held a deeper impression of his uncle than of his own father. He regarded Dou Huanqing as a father figure, and he and his cousins shared a bond akin to that of brothers. When Dou Huanqing's son, Dou Shiying, was born, he and his brothers from the Eastern Dou family were arranged in order to symbolize the unity of the 2 families forever intertwined. Thus, although Dou Zhao's father was an only son, he was affectionately referred to as 7th Master, while 3rd Master referred to Dou Zhao's 2nd uncle's eldest son, Dou Shibang. Chapter 7. Doubts. Upon hearing that Dou Shibang had arrived, Dou Zhao's father personally went to welcome him. He carried a basket of oranges. Since they were all family, Mother and Aunt Ding did not shy away. After exchanging greetings, Dou Shibang pointed to the oranges, smiling as he said to grandfather, These are for my elder brother. I specifically brought some for you to taste. He then pulled an orange from the small basket and handed it to Dou Zhao, saying, Shogu, have an orange. Dou Zhao appeared somewhat dazed. Mother nudged her, and she murmured a thank you. Dou Shibang chuckled and ruffled Dou Zhao's hair. Grandfather then said, come sit on the bed. I have some Dahong Pao sent by Shun Xing. Aunt Ding immediately turned and went to the small tea room to brew tea. Dou Shibang made himself comfortable, sitting cross-legged opposite grandfather. Dou Zhao held the orange, quietly nestled against her mother, gazing wide-eyed at Dou Shibang. The third uncle, who had passed away 10 years prior, now stood vividly before her, offering her an orange. She remembered that during her time in the farmstead, the third uncle would visit grandmother regularly, always bringing little trinkets, be it a new handkerchief, a beautiful hairpin, or rare delicacies. Once he even gifted her a pair of clay dolls from Wuxi, with big eyes, round faces, dressed in red embroidered jackets, smiling and bowing, causing envy among the village children. She placed those dolls on the windowsill, and they remained there until she left the farmstead at the age of 12, eventually being packed away as she moved from Ding County to the capital, settling in the Jining Marquis residence. Those days, each visit from her third uncle was like a ray of sunshine illuminating her, rendering her radiant and resplendent. She had never forgotten. Dou Zhao's vision grew a bit hazy as she heard Dou Shibang say, elder brother's health is deteriorating day by day. Lan Guer wrote recently, saying that since autumn, elder brother has suffered from angina pectoris 3 times. Due to the unfinished river works, he dares not slack off. Elder brother mentioned that once these days pass, he plans to resign from his post and return home to study the I Ching with his younger uncle. Grandfather laughed heartily, saying, though the official path may be glorious, the paperwork is equally burdensome. Who made him choose to be an official? As he spoke, his smile faded, and he remarked solemnly, his angina is worsening. Has he consulted a doctor? We have sought out renowned physicians from Jiangnan, Dou Zhibang replied, but none have provided any effective remedies, only advising rest. But is elder brother someone who can rest easily? Dou Zhao listened, her thoughts drifting afar. The elder uncle, Dou Shiyang, was the eldest son of Dou Banzu, her paternal grandfather's brother. He was 39 years older than her father and 4 years younger than her grandfather. Like her grandfather, he had studied under their great-grandfather from young age, and though they referred to each other as uncle and nephew, their bond was akin to that of siblings. By the time Dou Zhao began to form memories, he had already passed away. It was said that he perished from exhaustion while overseeing river repairs during his tenure as the governor of Yangzhou, and his deeds were inscribed on a stone tablet in the ancestral hall. In the 4th year of Jinwu, southern Jiangsu experienced severe flooding, and many riverbanks were breached. Yet the section of the embankment he had repaired remained intact. His achievements were brought to light once more, and the emperor bestowed special commendations upon him. Lan Guer was the only son Dou Shiyang had at the age of 43. He passed the provincial examination at 21, but faced repeated failures thereafter. The emperor, recognizing Dou Shiyang's contributions, granted him a position as the deputy secretary of Jiyuan County. When he came to the capital to express his gratitude, the Dou clan members in the capital warmly welcomed him. Due to her stepmother, Dou Zhao was distant from the Dou family and merely sent congratulatory gifts. Should she remind her third uncle of something? But would he heed her words? Dou Zhao hesitated. Aunt Ding entered with 2 maidservants carrying tea and snacks. Mother set her down and assisted Aunt Ding in serving tea and arranging the pastries. Dou Shibang took a sip of tea, praising its quality, then mused. This truly exemplifies relying on the mountains to eat from the mountains, relying on the water to drink from the water. Xinxing was Dou Zhao's second uncle Dou Shiqi's courtesy name, and he was Dou Shiyang's younger brother, 8 years younger than Dou Shiyang and 4 years older than Dou Shibang. He passed the imperial examination at 26 and subsequently held various official positions, culminating in his role as the governor of Jiangxi. Dou Zhao had only heard of him and had never met him. During her time in Zhending, he served as an official elsewhere, and by the time he returned to his hometown, she had already married into the capital. The Dahong Pao tea originates from Wui. From Dou Shibang's tone, he must currently be serving in Fujian. Grandfather laughed heartily, saying, relying on the mountains to eat from the mountains, relying on the water to drink from the water. The key is to rely. How can that compare to you? We all depend on you for sustenance. The Dou family had many members serving as officials, yet there were even more who, in pursuit of the imperial examinations, turned a deaf ear to the affairs of the world and devoted themselves solely to studying the classics. Dou Zhao managed the affairs of both the eastern and western Dou branches. At this, he chuckled awkwardly. Dou Zhao recalled. Uncle San not only participated in the provincial examinations alongside Uncle Air, Uncle Si, and Uncle Wu, but also with Uncle Lu, father, and his elder cousin Dou Wenchang, along with his second cousin Dou Yuchang, third cousin Dou Xiuchang, and fourth cousin Dou Ronchang. It seems he has never succeeded. Observing this, father lifted his teacup and insisted, "Drink tea, drink tea." He then called out loudly to mother, "It's rare for Sangu to visit. Please tell the cook to prepare some snacks to accompany our drinks. I shall share a few cups with father and Sangu." "No need, no need," Dou Zhao replied with a smile, casting a glance at father. "Elder brother asked me to convey a message to uncle. It's getting late, and I must return after delivering the news. With the new year approaching, there are many matters at home awaiting my attention. That doesn't take much time," grandfather chuckled. Yet father pulled mother aside, stating, "Since Sangu has something to discuss with father, we shall retreat to our quarters." Ignoring mother's surprise, he gently nudged her out of his Xiaotong, convinced that Sanji's visit must be of great importance. Mother, relieved yet longing for father, gazed at him with an expression as tender as a vine. "Very well then, I shall return to attend to my husband and let him rest early." Good, good, good," father responded, casting a distracted glance back at his Xiaotong. Dou Zhao followed his gaze. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the snow glimmering under the moonlight like cold fragments of light, while the warm orange glow emanating from grandfather's study felt particularly inviting. Dou Zhao felt a flicker of doubt. Unbeknownst to mother, she chatted and laughed with father all the way back to their quarters. An elderly maid, her hair streaked with gray, approached them, bowing and greeting. "Seventh master, seventh madam." Her demeanor was serious, yet her eyes radiated warmth. Dou Zhao felt an instant fondness for her. Mother entrusted Dou Zhao to the woman. "You mama, please take Shogu to the warm chamber today." You mama smiled in agreement. Father inquired, "What about Shogu's wet nurse?" "She caught a chill," mother explained, heading straight into the room. "I fear she might pass her illness on a Shogu." Father followed suit. As they entered the hall, father and mother moved towards the inner chamber, while you mama carried Dou Zhao to the warm chamber at the back. Before she could reach the woman, Dou Zhao squirmed in Yumama's embrace, calling out, "Mother, mother! Don't cry, fourth miss." Yumama comforted her, quickening her pace. "Yumama will play rope games with you, all right?" Father hesitated, suggesting, "How about we let Shogu sleep with us tonight?" This. Mother gazed at father with a sorrowful look. Father seemed oblivious, instructing Yumama, "Bring Shogu over." Yumama hesitated, glancing at mother, who bit her lip in silence, then smiled. "Seventh master has had a long day. Just bring her," father said with irritation. Yumama, no longer hesitating, handed Dou Zhao back to mother. Yet father took Dou Zhao and carried her into the inner chamber. The maidservants brought in hot water and towels to assist with washing and grooming. Mother attended to father, who amused Dou Zhao, who clung tightly to mother, creating a joyful yet chaotic scene filled with an unusual warmth. Dou Zhao felt content and cheerful. Once things settled down, Dou Zhao pulled at mother's sleeve, lying between her parents. Mother propped her elbow on her hand, softly conversing with father. "Are you still living in the alley next to Jing'an Temple? Is Baoshan with you?" Her hand brushed past Dou Zhao, gently caressing father's arm. The bright red embroidered apron, adorned with intertwined lotuses, gleamed vividly under the light, while the white fabric could hardly conceal the curves of her figure, causing Dou Zhao to blush and hurriedly close her eyes, silently thinking, "Mother, I understand that brief separations can feel like newlywed bliss. I shouldn't disrupt your happiness, but I have no choice. Once I drive that woman away, I will leave." Father, eyes closed, grunted, "Go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow morning, I still have to take an exam." With that, he turned over. Mother's hand fell empty. She pouted slightly. Father's gentle snoring filled the silence in the room. As mother lay down, she playfully pinched Dou Zhao's small nose, whispering, "You little rascal." Such a mother, genuine, yet retaining a sense of innocence and playfulness, almost made Dou Zhao burst into laughter. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, her footsteps hurried. "Seventh master, seventh madam, Aunt Ding has arrived. She says the old master urgently needs to speak with seventh master and requests him to come immediately." Mother was taken aback. The sleeping father sprang up, asking, "What did you say? The old master wants me to go now?" His voice was tense. The maid confirmed. Father hesitated for a moment. Mother urged you should hurry. It might be related to what Uncle Sans said to Uncle. As she spoke, she sat up. Yes, yes, Father mumbled, throwing off the covers and putting on his clothes, disregarding Mother-'s calls for him to wear an extra layer. He hurriedly followed Aunt Ding till he shouted on. Mama approached quietly, whispering, "Seventh madam, should we send someone to check? Perhaps we should tea." Mother replied anxiously. What if it concerns court matters? But we have Aunt Ding, don't we? I can inquire with her later. Dou Zhao's heart was filled with uncertainty. Aunt Ding had entered and exited with her head bowed, never once looking directly at Mother. Chapter 8. The incident. Dou Zhao wished to hint at something to Mother, but realized that a room full of unaddressed maidservants awaited her attention. She scrambled up, sitting on the bed and calling out for Father. If Mother were clever enough, she would have the insight to take her to Father. If Grandfather were to scold them, he would hardly hold a grudge against an innocent child, right? Yet, she clearly overestimated Mother's wisdom and her own influence. Seeing her fussing about, Mother furrowed her brows in displeasure. Why is this child still awake at such a late hour? She then instructed Mama, take her down. She has given me a headache. Mama smiled apologetically at Mother, deftly helping her get dressed. Fourth miss, be good. Mama will take you to find your wet nurse. Don't cry. Dou Zhao wished to roll her eyes at Mother, expressing her disdain. How could Mother be so naive? If she were like Mother, she would have likely been consumed entirely by others long ago. Dou Zhao clutched the curtain hanging by the bed, crying out for Father, but ultimately, she was forcibly carried by Mama to the warm chamber at the back. Without Mother, Dou Zhao quieted down, languidly resting on the calm. Mama silently tidied Dou Zhao's disheveled hair, her gaze somewhat distant, softly saying, "Do you also find today's events a bit unusual? I'm going to take a peek. You stay here quietly, all right?" Dou Zhao instantly perked up. Truly, one does not reveal their true self. How astute Mama was. Her eyes widened, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Mama paused, then smiled affectionately, saying, "Our fourth miss is quite clever, so young yet so perceptive. Unlike seventh madam." She abruptly stopped, muttering to herself, "Why am I speaking such things to a child?" She then called a maidservant to come in. "Huan Xiao, you stay with fourth miss while I go check on," he shouted on. Huan Xiao, around 17 or 18, had a pleasing appearance and a gentle demeanor. Surprised by Mama's request, she quickly composed herself and replied, "If anything happens, I will immediately send Shuangji to call for you." Mama nodded in satisfaction and hurriedly exited the warm chamber. Huan Xiao settled onto the Kong with Dou Zhao, noticing that Dou Zhao was calm and quiet. Like an adult, she smiled gently, asking, "Fourth miss, may I sing you to sleep?" Dou Zhao shook her head. The smile on Han Xiao's face grew increasingly vibrant as she inquired, "Shall I accompany you in playing with the string?" Did she truly have a penchant for string games? Dou Zhao shook her head. With a gentle smile, Han Xiao continued, "Then what would you like to do?" "Wait for the nurse," Dou Zhao replied. Han Xiao looked at Dou Zhao in surprise. Ignoring her, Dou Zhao pulled over a large welcoming pillow and leaned against it, lost in thought. Han Xiao chuckled softly and draped a light blanket over Dou Zhao. She sensed something unusual in her father's demeanor towards her mother, but what had Mama discerned? What else was she unaware of? As Dou Zhao pondered, her eyelids grew heavier. No, she must wait for Mama's return. She needed to uncover what had transpired. And what of Tuan Yang? Who exactly was she? Dou Zhao shook her head, forcing her eyelids apart. Yet, moments later, they drooped again of their own accord. She must not sleep. If she did, she might return to that dream of Wisteria. Han Xiao. Dou Zhao strained to keep her eyes wide open. "Nurse, find her." "No." Han Xiao gently waved her hand. "I will stay here with you." "I will listen," Dou Zhao insisted. After contemplating for a moment and seeing Dou Zhao's increasingly resolute expression, Han Xiao hesitated. "Very well, I shall see what Mama is doing." She then called for Shuangji to enter. Shuangji was a round-faced young girl who silently kept Dou Zhao company. Before long, Han Xiao returned. "Fourth miss, Mama and the madam have gone to see the old master." "Oh." Dou Zhao urged Han Xiao to find Mama. However, Han Xiao adamantly refused. If discovered, I would face severe consequences. Dou Zhao, having managed the household, understood the gravity of the situation. She could only wait for Mama and her mother to return, lamenting her own helplessness, wishing she could act freely like in the other dream, filled with Wisteria. Time passed slowly, yet Dou Zhao's eyelids grew heavier until they finally closed, and she succumbed to a sweet slumber. It felt like an instant, or perhaps an eternity, before Dou Zhao awoke suddenly. Without thinking, she leaped up. Someone nearby called out, "Fourth miss." Dou Zhao opened her eyes to see Shuangji and Han Xiao's round faces. She exhaled a long breath of relief. She was still in the dream, suddenly feeling secure. She asked Shuangji, "Han Xiao, nurse, mother?" "Han Xiao was called away by your mama," Shuangji replied, smiling as she helped Dou Zhao into her clothes while a young maid brought in hot water. The warm room buzzed with activity. Only then did Dou Zhao realize that daylight had broken. She squinted and asked Shuangji, "Where's Han Xiao?" Shuangji smiled with the old master. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the curtain being lifted slightly and someone peering inside. Her expression darkened as she whispered, "Who is lurking outside the curtain?" Immediately, a young maid lifted the curtain. The person behind it had nowhere to hide, nervously wringing their fingers. I'm looking for the fourth Mississippi." Then, in a show of bravado, they exclaimed, "The fourth miss asked me to inquire about someone." Dou Zhao turned her gaze and recognized Xiang Cao. Her heart stirred, and she called out, "Xiang Cao." Shuangji and the young maid looked on in confusion, but allowed Xiang Cao to enter. Xiang Cao proudly lifted her chin toward Shuangji and the young maid, then scampered over to Dou Zhao, speaking in a low, submissive tone, "Fourth miss, I found Tanyang, as you requested." After a brief pause, her tone shifted. Her eyes filled with a hopeful glimmer. Dou Zhao smiled faintly. In the Jining Marquise, she had encountered many such maids. To rise above, they would seize any glimmer of hope with all their might. She did not resent such individuals or their actions, if everyone contented themselves with the status quo. What future would life hold? However, Xiang Cao's actions were somewhat hasty, placing her hopes on a child who lacked understanding, showing a deficiency in prudence. Still, Dou Zhao felt grateful to Xiang Cao. Without her, how would she have learned about Tanyang? Dou Zhao turned to Shuangji, "Reward Xiang Cao." Shuangji hesitated. As the lady of the house, the fourth miss seemed rather young. Should they consult with the seventh lady first? Just then, she noticed Xiang Cao's eyes brightening as she bent her knees in gratitude towards Dou Zhao, then eagerly chimed in. Tuanyang is a maid from the laundry room in the back courtyard, taken in by the seventh lady when she visited the Great Compassion Temple. I asked everyone in the household before I found her, "What do you need her for? Should I fetch her for you?" She's quite agreeable. In the laundry room, she volunteers for the dirtiest and hardest tasks, and the others, they're all like her. Once I inquired, they led me straight to Tuanyang. Dou Zhao suddenly understood. Those who serve her mother or herself were all notable servants within the Dou household. How could they possibly know the rough maid from the laundry room? Conversely, Tuanyang, as a servant of lesser status, had not participated in whatever events transpired years ago, but merely heard of them later. This also explained why Tuanyang's words did not align with the truth. Her eyelids fluttered. Truth. Did she, in her innermost thoughts, believe that everything happening before her was real? Then where was she? Earlier overlooked thoughts began to swirl in her mind, filling Dou Zhao with alarm and dread. A young maid rushed in. "Sister Shuangji, something's gone awry." Her expression was frantic, as if facing a formidable foe. At Isho Hall, there's chaos. Dou Zhao's heart raced. Shuangji quickly demanded, "What has happened?" "The seventh master has become infatuated with a woman in the capital," the maid reported, her face pale. "He wishes to take her as a wife, and has even called upon the third master from the East Court to advocate for him." The old master was furious, drawing his sword to slay the seventh master. The room descended into chaos. What happened next? Fortunately, the third master intervened and stopped the old master. But the seventh master is resolute in his desire to marry that woman, kneeling in the snow to plead with the old master. In the end, the seventh lady went to confront him, and the seventh master pleaded with her, which infuriated the seventh lady, who not only refused but also chastised the seventh master for his ingratitude, while the old master remained silent. Seeing this, the third master discreetly summoned the third lady. No wonder Han Xiao had vanished after being called away by Yumama. Could that woman be more beautiful than the seventh lady? Had the old master truly consented to her entering the household? Would that not mean another mistress in the house? The maids buzzed in discussion, oblivious to Dou Zhao, who sat there like a statue, utterly shocked. Ever since she took charge of the Jining Marquise's household, she had been perplexed as to why her third uncle, a respected elder within the Dou family for his adept management of affairs, frequently visited a concubine from the estate who had no connection to the Dou family. Now it dawned on her. He was visiting her, Tuan Yang had claimed that her mother was forced to hang herself. As the third aunt who had advocated for her father, he must have been burdened with unspoken guilt towards her, which explained his behavior. Dou Zhao recalled the way her third uncle looked at her, always with a mix of affection and pity. Furthermore, there was the will he left behind, bequeathing to her several esteemed works of art from the previous dynasty. At that time, the Dou family had not yet split, and her third uncle had no personal estate. He had left only a few inkstones and jade to his biological sons, Dou Fanchong and Dou Huachong. She had always assumed it was simply because her third uncle held a particular fondness for her. However, it became clear that what one perceives is not always the truth, nor is what one hears, and even one's own sensations may not reflect reality. Dou Zhao's voice trembled as she declared, "I want Yang." Chapter 9. The maid Ding Yi, the old madam, had not made any sound since entering the household for over a year, causing Dou Zhao's maternal grandmother great anxiety. Occasionally, she heard that a family named Chui at the Dou family's estate had given birth to 8 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom survived. Due to an overwhelming number of children to support, 2 sons were given away as grooms to other families. And now there is a desire to marry off the 14-year-old eldest daughter in exchange for a son. Dou Zhao's paternal grandmother perceives this as fate. Despite the fact that the eldest daughter of the Chui family is tall and robust, her features remain delicate. Without consulting Dou Zhao's grandfather, she was brought into the household for 200 taels of silver. 10 months later, Dou Zhao's father was born. Shortly after the child's 100-day celebration, Dou Zhao's grandfather summoned his grandmother, pointing to the infant Dou Shiying, and instructed her, "You must personally care for this child. Do not allow that illiterate Chui woman to ruin him." Thus, the Chui woman was sent to the Dou family's modest farm in Dongji village, where she remained until her death. Essentially, the Chui woman lived as a village woman. During the years Dou Zhao spent with her, the Chui woman not only tended to the vegetable garden, watering, weeding, and catching pests, but also taught her how to manage crops and care for chickens and pigs. In the Chui woman's words, "Once you learn to tend to the fields, you will never go hungry wherever you might be." Growing up in such an environment, Dou Zhao learned when to sow in spring, when to harvest in autumn, when to plant vegetables, and when to hatch chicks. She could even predict the coming year's weather based on the winter climate, resembling not a young lady from a family of officials, but rather the daughter of a country gentleman. The first time she encountered Tuan Yang, she had recently turned 10. The adults were busy with spring plowing, while her grandmother and the steward had gone to the fields. Dou Zhao stood with several maids under a catalpa tree, watching village children gather catalpa flowers. A caterpillar fell on Dou Zhao's shoulder, startling her Uncle San, invigorated by the conversation. Eagerly wished to dismiss Dou Zhao and her companions so they could discuss serious matters. After all, she was merely a maid, and if Shogu desired her, a reward would suffice. With this thought, he exchanged a knowing glance with his father, who promptly responded, "This girl, Tuan Yang, can be given to Shogu." Aunt San, with her cheerful disposition and witty remarks, was warmly regarded by everyone in the Dou family, despite not being a direct matriarch. Whenever there was a task at hand, they often sought her assistance as an intermediary. Her sudden visit did not escape mother's notice. She too hoped to dissuade father from the thought of taking a concubine. After all, Tuan Yang was a maid from their own household. Was there any need to fear she might escape? The maid surrounding Shogu had been confined, allowing Tuan Yang to temporarily attend to her. Once the busy period passed, they could investigate Tuan Yang's background thoroughly. Mother summoned Yumama. Please arrange for Tuan Yang to be settled in Shogu's chamber. Yumama, her face a picture of confusion, glanced at Tuan Yang and complied respectfully. With so many people present, including Yumama, even if mother wished for an end, there would be those to intervene. Dou Zhao remained unperturbed, tugging at Tuan Yang's sleeve, signaling her to return. Tuan Yang was still reeling from the bewildering transition from being a coarse maid in the laundry to a personal attendant of a young lady. Forgetting to express her gratitude as she clumsily exited Heeshou Hall alongside Dou Zhao, Xiang Chao and Shuang Ji had received the news. Shuang Ji congratulated Tuan Yang and exchanged pleasantries. "From now on, we shall work together." Xiang Chao, with her head bowed, bore an expression of regret and disappointment. Dou Zhao smiled gently and pointed to Xiang Chao, addressing Yumama, "I want Xiang Chao." Surprised and elated, Xiang Chao was reassured by Yumama, who mirrored the sentiments of the seventh lady, stating that since Xiang Chao had already been serving in the seventh lady's quarters, There was no need for concern regarding her potential mischief. Since the fourth miss favors you, stick close to her. Remember to serve her well and avoid inciting her displeasure. Xiang Chao was overjoyed, her lips curving into a wide smile. With the maids from the fourth Mrs. household having been punished, and given the seventh lady's temperament, it was unlikely they would be reinstated. Having caught the fourth Mrs. favor, she might even rise to become a first-rate maid. The more she pondered, the brighter her prospects seemed. As Umama turned away, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Dou Zhao. Fourth Miss, I will serve you diligently. Dou Zhao waved her hand dismissively at the effusive Xiang Chao and gestured towards the show hall. You listen and report back to me. Chapter 10. Mother. Upon hearing Dou Zhao's words, Shuangji regarded her with a hint of trepidation. Dou Zhao paid no mind. As long as her mother and elders harbored no suspicions, the gossip of the maids would amount to nothing more than mere chatter. Dou Zhao instructed Tuanyang to carry her back to the room. The affairs of the Western Dou family were simple, although tensions flared in Heeshou Hall. The maids remained merely anxious, not yet in a state of panic. Once Shuangji announced that Tuanyang and Xiang Chao would be serving in Dou Zhao's quarters, the attention of the others swiftly shifted to the two newcomers. Some jested, that little Xiang Chao has finally succeeded. Who knows whose favor she has won? However, many approached Tuanyang with greetings, introducing themselves. I am Ginkgo, I am Lilac, while others inquire which household did you serve before. How did you suddenly end up in the fourth Mrs. quarters? Tuanyang, unaccustomed to such warmth, stammered her responses. Upon learning she had been a coarse maid in the laundry, the others exchanged glances, some appearing at a loss. Seeing their reaction, Tuanyang felt even more awkward. All right, Shuangji interjected with a smile. Let's hold off on further discussions for now. First, we need to settle Tuanyang. Contemplating, she noted that she and sister Han, Xiao, had 2 beds in their quarters. Since the seventh lady's return was uncertain, it was essential to have someone by the fourth Mrs. side. I think it best if Tuanyang stays with us for now, and we can reassess once the seventh lady gives her orders. Tuanyang breathed a sigh of relief. The others regained their composure, either volunteering to assist Tuanyang in tidying up or proactively offering to make her bed. Tuanyang refused to leave Dou Zhao's side. Who will attend to the miss? I prefer to wait for Xiang Chao. Dou Zhao smiled faintly. Tuanyang's stubbornness reminded her of the uncertainty she faced when she married into the Jining Marquisate. She had hesitated to bring Tuanyang with her. By the time she wished to retrieve her after establishing herself there, Tuanyang had tragically passed away. With this thought, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently grasped Tuanyang's hand. Tuanyang looked at her earnestly, solemnly declaring, Fourth Miss, rest assured, I will guard you closely. Her words implied that everyone else might be untrustworthy, casting a shadow over the room as the others exchanged glances filled with disapproval. Yet, Tuanyang remained undeterred, steadfastly by Dou Zhao's side. Shuangji, reluctantly, instructed a maid to notify the laundry that Tuanyang's resting place needed preparation. Everyone dispersed, and no one dared to engage Tuanyang further. Dou Zhao and Tuanyang remained in a silent standoff in the inner chamber. Before long, Xiang Chao dashed in. Fourth Miss, the seventh lady and you mama have returned. Yet, she did not mention father. Dou Zhao's heart sank, and she inquired, Father? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xiang Chao replied, Seventh Master, Old Master, Third Master, and Third Madam are still in Heeshou Hall. Were they discussing the matter of taking a concubine? Or perhaps how to persuade Mother to relent? Dou Zhao felt a surge of anxiety. With Tuanyang's aid, she hastily descended from the bed and rushed outside, with Tuanyang and Xiang Chao closely following her. Mother, her expression grave, was supported by Umama as she entered the room, her face devoid of emotion. Mother, mother, Dou Zhao exclaimed as she rushed toward her. Mother, her demeanor softening momentarily, bent down to embrace Dou Zhao and kissed her cheek, then handed her over to Han Xiao, play with the fourth Mississippi. Han Xiao quickly took Dou Zhao in her arms, but Dou Zhao clung to her mother's garment, unwilling to release her. Mother's patience waned abruptly. You child, why won't you listen? I have matters to attend to. Go play with Han Xiao. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Tuanyang and Xiang Chao, pointing at them. Why not play with them? Dou Zhao understood that Mother was not in the mood to dote on her, and complied, allowing Han Xiao to hold her. Once Mother and you Mama retreated into the inner chamber, she slipped from Han Zhao's embrace and darted towards them. The maids on duty dared not stop her. and she entered the inner chamber seamlessly. Mother was bent over the table, weeping. You saw how it is. Before that person even entered, he was already protective, fearing even the slightest affront to her. What more can I say? I acquiesced to his wishes and allowed that woman to enter. I want to see what capabilities she possesses, what means she employs to have bewitched him to the point of forsaking family, honor, and integrity. You mama's gaze flickered, and she murmured, the seventh master taking a concubine. It's neither a small nor a large matter. Perhaps we should send someone to inform uncle. No. Before you mama could finish, mother abruptly lifted her head, speaking in haste. My brother is to enter the capital for the spring examination soon. He is currently sequestered in study. If he learns that I have been married for merely 3 years, and he is already taking a concubine, he will not let this go easily. I cannot allow my affairs to delay his prospects. She reiterated her admonitions to you, mama. You, sir, my mother. If you undertake any other matters without my knowledge, I shall not hold it against you, for I know you act for my benefit. However, this matter is of utmost importance. Our Zhao family has not produced a scholar in 40 years. If anything were to arise due to your actions, you would be placing me in a position of injustice, rendering me a historic disgrace for the Zhao family. You mama nodded, turning away to wipe the tears from her eyes. Is uncle truly so admirable? Dou Zhao scoffed quietly, internally advising her mother. You may disturb him as you wish. He is a scholar from the Dingwei examination and secured a position in the Northwest immediately after his success, taking his family with him and never returning to Zhending. She had only seen her uncle once on the day of her wedding. When bidding farewell to her relatives, she had respectfully bowed 3 times to her uncle on her mother's behalf. His emotional reaction seemed intense, as if he were under the impression that he had a daughter blossoming into womanhood. She was immensely delighted at the thought that her uncle, serving as an official in the Northwest, was far away and difficult to contact. Her stepmother only valued her maternal relatives and being a scholar. Her uncle was naturally proud and would not want to endure such humiliation, which was why he never visited the Dou family. However, the fact that he had come to see her off from his post indicated that he still held her, his niece, in his heart. She even planned to take this opportunity of their reunion to show her filial piety towards her uncle and ask him to recount stories of her mother as past. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out, her uncle returned to the Northwest, and from that moment on, she never received a word from him again. If her uncle had once been wary of her stepmother, what reservations could he possibly have now that she was married into the Jinan Marquis family? Dou Zhao could not fathom it. Later, her cousin Zhao Bairu, who had accompanied her husband to the capital for his official duties, had visited her, but she had sent her away with 3 cups of tea. How could she rely on such a person? Dou Zhao pondered, hidden behind the draped curtain. Since her mother had agreed to her father taking a concubine, could it be that her stepmother was legitimized? Yet, every time her stepmother mentioned it, she claimed to be the legally wedded wife of the Dou family, brought in with a grand procession. No one had ever refuted her. Her stepmother could dismiss her mother's loyal servants and intimidate the Dou family's maidservants. But could she possibly deceive the prominent ladies of Zhending County as well? Was there another woman involved? That didn't seem right either. Her stepmother had entered the household with joy, and her sister Doming was only 2 years and 7 months younger than her. The more Dou Zhao thought, the more confused she became. 7th aunt, she said cautiously as she entered. 3rd madam has arrived. Her mother quickly wiped her tears and instructed her to invite her sister-in-law to speak inside. While she rose to greet her, 3rd aunt, with a serious expression, entered, flanked by 2 maidservants. Upon seeing her mother, her eyes reddened, and she took her mother's hand to sit on the couch. The servants in the room quietly withdrew. Before the tea could be served by you, mama, 3rd aunt said, I know you're feeling sorrowful. I want to advise you. If you want to cry, then cry. But once you've cried, you must gather your spirits. For with 7th uncle in such a state, you will have tough battles ahead. I know, her mother replied, tears streaming down her face again. Instead of lamenting, she apologetically addressed 3rd aunt. Please convey a few words to 3rd uncle on my behalf. I spoke those words out of anger. I hope 3rd uncle can overlook my youth and inexperience and not hold it against me. By saying that, you are making me and your 3rd brother feel estranged. 3rd aunt also began to weep, saying, in the end, it is your 3rd brother's fault. If it weren't for his recklessness, 7th uncle wouldn't have caused such a scene. What does this have to do with 3rd uncle? Her mother interrupted through her sobs. Though they are brothers, 3rd uncle treats 1 yuan like his own son. If anything happens to Wang Yuan, would third uncle just stand by and watch? Ultimately, it is still Wang Yuan's fault. He is bewitched. I can only express my hatred. We grew up together. In terms of affection, we should be closer than any other couple. Why do you take a concubine without discussing it with me first? When I disagreed, he knelt in the snow and refused to rise. His father was already 42 when he had him as a sole heir. How does he regard me? What place does he leave for me? Just thinking about it chills my heart. She collapsed onto the table and began to weep again. Don't cry. Don't cry. Third Aunt embraced her mother. Life is full of ups and downs for everyone. Seventh uncle is still young. He is bound to have moments of confusion. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Your elder uncle is quite stable and reserved. ISNT, when he first became a genius. He also learned from others to publish books and take concubines, which made your elder aunt cry in anger. But after a few years, you will see that once the period of youthful folly has passed, he realizes that home is the best place, and he will wholeheartedly live with your elder aunt. Your elder aunt is nearly 40, yet she has given birth to Lan Go-er. This shows that sometimes gentleness can overcome rigidity. One cannot always confront head-on. I understand everything you say. Her mother sat up straight, wiping her tears, and said, there is something I wish to ask of third sister-in-law. She chose not to continue this topic with third aunt. Third aunt, somewhat surprised, quickly encouraged, go ahead. If I can assist you in any way, I will. Since that woman is to enter our household, I must at least observe her. Her mother replied, I would like to ask third sister-in-law and elder sister-in-law to accompany me when the time comes. This was originally the custom of wealthy families. Even if a wife agreed to her husband taking a concubine, she would first need to see the woman. If she turned out to be a woman of ill repute or of questionable character, the wife would be justified in rejecting her husband's request without being deemed jealous. It was unlike the newly rich merchants, who had no such considerations and simply brought home whoever they fancied. Third aunt suddenly understood. Good. I will go speak with elder sister-in-law right away. Thank you, third sister-in-law. Her mother stood up, saying, I will speak to Wang Yuan now and have him bring the woman from the capital to Jinding. Third aunt did not respond but smiled and patted her mother's hand, saying, seventh sister-in-law has grown up. Her tone was half sentimental, half reassuring. Chapter 11. The stepmother Dou Zhao's emotions were complex. If this suddenly appearing woman was indeed her stepmother, her mother's plan to use her identity to her advantage would likely end in disappointment. Her stepmother was surnamed Wang, with the given name Yingshu, the daughter of Wang Xingyi. Wang Xingyi, styled Yusheng, hailed from Nanhua Township in Lingshu County, North Zhili. He became a jinshi in the 36th year of the Zhida era and initially served as an official in the Ministry of Personnel before being promoted to the position of deputy minister in the Ministry of War. During this time, the Mongolian Khan Altan invaded the northern borders multiple times. The general stationed in Datong, Marquis Chongqing Shiduanlin, requested to open a horse market to negotiate peace. Wang Xingyi submitted a memorial against the horse market, arguing vehemently against the actions of Shiduanlin. Shindong, the eunuch in charge of the imperial court, protected Shiduanlin, and Wang Xingyi subsequently impeached Shindong for numerous offenses. In the 4th year of the Yongming era, Wang Xingyi was sentenced to 100 lashes and imprisoned in a death row cell. He became well known among scholars for refusing to write a letter of repentance while enduring torment in prison. After Shindong's death, his mentor, the Grand Secretary Zheng Yifan and others, made various efforts for his rescue, leading to Wang Xingyi's sentence being commuted to exile in the Shining Guard. Several years later, the Mongolians continued to disrupt the borders, and the horse market was destroyed. In the 4th year of the Chengping era, which was the 3rd year after her stepmother's marriage, Wang Xingyi was appointed again through Zheng Yifan's recommendation. He was first transferred to be the magistrate of Xintai County in Shandong, and later promoted to the Ministry of Justice, then to the Ministry of Rights, and finally to the Ministry of War, rapidly ascending through 4 positions within 6 months. By this time, it had been 10 years since his exile, having experienced 2 dynasties. Wang Xingyi subsequently rose steadily, and by the time Dou Zhao fell ill, he had accumulated the titles of Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion and Minister of Rights, holding a position of great power. The Wang family was originally a small clan from Nanhua, known for their scholarly pursuits. After Wang Xingyi's downfall, his wife, Su, sold off their family assets to rescue her husband. After Wang Xingyi was sentenced to exile, the eldest son, Wang Zhibing, served his ailing father in Xining, while his wife, Gao, who had just married for less than a month, along with their second son Wang Zipio and daughter Xue, struggled to make ends meet. With no stable source of income, Gao proactively sold her dowry, obtaining 300 taels of silver, of which 30 taels were used to purchase 4 acres of good land for sustenance, while the rest was used to support Wang Xingyi and Wang Zhibing's living expenses in Xining, making their lives exceedingly difficult. There were those like the Gao family who were deeply principled, and then there were families like the Lei family who were driven solely by profit. In the 8th year of Yongming, when Lei's family saw that Zheng Yifan had been forced to resign and that Wang Xingyi had no hope of reinstatement, they called off the engagement with 14-year-old Wang Xue. Wang Xue, determined, sold off the wedding gifts from the Lei family and, with the help of Gao's secondary wife, began a cotton trading business, which was the only means of sustaining the Xining Guard and allowing Wang Xingyi to survive until his restoration. Thus, when third aunt informed her mother that her father had sent someone to bring that woman to Zhending, and after consulting with elder aunt, they decided to meet the woman at elder aunt's estate, Dou Zhao cried and clung to her mother's skirt, refusing to let go. Her mother, suppressing her anger, tried to soothe her. However, third aunt, seeing an opportunity, smiled and said, "This way, if anyone asks, we could just say we brought Shogu to play at elder sister-in-law's estate." Her mother then relented, albeit absent-mindedly following third aunt to elder aunt's estate, where elder aunt had long been waiting at the second gate. She grasped her mother's hand and scrutinized her from head to toe, nodding in admiration. "I was worried you might struggle, but it seems my concerns were unfounded." Her mother wore a grand crimson garment adorned with the intricate pattern of a gourd, her lustrous black hair fashioned into a loose bun, accented only by a peony hairpin crafted from pearls the size of lotus seeds. The emerald bracelet on her mother's wrist, contrasting beautifully with her fair skin and the vibrant red cuffs, appeared as a vivid spring stream, exuding elegance and grace without losing a hint of opulence. Aunt Sen also praised, "Seventh sister-in-law always knows how to present herself, and today is particularly splendid." A fleeting smile of bittersweetness graced her mother's lips before vanishing. She curtsied to Aunt Da and Aunt San, saying, "I humbly request your assistance with today's matter." "Certainly," replied both aunts in unison, their gazes toward her filled with the same maternal affection her mother had shown. "We shall not let seventh uncle act recklessly." Her mother steadied her expression. Aunt Da smiled and embraced Dou Zhao. "Shogu, the camellias behind my house have blossomed. Would you fetch a maid to help me cut a few branches for a vase?" Her gaze, however, fell directly on the maids Tuan Yang and Xiang Chao accompanying her. Dou Zhao clung tightly to Aunt Da's neck. "I want it. Mother, I want it. Aunt Da, I want it. Aunt San." Her cries echoed loudly. "Startlingaunda." Her mother quickly took Dou Zhao, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "This child has been following me closely these past few days. If I step away, she cries uncontrollably." Aunt Da sighed, stroking Dou Zhao's hair. "The old saying goes, mother and daughter share heart. This child is perceptive. She senses your distress and fears." These words brought tears to her mother's eyes, tightening her embrace around Dou Zhao. "Let her accompany you," Aunt San remarked with a touch of sentimentality. "After all, she is still young." Her mother nodded. The group turned from the hall to the flower hall in the backyard. Snow fell gently, and the plum blossoms on the branches were in full bloom. A graceful woman stood by the window in a rose-red jacket, her posture straight, complimenting the cold plum blossoms outside. Dou Zhao's heart tightened. It was her stepmother. This silhouette was one she would never forget. When her grandfather and grandmother passed away and her third uncle sent her to the capital to reunite with her father, she had stood by the window like this, her sharp gaze assessing her. On the night of the formal proposal from the Jining Ho family, she had stood there, her expression as cold as water. After sending her maid to Wei Tingyu's residence only for Wei Tingyu to send her away, she had stood by the window like this during the New Year visit home, silently gripping her hands. When she sought to marry her brother Dou Zhao to Zheng Yifan's granddaughter and was rebuffed, she had called her back home, standing by the window with a fierce expression. Dou Zhao stared unblinkingly at that figure. From trepidation to exuberant laughter, she felt as though she had traversed hell barefoot. Who had ever shown sympathy for her pain and lament? Her mother's footsteps slowed. The snow fell softly like willow catkins. The figure turned. A smooth forehead, a high nose, and clear eyes, exuding an elegance akin to a picturesque landscape. Her mother jumped, as if her tail had been stepped on. How is it you? Wang Yingxue, how could it be you? She felt as if she might collapse. Her grip on Dou Zhao loosening, but Dou Zhao caught her waist to prevent her from falling. Aunt De and Aunt Sin exchanged glances, with Aunt San swiftly taking Dou Zhao into her arms. Wang Yingxue stepped forward with poise. She knelt at the corridor, bowing to her mother, softly calling sister. In the Zhao family, I have only one daughter. I did not expect to gain a sister. Her mother scoffed, striving to maintain her earlier composure and grace, yet unable to hide her disarray. You must have mistaken someone. Wang Yingxue lowered her gaze, kneeling on the cold stone tiles of the corridor, her expression humble and submissive, mirroring the respect she had shown before Dou Zhao's elders. Sister, our families live side by side. I have no sisters, and you have only one brother. We grew up like siblings. You know my temperament well. Though my family has fallen on hard times, I am not without shame. The Gao family was aware of my family's misfortune, yet still offered their daughter in marriage. Less than a month after my brother and sister-in-law wed, they requested my brother to serve my father in Xining. Now, my nephew Nangu is gravely ill. We cannot even gather the silver needed for his treatment, even if we sell our 4 acres of fertile land. I thought, as long as someone is willing, I would serve as a maid or a servant. I never expected to encounter my brother-in-law. As she spoke, she bowed deeply 3 times to her mother. The mistake has been made. I have no words left. I can only plead with you. If sister allows me to enter, I will surely forget the past and serve you wholeheartedly. Sister, her eyes glimmered with a hint of reproach toward fate. She bowed once more. I will serve you well. Huh! Her mother chuckled derisively, her gaze piercing as she looked at Wang Yingxue, raising an eyebrow. What if I refuse? Wang Yingxue hesitated for a moment, then self-deprecatingly smiled. Then I shall ask sister for a length of white silk. Her mother remained silent, pulling the crimson handkerchief from her waist and tossing it to the ground, smiling as she asked Wang Yingxue, Is this long enough? Wang Yingxue fixed her gaze on her mother, slowly rising, a smile playing on her lips as she approached her mother, bending to pick up the red handkerchief, softly thanking her sister, then turning toward the flower hall. The snow fell upon her lustrous hair, quickly vanishing. This was the estate that Aunt De had brought as her dowry. If a life were lost here, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Aunt De grew anxious and exclaimed, 7th sister-in-law, who is this woman? How do you know her? Her mother looked at the flower hall's door slamming shut, dazedly murmuring, She is the daughter of Wang Yusheng, residing in Nanhua. She was once a classmate of my father. Our families have had dealings. She is 2 years my junior. When I married, she gifted me 2 hand-embroidered handkerchiefs with intertwined lotus flowers. I never imagined. I could not have dreamed. No wonder Wan Qian would not reveal her identity. They set a trap to deceive me. Aunt De and Aunt Sin gasped in shock. Wang Yusheng, is he not the one exiled for offending Qindong? Her mother nodded gently, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could 7th uncle be so foolish? Her father was a scholar in the Jichou year, of the same class as your 5th uncle. Aunt De fretted, exclaiming, I must inform the younger uncle. She then instructed Aunt San, Quickly, stop Miss Wang. I will summon someone. As the young man taking a concubine was not a respectable matter, the servants attending to the flower hall had already been dismissed by Aunt De. Aunt San recognized the gravity of the situation. The Dou family was not afraid of offending the powerful, but dreaded being accused of causing the death of a fallen peer's daughter. She agreed, lifting her skirt and rushing toward the flower hall. Her mother stood quietly on the bluestone bridge, letting the snowflakes fall and accumulate upon her, transforming her into a snow figure. Only the small Dou Zhao remained by her side. Chapter 12. A visitor unexpectedly. Her mother and Wang Yingxue were old acquaintances. Dou Zhao had long been puzzled as to why some women would forsake their families and reputations for the sake of love. Was romantic affection truly of such paramount importance? Once love fades and a man returns to his family, he is often seen as a reformed rogue. What a woman! How could she continue to find her footing in this world? She and her mother sat in the small chamber behind the main hall, listening to her grandfather reprimanding her father in the main hall. Experience taught Dou Zhao to neither overestimate nor underestimate one's opponent. Frankly speaking, Wang Yingxue was not only astute and capable, but also wise and perceptive, adept at seizing opportunities. She prioritized her interests, never lingering over decisions, displaying remarkable decisiveness. Such a person had been promised by her grandfather to be taken as a goddaughter and matched with a suitable marriage, with the Dou family funding a grand wedding for her. Why must she insist on following her father? The Dou family is not a shallow, newly ascended official household. Given her status, they would never agree to her becoming a concubine. Her mother is the legitimate wife of the Zhao family, and even if there were faults, for the sake of the Dou family's reputation, they would not easily cast aside a wife. Had Wang Yinxue not considered this carefully upon arriving in Jinding? This behavior seems uncharacteristic of her. As thoughts whirled in her mind, Dou Zhao was suddenly struck by a realization. Her sister Dou Ming, born on the 3rd day of the 7th month in the Dingwei year. Their essay saying that one can survive until the age of 7, but not beyond 8. This implies that if Dou Ming were a premature birth, Wang Yinxue would have entered the family no later than the 1st month of the lunar calendar. According to custom, upon a wife's death, a husband must observe mourning for a year. There are exceptions, however. If a husband is away at war and his wife passes, leaving no one to care for the parents or raise the children, he may remarry within 100 days. Although her father is not a soldier, if there is no one to manage the household, this rule could be applied. This suggests that her mother passed away last year. But what if Dou Ming was not a premature birth? Dou Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Yinxue would still need to establish herself in the Dou household. She would never admit to having an affair with her father, even under duress. Her father still wished for Wang Yinxue to enter the family. He would never divulge her pregnancy to anyone. It was akin to gambling, where just as the outcome is about to be revealed, one discovers a mirror behind the opponent, revealing their hand clearly. She felt a rush of excitement. As long as her mother was alive, the longer it took, the more favorable the situation would be for them. But the premise was that her mother must live. In a cheerful mood, she picked a golden orange from the fruit bowl and handed it to her mother. "Mother, eat an orange." Her mother managed a forced smile as she received the orange, holding it in a daze. Dou Zhao, adorned in colorful attire, entertained her mother by splitting the orange and feeding it to her, as well as to her aunts sitting with them in the small hall. The aunts made an effort to lighten the atmosphere with laughter, and she chirped with glee. Gradually, a smile returned to her mother-esque face. That night, she clutched her mother-esque sleeve as they fell asleep. The next day, her 3rd uncle, 6th uncle, the matriarch aunt, and the managing aunt all gathered around the 2nd madam of the eastern residence, who was her grandfather's 2nd sister-in-law. Her grandfather's older brother, sister-in-law, and 2nd cousin had all passed away. "I have already heard about this matter from your nephews and nieces," the 2nd madam said. "Has the Wang family sent someone to South Hua to deliver news?" "I sent Ding to accompany them," her grandfather replied bitterly. "As for South Hua, someone has indeed been dispatched to report overnight." Then, feeling ashamed, he added, "2nd sister-in-law, this matter is due to my failure in raising my children. We will discuss this later," the 2nd madam interrupted, emphasizing that the urgent matter was to ascertain their current progress. She astutely pinpointed the crux of the issue, earning Dou Zhao's admiration. Her grandfather was taken aback, opening his mouth, possibly recalling her father's absurdity in this affair, and fell silent. The 2nd madam instructed her 3rd uncle. "Wang Yuan has a father-son bond with you. You should inquire about him. And aunt, you should ask about Miss Wang." They both responded in unison and set off to carry out their tasks. The 2nd madam then beckoned to her mother, signaling her to sit beside her. Without the Zhao family, there would be no Dou family. The Zhao family's master and mistress passed away early, and your uncle, being young, is not well versed in these matters. However, the elders of the Dou family are still present. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer any grievances. Dou Zhao has only one uncle, 8 years her elder. Her mother was born posthumously, and her grandmother passed away when her mother was 10, raising her alongside her brother and sister-in-law. While her grandmother was alive, life was not lacking in essentials, yet there was fear of Ding Fu and ruffians causing trouble. By then, the Dou family had already risen to affluence, leading her grandmother to often take the 2 children to visit the Dou family, as they were kin. The Dou family, known for their generosity, grew closer to them, and her uncle Zhao Si studied at the Dou family academy, forming a strong bond with Dou Shiying, Dou Wenchang, Dou Yuchang, and Dou Huachang. Thus, her parents' marriage was settled without any turbulence. Hearing the 2nd madam mention her deceased parents, her mother wept in her embrace. Her 6th uncle, for years older than her father, had studied alongside him, both having taken the provincial examination together and now quietly studying at home. Seeing her mother in distress made him feel somewhat awkward, and he suggested softly, "Shall we move to the younger uncle's study? Some matters might not be appropriate for us to hear as uncles." The second madam shot him a glare and sternly said, "You went to the capital with Wang Yuan. Do you know anything about this matter?" Her sixth uncle flinched and quickly replied, "It has nothing to do with me. If not for your urging me to return early, how would Wang Yuan have stirred up such trouble?" He mumbled under his breath, his tone somewhat dismissive. The second madam was momentarily speechless with anger. Her sixth uncle, Dou Zhao, was the second madam's youngest son, and when he was born, his brothers had already achieved some success, leading her to be less strict with him compared to her other sons. Since her father was an only son, their grandfather was stern on the surface, but actually indulgent, making the two very close. Dou Zhao recalled that after her father moved to the capital, he even reserved a small courtyard for her sixth uncle, who would stay with him whenever he visited. They later both served at the Hamlin Academy, with her father excelling in the Book of Changes and her sixth uncle specializing in the Zhuozhuan, earning them the nickname Dou Brothers of Excellence. Her mother paused, understanding that the second madam was attempting to absolve her sixth uncle of suspicion, and politely said, "When it rains, a daughter must marry." Wang Yuan acted on his own accord. What good would it do if the sixth uncle remained by his side? The second madam's expression softened slightly, scolding her sixth uncle, "Still not thanking your sister-in-law." Her sixth uncle bowed to her mother, who hurriedly returned the gesture. Dou Zhao's eyes flickered. Since her sixth uncle did not offer an apology or a word of comfort, it was clear he stood with her father. The second madam might have realized this as well, rising to address everyone. "Let us move to the small hall behind. Leave the main hall for the man of the family." Everyone naturally agreed. Her mother and third uncle helped the second madam rise, and a servant rushed in. "Old master, the steward from the Duke of Jining has sent a visiting card, saying that the Duke's wife is related to our seventh lady and has come to pay her respects during her visit home." Everyone was taken aback. Dou Zhao was particularly astonished. The Duke of Jining's wife? Isn't she the mother-in-law? Why is she also joining the fray? It was the elder sister of the Tian family from Shiliu Township. Her mother happily explained to everyone, "Their family has old ties with ours. Our ancestors were once connected by marriage. However, Uncle Tian's career flourished, and his sister married into the Duke of Jining's household in the capital, which is why our correspondence diminished. I never expected her to come to see me." She then glanced at her grandfather. Since they were distant guests, her son's matter would have to be set aside for now. Her grandfather contemplated and instructed the servant to invite the Duke of Jining's steward in. The steward presented a visiting box, exchanged pleasantries, and mentioned that the Duke's wife would visit tomorrow morning at dawn. Her mother disregarded the matters in the main hall, directing Yuma to clean the dust, arrange the room, and draft a menu. Dou Zhao sat alone on the Kong, counting her fingers. She wondered if Waiting Yu would come along. Her mother said they had met when they were young. Could this be the occasion? Lost in thought, she saw her third aunt hurriedly enter. She called out, "Tu and Yang, pick me up and take me to mother." Tu and Yang joyfully exclaimed, "Fourth miss, you can speak now." Dou Zhao was taken aback, taking a moment to process before instructing her, "Quick, go in ahead of third aunt." "All right." Tuan Yang tearfully replied, scooping her up to take her to her mother, who was delighted, exclaiming, "The fourth miss can speak now." "Oh." Her mother laughed, teasing Dou Zhao. "Say something for me to hear." Dou Zhao boldly declared, "I want to go to my uncle's house to play." Her mother chuckled heartily. Dou Zhao smiled. After all, they were not blood relatives. Although the second madam assisted her mother, she was more eager for her son to distance himself. This uncle's true nature had to be tested. At that moment, the third aunt entered, and Mo Nyang discreetly slipped away, leaving Dou Zhao seated on the Kong. The third aunt grasped Dou Zhao's small hand and quietly informed her mother, "I have inquired thoroughly. They all say it arises from emotion, but must end in reason." The mother scoffed at this. The third aunt laughed reproachfully. "Do you care whether their words are true or false? Since they have claimed so, we shall accept it as truth. If they are indeed innocent, when the Wang family arrives, we shall hand her over to them." The mother nodded, "I understand." Outside, a flustered voice chimed in, "Seventh master, seventh madam is conversing with third madam." Before the words could fully leave his mouth, the warm curtain was suddenly lifted, and the father stormed in with a dark expression. Uncle Chi had returned. The third aunt smiled and pulled the mother behind her. "Where are your brothers?" "The third sister-in-law." The father hastily saluted the third aunt, his forehead veins bulging. Aunt Ding set a family banquet in the small flower hall. and Guccio is assisting me with changing my clothes before joining. The third aunt hesitated slightly. The mother placed her hand on the third aunt's shoulder, sister-in-law. You should go first. The third brothers must be waiting anxiously. I will join you and want you on shortly. The third aunt exchanged a knowing glance with Umama and exited the inner chamber. Chapter 13. The argument. Once the third aunt left, the mother glared at the father, her gaze as sharp as a blade. The father, undeterred, returned the glare, his temper flaring like a cornered beast. The atmosphere in the room grew tense and charged. Dou Zhao's small figure shrank within the curtains, listening to her parents' mutual accusations. Zhao Guccio, what on earth do you intend to do? Do you think I'm not already humiliated enough? The father retorted, what do you want me to do? I want to ask you the same. What are your intentions? Taking the daughter of a condemned criminal as a concubine, has your scholarly wisdom abandoned you? Do you wish to ruin the century-long reputation of the Dou family? The legacy of generations with your own hands? You do not care for your honor, but I still have mine. The father, red with rage, continued, we grew up together. Do you not know who I am? At this time, you do not support me, but hinder me, inviting the second aunt to witness my disgrace. What kind of wife are you? My reputation is in tatters, and you believe you will escape unscathed? Do not forget, husband and wife are one. You still claim to be a virtuous wife. Thankfully, your mother departed early. Had she seen you like this today, I cannot fathom the heartbreak it would have caused her. Duo Shiring, you can speak of me as you wish, but why involve my mother? The mother cried out in frustration. Do you remember how we grew up together? Do you remember how my mother treated you? Do you recall your words before our wedding? You have no shame. You wish for my help to conceal your faults? Not a chance. The father, suddenly deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, displayed a flicker of discomfort in his expression. I did not mean to mention your mother. Must you be so relentless in your rebuttals? I am acting this way because you forced my hand. As he spoke, memories of the past ignited his anger once more. Baoshan merely invited me for a drink, and you treat him as an enemy. He comes to our home, and not even a decent cup of tea is offered, leaving me the subject of ridicule among my peers. You only blame me. Have you considered your own actions? If you had a better temperament, would I have needed to consult the third brother? The mother trembled with rage, wiping tears from her face haphazardly. You made the mistake. Yet you have the audacity to blame me. What kind of person is Feng Baoshan? Besides drinking and gambling, what else can he do? If it were not for the regard of your uncle during the year-end examinations, he would have lost his title long ago. Yet you choose to associate with him. You are no better. The father was momentarily speechless, finally muttering, well, you cannot act this way. What do you expect of me? The mother demanded fiercely. Shall I welcome Wang Yingshui through the open door? Do I possess such grace, or does she possess the fortune? The mother scoffed, Duo Shiring. Let me make myself clear. Any woman in this world may be taken as you wish, but as for Wang Yingshui entering this home, it will only be over my dead body. I. The father stammered, pointing at the mother, his arm trembling, unable to form a complete sentence. The mother laughed derisively, standing even straighter. So this is how couples argue. This is the father who always pretended to be so dignified. How childlike he appears. Dou Zhao watched in astonishment. She had never quarreled with Wei Tingyu, initially out of fear, then later out of disdain. The father lowered his head and softly said, Guccio, let us cease this quarrel, shall we? His tone was tinged with sorrow. This matter is entirely my fault, and Yingshui has suffered due to my shortcomings. Otherwise, why would a respectable daughter of a reputable family endure such humiliation? Furthermore, Yingshui and I have already agreed. She will reside in the fields. He lifted his head, hope glimmering in his eyes. We will be the same as before, shall we? I will listen to you in everything. I will no longer associate with Baoshan. Good. Dou Zhao nearly jumped from behind the curtains to respond on behalf of her mother. In a quarrel, nothing speaks more to a wife's standing than a husband's willingness to concede. Since Wang Yingshui was with child, the father was determined to take her as a concubine. It would be wise to seize this opportunity to grant the father an easy way out, demonstrating her own grace and virtue before the elders of the Dou family, while also winning the father's favor. This could even serve as leverage in future disagreements. It was a multifaceted strategy. Moreover, regardless of any cracks, a broken mirror remains a mirror in the eyes of others. Wang Yingshui would surely suffer at the sight of it. Then, let her write a contract of servitude and cast her aside in the fields. Whether the father spoke from the heart or not, he could not simply renege on his promises. as long as he did not change his stance. Wang Yingshui would be left to endure in the fields, allowing everyone to see her true worth in the Dou family. Even if the father wished to backtrack, there would be no fear. They could take Wang Yingshui to visit each household. Is Wang Yingshui not a descendant of a reputable family? To willingly fall into disgrace as a concubine, let us see how she faces her kin. What could be more satisfying than this? Even if one day Wang Yingshui could persuade the father, the mother would hold her contract, ensuring her status as the legitimate wife. Backed by the elders of the Dou family, could she truly turn the tide? Dou Zhao could scarcely contain her laughter. Yet, the piercing voice of her mother rang out. Yingshui, how affectionate you sound. Since you have conspired behind my back, why seek me out? A respectable daughter of a reputable family, Duo Shiying. How dare you utter such words? A respectable daughter would not willingly seek to become a concubine. A respectable daughter would not shamelessly seduce another's husband. If she were truly a respectable daughter, there would hardly be anyone in this world who is not respectable or pure. Feeling humiliated, the mother declared. Then let her find a place that does not shame her. Dou Zhao listened, desperate to find a way to silence her mother. Arguments, like conversations, must have a focus. What purpose was served in endlessly circling back to the same points? The priority was to solidify the father's promise. Yet before she could act, the father's voice erupted in fury. What more do you want from me? This is unacceptable, and that is unacceptable. Do you think I am afraid of what your elders can do for you? Do not assume I am powerless. If you truly valued our shared past, you would not engage in such sordid affairs. The mother retorted, disdain etched on her face. I am indeed relying on my what did you say? Her complexion turned as pale as snow. You want to divorce me? Mother gazed at father in disbelief. For Wang Yingshui, you would actually leave me. As soon as the words left her lips, father was taken aback, unable to look her in the eye. He turned his face away and murmured, I want to discuss this with you calmly, but you certainly would not compromise. Dou Shiying. Mother, her eyes reddened with anger, shouted father's name, get out. Go as far away as you can. I am waiting for your divorce papers. I want to see how you bring that little vixen Wang Yingshui into our home. Father, flustered, retorted, Guqiu, that's not what I meant. Just hear me out. Get out. 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 Mother pushed father towards the door, muttering, I am waiting for your divorce papers. I am waiting for your divorce papers. She slammed the door with a loud bang. Guqiu. Father knocked on the door from the outside. I didn't mean it that way. I was just speaking thoughtlessly. I was unintentional. Mother leaned against the door, tears streaming down her face, her voice barely above a whisper. Unintentional. Sometimes what is said without thought is the truth. Dou Zhao, with a splitting headache, slipped off the bed and tugged at mother's sleeve. Mother. Kneeling, mother grasped her daughter's arms, sobbing as she asked, Did you not say you wanted to visit your uncle? Shall I go with you to your uncle's house? All right? No. Dou Zhao shook her head, her large eyes sparkling like stars. This is my home. I want to stay at home. We can visit uncle during the new year. Mother was taken aback, her tears falling more urgently. That evening, mama advised mother. At this time, quarreling with the seventh master only brings joy to our enemies. Mother sat before the vanity, staring vacantly at the reflection of a woman as tranquil as a flower in still water, responding nonsensically. When I was young, every time I visited the Dou family, my mother would instruct me not to be naughty, not to upset the Dou family matron and her daughters. Once, Patsy took me to pick magnolia flowers. I was terrified and didn't dare climb the tree, but thinking of my mother's words, I timidly ascended. Patsy nimbly jumped down while I remained crouched in the tree, too afraid to come down. As noon approached, Patsy grew anxious and ran to the courtyard to seek help. Alone in the tree, the leaves were furry and plump insects crawled about. I wanted to cry, but held back, fearing to attract attention and get Patsy reprimanded. I thought perhaps it would be better to jump down, even risking injury or death than to let insect crawl on me. I closed my eyes and someone below called out, Hey, why are you sitting in the tree? The voice was like a stream, clear and pleasant. I opened my eyes and saw a young boy standing beneath the tree, looking up at me. His hair was as fine as silk, glossy and black, his face like beautiful jade, and his eyes gentle and bright. I was mesmerized. He smiled, more beautiful than the flowers in the garden. I told him I was stuck in the tree. He told me to wait and hurried off to find a ladder, carefully rescuing me from the tree. From then on, every time I visited the Dou residence, he would wait under that magnolia tree, bringing me sweet pea cakes, sour plums, dark olives. Once, he gifted me a hairpin made of pearls. I kept it close in my pouch, never letting it leave my side. She turned to you, Mama, her eyes swollen from crying. Mama, where has that person waiting for me under the magnolia tree gone? Why can't I find him anymore? Miss, you Mama covered her mouth and began to weep. Dou Zhao's vision blurred, unable to see clearly. Chapter 14. Mother-in-law. Mother did not sleep through the night, nor did Dou Zhao. What Mother was thinking, Dou Zhao could not tell, as her thoughts were consumed with waiting you. Daytime thoughts led to nighttime dreams. Dreaming of her mother-in-law was one thing. But how could she dream of waiting you? Where could he be? Dou Zhao recalled the faint sound of waiting you's crying and Madame Guo's assurances. She shuddered involuntarily and nestled closer to her mother. The next morning, Mother appeared as if nothing had happened, dressed and groomed elegantly, heading to the hall. Dou Zhao pursed her lips, following closely behind. Mother-in-law Tian's attire was simple yet exquisite, her smile gentle, her demeanor serene, like a magnolia blooming in spring, exuding a quiet brightness. Dou Zhao's heart sank. Mother-in-law looked 30 years younger. That was not the crux of the matter. What mattered was that she understood her mother-in-law's temperament all too well. When father-in-law was alive, he treated her like a precious jewel, and her greatest regret was that spring arrived too late. The peony she planted beside the pavilion had only just begun to bud by April. Thus, when father-in-law passed, she lost her purpose, withering away like those flowers, devoid of vitality. How could she gracefully endure such a loss? She glanced behind her mother-in-law and saw a boy who looked about 5 or 6 years old. His fair face still bore a hint of baby fat, his ebony eyes wide open, filled with innocent curiosity as he observed the world around him. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, he turned to look back. Seeing Dou Zhao staring blankly at him, he puffed up his cheeks and turned away. Mother-in-law embraced Dou Zhao. Is this your little girl? She is truly beautiful. Her smile was warm and kind, presenting Dou Zhao with a necklace inlaid with gemstones and a pair of gold bracelets as a greeting gift. However, your little girl looks nothing like you. Clearly, she resembles my brother-in-law. As she spoke, a hint of teasing danced in her eyes as she smiled at Mother. Mother smiled subtly, her expression alluring, mixed with a sense of pride, as if her daughter's resemblance to her father filled her with special pride. Without a trace of the previous quarrels with father, mother-in-law called Wei Tingyu over to greet Mother. He performed his bow with decorum, his manners polished, clearly the result of careful instruction. Mother was pleased and gifted him 2 rare ancient books and 2 stone ink slabs, then inquired about his age, whether he had begun his studies, and what he usually did. Wei Tingyu answered each question clearly and methodically. Mother expressed her envy. Our Shogu is still not very articulate. Girls are different from boys. Mother-in-law gently reassured her. A girl must be cherished and pampered, while a boy must be prepared to inherit the family business. He cannot be treated too leniently. Moreover, our Yugo is the eldest son, destined to inherit the title, so we must not be careless. A hint of pain flickered in Mother's eyes at the mention of Wei Tingyu. Mother nodded, puzzled. Why didn't you bring Jinjie back? Our young lady has a close friendship with the young lady of the Jingwa Duke's residence, mother-in-law replied. She is engaged through her matchmaking, and I have kept her at home to learn feminine arts. Besides, I hadn't intended to bring Yugo this time. It was only because grandfather, who is over 80, is gravely ill and wishes to see Yugo that I brought him along. Mother smiled. Fortunately, he is blessed with longevity and has pulled through. She continued, with Jean Jie engaged, my sister also has her own matters settled. Congratulations to her. When Jean Jie marries, do not forget to send me an invitation. Otherwise, I shall hold it against my sister. That is certain, mother-in-law chuckled. Our 2 families share a bond from generations past. Unlike others, Mother's eyes twinkled with mischief as she asked, what about Yugo? Have they been engaged? He is still young. Mother-in-law's gaze softened as she spoke of her son. The Marquis and I are focused on Jinjie and have not yet considered his matters. Mother smiled. Our Shogu has not been engaged either. I wonder when Yugo's birthday is? Mother-in-law was momentarily taken aback. Dou Zhao suddenly felt her face flush. Wei Tingyu often boasted, as the esteemed Marquis of Jining, what kind of noble lady in the capital could I not marry, if it weren't for the long-standing friendship between our families? Why would I have wed you? As he spoke, he shamelessly pulled her onto the bed. She initially thought Wei Tingyu was merely concerned about his reputation and wanted her to placate him a bit. Dou Zhao remained indifferent, but she unexpectedly recalled it in her dreams, indicating that the matter weighed on her heart more than she admitted. Her mother chuckled and remarked, while we adults converse, They stand idly by like wooden stakes. Why not let them play in the study next door? The dragon stove is lit over there, making it quite warm. The mother-in-law nodded and summoned Wei Tingyu, giving him a few instructions. Wei Tingyu obediently nodded and followed Dou Zhao to the study with Yumomo. Dou Zhao left Wei Tingyu behind and peeked outside through a gap in the warm curtain. Her mother raised her teacup with a smile, signaling her mother-in-law to drink tea. I truly admire how refined Yugu is at such a tender age. It pleases me greatly. If my sister is unwilling, let it be as if I have said nothing. Her expression inevitably revealed a hint of sorrow. No, no, the mother-in-law responded apologetically. Yugu is the eldest son. This matter must be discussed with the Marquis. Sister, please stop. The mother said, her eyes brightening. I fear that we might be wronging Yugu. The mother's unrestrained joy lifted the spirits of the mother-in-law, who laughed and said, the Dou family values education. I truly fear that we might be wronging Shogu. Not all, the mother replied, turning to fetch a jade pendant from the table to present to her mother-in-law. Sister, this is a family heirloom from the Zhao family, which you recognize. I have gifted it to Yugu. The mother-in-law hesitated, unsure whether to accept it or not. The mother smiled and said, if the two children are fated to be together, we shall all rejoice. If not, I remain Yugu's aunt. The mother-in-law smiled gently, contemplating before removing a sheep-fat jade bracelet from her wrist. This was given to me by my father on my wedding day. I shall gift it to Shogu. She accepted the jade pendant. The mother beamed, carefully placing the jade bracelet in her bosom. Dou Zhao felt a pang in her nose, sensing someone tugging at her clothing. What were they doing? Wei Tingyu's voice came from behind. Dou Zhao snatched the corner of her garment back from him and replied, I don't know. Before leaving for the warm Kong, Wei Tingyu gaped, taken aback for a moment before rushing after her and climbing onto the Kong ahead of Dou Zhao. She cast him a sidelong glance, leaning against the large welcoming pillow, distractedly nibbling on sweet winter melon strips. Has it truly been 4 days and 3 nights? Every detail remained vividly clear, as if alive. Is this a dream? If not a dream, then where is she? Dou Zhao disliked this sense of losing control. It vexed her, yet she was reluctant to escape this dream. Regardless, even if it were a dream, helping her mother triumph over Wang Yingxue could provide her with a modicum of solace. Wei Tingyu kept his gaze fixed on Dou Zhao, but she did not spare him a glance. His face turned red with indignation as he exclaimed, Is this your home? Dou Zhao replied with a nonchalant lost in her thoughts. In the Jining Marquis' residence, Wei Tingyu was the focal point of everything. For the first time feeling neglected, he protested loudly. Your tea is truly terrible. Yumomo felt embarrassed. Dou Zhao lifted her gaze and cast him a light glance, saying, You need not drink it. You. Wei Tingyu's small face shifted from red to pale, and he shouted, Your family's food is also unpalatable. Dou Zhao could not be bothered to engage him and called out to Momo, Carry me to the writing desk. At this moment, if she were to step outside, given her mother's regard for Wei Tingyu, it would surely appear as though she was neglecting him, which she did not want to endure. She decided to separate for a while, knowing that once the adults concluded their discussions, they would naturally seek them out. After all, it was nearly lunchtime, and even if Wei Tingyu threw a tantrum, it would not last long. Sure enough, within no time, just as Wei Tingyu was glaring at her like a cross-eyed chicken, a servant entered with a smile, inviting them to the flower hall for lunch. Dou Zhao quickly slipped away with the servant. Perhaps her grandfather and father had already received news, as Wei Tingyu was carried to the main hall by a young servant. Dou Zhao enjoyed her lunch leisurely. Her well-cultivated habits made her movements as fluid as flowing water, poised and graceful. The mother-in-law nodded approvingly, stating, She is indeed the daughter of the Dou family. The mother, somewhat puzzled, felt uplifted by the mother-in-law's praise, casting her uncertainties aside. After the meal, Wei Tingyu was returned by the servant, laden with an array of writing materials. Yet, Dou Zhao pondered in her heart, why hadn't they left? Above all, she needed to find a way to persuade Wang Yingxue to sign the contract of servitude. If her father were to be resolute and keep Wang Yingxue outside, it would be even more troublesome when Wang Xingyi returned to power 3 years hence. But how could she convince her mother? She furrowed her brows, contemplating, yet found no viable solution. Chapter 15. Unfulfilled longing if only her mother were not so sentimental. This predicament was truly difficult for her to navigate. Dou Zhao sighed deeply, a peculiar emotion surging forth for her mother. It felt akin to heartache, pity, and even envy. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she was taken aback. It was natural to feel heartache for her mother's situation and to pity her struggles. But why did she feel envy? Envy for what her mother possessed, the profound love she once had, or her mother's candidness in front of her father? Dou Zhao felt bewildered and lost. After seeing off-the-way family, she sat on the warm Kong, watching Han Xiao and Shuangji assist her mother in removing her hairpins. Her father entered with a rather grim expression. "Guqiu, I have something important to discuss with you." The mother turned, her delicate fingers tracing the golden water grass-patterned mirror handle, adorned with a large red tassel. Her gaze deep and silent as she regarded her father. The maidservants in the room quietly withdrew. Her father knelt beside her mother, saying, "Guqiu Ingxua, she is with child." The mother's fingers, which had been fiddling with the tassel, abruptly halted. Her father lowered his head. "I can only come to discuss this with you. I know I have wronged you, but I cannot pretend that nothing has happened. I simply cannot bear to do so." "How did you come to know her?" the mother asked gently, maintaining a calm tone, her fingers resuming their idle movement around the tassel. Her father's spirit lifted as he replied, "Upon arriving in the capital, I naturally went to pay my respects to Mr. Guanlan. Coincidentally, Ingxue was there to borrow ginseng." As he spoke, he hurriedly explained, "I did not meet her at that time. Mr. Guanlan treated me like a nephew, and his family did not deliberately avoid me. I merely overheard his household staff mentioning that Wang Xingyi's daughter was visiting to see the lady, claiming that her son was ill and needed to drink a special ginseng soup, seeking the lady's assistance in purchasing a couple of 100-year-old ginseng roots. But unfortunately, she had no extra silver on hand. You know how rare quality ginseng is. The lady tried every means possible, even putting in some of her own money, and could only manage to obtain a 50-year-old ginseng. I pondered that Wang Xingyi and Wugo were of the same year. His ironclad resolve and Gao's virtuous wisdom led to such a dismal fate. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Thus, I sent Gao Sheng to procure two 50-year-old ginseng roots for her. Upon receiving the ginseng, she came specifically to express her gratitude. As my father recounted this, his face gradually flushed. I realized she had earned her money through cotton trading. So I agreed to introduce her to our household steward and assisted her in acquiring additional medicinal herbs. She inquired whether I had wed yet. In a moment of candor, "Imade ayist." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. For her father's sake, she often visited her elder relatives in the capital. She was quite forthright, sharing with me the delights of the capital, and we indulged in some wine together. My mother closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and after a long pause, opened them to ask my father, "Did she not inquire who you are?" "No," my father replied softly. How could I have known this would result?" My mother struck the dressing table with her hand, the jade bracelet on her wrist clashing with a ringing sound. "Pa, I refuse to believe she is unaware of your identity. In this realm of Jingding, who does not rely on the Dou family for sustenance, even if she does not recognize you, upon your introduction of a steward, how could she not deduce it? She has been visiting our home since childhood. Does she not know whom I married? Does she know nothing of you and would dare to share a bed with you based solely on 2 roots of ginseng and a promise? Is she not afraid of encountering a rogue?" Guqiu. My father, abashed, interrupted my mother. She truly did not know. It was only after that she realized. Had it not been for her pregnancy, she would not have returned to Jingding with me. Do you not believe my words? My mother's expression darkened, as if a storm were brewing. I believe. My father insisted repeatedly. Regardless, she is merely a woman, encountering such circumstances. In any case, this entire affair is my fault. Please assist me. You. My mother bit her lip, the tassel that had been coiled around her finger now pulled taut. Guqiu, do not be angry. My father pleaded urgently. If this matter were to leak, I would truly have no face to see anyone. For the sake of our marriage, please help me navigate this crisis. Guqiu. He gazed at my mother with pleading eyes. "Very well," my mother replied with a smile, albeit one that held a hint of despair. "You shall have Wang Ingxue sign a contract of servitude, and I shall permit her entry." "How can this be acceptable?" my father exclaimed in distress. "What will become of the Wang family? This is too much." No, my mother replied coolly, her demeanor revealing a weariness. My father hesitated. "We can offer a greater betrothal gift without demanding a dowry from the Wang family." I recalled how Feng Baoshan had taken a concubine in such a manner, claiming it was akin to purchasing one, albeit dressed up as a betrothal gift for appearances. If regrets arose, the betrothal gift would need to be wholly returned. Is that not akin to how merchants acquire concubines? My father paused, muttering for a long while. How? Is that the same? Living together, the Dou family knows who holds dominance. You seem to have considered everything. My mother replied with a smile, though it did not reach her eyes. Has your father not restricted your movements? It is best you return early. I shall discuss this matter with my sister-in-law. My father's spirits lifted as he leaped up, grasping my mother's hand. Dou Zhao, so you have agreed, like a child who has finally received a sweet. I have agreed, my mother said, her lips curving upwards as she clasped my father's hand in return, bowing her head to bestow a gentle kiss. Now go back. Be cautious lest your father calls you for another scolding. My father beamed at my mother, tenderly brushing her hair. Dou Zhao, you are truly kind to me. My mother laughed heartily, tears streaming down her face. My father departed in high spirits, while my mother remained, her laughter gradually fading to a mere whisper, tears flowing more abundantly. Mother, Dou Zhao cried, throwing herself into her mother's embrace. My mother gently stroked her head and whispered, Wang Yingxue has genuine feelings. Perhaps she did not initially, but at the very least she does now. Shogu, your father does not believe me. Do you, my dear, believe your mother? I believe. Dou Zhao nodded fervently, her eyes glistening with moisture. But what use is your belief? My mother smiled, tears glistening like morning dew on her flawless, pale cheek. You little rascal, you understand nothing. She playfully pinched her small nose. I know. I understand everything. Dou Zhao protested, tears cascading down her cheeks. She was not merely a 2-year-old child. Since my father had revealed Wang Yingxue's pregnancy, it indicated he had been forced into a corner, prepared to risk everything. The West Dou lineage was sparse, and such actions could tarnish Wang Yingxue's reputation. But if my mother insisted on barring her entry, it would surely invite criticism from the elder members of the Dou family, even casting her in an unfavorable light. Moreover, this stigma would only exist in the minds of few elders in the Dou family. For the sake of the family's honor, they would never speak of it, and upon hearing any gossip, they would fervently defend Wang Yingxue. What harm could such a reputation do to her? Wang Yingxue Zhao wept, gasping for breath. Please don't leave. Shogu. Her mother was heartbroken. The three of them cried like sorrowful figures. The lights of the Dou family gradually illuminated. Both grandfather and father were roused. In Chapter 16, a prayer, Wang Yingxue's family arrived, just as the Dou family was discussing her marriage. Feeling that she had no further role to play, Dou Zhao squatted in the back garden, gazing at the Yujing and Shido, and earnestly instructed Tuanyang. I must return. Do you remember everything I told you? Tuanyang, puzzled, asked, Where's the fourth miss going? Don't concern yourself with that, Dou Zhao replied wistfully. My long-cherished wish is fulfilled. Even if it is but a dream, it brings solace to my life. I have my responsibilities and obligations. To embark on this journey is already a stroke of fortune. You must remember, never leave my mother alone, and ensure she does not act foolishly. Living is far better than dying. Tuanyang nodded solemnly. Rest assured, fourth miss, I will remember. I will keep a watchful eye on seventh madam, and ensure she is never alone. Dou Zhao nodded and reached out to touch Tuanyang's hair, only to realize that, sitting side by side, Tuanyang was a shoulder taller than her. She chuckled awkwardly and went back to her room to sleep. As the sun set and the moon rose, Dou Zhao opened her eyes, greeted by the heavy black furniture and the smiling faces of spring grass. How could this be? How could this be? Sweat beaded on her forehead as she pulled the quilt over her head, murmuring, I want to sleep, I want to sleep. If only she could fall asleep, she could return. Yet sleep eluded her. After finally drifting off, upon opening her eyes again, she found herself still in the same room, still lying on the same warm kong. Tuanyang asked, Fourth miss, what is wrong? Please rise for dinner. No. Dou Zhao's expression turned frantic. I must return. I have yet to see Wei Guer marry, nor have I arranged for Jian's marriage. I must go back. The maids exchanged glances, and Xiang Chao let out a shriek as she rushed out. The fourth miss is possessed. Both her father and mother were alarmed. And even grandfather, supported by Aunt Ding, appeared in her room with a grave expression. Perhaps we should invite Taoist Su from Sanqing Temple to have a look? Aunt Ding suggested softly. Before she could finish, grandfather shot her a stern glance, ready to reprimand her, but upon seeing the glimmer in his daughter-in-law Zhao's eyes, he swallowed his words. Dou Zhao, aware of his father's disdain for such supernatural matters, understood that his father had silently consented. He exchanged a glance with his wife and softly proposed, "Shall we invite Taoist Su from Sanqing Temple to take a look?" Zhao Guqiu, holding her daughter, who appeared dazed, felt overwhelming regret. In recent days, she had been so preoccupied with quarreling with Dou Zhao that she had neglected her daughter's daily care. If something were to happen to her daughter, she dared not think further. "Time is of the essence," the mother declared. "Let us send someone immediately to fetch Taoist Su from Sanqing Temple." Grandfather remained silent. Father quickly sent someone to summon Gao Sheng and gave him instructions. The mother stayed behind to accompany Dou Zhao. Unable to sleep, Dou Zhao repeatedly caressed her mother's hand. Warm, soft, delicate, resilient. Such sensations could not merely be imagined. The sweetness of sugar melting in her mouth, the crumbs of flaky pastries on the Kong. Had she truly returned to the past? Her childhood? What then? Was her previous life? What was the pain of childbirth? Dou Zhao felt utterly lost and bewildered. Taoist Su had caught a fox spirit at the Dou household. The abbot of Faiwansi claimed she was haunted by vengeful spirits and needed to perform rituals for 49 days. Master Fa Lin of the Goddess Temple asserted she had been cursed by a petty person and required lighting 1,080 lamps for 81 days to alleviate her misfortunes. Dou Zhao's mother and Aunt Ding even secretly invited the shaman Peng Xiangu to their home for a while, and gradually, Dou Zhao's condition improved. The family breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother set aside household affairs, vigilantly watching over Dou Zhao day and night, fearing her loneliness. She arranged for 4 young maids of similar age to keep her company and hired a goldsmith to craft jewelry for her, as well as a seamstress to make her clothes. Dou Zhao's chamber buzzed with life, even more boisterous than during the New Year. For the first time, Dou Zhao reveled in such indulgent pampering, her tears almost spilling over. Her mother held her close, gently patting her back. "Shogu, darling, what troubles you? Do you wish for Xiang Chao to play with you?" Since the series of incidents in Dou Zhao's room, aside from Tuanyang, who tirelessly cared for her without disdain, everyone else had changed, including Xiang Chao, who had just been assigned to her side. Dou Zhao shook her head. After a moment's thought, her mother emptied a box of pearls onto the warm Kong, asking, "How do they look? Shall we make a pearl shirt for our shogu?" The round pearls rolled and sparkled on the Kong, glimmering brilliantly. Dou Zhao picked them up and let them slip through her fingers, the pearls falling like raindrops. In her 15 years as a marquise, she had never experienced such extravagance. Her mother smiled, embracing her to visit Faiwansi to express gratitude. The abbot of Faiwansi, seeing her bright eyes, encouraged her mother to donate to print 1,000 copies of the Lotus Sutra for her recovery, saying it would also bless the 4th Mississippi. Without hesitation, her mother agreed. "Then let us print 2,000 copies." The abbot's delight was evident as he joined his hands in prayer, inviting her mother to the adjacent meditation room to select a consecrated item. Dou Zhao shuza white seed gagat pendant. Her mother was pleased and, accompanied by the abbot, admired the newly constructed goose pagoda at Faiwansi, inquiring, "If I were to fund the entire project, could it ensure that the Bodhisattva protects Shogu, granting her peace, longevity, and health?" "Certainly, certainly," the abbot beamed. "This pagoda is indeed meant to bless virtuous individuals like 7th Madam." Her mother was escorted by the abbot to the side room for tea, discussing the construction of the pagoda. Dou Zhao stood beneath the corridor, gazing at the resplendent Shakyamuni Buddha enshrined in the grand hall. An inexplicable surge of emotion welled within her. She hurried into the great hall, kneeling quietly on the mat. "Bodhisattva, if this is merely a fleeting dream, I beseech you, allow me to never awaken from it. If this is a matter of past and present lives, I implore you, grant me the grace to care for my mother until her final years." The Bodhisattva gazed down at all beings with a serene, tranquil, compassionate, and merciful smile. Upon returning home, the maid Yuzan entered to report, "The matriarch of the Nanwa Wang family has come to visit the 4th Miss." Dou Zhao, held in her mother's arms, momentarily froze. The matriarch of the Nanwa Wang family referred to Wang Yingshue's sister-in-law. Speaking of which, she was not unfamiliar with Wang Yingshue's 2 sisters-in-law, Gao and Pang. Gao's father, Gao Yuanzheng, was an accomplished calligrapher and had been a colleague of Wang Xingyi. Later, he served alongside her father, Dou Zhao, and her uncle, Dou Xiang, and the Hamlin Academy. The Gao family had a rich scholarly tradition, excelling not only in calligraphy but also in the 4 books and 5 classics. During the 10 years her husband Wang Zhibing was exiled with her father Wang Xingyi. She managed the household, cared for her mother-in-law, and educated her eldest son, Wang Nan. Wang Nan excelled in the imperial examinations, becoming a jinshi at the age of 21. Among the families of officials, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family was universally praised for her virtue and grace. Pang Yulu, born the daughter of a local merchant, was exceptionally beautiful and skilled in needlework and household management. Pang's father was reluctant to marry her off casually, and seeing Wang Zhibing, who was over 20 and still unmarried, he admired Wang Xingyi's integrity and envied the Wang family's scholarly reputation. He prepared a dowry of 500 taels of silver and proactively arranged a match with the Wang family. Initially, Pang Yulu looked down upon the handsome, yet awkward Wang Zhibing, but later, upon Wang Xingyi's reinstatement, she settled down to marry him, charming him to the point where he dared not defy her, placing her above all in his life. Once upon a time, Dou Zhao had relied on her fortune to learn of Wang Yingshue's intentions, thus managing to sabotage her younger brother Dou Zhao's marriage. Calculating the days, it seemed that at this juncture, the Pang family should have already wed Wang Zipio. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was the Gao family or the Pang family that had come this time. Dou Zhao suddenly found herself missing the Pang family. If it were her, with her insatiable greed, she might just stage a splendid performance for Wang Yingxue to witness. Dou Zhao suppressed a smile, only to see Yuzan leading the dignified and graceful Gao family into the room. A wave of disinterest washed over her. The Gao family had already knelt to pay their respects to Zhao Guqiu, inquiring, "Seventh madam, is the 4th miss feeling any better?" She gazed at Dou Zhao with concern. Dou Zhao lowered her eyes. Her mother replied lightly, "Thank you for your concern, Madam Wang. Shou Gu is now well." She then instructed a maid to bring embroidered stool for the Gao family. The Gao family expressed gratitude and sat upright on the stool, softly saying, "I have been out for a few days now, and with the new year approaching, there are many matters waiting for me at home, especially with my younger siblings just coming of age. I plan to return in a couple of days. Regarding Yingshue's situation, I stand by my previous words. Since our family does not require a dowry, you need not prepare a bride price. Once the date is set, please notify us. Despite the distance, we, as elder siblings, will surely come to see her off. Please do prepare a couple of extra banquet tables." Her words rang clear and forthright. Dou Zhao was taken aback. How could the Gao family, known for her virtue, speak so sternly regarding Wang Yingshue's affairs? Her mother smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying, merely stating, "Then I shan't see Madame Wang off," her insincerity evident. The Gao family's expression shifted, her breath momentarily caught before she regained her composure, subtly implying, "Seventh madam, why should women make things difficult for one another? I know my sister-in-law well. She is certainly not one devoid of etiquette and morality. If you harbor resentment, perhaps you should inquire with Dou Wanyuan. My sister-in-law had no choice." With that, her expression dimmed as she turned to leave. Once alone, Dou Zhao's mother swiftly reverted to her true self, seething with anger. What does this mean? Is Wang Yingshue's current predicament truly Dou Wanyuan's doing? Dou Zhao almost laughed aloud at the absurdity. What do you know? If you truly understood, why didn't you agree to let Dou Ming become your daughter-in-law 15 years ago? Had Dou Ming's marriage not abruptly fallen through, Wang Yingxue would not have set her sights on Wei Tingyu. One wonders what Wang Yingxue might have said in front of the Gao family to warrant such bold support. Dou Zhao thought of her younger brother Dou Xiao, 5 years her junior and 2 years younger than Dou Ming. Clearly, her understanding of her stepmother was still insufficient. With a slight curl of her lips, Dou Zhao mused that even when she was once oblivious, she could cause Wang Yingxue considerable embarrassment. Now, armed with knowledge of future events, how could she possibly fear her? With these thoughts, a warm surge filled Dou Zhao's heart. Chapter 17. The autumn fan. Her mother was a proud woman, having affirmed her decision to welcome Wang Yingxue into their household. She would not make things difficult for her regarding the timing of the marriage. Once Dou Zhao's health improved, she invited her aunts to discuss Wang Yingshue's entry into the family, while Dou Zhao was sent to the courtyard to play jump rope with the young maids. The 4 young maids were named Xian Chao, Emoli, Chiu Kuei, and Hai Tang. Her mother favored the honest and simple Tuanyang, naming her Su Xin and Yuzan, who had previously served her mother and was now assigned to Dou Zhao, made a perfect pair as the headmaid. Tuanyang cherished this name. Yet it held a special significance for Dou Zhao, who preferred to call her Tuanyang. This led to amusing situations where the maids would alternately call her Su Xin or Tuanyang. Fortunately, Tuanyang was indifferent to it, cheerfully responding regardless of which name was used. Dou Zhao was not truly a mere child, and thus found little interest in games like jump rope. Instead, she yearned to explore her grandfather's study for books that depicted strange and supernatural tales, eager to rediscover the wonders of the world. Suddenly, she felt as if she had returned to her childhood, as if reborn, convinced there were others like her, fervently seeking fragments of the extraordinary in ancient texts. Dou Zhao requested Tuanyang to carry her to her grandfather's study. Tuanyang promptly set aside the jump rope and, cradling Dou Zhao, made her way to the crane longevity hall. As they passed the lotus pond, Dou Zhao spotted Granny Yu conversing with a middle-aged man clad in an official green robe beside the Taihu stone hill, their demeanor secretive and suspicious. After a moment's contemplation, Dou Zhao directed Tuanyang, "Let us go that way." Tuanyang, trusting her instincts, led them across the winding stone bridge to the Taihu stone hill. Yet, by the time they arrived, the man and Granny Yu had vanished. Leaving the pond with questions swirling in her mind, Dou Zhao unexpectedly encountered her aunts. She respectfully bowed to them. Her eldest aunt scooped her up, exclaiming, "Shogu is becoming increasingly endearing." Her second aunt smiled, stroking Dou Zhao's head, remarking on how she resembled her younger sister. As they spoke, their smiles faded. Alas! The eldest aunt sighed wistfully, recognizing Wang Yingshua's background. Had she given birth to a son, even the most virtuous of women, like the seventh sister, would have had to retreat. It appeared they were all aware of Wang Yingshua's pregnancy. Dou Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. Such was fate. The second aunt's expression mirrored a sense of melancholy, perhaps feeling it inappropriate for the two elders to lament in front of a child. The eldest aunt forced a smile. "We are merely shedding tears for the ancients, worrying for those of the past." The seventh sister has not faced much adversity. When challenges arise, she will gradually come to understand. Look at her now. Is she not managing quite well? The second aunt nodded, kindly engaging Tuanyang in conversation, before instructing her to ensure Dou Zhao's safety as they were heading to see their grandfather. The two aunts departed through the second door. Suddenly, Dou Zhao lost all interest in visiting the crane longevity hall. She instructed Tuanyang, "Let us return to the main house." Without a word, Tuanyang complied, and they swiftly made their way back to the main courtyard. Dou Zhao dashed into the inner chamber, where her mother sat on the heated kong by the window, conversing with Granny Yu. Concubine Shui is the mother of the seventh master. A bride price of 200 taels of silver is hardly a disgrace. Whether the Wang family accepts, it is their concern. Whether to send, it is ours. Whether rich or poor, securing a bride is essential for the new year. Though she may be a concubine, she is still a newcomer. If she enters on the 22nd day of the 12th month, it coincides perfectly with a minor new year, allowing her to visit each household and acknowledge relatives during the spring festival. As she spoke, her mother took a sip of tea and continued. "The new residence can be set up in Qixia courtyard." "Seventh madam," Granny Yu exclaimed in shock, interrupting her, "this is simply unacceptable. Qixia courtyard is right behind the seventh master's study." Her mother gestured for silence, saying, "They can mingle across the North Jili. Yet do you think they can remain innocent under my watch?" Granny Yu fell silent. "Moreover, I have no desire to witness their affectionate display." Her mother murmured, "I have let Wang Yingxua off the hook, and I have forgiven myself as well." Dou Zhao felt an urge to applaud her mother. Indeed, no matter how vast the world may be, it cannot surpass the self. If one does not cherish oneself, why should others? If she held disdain for Wang Yingxua, why should she demean herself by feigning virtue? It was only after turning 30 that she grasped this truth. Dou Zhao whispered to Tuanyang, "Stay close to Granny Yu and observe where she goes and whom she meets." Tuanyang nodded. Dou Zhao gleefully leaped into her mother's embrace. "Mother, the winter sweet in the back courtyard has bloomed. Let's go admire it." Her mother chuckled, kissing Dou Zhao's little face. "I have matters to attend to. Let Tuanyang accompany you to play." Dou Zhao only wished to stay beside her mother. Her mother, unbothered by the inconvenience, tended to household affairs while entertaining her. Suddenly, her father arrived, disregarding the servants in the room, proudly producing a gold hairpin inlaid with jade from his pocket. "Isn't it beautiful?" He gazed at his mother with a pleasing expression, having specially traveled to Zhending Prefecture to procure a gift. The golden hairpin, adorned with a lush green head shaped like a droplet, resembled a tear resting on a beautiful maiden's cheek. Such a lovely sight. His mother smiled as she examined the jade pin for quite some time, instructing Yumama to put it away as a dowry for Shogu. His father, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "This is a gift for you." "For Shogu, I shall buy her another later." His mother pursed her lips in a smile. "Your future gifts to her are your intentions, but this is mine. What is mine is not yours." His father muttered softly, hesitating to speak further. His mother chuckled. "You came to inquire about Wang Yingshua's entrance, did you not? I have already given the orders." She reiterated to his father what she had said to Yumama. His father acknowledged with a nonchalant "oh," appearing rather uninterested, as if he had much to say but was unsure how to express it. Silence enveloped them for a moment. Eventually, his father stood up restlessly, murmuring, "Since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." His mother rose with a smile. "Then I shall not see you off." She then called for Han Shao, "See off, seventh master," and resumed her calculations with the abacus, lowering her head. His father lingered for a while, noticing that his mother had not lifted her gaze, his expression dimming as he exited with his head bowed. Yumama called out, "Seventh madam." His mother, without a flicker of her eyelids, remarked, "The new year approaches. It may be difficult to invite people. You must pay extra attention to the arrangements in the new house and urge the stewards in the outer courtyard." "Yes," Yumama replied helplessly as she retreated. His mother cast aside the abacus and cheerfully embraced Dou Zhao. "Let us go admire the plum blossoms." Dou Zhao smiled brightly. "Time is the best remedy. No matter how deep the wound, with the passage of time, it will gradually heal and scab over. Mother, I shall always be by your side, alleviating your loneliness and soothing your wounds." Dou Zhao silently vowed to herself as she held her mother's hand, skipping joyfully to the backyard. That evening, Tuan Yang informed Dou Zhao that Yumama had not gone anywhere but had met with the household stewards and their wives. "Who was that man?" Dou Zhao pondered, biting her finger. The next morning, her aunt and cousin Zhao Bairu came to the Dou residence to deliver New Year's gifts. In the biting cold, her mother hurriedly welcomed her aunt and cousin into the inner chamber, personally assisting her aunt onto the heated bed and respectfully handing her the hot tea from maid. "You needn't have come yourself. Just sending the steward would suffice." Her aunt, in her 30s, wore a splendid blue robe embroidered with gold and adorned with a red gold and jade gourd hairpin. She was of average height, slightly plump, with fair skin and a warm, friendly smile that lit up her eyes. She clapped her hands towards Dou Zhao, nestled in Tuan Yang's arms. "Come, sit with your aunt." Her mother placed Dou Zhao on the bed. Zhao Bairu gracefully knelt to pay her respects to her mother. "Elder sister, you have grown taller," her mother remarked, embracing Zhao Bairu. "You're almost as tall as I am." Her aunt teasingly replied, "What use is it to only grow taller without growing wiser?" Zhao Bairu smiled shyly. At this time, Zhao Bairu was merely 11, tall and slender with skin whiter than snow, already hinting at the grace she would embody in adulthood. Her mother invited her onto the bed, and they gathered around the table, enjoying snacks and conversation. "Your elder brother has failed the spring examination twice in a row. This time he is determined to succeed, even ignoring me when I speak to him," her aunt laughed. "I brought Bairu along to visit you out of boredom." Then she asked, "How have you been these days?" Her mother painted a rosy picture, just the same as before, busy beyond belief. "Without knowing exactly what I am busy with." Her aunt smiled knowingly, sipping her tea, then said to Zhao Bairu, "Since you are here, go play with your cousin for a while." Zhao Bairu obediently complied and gracefully descended from the bed. Dou Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Her aunt then said, "I have something to discuss with you," her expression turning serious. Her mother responded affirmatively, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Dou Zhao recalled Yumama by the lotus pond and the man in the official green, loose silk robe. Exiting the inner chamber, she hastily let go of Zhao Bairu's hand and dashed towards the main door. Outside, the man in the official green robe was conversing with a steward from the Dou household. Behind him was a flatbed cart fully laden with goods, while the servants busily transported the items into the house. It turned out he was the steward from a Zhao family. Dou Zhao hurried back to the second gate, encountering a panting Zhao Bairu who had been chasing her. "Where are you up to?" she gasped, clutching her stomach. "You run faster than a rabbit." Dou Zhao recalled their first meeting, where she gracefully held a teacup, smiling warmly yet with an air of nobility. "After my aunt passed away, my parents intended to bring you to live with us as a companion for us sisters, but you refused, in front of the Dou family. You even bit my mother and declared, I will not go to your house, forcing my mother to return home in disappointment. At that time, Dou Zhao found Zhao Bairu's words as irritating and ill-timed as an autumn fan. But now, she felt uncertain. There were no missing chapters, merely a different writing style that surprised everyone. Sweat. Chapter 18. Spring awakened. Zhao Bairu held Dou Zhao's hand as they slowly walked back. Dou Zhao asked her, what do I like to eat the most? Zhao Bairu was taken aback, but replied obediently, you like anything sweet and crunchy. Dou Zhao inquired again, when was the last time you visited our home? Zhao Bairu looked at Dou Zhao with even more astonished eyes. The day before the onset of winter. Father sent me and my sister to inquire if aunt and uncle had returned. We also brought a painting of the 9 cold scenes for you. And aunt rewarded us with a pair of pearl hairpins. My sister even played with you for a long time. Did something happen? Dou Zhao shook her head. The two families were so closely intertwined. Why did her aunt want to take her to play with her cousins? Yet she had bitten her aunt? Upon returning to the main courtyard, the maids waiting on them stood under the eaves, smiling respectfully as they approached Zhao Bairu, saying, cousin, please step into the side room. Lady Aunt is speaking with grandmother. Zhao Bairu looked puzzled at the main room's window, but obediently followed the maid to the side room, while Dou Zhao swiftly dashed into the inner chamber, just in time to hear her aunt indignantly exclaim, this is utterly ridiculous. If the Wang family dares to send someone, do not say anything to avoid lowering our dignity. I shall handle the matter with the Gao family myself. Her mother's voice was tinged with a hint of sobs. Sister, please, there is no need. Making such a fuss only provides the Wang family with a chance to speak. Regardless, this is a matter of 10,000 taels. Her aunt sighed heavily, taking a long pause before saying, sister, you are too soft-hearted. Her mother chuckled. A husband and wife are one. If he loses face, it reflects poorly on me as well. I appreciate your intentions, but please do not mention it to my brother. It is merely a small concubine, and we should not trouble my family to enhance the Dou family's reputation. I understand, her aunt replied. I will come quietly by myself then. Thank you, sister. Her mother said, I believe the quieter this matter is handled, the better. Her aunt nodded. On the 22nd day of the 12th month, she indeed came alone. When her aunt was questioned, she merely stated that her husband was engrossed in studying, and no further inquiries were made. She took her aunt's hand to the flower hall to greet the 3rd, 4th, and 6th aunts and other relatives, where they gathered around 2 tables for a game of mahjong, gambling merrily. The ladies of the Dou family took their places at the table, enjoying the lively atmosphere filled with laughter. Outside, only a few of her father's brothers were invited, chatting and sipping tea. No one from the Wang family came. The sedan chair carrying Wang Yingxue directly halted at the flower hall, and she alighted, supported by a maid, wearing a pink floral dress. In the flower hall, she presented tea to Dou Zhao's mother, completing the formalities. Madam, you led Wang Yingxue to Qixia courtyard, where the lively atmosphere of card games and laughter persisted until the late hours of the night, gradually dispersing only after the 3rd watch. Wang Yingxue exhaled a sigh of relief. The maid assisting her pouted in dissatisfaction, voicing her discontent. Miss, you should not be so lenient with the eldest mistress. Does this resemble a celebration? Do not speak such nonsense. Wang Yingxue chided, her brow furrowed. Being a concubine is hardly a matter of pride. The eldest mistress's arrival is merely an affront. She warned the maid to choose her words carefully, threatening to send her back to Nanhua if she dared to utter such presumptuous remarks again. The maid, upon hearing this, immediately reddened with emotion and knelt, promising, I shall never dare again. Still somewhat uneasy, Wang Yingxue reiterated her instructions to the maid. While under this roof, we must lower our heads. Stay obedient and refrain from stirring trouble. The maid nodded compliantly. At that moment, someone announced, 7th Master has arrived. Wang Yingxue's eyes brightened. Dou Zhao strode in briskly. Wang Yingxue hastily approached, bowing respectfully, 7th Mistress. Do you know? I do. Dou Zhao replied with a smile. It was she who urged me to come. Wang Yingxue felt a surge of excitement at her words. Thank you, 7th Mistress, for preserving my dignity. I shall honor her as if she were my own elder sister. Did you not regard Gu Qiuying as a sister before? Dou Zhao jested. I have always told you that Gu Qiuying is a virtuous person. Wang Yingxue's smile faltered momentarily as she replied, This matter is my fault. I owe much to Sister Gu Qiuying. I fear she may find me bothersome. Even though I hold her in sisterly regard, I cannot be certain she reciprocates it. After considering this, she concluded that perhaps she had been overly concerned and acknowledged her own shortcomings in comparison to her sister's magnanimity. Dou Zhao laughed heartily, taking pride in Wang Yingshue's sentiments. Wang Yingshue's expression grew contemplative, but soon returned to a smile. After offering her respects to the kitchen god, the New Year's Eve arrived. Both the Eastern and Western Dou families returned to Beilu village to pay homage to their ancestors. Following Dou Zhao, Wang Yingxue kept her head bowed. Whenever someone's gaze fell upon her, Dou Zhao would sweetly call out, "Aunt Wang," prompting expressions of surprise and admiration from others regarding Wang Yingshue's beauty. Madame Yu stood nearby, explaining, "She is a daughter of the Nanmo Wang family." Embarrassment flushed Wang Yingshue's cheeks. Her mother scolded Madame Yu lightly, and when relatives inquired about Wang Yingxue, Madame Yu refrained from further comment. Dou Zhao lamented her youth. Wang Yingxue cast a grateful glance at her mother, who remained oblivious, continuing her light-hearted banter with the family. Nevertheless, Wang Yingshue's status was soon known. During the spring festival, she preferred to stay home, reluctant to visit relatives. They are all respectable matriarchs. It feels inappropriate for me to accompany them. Madame Yu laughed and urged, "What is inappropriate about it? With Aunt Wang by your side, you will have company, and she can assist with tea and refreshments." Wang Yingshuo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, prompting her father to frown and glance at her mother. "Is this truly your intention?" Her mother took a sip of tea, responding nonchalantly, "In that case, let Aunt Wang stay at home. It will prevent any undue stress." Her father hesitated, wanting to say more, but her mother had already taken Dou Zhao and exited. He followed closely, muttering, "Your actions will only give our relatives something to mock." "I understand," her mother replied with an impassive expression. "Once the child is born, should I inform the relatives it was a premature birth?" "You." Her father glared at her. By then, her mother had swiftly stepped onto the carriage. He stomped his foot in frustration before reluctantly following her inside. Dou Zhao buried her face in the large welcoming pillow in the carriage, sighing deeply. Her mother's concerns were not without merit. Such trivial matters, while seemingly insignificant, could be quite vexing. Like a flea that settles on one's skin, ignoring it leads to irritation, yet acknowledging it proves difficult to articulate. Had her father not mentioned sending Wang Yingshuo to the estate, she resolved to remind him after the new year. As Dou Zhao celebrated her third birthday, her father, mother, Wang Yingshuo, grandfather, grandmother, Aunt Ding, and several aunts presented her with gifts. Her mother returned the favor with longevity noodles, while the household servants bowed to her in congratulations, and her mother rewarded each with 5 coins. Their joy surpassed even that of the new year. As the Lantern Festival concluded, the wind no longer bore the chill of winter. The season for spring plowing had arrived. Dou Zhao eagerly implored her mother to visit her grandmother. Her mother expressed surprise. "Didn't you see her during the new year?" "I couldn't speak with her," Dou Zhao replied. During the ancestor worship, she stood at a distance, remaining silent at the New Year's Eve dinner, and father had me keep company with grandfather through the night. On the first day of the new year, when I went to greet her, she had already returned to the estate. "Didn't she leave you with a red envelope?" her mother asked, smiling as she placed a peach blossom from the crystal plate into Dou Zhao's hair. "What mischief are you plotting now?" "No mischief at all," Dou Zhao pouted, though her thoughts betrayed her. After her grandmother's passing, she bequeathed the estate to her, entrusting capable individuals to manage it. It had taken considerable effort to ensure its prosperity, making it one of her few proud achievements. Although she had never been sent to the estate, her affection for her grandmother and the land was profound. "We shall visit in a few days," her mother consoled, sensing Dou Zhao's discontent. "Once the spring plowing across the estates is complete, your father will accompany the steward on a tour, and we shall go along." It was no secret that grandfather held no fondness for grandmother. To avoid offending him, her mother chose to adopt the same disregard for grandmother as the rest of the Dou family. Dou Zhao felt a pang of sadness at the thought of that kind-hearted woman. "Shall I take you to your uncle's house for a visit?" her mother proposed. "It has been some time since we last returned to Anxiang." Dou Zhao noticed that whenever her mother mentioned her family, she always referred to it as returning, as if the Dou family were not truly her own. This seemed a common trait among many women, yet it did not apply to Dou Zhao. After marrying into the Wei family, she felt a sense of relief, as if she had emerged from a long shadow, invigorated and proud. Perhaps it stemmed from her never having viewed the Dou family as her true home. Contemplating this, she accompanied her mother to Anxiang. In the countryside, there were fewer formalities. Upon receiving word, her aunt greeted them at the entrance with her two cousins. Dou Zhao was already acquainted with her eldest cousin, Zhao Bairu, while her second cousin, Zhao Xiao, was 9 years old, and her third cousin, Zhao Zhang, was 5. The sisters bore a striking resemblance, though Zhao Xiao was shy and Zhao Zhang lively. The latter immediately tugged on Dou Zhao's hand, pulling her towards the house. Aunt Peng has fried candied chestnuts. Mother said to wait for you to eat together. Dou Zhao stumbled slightly as she was pulled along, but she followed eagerly. Aunt Mo hurried after them, and laughter erupted as they entered the courtyard. The Zhao residence stood at the village's edge. Upon passing through the black iron ring door, the left side housed the horse pen, while the right featured a shed filled with carts and furniture. 2 side rooms accommodated several long-term workers. Entering the second gate, 5 rooms of blue brick and tile greeted them, flanked by 3 side rooms with windows covered in white Korean paper. A massive old locust tree stood by the steps, its trunk thick and sturdy, lending the place a clean, spacious, and impressive air. As soon as her mother and aunt entered, Zhao Zhang rushed in, holding a plate of candied chestnuts, turning back to urge Dou Zhao, "Hurry, the chestnuts will be cold." This elicited another round of laughter. Once settled, Zhao Bairu and Zhao Xiao, displaying sisterly grace, peeled chestnuts for Dou Zhao and Zhao Zhang, while their mothers sat on the heated kong, engaged in conversation. Calculating the days. "Your elder brother should be entering the field soon, right?" "Yes," her aunt replied, a hint of worry in her voice. "If he does not succeed this time, we will have to wait another 3 years." Her mother pondered and remarked, "I heard from Yu Daqing that your sister-in-law sold 10 acres of good land recently." Her aunt blushed and spoke in a hushed tone. "It was borrowed before the new year. I did not dare mention it to your brother. He only sold the land after going to the capital to cover previous losses. But do not worry, sister. I still have some dowry left, albeit it is all recorded. I fear your brother may be displeased if he finds out, so I have not touched it." Chapter 19. Marriage Mother was deeply concerned about the financial situation of her family, while Dou Zhao nonchalantly munched on candied chestnuts. In his previous life, even after his mother hanged herself, his uncle managed to pass the imperial examination. In this life, with everything kept from him, he felt lighthearted. Could he possibly fail? As long as his uncle succeeded, all past expenditures would be recouped. The chestnuts, presumably stored in the cellar through winter, had lost their moisture and were dry and sugary. Nonetheless, having something was better than nothing. She was now a 3-year-old child. What could a 3-year-old do? She had ample free time. Dou Zhao nibbled at the chestnuts, crumbs scattering around. His aunt spoke with his mother about her marriage. "After all, it's merely a verbal agreement. I suggest you discuss it with your father-in-law and ask him to find a respectable match for the Wei family to finalize this matter." Dou Zhao paused in his eating, and after a moment, resumed chewing slowly. His aunt's reasoning was not without merit. In his previous life, after his mother's sudden death, his father remarried Wang Yingxue within 100 days, while his uncle hurried off to his post. His father devoted himself to studying, and once the mourning period for his mother ended, he participated in the local examinations, eventually passing as a scholar. Shortly thereafter, he took part in the spring examination of the following year, achieving the rank of Jinshi and being appointed as a scholar in the Ministry of Personnel. At that time, the Wang family had already moved to the capital, and Madame Su, Wang Yingxue's mother, yearned for her daughter and grandchildren, pleading with his father to bring them to the capital for a reunion. After obtaining his grandfather's consent, his father took Wang Yingxue, Dou Ming, and Dou Xiao to the capital. Who still remembered the engagement with the Wei family? It was not until his grandparents passed away, and she was sent to the capital, that his father realized she had grown into a young woman of marriageable age and recalled the betrothal with the Wei family, sending someone to negotiate. Yet, the Wei family hesitated, providing no clear answer. Dou Zhao vividly remembered the anxiety that consumed him at that time. With his father alive, the uncles from the East Dou family would never take her in. His uncle was far away in the northwest, and although his stepmother had never deprived her of food and clothing, whenever her gaze inadvertently fell upon her, it was often tinged with malice, like a ravenous wolf, eager to devour her whole. Yet, upon closer inspection, she would regain her composed and dignified demeanor. It is often said, abnormality is an omen. She was unaware of Wang Yingxue's true intentions. Each day was fraught with apprehension, fearing that one moment of distraction could lead to disaster. Ironically, Her grandmother had warned her before her passing that a woman without her maternal family support could not stand firm in her husband's household, and she must maintain a faade of respect towards her stepmother. She listened to her mother-s words, despite her resentment towards Wang Yingxue for her mother-s death. However, rumors among the servants about her mother-s jealousy and lack of children left her feeling she had no grounds to despise Wang Yingxue. Moreover, Wang Yingxue excelled at feigning kindness. Should she speak out, no one would believe that Wang Yingxue harbored ill intentions towards her. She felt both wronged and sorrowful, torn and conflicted, as if her life was being fried in a pan, with an overwhelming sense that the vast world held no place for her. Thus, upon learning that her mother had arranged a marriage for her while she was alive, she felt an unexpected surge of joy, an almost desperate desire to marry immediately. This is also why, when she discovered Dou Ming's engagement had fallen through and Dou Ming vowed to marry into a prestigious family in the capital to wash away past shame, Wang Yingxue began to set her sights on Wei Tingyu. The intertwining of old grievances and new enmities became the chief reason for her irrevocable enmity with Wang Yingxue. Had she not sought to learn of her mother-in-law's whereabouts, orchestrating an encounter, whether the Wei family would acknowledge the betrothal remained uncertain. Had she not rekindled her mother-in-law's past affections, even if the Wei family were willing to ally with the Dou family, it was likely Dou Ming, not herself, who would have been wed. Dou Zhao eschewing slowed once more. In her previous life, it was unavoidable. Should she continue to be entangled with Wei Tingyu in this life? She recalled arriving at the Wei household during the 12th lunar month, with the new year approaching. To curry favor with her mother-in-law and silence Wei Tingzhen, she took the initiative to manage the new year preparations in the Wei residence. Lacking experience, and with the servants and brides appointed by Wang Yingxue, she could barely call them helpers, let alone friends. Unbeknownst to her, she was pregnant. Her excessive labor led to a miscarriage. That was her first child. Wang Yingxue sent Dou Ming to check on her. Dou Ming encountered Wei Tingyu. On that sunny day, the green curtains by her bed blocked the light as she lay languidly on a mahogany-framed bed, her complexion pale and lifeless, reminiscent of a cloisonne vase covered in dust from being neglected too long. Standing beside the curtains, Dou Ming donned a lilac silk jacket adorned with seasonal motifs. Her dark hair adorned with shimmering pearls and jade flowers, casting a radiant glow that highlighted her features, making her appear like a captivating autumn blossom, leaving Wei Tingyu utterly captivated. That scene struck Dou Zhao deeply. Although Dou Ming was petite and exquisite, possessing an enchanting presence, she was far from gentle. On the contrary, due to Madame Wang's indulgence, she was not only proud, but also had a fiery temperament, her emotions displayed openly, which was precisely why Wang Yingxue was eager to marry Dou Ming to her own nephew. Her visit that day was deliberate, intended to demonstrate to Wei Tingyu what he had missed by not allowing her to marry into the Wei family. Wei Tingyu did not disappoint Dou Ming's expectations, praising her for her gentleness and charm in her presence. At that time, seeing Wei Tingyu made Dou Zhao's heart race. Perhaps that was why she found it particularly intolerable. Dou Zhao's relentless chewing of the chestnuts prompted Zhao Xiuru to exclaim, "Spit out, that is a bad chestnut." Both mother and aunt were startled. This child, how gluttonous! Mother hurriedly discarded the chestnuts in Dou Zhao's hands, offering her tea to rinse her mouth, as if she had never tasted chestnuts before. Children know nothing of these matters. The aunt apologized, blaming Bai Ru and the others for not properly attending to Shogu. She then scolded her daughters a bit. Naturally, mother intervened. The two women exchanged humble remarks for a while, but mother dared not let Dou Zhao accompany Zhao, Bai Ru, and the others any longer, instead bringing her and Zhao Zhongru to play on the Kong, personally helping them peel chestnuts and continuing their earlier conversation. Wei Tingyu is the heir of the Marquisate. I fear for Tianjin's predicament. I plan to send someone to the capital to inquire further before discussing this with your father-in-law. That's wise. It's safer that way, the aunt nodded, and their conversation gradually shifted back to concerns about the uncle, worrying whether he had safely arrived in the capital, whether he was resting well, and whether he would achieve success in the exams. It was not until the evening, as the guards accompanying them urged that it was getting late and they must set off to return, that mother reluctantly bid farewell to her aunt. Perhaps out of dissatisfaction with father's failure, during the entire spring plowing period, father practiced craftsmanship under grandfather's guidance, and neither mother nor Wang Yingxue dared to disturb him, leaving visits to grandmother unresolved. as a concubine, without relatives visiting, friends coming by, or sisters-in-law to mingle with. The days in the back courtyard were exceedingly lonely. After Wang Yingxue came to pay her respects to Mother, she often lingered in Mother's room under various pretexts. Mother remained indifferent towards her, often dismissing her with just a few words. Dou Zhao felt that Mother still cared somewhat for Wang Yingxue. If it were her, she would keep the concubine around to share jokes and amuse herself. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to support someone for nothing? However, some matters must be approached gradually. All Dou Zhao's thoughts and concerns now revolve around the marriage with Wei Tingyu. It was as if her existence had revived her mother, and Wang Yingxue, originally his second wife, had become a concubine. Would her marriage to Wei Tingyu also change as a result? If she did not marry Wei Tingyu, whom would she wed? Dou Zhao longed for her 3 children. As the spring breeze blew and the grass and trees flourished, good news arrived from the capital. Her uncle, Zhao Si, had placed 5th in the second round of the imperial examination, granted the title of Jinshi. Grandfather and father were overjoyed, but Mother was the happiest of all. When the Dou family sent congratulatory gifts to the Zhao family, she took Dou Zhao back to her maternal home once more. This occasion was markedly different from the last. The Zhao family was adorned with festive decorations, and joy radiated from every face. Zhao Zhongru led Dou Zhao into his room, where he retrieved a rose pastry wrapped in oil paper from behind the bedboard. "This is from the Chun family in town. It's for you, and oh, how sweet it is," he exclaimed. "Aunt Peng says I can have as many as I want in the future, so feel free to visit us when you crave one." Dou Zhao gazed at the half-crushed pastry in her hand, warmth flooding her heart, and tears welled in her eyes. In her previous life, she had not even known Zhao Zhongru's name. It was for the sake of this pastry that she resolved to foster a good relationship with her uncle's family. After her mother had a bit to drink, they stayed overnight at her uncle's house, hurrying back home early the next morning. This time, however, her mother wore a smile throughout their journey, and she mused that they also had an esteemed uncle now. Her expression was serene, reflecting her contentment. Dou Zhao, delighted for her mother, asked, "When will uncle return?" "He still has to take the imperial examination," her mother replied with a smile. "At the earliest, it won't be until after May. Then shall we visit uncle again?" "Indeed," her mother replied. "I adore my cousin." She joyfully cupped Dou Zhao's face and whispered, "Family bonds are deep and enduring. You and your cousins are the closest, do you understand?" Dou Zhao nodded, "Closer than my 3rd cousins." Her mother nodded approvingly, praising her intelligence. Upon returning home, she carried Dou Zhao through the 2nd gate. The garden was a riot of colors, with lilacs, magnolias, peonies, passion flowers, and purple orchids in bloom, their vibrant hues igniting the air. As they walked amidst the blossoms, bees buzzed and butterflies danced, a subtle fragrance wafting through the atmosphere. Her mother paused to inhale deeply, remarking, "This year's flowers are particularly splendid compared to previous years." "Indeed," replied Aunt Yu with a restrained smile. However, Dou Zhao noticed her mother's expression had grown cold. Following her mother's gaze, she spotted a man and a woman seated in the pavilion by the lotus pond. The woman, dressed in a pale yellow spring gown, leaned languidly against the pavilion's beauty rest, her radiant smile resembling that of a blooming flower. The man, handsome and refined, sat before her at a low stone table, painting her portrait, his face illuminating with unmistakable joy and satisfaction. Dou Zhao's heart tightened. Her mother maintained a stoic demeanor, walking straight ahead without glancing aside, while Aunt Yu hurriedly followed. Laughter, like the chime of silver bells, echoed from behind. Chapter 20. The flow of time after that day. Her mother fell ill. Dou Zhao was deeply concerned and kept her mother company each day. Her mother smiled and stroked her hair, assuring her, "Mother is fine. I shall recover soon. Go play." Yet her complexion grew paler with each passing day. Her father visited, and her mother took the initiative to grasp his hand. His fingers were long, fair, and well-defined, resembling elegant bamboo. "I adore your smile," her mother said, pressing his hand against her face. "Whenever you look at me and smile, I wonder how someone can be so carefree and joyful, like the warmth of spring sunlight that warms the heart." The doctor remarked, "Your pulse is steady, with ample rest. You will soon recover." Her father's eyes reddened as he replied, "Once you are well, I will smile for you every day." "Silly," her mother chuckled softly, her gaze towards him akin to that of a doting child. "We smile because we are happy together. If you are not happy, then there is no need to force a smile." Her father was taken aback. Her mother continued playfully, I simply wished for you to come and apologize. Saying that life without me has been quite unbearable. Her father, taken aback, smiled awkwardly. I am unaccustomed to your silence. You merely grow accustomed to my absence. She teased, her eyes radiating warmth and tranquility, though her voice gradually grew softer. I thought only I could make you laugh so joyfully. It seems others can too. Her father, unable to catch her words, leaned closer and gently asked, What did you say? Nothing, she replied with a smile. Just a bit tired. Then speak less, he said, holding her hand. I will stay here with you. I shall leave only once you fall asleep. Her mother nodded, closing her eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Dou Zhao, eavesdropping, rushed out and slammed a small sandbag on the heated Kong. What is this? Returning to normal? A fleeting thought filled her with discouragement. What if things did not improve? She still lacked a younger brother. Yet, why did it feel as though something gripped her heart, causing a heaviness in her chest? Dou Zhao sat vacantly by the Kong. Her father emerged from the inner chamber and noticed her, pausing momentarily before taking a seat beside her. Shogu, everyone praises your intelligence, saying you can now articulate long sentences. Why not say one for me? Dou Zhao cast a brief glance at her father, then returned her gaze to the sandbag in her hands. Her father, in a good mood, chuckled, This sandbag is exquisitely made. Who crafted it for you? Dou Zhao remained unresponsive. Unfazed, her father continued to smile, embracing her. Come, let me teach you how to write. I do not enjoy writing, Dou Zhao declared rebelliously. I wish to swing. Very well. Her father laughed. Let us swing. In the back garden, the florist still flourished. Dou Zhao and her father swung for a while, her spirits gradually lifting. Perhaps her mother was right. Taking the initiative to extend an olive branch to her father was better than enduring this cold war without a way to resolve it. She found her father somewhat more agreeable. Father, swing me higher. All right, he replied, sending her soaring into the air. She felt as if she were flying, the world of Dou residence expanding beneath her feet. She spotted someone washing clothes by the well in the side courtyard, saw Aunt Ding scolding a young maid under the eaves, and noticed her mother's courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of life. It felt as though everything around her was vividly alive, a wondrous and delightful sensation. Dou Zhao's laughter cascaded like pearls upon a jade plate, clear and melodious. Her father beamed with delight. However, Tuanyang suddenly jumped out, blocking Dou Shuring's path. Wang Yingsheng has become a concubine, has she not? Even if she bears a son, he will be merely a son born out of wedlock. Why must her mother die? What then is the purpose of her return? Dou Zhao, with her lips pressed tightly together, clenched her small fists. The gentle warmth of the spring sun bathed the two figures, one large and one small, like statues made of clay, while the swing continued to sway, attracting several colorful butterflies that danced around it in a vibrant display. Dou Zhao donned a coarse linen mourning robe, her expression blank as she knelt before the spirit tablet, mechanically bowing in response to the chants. Her mother had taken her own life, a fate that could hardly be deemed fortunate or long-lived, especially with elders present. The most they could perform was a 35-day mourning ritual, with no one to take charge. Her grandfather had enlisted the help of her third uncle and aunt to arrange the funeral, even repurposing the Nama coffin he had prepared for himself for her mother's use. Those who came to pay their respects offered incense, inevitably inquiring about the cause of death. The Dou family uniformly declared that she had succumbed to an illness, and tears flowed freely. She was not yet 20. Dou Zhao's eyes began to redden. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? Though her mother was her mother, she was still so young. Not yet 20. The truth she had only grasped at the age of 30. How could she expect her 20-year-old mother to comprehend them? Some wounds, buried deep within the heart, remain unseen, even if they bleed profusely. Her mother had never truly let go, nor had she found peace. Had she? Dou Zhao glanced across the room. Her father, clad in white, appeared ashen, his eyes sunken and weary. He knelt before the mourning table, diligently burning paper money for her mother, his expression earnest and devout, as if he clutched talismans in his hands. Wang Yingsheng approached, her eyes red with tears, kneeling beside her father. Silently, she took a stack of paper money from the side, tearing it one by one and tossing it into the mourning bowl alongside him. Seventh uncle. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of sobbing. You have knelt here for an entire day and night. If this continues, your health will suffer. We still rely on you to handle the funeral arrangements for my sister." Her father remained silent, gently taking the paper money from Wang Yingsheng's hands, continuing his task. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Wang Yingsheng's face as she knelt there for a long time, her father not sparing her glance. Her spirit dimmed, and she quietly withdrew. Sixth uncle approached, linking arms with her father. "Wan Yuan, please do not act this way. The deceased has passed. The living must take care of themselves." But her father refused to rise. In front of his friends and relatives, he began to weep softly. "I had promised Gu Qiu that we would have 5 sons and 3 daughters. Now that she is gone, there is not even a soul to grieve for her. Allow me to burn a few more sheets of paper money for her. My heart is truly heavy." Sixth uncle stamped his foot, tears glimmering in his eyes. "You are grieving, but this is not the time." His voice grew heavy. "Rui Fu has returned. He did not participate in the selection of the scholars." Dou Zhao raised her head. Rui Fu was her Uncle Zhao Ci's courtesy name. By this time, he should be arriving soon. Sixth uncle's voice was bitter. "Have you thought about what to say when you see Rui Fu? Third brother and the others are in the study. We must discuss this matter beforehand." "Discuss what?" Her father murmured, his thoughts clearly adrift in a void. "It is all my fault. When Granny Yu said she would hang herself, I thought she was merely trying to coerce me. It turns out she was genuinely heartbroken and despairing. I remained oblivious, foolishly believing I had won. She said she would wait for me to apologize, that I had to acknowledge that she was miserable after I left her." He collapsed in tears before his wife's spirit tablet. "I never knew it would come to this, truly never knew. I promised my brother-in-law that I would take good care of Gu Qiu, that I would treat her well for life. I have broken my word. She said I was vile. She was not wrong at all." "Wan Yuan, Wan Yuan." Sixth uncle wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, forcefully pulling her father to his feet. "We will discuss this later. The urgent matter now is to provide Rui Fu with an explanation. You cannot act out of impulse." Her father shook his head, utterly despondent. "I have wronged Gu Qiu. After I complete her funeral, let him deal with me as he sees fit." Sixth uncle, exasperated, called for 2 servants to carry her father away to the Crane Longevity Hall. Dou Zhao dashed out. Wang Yingsheng stood beneath the magnolia tree outside the morning hall, gazing blankly at her father's and sixth uncle's departing figures. Dou Zhao called out to her, "Wang Ani." Wang Yingsheng turned her head, casting a glance at the servants outside the hall, and approached with a composed smile. "Shogu, what is it?" Her tone was gentle. "You long to bear a son, do you not?" Dou Zhao looked up, her dark eyes locked onto hers, and spoke in a voice audible only to the two of them. "Alas, how unfortunate. For this time you have borne a daughter. After the mourning period, when a new mistress enters, I wonder if she will be as agreeable as my mother." "You." Wang Yingsheng recoiled in shock, her eyes wide with fear as if she beheld a monster. Dou Zhao felt a sense of satisfaction, coldly smirking as she gracefully walked past her. Chapter 21. The dispute inside the Crane Longevity Hall, a heated debate ensued. When Dou Zhao arrived, she overheard her third uncle saying, "This matter was instigated by seventh brother taking a concubine, which can certainly be deemed as jealousy. Thus, the Zhao family cannot say much. It preserves the dignity of both families." She trembled with rage. The deceased should be held in the highest regard. Even so, they should not cast such a vile stigma upon her mother after her death merely to evade responsibility. Did they not understand what jealousy signifies for a woman? Her mother, such a proud individual. If she had known that her death would lead to such a disgrace, would she not have resolutely chosen to take her own life? No wonder the servants of the past spoke of her mother with disdain. It is evident that one must find a way to survive, regardless of the circumstances. Only by living can one harbor hope and a future. Dou Zhao lifted the curtain and entered. Unfortunately, the hall was spacious and filled with somber adults. And with guards outside, no one expected a silent figure to intrude. Dou Zhao's small presence was like a leaf falling by the river, causing no ripples. She clenched her fists, ready to speak, but her father, who sat alone in the distance, abruptly stood up. "No, no." His expression was agitated as he shouted. "Gu Qiu is not that kind of person. You cannot say such things about her. She must not bear such a reputation even in death." As he spoke, his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of despair, his voice dropping. She's the one I have harmed." Dou Zhao let out a long sigh. Witnessing the second matriarch's face darken, her voice sharp as she scolded, "What nonsense! What time is it now? How can you say such things? How old are you this year? Do you not think before you speak?" Do you wish to see the Zhao and Dou families tear each other apart? You claim Gu Qiu is dead because of you? Pray tell, did you hit her, curse her, or humiliate her in front of outsiders? Is her death not connected to your taking of a concubine? Her father fell silent. I. After a long pause, he could not articulate a coherent thought. Dou Zhao suddenly understood. If her father had not taken a concubine, strife would not have arisen between him and her mother. Ultimately, the Dou family believed that this matter stemmed from Wang Yingsheng. If her father denied it, that would be untenable. If he admitted it, it would validate her third uncle's accusation of jealousy. Was her uncle, perhaps, unable to stand on solid ground due to this, and was left to silently endure this bitter truth? Dou Zhao's expression grew vacant. The second matriarch's countenance, however, gradually softened. She sighed. Gu Qiu was raised before my eyes. She left this world at such a young age. Am I not heartbroken? As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Though her heart ached for her, it was not an excuse to indulge in sentimentality. Yet, one could hardly speak so of Gu Qiu. The second matriarch was always stern, and the family lived in fear of her. Seeing her show vulnerability, father dared not oppose her further, but his reluctance was palpable as he said, if this word were spread, how would others perceive Gu Qiu? It will not reach outside these walls. The second matriarch declared, her gaze piercing as it swept across those present. The law does not pass through 6 ears. As long as we remain silent, will the Zhao family dare to spread it? Zhao Ruifu had 3 daughters, indeed. The third uncle interjected, attempting to counsel father, if this news escapes, it will bring shame upon us. You know Ruifu's temperament. He is both sincere and serious. Should he become agitated, your concubinage will be laid bare, and seventh sister-in-law will be unjustly branded as jealous. It would be wiser to placate Ruifu first, and once seventh sister-in-law's mourning period passes, you and the uncle can discuss it calmly, rather than act impulsively in the heat of the moment. After speaking, he exchanged glances with the sixth uncle, suggesting he should also persuade father. However, to everyone's surprise, the sixth uncle stood and declared, "Third brother, do not look to me for support. I do not agree with this matter." The room fell silent, including Dou Zhao. The sixth uncle boldly continued, "I initially found seventh sister-in-law overly sentimental, always unhappy if neglected, with seventh brother running to apologize. This hardly exemplifies a virtuous wife. Yet, she has passed. Your actions now lack propriety. A gentleman is magnanimous. Our families have shared ties for generations. Let's clarify the situation to Ruifu and allow him to decide. I trust seventh brother is not cowardly." He nodded at father, conveying his support, leaving father visibly grateful. Dou Zhao sighed, realizing why father and the sixth uncle shared such a close bond. The sixth uncle was forthright and possessed the spirit of the celebrated scholars of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Perhaps father was not as flawed as she had imagined. Her gaze fell upon him, prompting her to reassess the father she had never truly regarded in her past life. "Zhongji," the third uncle called out to the sixth uncle, awkwardly defending, "This is merely a temporary measure. There are distinctions among people, and actions vary in nobility and baseness." The sixth uncle retorted dismissively, "Even if it is a temporary measure, it should not tarnish another's reputation." The two brothers by blood began to argue. Enough. The grandfather, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Do not quarrel. The events must be communicated to Ruifu, but the accusation of jealousy is also true." Thus, it was settled that they would use the mother's jealousy to silence the uncle. Dou Zhao raised an eyebrow. After all, the sixth uncle was not in a position to say more, and the third uncle recognized the impropriety of the situation, showing no signs of joy. "Father," he called out anxiously to the grandfather. The grandfather snorted coldly. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed, and Gao Sheng announced from behind the curtain, "The Zhao family uncle has arrived." The grandfather exchanged a glance with the second matriarch, who instructed the third uncle, "You and Zhongji go to welcome the Zhao family uncle." The third uncle sighed softly, accompanying father out of the hall with the sixth uncle. Dou Zhao contemplated following, but was intercepted by the second matriarch. "Shogu, what are you doing here?" She urgently commanded a maid who had been sent to the courtyard. "Bring forth Miss to me." Dou Zhao was swiftly seized. Let me go. Let me go." With a few struggles, she broke free from the hesitant maid, darting away. The gates of the Dou family swung wide, revealing her aunt, who had been resting in the side room, accompanied by 3 cousins, ushering in a man clad in mourning attire. He was of average height, with features more delicate than those of a woman. Despite the passage of over a decade, Dou Zhao recognized her uncle Zhao Si at once. Her eyes immediately welled with tears. Had she not been so obstinate, had she listened to her eldest cousin and reflected deeply, perhaps she would not have remained estranged from her uncle's family. Dou Zhao rushed forward, only to see her uncle stride up and deliver a punch to Father S' face. Father, caught off guard, stumbled back and fell to the ground, momentarily dazed, his porcelain-like cheeks swelling instantly. "You scoundrel!" Her uncle snarled, gripping Father's collar and delivering another blow. You took a pang of sorrow struck his heart as he contemplated that Dou Duo was the grandfather of his niece, and Dou Shiying was her father. Though resentful words lingered on his lips, he swallowed them back, fearing that his expression might frighten Dou Zhao. He forced a smile and gently inquired of his wife. "Have the children had their lunch?" "Yes, they have," his wife replied, glancing at Dou Zhao, her eyes misting with tears. It seemed the child was aware of her mother's absence. Dou Zhao neither cried nor made a fuss. She ate whatever was offered to her. Unlike before when she was quite picky, I wonder how much more suffering she will endure in the future. The uncle lowered his head in sorrow, saying, "I was just thinking of discussing this matter with you." "Go ahead," his wife encouraged, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at her eyes. "When I married into the family, Gu Qiu was only 5 years old. On our wedding night, she insisted on sleeping with me, saying she liked having me as her sister. I raised her until she was 16 and personally sent her off to the Dou family. She is my sister-in-law, yet she feels more like my daughter. You need not consult me about her affairs. Whatever you decide, I will not utter a word of dissent." "Xiaowei." The uncle grasped his wife's hand gratefully. "You have endured so much over the years." "We are husband and wife," his wife replied, her ears turning crimson. "Why speak of such things?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, she sat on the bed, cradling Dou Zhao in her lap. "The cousins have all gone for their afternoon nap. Wouldn't it be nice for you to take a nap too? After a good rest, you can play with your cousins later. Would you like to play with them?" Dou Zhao had been waiting for her uncle's return. Now that he had something to discuss with her aunt, she thought if she pretended to be asleep, they would speak more freely. She nodded gently and yawned. Her aunt helped her out of her outer coat, wrapped her in a quilt, and gently patted her as she held her close. Then she called for her trusted maid to bring her husband some hot tea, instructing her, "We have matters to discuss. Keep watch outside." The maid complied and left. The uncle and aunt sat side by side on the bed. "I wish to bring Shogu to live with us permanently," he said. Dou Zhao, eyes closed, perked up her ears. Her aunt had no objections, stating, "If Shogu comes, she will have a companion in Zhongru." A flicker of relief crossed the uncle's eyes as he pondered. "You mentioned last time that Shogu is engaged to the son of Sister Tian's family. Is there a token?" "There is," his wife replied, patting Dou Zhao as she spoke. "It is a jade bracelet that accompanied Sister Tian as her dowry. Gu Qiu has just departed. The Dou family likely hasn't had time to gather her belongings," the uncle whispered. "Gu Qiu's items have always been managed by your mama. Please send a discreet maid to find you mama and retrieve the token for Shogu's engagement." Though startled, his wife did not question him further and summoned a maid to carry out his instructions. The uncle explained, now that Gu Qiu is gone, and the engagement with the Wei family has not been formally established, there may be complications later. "I see Dou Shiying as a fool. If a woman gazes at him, he loses all sense of direction." Speaking of his father, the uncle grew agitated. He doesn't even know his own worth. To rely on him for Shogu's future is as futile as hoping for his early demise. If he were to die, we could at least take charge of Shogu's affairs without hesitation. "Lower your voice," his wife interjected hurriedly. "You might wake the child." The uncle leaned closer, peeking at Dou Zhao, relieved to see her still with her eyes shut. He softened his tone. "If Shogu can find a suitable family, we need not discuss this matter further. If no suitable match arises, possessing this token will make it difficult for the Wei family to back out of the engagement." Dou Zhao felt a tightness in her throat. With her mother's passing, she had become the bereaved eldest daughter, lacking any guidance. A better family would not want such a girl as their daughter-in-law. Her uncle had considered everything for her. Suddenly, she remembered the exchange of tokens between her mother and grandmother. She thought it was a dream and had paid no attention. In truth, she had never seen any tokens before her marriage. It was on her wedding night that Wei Tingyu presented her with a jade pendant and a pair of bracelets, claiming they were the engagement tokens from both families. She had assumed they were handed over by her father to the Wei family. Could it be that in her past life, those jade bracelets were in her uncle's possession? Her heart raced uncontrollably. She heard her uncle's voice, tinged with regret. Xiaoyi, I wish to sell our ancestral property, except for the 30 acres of sacrificial farmland. What? His wife gasped. Why would you sell the family estate? Dou Zhao was equally startled, squinting at her uncle. He lowered his gaze and spoke softly. Xiaoyi, you were once a young lady untouched by hardship, but since marrying me, you have cared for my ailing mother, nurtured your younger sister, borne our children, managed our household, and even tended the fields during busy seasons. Everything rests upon your shoulders. I remember it all. I had hoped to study diligently and achieve a degree, to provide you with a beautiful crown and garments, allowing you to feel proud. But with Gu Qiu's situation, I cannot forsake my only sister for my own future. It is better to have no degree than to neglect you. No, his wife insisted, her eyes reddening. You have treated me well. I know this. After I gave birth to Zhongru, my mother feared you would resent me and specially arranged for a beautiful girl from Jiangnan to come and serve you. You said you couldn't afford to keep her, and thus refused. The uncle, feeling cornered by his own lies, insisted, I truly cannot afford it. His wife laughed, responding sweetly, yes, you cannot afford it. Yet her tears streamed down her cheeks. Dou Zhao felt her own tears nearly spill over. The elegant and handsome uncle stood beside his plump wife, resembling not a couple, but rather siblings separated by at least 5 years. Yet the uncle had never forgotten his roots, always remembering his wife's kindness, never wanting her to feel sorrow. Why speak of such matters? Bai Ru and the others are still my kin. He awkwardly handed his wife a handkerchief, urging her to dry her tears. Wiping her tears while smiling, his wife said, I wish to head to the capital to make arrangements and seek a solid position. When the time comes, we can take Shogu with us. Upon reaching this point, the uncle's tone turned bittersweet. However, after calculating, even selling our ancestral land might not suffice. Could you perhaps? His voice trailed off, embarrassment and guilt flooding his expression as he dared not look his wife in the eye. Could you lend me your dowry? I will repay you as soon as I have the means. What are you saying? His wife reproached. What is mine is yours. When my parents provided me with a generous dowry, it was to ensure our well-being. As long as we are well, the dowry fulfills its purpose. What is there to be concerned about? If you were to face such a major issue without confiding in me, I would feel as though we are not united. Dou Zhao burst into tears. Shogu, what is the matter? Her aunt panicked, lifting her up. What happened? What happened? Dou Zhao collapsed against her aunt's shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. In her previous life, when her mother passed away, her uncle, unable to confront the Dou family, had endured the grief to participate in the imperial examination. He then used her mother's dowry to secure a position, intending to take her along. But in front of the Dou family, she had bitten her aunt and shouted that she would not go with her. Her uncle, for the sake of his sister, had already wronged his wife. If he obtained a position but failed to take it, he would further dishonor his wife, who had sacrificed so much for him. Moreover, with the Zhao family's assets sold, there was no alternative but to leave. Who was it that incited her to bite her aunt? Though she mourned her mother, her father and grandfather were both alive. If she expressed her unwillingness to go to her uncle's home, he would be powerless to change her mind. In that situation, her resistance would be akin to delivering a stinging slap to both her uncle and aunt. Dou Zhao straightened up, ceasing her tear-streaked face now radiating determination. She was resolute in her quest to find that person. Her uncle undoubtedly secured the jade bracelet, handing it to her aunt for safekeeping. After the 7th day of Gu Qiu, I shall set forth. Ensure everything at home is in order. Once I receive news from my side, you can feign taking Aunt Shou to your home for a few days and then bring her along to the official post. Once she reaches maturity, we shall return her to the Dou family for her marriage. He continued, as for mother-in-law and brother-in-law, keep it under wraps for now. Before we depart, go pay them a visit, and once we settle down, we shall pen a letter of apology to the elders. Without hesitation, her aunt replied, I will begin arranging matters at home in the next few days. A maid waiting outside coughed heavily, calling out loudly, 3rd master, 6th master. Her aunt whispered, you carry on with your business. I will take good care of Aunt Shou. Her uncle nodded slightly and lifted the curtain to exit. Her aunt assisted Dou Zhao in styling her hair, cheerfully asking, Aunt Shou, would you like to stay with your aunt from now on? Her expression was relaxed, and her tone expressed a hint of joy. It was evident that she harbored no resentment towards her uncle's plans, but was rather pleased. Her aunt was indeed a wonderful woman. Dou Zhao's eyes sparkled. and she smiled sweetly like sugar. Her aunt planted a kiss on her cheek. Zhao Zhongru dashed in excitedly. Aunt Shou, I found a nest of ants under your osmanthus tree. Let us go watch them carry things. Zhao Bairu entered with a steady demeanor. Intercepting her sister, Aunt is gone. Do not run about. Aunt Shou still needs to offer incense at the morning hall. Zhao Zhongru, puzzled, blinked her big eyes and asked their mother, where did Aunt go? Her aunt gently patted her daughter's head, a touch of sadness in her voice. Aunt has gone to the South Sea. Oh, Zhao Zhongru understood. So Aunt went to see the Bodhisattva. Zhao Bairu turned her face away. Her aunt set Dou Zhao down and softly instructed, go play with your sisters in the yard. Quickly. Zhao Zhongru took Dou Zhao's hand and ran outside. Chapter 23. Sister, the tiny ants marched in orderly lines, methodically transporting morsels into their burrows. Zhao Zhongru, beaming with excitement, waved to Dou Zhao, hurry. She crushed the white steamed bun in her hand and tossed the crumbs onto the ground. The ants immediately swarmed, working together to carry the fragments beneath the old locust tree. Dou Zhao approached slowly, crouching beside Zhao Zhongru, gazing at her innocent little face, momentarily lost in thought. She was reminded of her daughter, Ingier. After her first child's miscarriage, both her mother-in-law and Wei Tingyu had expressed their discontent towards her. Wei Tingjin was particularly blunt, stating, your Dou family has been in officialdom for generations. How is it that no one understands decorum? We should send a knowledgeable nurse from the Duke Jingwei's residence to assist her during the confinement. The thought of losing face at the Duke Jingwei's estate was unbearable. Dou Zhao could only swallow her grievances, smiling at Wei Tingjin while casting hopeful glances at Wei Tingyu, wishing he would intervene on her behalf. To her surprise, Wei Tingyu, oblivious to her plight, nodded in agreement, saying, sister, this is for your own good. She was left speechless with rage. It was the early days of their marriage, and knowing she had erred this time, her anger dissipated after 2 days. To compensate for her mother-in-law's disappointment, she quickly became pregnant again and gave birth to her eldest son, Wei Gur, in January of the following year. 13 months later, she welcomed her second son, Rui Gur. When Rui Gur was just 3 months old, she suffered another miscarriage. From then on, her health declined, and she became fearful at the sight of Wei Tingyu, which led to Hushi being elevated to concubine status. Eventually, she managed to settle within the Wei household. Her bond with her 2 sons felt as though it was shrouded in gauze, preventing any genuine intimacy. A profound loneliness enveloped her, prompting her to daringly give birth to Ingier. Perhaps having learned from her experiences with her sons, she nurtured and raised Ingier herself, which forged a strong bond between them. The child would call out for her mother at the mere absence of her presence, melting Dou Zhao's heart. Anything delightful she encountered, she would think to share with Ingier. Without her own protection, she wondered how her daughter fared now. The thought flickered through her mind, and her eyes grew misty. Then, Dou Zhao froze again. She had returned to the past. Where were Wei Gur, Rui Gur, and Ingier now? Her heart felt as though a significant part had been hollowed out. Raising her head, she peered through the partially open window, witnessing her uncle engaged in a heated debate with her third uncle, their expressions fierce. The Dou family's influence was substantial, even if her uncle were to win the argument. What would it matter? In the past, Song Yemo had committed patricide and fratricide, facing censure from the entire court. Yet with the emperor's protection, he remained unscathed. Song Yemo had a cousin and 2 uncles who could legally inherit the Duke of England title, but with a single edict. He had the emperor strip them of their claim. Although furious, Song Mo's cousin and uncles dared not voice their wrath in his presence. Her uncle's ambition to secure a post in the northwest was commendable. Although the south was affluent, many sought opportunities there, and those who could go were often well-connected, making the political scene complicated and treacherous. The northwest, while barren, boasted a simpler, more honest populace, which could prove beneficial. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Dou Zhao let out a gentle sigh. A couple of days later, her uncle and aunt returned with 3 cousins to Wanxiang, only visiting the Dou family for the 7th-day memorial to pay their respects to her mother. They refrained from engaging with the Dou family. After the 5th and 7th day memorials, her mother's coffin was sent to the ancestral grave for burial. Her memorial tablet would be honored in the small Buddhist hall of the West Dou for 3 years before being placed in the Dou family's ancestral hall on the northern floor. The outside world remained serene, devoid of any derogatory remarks about her mother. Instead, rumors of her uncle selling land and gathering silver to seek an official position in the capital reached even Dou Zhao's ears. She couldn't help but smile wryly. Living nearby had its drawbacks. Any minor stir was easily heard. No wonder her uncle had faltered in her previous life. The Dou family had sent 2,000 taels of silver, only for her uncle to return it without taking a penny. Her third uncle expressed concern. Rui Fu seems to harbor resentment towards our family. Generations of camaraderie could end just like that. His tone was tinged with regret. Yet her grandfather dismissed it, saying, "The tides of the world. What has united will eventually part. What has parted will reunite. There is no need for lamentation." However, her third uncle still sought to make amends, attempting to purchase the 100 acres of forest that accompanied her aunt's dowry at a price 2 taels above market value. But her aunt declined. Dou Zhao privately lamented to Tuanyang, "Uncle and aunt are too naive. If it were me, I would sell the land and harbor animosity." Tuanyang, knitting socks for Dou Zhao under the lamp, widened her eyes upon hearing this. "Isn't that being a scoundrel?" Dou Zhao was taken aback, then chuckled. "It seems I'm still a Dou family member at heart." Tuanyang did not comprehend. Dou Zhao refrained from explaining further, asking, "What has Aunt Wang been up to these days?" She found it quite convenient to utilize the servants left behind by her mother, just as before. She stays confined in her room every day, resting early, and she doesn't eat or drink anything until her maid, Qiong Fong, has tasted it first. "Oh," Dou Zhao responded. Xian Chao rushed in. Su Xinjia, Su Xinjia. Something happened over at Xixia courtyard. Dou Zhao was still a child, and the maids spoke freely in her presence. Tuanyang showed little interest and casually asked, "What happened?" "Someone slipped a piece of musk into Aunt Wang's flower vase. If it weren't for Grandma who discovering it early, it could have turned disastrous," Xian Chao explained. Tuanyang glanced at Dou Zhao, who was wide-eyed with curiosity. Reluctantly, Tuanyang remarked, "What disaster could arise?" "I heard musk is the finest fragrance." "Grandma who said musk can induce miscarriage," Xian Chao whispered. Tuanyang, who had always been reticent, fell silent at this revelation. Xian Chao leaned against the warm Kong. Lingering on the topic, Su Xinjia, "Do you think someone truly wishes to harm Aunt Wang?" Not long ago, Mama was clamoring that someone had poisoned Aunt Wang's food, but after a thorough investigation by the first and third madam, it turned out to be merely a powder of Huang Ling. Now there is also the discovery of musk. Who would wish harm upon Aunt Wang? Why would anyone want to hurt her? How would I know? Xian Chao, feeling thoroughly dejected, muttered a few words before scampering off to gossip with Xiu Kuei and the others. Tuanyang gazed at Dou Zhao, who remarked, "There are too many troubles surrounding Aunt Wang. You should inform Ding Xiang's mother. Ding Xiang is no longer a child and is already engaged. It would be wise to take her away sooner rather than later." Tuanyang nodded in agreement, but her gaze towards Dou Zhao betrayed a hint of suspicion. Alas, Dou Zhao sighed inwardly. Being young has its advantages and disadvantages. Thankfully, she is Tuanyang by her side. Had it been anyone else, they might have fled in terror by now. Yet, Wang Yingshua's composure is truly admirable. She has managed to endure all this. Should I frighten her a bit more? Dou Zhao pondered, and the next morning, news spread that Wang Yingxue had given birth to a daughter. Looking out at the brilliantly blooming pomegranate flowers, she nodded in satisfaction and asked Tuanyang, "What is today, estate?" "The 12th of May. In her previous life, Dou Ming's birthday fell on the 3rd of July. It seems in this life, Dou Ming will celebrate her birthday on the 12th of May. In her prior existence, Dou Ming was born prematurely. How will Wang Yingxue explain Dou Ming's birth in this life?" Dou Zhao was filled with anticipation. She commanded Tuanyang, "Please help me change into a beautiful dress. I wish to see my sister." Tuanyang called for Yuzan, who helped Dou Zhao into a summer gown of moon-white silk adorned with silver threads, and accompanied her to Wang Yingshue's quarters. Aunt San and Aunt Ding had already arrived, along with a throng of attendants tending to Wang Yingxue, filling the room to capacity. Dou Shiying was cradling the child when he spotted Dou Zhao. A rare smile broke through his previously sullen expression as he said, "Shogu, this is your sister." He bent down to show her the baby in his arms. Wrinkled and resembling a little monkey, what is there to admire? Dou Zhao silently scoffed but still approached with a beaming smile. "Sister is so tiny." She glanced at Wang Yingxue, who was leaning back against a large pillow, her face pale from childbirth yet exuding a delicate beauty. Upon noticing Dou Zhao's gaze, she instinctively clutched the quilt tighter. Ever since their last conversation, Wang Yingxue had been avoiding Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao smiled gently and asked her father, "May I hold my sister?" "Of course," Dou Shiying replied, ruffling his eldest daughter's hair. "No," Wang Yingxue interjected nervously, sitting up straight. All eyes turned to her. Shogu is still too young, Wang Yingxue hurriedly clarified, fearing she might not hold the child securely. "Can I come to see my sister every day?" Dou Zhao interrupted Wang Yingxue, tilting her head and blinking her large eyes at her. "Does Shogu not play jump rope with Xianqiao and the others?" Wang Yingshue's smile was forced. "If you come to see your sister, you cannot play. My sister is far more interesting than jump rope," Dou Zhao replied without a second thought, then looked up at her father. "Father, may I come to see my sister?" "Yes, of course. You can come to see her whenever you wish." Dou Shiying found his daughter exceedingly well-behaved and innocent. He handed the child to the wet nurse and lifted Dou Zhao into his arms. "You are now a big sister. You must take good care of your sister, understand?" "Understand," Dou Zhao exclaimed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Dou Shiying could not help but praise his daughter. "Shogu is truly good." Dou Zhao beamed at Wang Yingxue. However, Wang Yingxue felt her heart sinking as she observed Dou Zhao's innocent smile. The look in Dou Zhao's eyes during their last conversation was not that of a typical 3-year-old, and indeed, she had given birth to a daughter. Everything felt too shocking, too bizarre. Dou Zhao seemed like a monster disguised in a child's skin. Peeling back that layer revealed something sinister. Yet everyone else remained oblivious. Wang Yingshue's fingertips turned cold as she watched Dou Zhao wriggle free from Dou Shiying's embrace and dart over to the wet nurse, tugging at her sister's fine hair. "Father, look, my sister doesn't have as much hair as I do." The wet nurse, caught off guard, urgently pleaded with Dou Zhao. "Fourth miss, please let go." Dou Zhao ignored her, smiling at her father. Dou Shiying stepped over, examining his second daughter. Then looking at Dou Zhao, he said seriously, "It has seemed less than yours." Dou Zhao grinned widely. The wet nurse could only seek Wang Yingshue's assistance. Wang Yingxue, frozen in fear, managed to force a smile after a moment, softly telling Dou Zhao, "Sister is still small. You mustn't pull her hair." Dou Zhao scoffed inwardly. She was well aware that the child was too small to be harmed by such antics. At this moment, Dou Ming lacked any fighting capacity. She would not injure her. It was merely a show of intimidation towards Wang Yingxue. In the past, Wang Yingxue had made her suffer in silence. Now, she would make Wang Yingxue taste a bit of that bitterness. Chapter 24. Thoughts. Dou Zhao cheerfully released Dou Ming's hair, but then poked at her sister's face. Wang Yingxue felt her heart leap in her throat and quickly said, "Sister is still small. You mustn't poke her face." Her voice inadvertently took on a sharp edge. Dou Zhao then began to play with her sister's tiny hands. She was doing it on purpose. Wang Yingxue was furious. Rather than harm the child behind closed doors and face reprimand for being mischievous, it was better to act openly and deflect all responsibility with a simple, "She doesn't understand." A fleeting thought crossed Wang Yingshue's mind. Dou Zhao was not a mere child, but a demon, as she struggled to maintain her composure. A hint of tension marred her expression. "Shogu, you mustn't play with your sister's hands." Dou Shiying felt a twinge of displeasure. Shogu simply wished to bond with her sister. If her enthusiasm led to a little roughness, the child would naturally cry out in discomfort. Yet, the baby was comfortably nestled in the wet nurse's arms, indicating that Shogu's actions were quite gentle. He thought Wang Yingxue was being overly protective of her newborn and was a bit too harsh on Shogu. Aunt San and Aunt Ding shared similar sentiments. However, neither felt it appropriate to voice their opinions. The former was merely assisting Dou Duo with household matters, while the latter's status prevented her from intervening. This, however, did not imply that they lacked opinions or positions. Particularly Aunt San, as the principal wife, naturally defended the Dou family when it came to the Zhao family. Yet behind closed doors, she looked down upon Wang Yingxue, who had entered the household through underhanded means. With a silent scoff, she approached Dou Zhao with a smile and discreetly led her away from Dou Ming, saying, "Silly child, you mustn't be mischievous. Be careful not to disturb your sister. Excessive caution can be detrimental." Wang Yingxue was already quite tense today. After all, she was merely a 3-year-old child. If Wang Yingxue were to become truly agitated, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Dou Zhao smiled sweetly, wrapping her arms around Aunt San's neck. Aunt San praised her for being good and then told Dou Zhao, "Everything is settled on Aunt Wang's side. I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, just send someone to inform me." Wang Yingxue had gone into labor late last night, and Aunt San and Aunt Ding had been busy since then. Dou Zhao thanked them repeatedly and accompanied Aunt Ding to see Aunt San out. Wang Yingxue instructed Hu Mama, "In the future, Shogu must not be allowed near my daughter, nor should she be left alone with her." Hu Mama was taken aback and hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate? The fourth miss is, after all, the legitimate daughter of the Dou family. It would be wonderful if she could play with my daughter." "You do not understand," Wang Yingxue replied, her heart still racing. "That child is somewhat eerie. You must be cautious when you encounter her." Seeing that Hu Momo seemed somewhat indifferent, and recalling that it was she who had assisted with matters in her own household, Wang Yingxue pondered briefly before relaying Dou Zhao's words to Hu Momo. How could a mere 3-year-old child possibly know such things? Hu Momo mused. Perhaps someone has informed her? Impossible, Wang Yingxue retorted. Zhao Guqiu is no longer here. Who else in the family would be so idle? Her thoughts drifted back to the past. She had been jilted. While Zhao Guqiu was preparing for her wedding, the family could not repay the Zhao family's gifts, and her mother, feeling embarrassed, sent her with 10 taels of silver as a congratulatory gift. Finding it too meager, she instead selected 2 fine pieces of silk, one red and one yellow, from the betrothal gifts of the Lei family, embroidered 2 handkerchiefs, and presented them. Zhao Guqiu's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, devoid of any anxiety or reluctance about her upcoming marriage. The onlookers teased Zhao Guqiu, who unabashedly declared, "I have longed to marry him every day. Now that my wish is fulfilled, how can I feel sorrow?" Their laughter filled the air, stirring within Wang Yingxue a mix of envy and curiosity. When the Dou family came to escort the bride, she stealthily went to witness the ceremony. The tall, chestnut horse carried the groom clad in red, his face like white jade and his eyes twinkling like morning stars, radiating joy that struck her heart deeply. In subsequent days, the family situation grew increasingly dire. Her brother's marriage prospects were bleak, and suitors who came to propose were either widowers or idle rascals, or afflicted with ailments. The memory of Zhao Guqiu's wedding haunted her, intensifying her feelings of inadequacy and despair. Until one day, He Jiren from the town sought out her hand for his foolish son, who was already over 20 and still wet the bed. And it was then she encountered Dou Zhao. He was precisely as she had envisioned, cultured and considerate. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Rather than marry someone who repulsed her, she would prefer to be with Dou Zhao. At least he was handsome and kind-hearted. With him, she need not worry about being abandoned. Zhao Guqiu had been coddled by her brother and sister-in-law, naive and unsuspecting. She wasn't a malicious person, and with the Zhao family's dwindling heirs and no experienced matriarch to guide her, if she could bear a son and raise him well, seeking a degree, she could stand alongside Zhao Guqiu, and in time, what difference would there be between her and the legitimate madam? She had thought of everything, calculated every detail, but she never anticipated Zhao Guqiu's fierce spirit. Even more unexpected was the series of strange occurrences that plagued her after Zhao Guqiu's death. Leaving her in a constant state of anxiety, father chuckled softly as he bent down to retrieve several sheets of red tracing paper from the lower shelves of the Duobao pavilion. Laying them upon the writing desk, he took Dou Zhao's hand, guiding her on the art of calligraphy. Just then, Huan Xiao entered with a smile, reporting that Aunt Wang Xiongfang inquired when the 7th master would come for dinner. Father glanced at the setting sun outside, responding with a laugh. Aunt Wang is in her confinement, and the 5th miss needs to rest quietly. If I go, I shall have to set the table anew, which would be quite troublesome. I shall not go. Dinner will be taken in the main room. With the 4th Mississippi, Huan Xiao laughed and retreated. Dou Zhao was somewhat surprised, but did not dwell on it. After dining with her father, Huan Xiao brought in a lamp, and the two continued practicing their writing until father retired to the inner chambers of the main room. 2 days later, Feng Baoshan visited father. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, his dark hair elegantly tied with a jade hairpin. He wore a deep green silk robe adorned with a calamus pattern, exuding an air of refinement mixed with a hint of nobility. Is this the Feng Baoshan who indulges in all manner of vices, as my mother described? Dou Zhao, seated beside the writing desk, was momentarily taken aback. Feng Baoshan was eager to invite father to enjoy the blooming lotuses in Yinqing. They are all in full bloom. Since you are in mourning, We shall not disturb anyone else. Just the three of us, yourself, me, and Yinxing, can admire the flowers and chat. You could use a breath of fresh air to ease your mind." Father shook his head, stating, "The weather is too hot. I have no desire to go out." "I appreciate your kind intentions." It was still early June. What heat could there be? Suddenly, Feng Baoshan's tone changed, as if recalling something, his gaze turning quizzical as he asked, You aren't planning to observe mourning for the Zhao family for an entire year, are you?" Father fell silent, lowering his eyelids. Indeed, it was true. Feng Baoshan leapt up in surprise, his eyes wide as saucers. After pacing angrily for a few moments, he declared, "Forget it. I can't be bothered with you anymore. I'll go find Zhongji to play." With a sharp flick of the bamboo curtain, he exited. Father remained unperturbed, calmly calling out to Shou Gu, instructing her to focus on her writing without distraction. Dou Zhao dutifully lowered her head, carefully tracing the red characters. For an entire month, Father did not step outside, dedicating himself to reading and writing at home while teaching Dou Zhao calligraphy. Due to Mother's Mourning period, Doming's full-month celebration was held modestly at home with just 2 tables set. The Wang family sent some clothing for the child as a gift, but did not send anyone to congratulate them. As for the Zhao family, they neither attended the celebration nor sent gifts. The Dou family felt somewhat awkward, while Wang Yingshu was filled with a mix of anger, annoyance, shame, and resentment. As cicadas began to sing, news arrived from the capital that Uncle Zhao Si had secured the position of magistrate in Ganquan County, Yinnan Prefecture. In a past life, Uncle had risen to the rank of prefect in Qingyang Prefecture, a respectable 4th-grade official. In this life, it seemed he was still seeking opportunities in the northwest. Dou Zhao felt a sense of joy for her uncle, yet a shadow of disappointment lingered within her. Grandfather remarked on Uncle's unexpected capabilities. Who would have thought he possessed such means? Though Ganquan County was impoverished, a magistrate was still a governing official. While not selected as a shijishi, the starting point was indeed commendable. Third Uncle appeared increasingly anxious. Yuanji also shared this news. Yuanji was Dou Zhao's 5th uncle, Dou Zhao, and it was he who had relayed the information from the capital. Just as the 3rd generation observed the 4th and 5th generations, the Dou family's hard-earned reputation seemed to rest solely upon Dou Zhao. He entered school at 13, became a jinshi at 16, and at 22, a successful candidate for the imperial examination. He served in the Ministry of Personnel and eventually rose to the esteemed position of Grand Secretary of the Wuying Hall and Minister of Personnel. He was the first from the Dou family to enter the cabinet. Due to his connections with other notable officials, he was playfully referred to as the Northern Half. Grandfather smiled faintly, imbued with a hint of arrogance. Only a jinshi may enter the Hanlin Academy. Only from the Hanlin may one enter the cabinet. Yuanji and you share the same mother. What is there to fear? Third Uncle wiped the sweat from his brow, offering a wry smile. Is it not because I feel somewhat inadequate in the presence of jinshi? Grandfather laughed heartily. Dou Zhao, meanwhile, instructed Tuanyang to organize her belongings, sensing that her aunt would soon come to retrieve her. Based on her previous life as experiences, she anticipated that matters would soon unravel, and it was prudent to prepare for any eventualities. Father playfully chided her. Little Shou Gu is already adept at hiding her treasures. Seizing the moment, Dou Zhao embraced the jade brush holder from her father's writing desk, claiming, "This is mine too." Ultimately, when her new stepmother arrived, all communal items would be re-inventoried to distinguish them from her mother's dowry. Thus, it was wiser to secure her beloved possessions now, creating a semblance of ownership. Father chuckled, gesturing towards 2 jade vessels atop the Duo Bao pavilion. "Do you fancy these?" "Indeed." Dou Zhao nodded enthusiastically. Father waved his hand grandly. "Then take them to hide." Dou Zhao's eyes sparkled with joy, pointing at a brocade box on the comm table. "I want that red stone too." Inside were 2 exquisite pieces of bloodstone, vibrant in color and reminiscent of mountainous mist and peaks. Dou Zhao adored them, contemplating finding a renowned artisan to carve square seals for her in the future. Father playfully pinched Dou Zhao's nose. "You little clever one. That is my private collection. What do you want it for? When you marry, I shall personally carve an idol seal for your husband as part of your dowry. There are also several fine inkstones. I shall give them to you when the time comes." Dou Zhao laughed heartily, though her heart raced with anxiety. "Am I truly to wed Wei Tingyu? He is no scholar. I fear those fine inkstones would merely end up in his storeroom." As she pondered, A loud clamor erupted outside. Father ignored it, guiding Dou Zhao to the scholarly chair before the writing desk, instructing her to practice her characters. I have arranged for a set of rosewood writing desk and chair tailored to your size to be placed beside me, so you may sit comfortably and practice your writing. Before he could finish, Huan Xiao rushed in, visibly flustered. Seventh Master, Anne is here. Father paused, asking, what is there to be alarmed about with Aunt's arrival? Yet Dou Zhao felt a foreboding sense of dread. The truth had ultimately been revealed. Who had leaked the information? Who had informed the Zhao family? Aunt had expressed a desire to take the fourth miss to stay for a few days, but the master had refused, sending Aunt Ding to negotiate with her. After a few exchanged words, third Aunt hurried over, preventing Aunt from taking the fourth miss back, asserting that the fourth miss belonged to the Dou family, and without a mother, she still had a father and grandfather. It was unreasonable to have her raised by her uncle. Huan Xiao was anxious if the Dou and Zhao families fell out. The ones who would suffer most would be those who accompanied the dowry. According to the law, Zhao Guqiu's dowry was meant for Dou Zhao. As a daughter of the Dou family, she naturally belonged to them. Dou Zhao was still too young to manage affairs or make decisions. If they remained with the Dou family, they would not receive kindness from its members, and should they wish to return to the Zhao family, it would depend on Dou family's approval. Third Aunt further asserted that the fourth miss, when older, would need to marry. Would it be more respectable to be a Zhao family cousin or a legitimate daughter of the Dou family? If the Zhao family truly cared for the fourth miss, they would not have devised such a misguided scheme. Aunt could not disregard her niece's dignity merely despite the Dou family due to their rift. She paused, then added, the first madam has already received news that the Zhao family plans to relocate entirely, having packed their belongings and only awaiting the fourth miss to commence their journey. Aunt flatly denied this. The master had declared that the fourth miss could not, under any circumstances, accompany Aunt to Anxiang. Doujing, fruning deepu, interrupted Huangfo, instructing Toniang. You stay here and keep watch over the fourth Mississippi. Then turning to Huan Xiao, he ordered, take me to sea. Huan Xiao, flustered, complied, accompanying Dou, scurrying out. Dou Zhao sat quietly in the scholarly chair, awaiting the visitor. Sunlight streamed through the window, dust motes dancing in the air. Gentle voices floated in like whispers of the wind. The footsteps drew closer. The bamboo curtain was lifted, revealing a woman clad in a pale green robe, moving gracefully into the room. She softly called out to Dou Zhao, Shogu, your aunt has arrived. Let me help you get dressed and groomed so we can meet her, shall we? Dou Zhao gazed at her intently, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips as she called out, Aunt Ding. She responded cheerfully, summoning Yuzhan and Tuanyang, instructing the little maid to fetch water. I will assist the fourth miss with her grooming and change her attire, so we may greet our guest. Yuzhan promptly relayed Aunt Ding's words. Aunt Ding helped Dou Zhao wash her face, directing Tuanyang to fetch this and that, with both maids bustling about in a flurry. She gently inquired, do you miss your mother, Shogu? Dou Zhao smiled, I do. Aunt Ding continued, do you wish to see her? I do. Dou Zhao exclaimed loudly, our Shogu is truly obedient. Aunt Ding kissed Dou Zhao's cheek and embraced her as they made their way to the hall. The maids clustered around them, keeping Yuzhan and Tuanyang at a distance. Upon turning past the towering, leafy locust tree, they arrived at the hall. Aunt Ding whispered, Shogu, your aunt has come to fetch you. Please do not go with her, or she may send you far away, and you would never see your mother again, nor taste osmanthus pastries, nor meet Tuanyang, Yuzhan, or even your grandfather and father. Dou Zhao nodded in understanding. Aunt Ding was somewhat surprised, not expecting Shogu to be so easily persuaded. She affectionately ruffled Dou Zhao's hair. Good girl, once you meet your aunt, Aunt Ding will take you to see your mother, all right? All right, Dou Zhao replied. Aunt Ding turned around the locust tree and entered the hall. Like two opposing armies, her aunt and Peng Momo stood in the center of the hall, while the third aunt and several unfamiliar women occupied the middle space. Upon hearing the commotion, both parties turned their gazes. The third aunt smiled broadly, beckoning Dou Zhao, come here, Shogu, to your third aunt. However, her aunt's smile appeared somewhat forced. She softly called out to Dou Zhao, Shogu, let your aunt hold you. Aunt Ding set Dou Zhao down, whispering in her ear, if you go with her, you will be beaten every day. Quickly go to your third aunt. Chapter 26. Departure. Dou Zhao deftly evaded her aunt and raced toward the third aunt. Her aunt was taken aback. The third aunt, with a beaming smile, lifted Dou Zhao into her arms, Aunt, the child is still very young, knows nothing, and cannot be separated from her familiar maids and caretakers. If she gets frightened, it would be troublesome. I believe it is best for her to stay in her familiar surroundings. Wouldn't you agree? Her tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Her aunt's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. She inwardly cursed the little maid who had let the cat out of the bag. The true reason for her husband's departure had not even been shared with her own mother. Yet somehow, little Zhang Ru had let slip the news to the maids who played with her, and they, in turn, had informed their cousins. The grapevine had worked its magic, and now, even before her arrival, the Dou family had set their defenses. They had no intention of taking Shogu away. And now that the Dou family had invited the matriarchs of several prominent households from Zhengding County as witnesses, it seemed that Shogu's escape was increasingly unlikely. Her eyes reddened, her voice trembling. She implored, "Shogu, your aunt has come to take you home to play." She made one last effort. "Do you remember your cousin Zhangru? They are all waiting for you to play." Dou Zhao nodded, but nestled deeper into the third aunt's embrace, her round, expressive eyes filled with fear as she gazed at her aunt, stuttering, "I want to play with my cousin. But Aunt Ding said if I went with you, you would sell me far away." The room erupted in murmurs. Aunt Ding, flustered, protested, "I never said such a thing. Children shouldn't speak carelessly." The third aunt's expression darkened, yet she forced a smile. "Shogu, do not speak out of turn. Children speak the truth. I was just saying, how could Shogu, who is usually so close to me, suddenly want to hide from me today?" Her aunt, flushed with anger, retorted, "You are mistreating an innocent child. Beware of retribution." A woman, laughing, interjected, "It's all a misunderstanding. Let us clarify it, shall we? Mrs. Zhao, you have traveled a long way. Please come inside, rest, and have some tea." "What misunderstanding?" Her aunt shot back, unyielding. "Is there such a misunderstanding? Our family's beloved has barely passed, and you're already trying to sow discord between Shogu and her uncle. Is it that you fancy some wealthy family's daughter to marry off as a second wife to our family's young master, fearing that the Zhao family might spoil your plans?" This accusation struck a chord. Several matriarchs recoiled, reluctant to intervene. Seeing this, her aunt's confidence surged, and she coldly remarked, "I am well aware that the Dou family is influential, shaking the very ground of Zhengding County with a mere stamp of their feet. But that does not give you the right to bully others. It is impossible to quietly take Shogu away now. The Dou family is on guard. Even if you were managed to slip away, should the Dou family pursue you, you would still have to surrender Shogu to them. Thus, it is better to create a scene demonstrating to the Dou family that the Zhao family will not be trifled with." Her aunt had made up her mind, and her words grew sharper. "We wish to take Shogu to run, but who knows where you heard that? Shogu's father and grandfather are both alive. Although she has lost her mother, there is no reason for her to be sent to her uncle's home. You Dou family, being a family of officials, should know better. Even I, a mere woman, understand this. If you intend to frame us, at least provide a more plausible reason." Dou Zhao listened, greatly impressed. What a clever retort. It was no wonder her uncle valued her aunt so highly. The third aunt, now livid, could not afford to back down, for she represented the Dou family. If she yielded, it would be tantamount to admitting to Mrs. Zhao's accusations. As the thought crossed her mind, she glanced at Aunt Ding, whose face had turned pale. The only option left was to let her take the blame. After all, she was merely a concubine, not a figure of consequence, and committing such an act was within the realm of reason. "Dear in-law," the third aunt handed Dou Zhao over to a maid behind her, bent her knee, and apologized to her aunt. "It was all my fault. I took rumors at face value. Please, as a matter of familial kindness, forgive me this time." With that, her demeanor hardened, instructing Aunt Ding, "Why haven't you apologized to our dear in-law yet?" Aunt Ding's face paled further. They had coaxed Shogu into speaking, and now they were making her take the fall. But what could she say? Unless she wished to leave the Dou family. Mrs. Zhao, she swallowed her indignation, pondering briefly before bowing her head in tears, kneeling before her aunt. "It is all my fault." She prostrated herself, banging her head on the floor. Her aunt sighed deeply. She understood that Aunt Ding was merely following orders. What could she say? Shogu, being so young, could not defend herself. And should the Zhao and Dou families come to blows, it would be Shogu who suffered the consequences. To avoid further conflict, "I must speak with my husband about this matter," she resolved. "Only by having someone of proper standing beside Shogu can we ensure her safety." This indicated that the Dou family intended to punish Aunt Ding. The third aunt steeled herself, murmuring, "What you say is true, dear in-law," then sought to smooth over the situation. "Let's not dwell on words alone. Since you are to accompany your husband to ruin, you may not return to Anxiang for several years. It would be best if we took this opportunity to host a farewell gathering in the flower hall, considering several ladies are visiting." As she spoke, she approached her aunt and took her arm, instructing the maid beside her to inform the matriarch that she intended to see off Aunt Zhao and requested her presence for company. The maid hurriedly complied. Aunt did not refuse and chuckled, expressing her desire for a cup of tea after coming over so early in the morning. One of the matrons immediately chimed in, asking when Mrs. Zhao would set off, so they could gather to bid her farewell. In a couple of days, Aunt replied with a smile, adding that it would be an inconvenience for Mrs. Zheng to delay. A group of people chatted and laughed, warmly making their way to the flower hall, and no one mentioned the previous incident again. Dou Zhao gazed across the empty hall from the maid's shoulder. The hall was unoccupied, vast and desolate. Aunt Ding lay shivering on the floor, like a wilted autumn leaf, as if a gust of wind could carry her away. Dou Zhao turned her head, her eyes calm and unruffled. If one allows themselves to be used as a pawn by others, they must be prepared for the consequences when the game is over. That evening, Aunt rested at the Dou residence and summoned Granny Yu for a conversation. Dou Zhao could easily guess what Aunt would discuss, entrusting her to Granny Yu. Unfortunately, although her mother brought half of the Zhao family fortune upon marrying, it was trivial compared to the Dou family's wealth. Beautiful silk and satin can sway hearts. While one might temporarily win favor with a few words, over time, when surrounded by the grandeur of the Dou family, one is bound to lose their way. The events of her past life served as the best testament to this. She had no interest in knowing more. Finding Tuanyang was already a stroke of fortune. Dou Zhao slept soundly, rising early the next day before dawn, and Tuanyang carried her to the guest room where Aunt was resting. Surprised to hear that Dou Zhao had come, Aunt was still in bed. Dou Zhao hurried in, scrambling onto the Kong. Aunt, I want to sleep with you." Aunt laughed heartily, lifting her onto the Kong and wrapping her in blankets. Aunt carried the delightful fragrance of magnolia. Dou Zhao said, "Aunt, I'll write to you in the future, all right?" Aunt looked astonished. Dou Zhao smiled, explaining, "I know how to write letters, which means putting my thoughts on paper so you'll know what I've been up to." Aunt hugged her tightly. "You were such a good girl. If your mother were alive, she would be overjoyed." There was a poignant air about it. Granny Peng advised Aunt not to speak such words in front of the child. "Let's not talk about it anymore." Aunt smiled, asking Granny Peng to summon Yuzhan. Dou Zhao's eyes twinkled as she realized Yuzhan was not present. With a cheerful grin, she said, "Aunt Ding wants to betroth me to someone." Aunt's expression tightened, her voice gentle as she inquired, "Who does Aunt Ding wish to betroth you to?" "I don't know." Dou Zhao shook her head, carefree. Aunt pondered for a moment and suggested to Granny Peng, "Then let us ask Tuanyang." Granny Peng complied and called Tuanyang in. Aunt instructed Granny Peng to give her 20 taels of silver, saying that if the fourth miss needed anything, she should inform Granny Yu, and if Granny Yu couldn't handle it, she should send a letter to her. Granny Peng handed Tuanyang a small note. "This is the address of the master and madam. I'll teach you how to read it, memorize it." Tuanyang nodded repeatedly, taking the note but refusing the 20 taels. "You keep it," Aunt insisted. "I have instructed Granny Yu to give you 5 taels every month for the fourth Miss's expenses. I know the Dou family will also provide for her, but having some silver on hand will surely bring peace of mind. Besides, in case of emergencies, we need money to send someone to inform us." Tuanyang nodded, concealing the 2 silver ingots in her bosom. Dou Zhao leaned against Aunt, conversing with her. "I want to play with my cousin, but I don't want to go to Anxiang. She looks so troubled. Mother has gone to the South Sea to pray to the Bodhisattva. What if she returns and can't find Shogu? I want to wait for her at home. What if father forgets mother? What if Granny Yu gives Mother's beautiful clothes to someone else? When mother returns, there'll be no one to play with her, and she won't have any clothes to wear." Aunt was taken aback and then became agitated. How could I have lived for so long and still be outdone by a 3-year-old child? Aunt cupped Dou Zhao's face and kissed her tenderly, declaring that this was indeed Shogu's home, and the Dou family ought to care for her well. "Why should you go with us to the Northwest? Allowing others to take advantage of this home? Good child, we will not go to the Northwest. In a few years, Aunt will return to see you. If the Dou family dares to treat you poorly, I will not let them off easily." Dou Zhao nodded with a smile. She had never considered going with her uncle's family to their official post. This was her home. Why should she retreat without a fight and relinquish what rightfully belonged to her. She would not leave. If she were to go, it would be because she had grown weary of the Dou residence and wished to change her surroundings, not because she was forced to leave. Dou Zhao emerged from the guest room, greeted by a sky painted with rosy dawn. The immortal caresses my crown, granting longevity. She stood quietly beneath the eaves, gazing at the heavens. If rebirth could happen to her, what else was impossible? She would choose her life. She would no longer allow life to choose for her. Chapter 27. The unexpected. Not long after aunt departed, news arrived from Jiangnan, causing an immediate uproar at home. The eldest aunt, unable to bear the blow, fell ill, while the third aunt took charge of the eastern Dou household. The third uncle led the second cousin Dou Yuchang to Yangzhou to handle the affairs of the late eldest uncle, and the fourth cousin Dou Rongchang assisted the sixth uncle in managing household matters. Grandfather seemed to age 10 years overnight, spending his days in a stupor in the study. The atmosphere in both the eastern and western Dou households was heavy with gloom. Yet, this did not affect Dou Zhao. She continued to drag anything she fancied into her room daily. Dou Shiying teased her. "Aren't you going to see your sister?" "Aunt Wang doesn't like me visiting her." Dou Zhao pouted, her face indifferent, though a hint of sadness sparkled in her eyes. Dou Shiying's heart skipped a beat. He said nothing, merely ruffling Dou Zhao's dark hair gently and whispering, "Well then, let us practice writing together." Dou Zhao asked Dou Shiying, "When will grandmother come?" With the mid-autumn festival approaching, she hoped to converse with grandmother during the celebrations. Dou Shiying frowned slightly, asking, "Who told you to call Aunt Shui grandmother?" Dou Zhao silently lamented. Grandmother was only referred to as such after Dou Zhao was born. She had lived with grandmother since she could remember, always calling her grandmother, which she had forgotten. She could only vaguely respond, "What else should I call her?" "You should call her Aunt Shui." Dou Shiying patiently instructed his daughter, "Your uncle has passed away, and everyone is feeling low. This year's mid-autumn festival will likely be subdued. Aunt Shui may stay at the farm for the festival." He then inquired, "Why do you want to see Aunt Shui?" Dou Zhao replied, "They say Aunt Shui is good at farming." Dou Shiying burst into laughter. "Indeed. Your Aunt Shui is quite skilled with crops. Her farm consistently yields the best among our estates." As he spoke, his gaze turned somewhat distant. Perhaps this was the sorrow of a concubine's child. Dou Zhao ceased discussing such matters with her father and took his hand to practice writing in the study. That year, on the 15th day of the 8th month, everyone merely shared mooncakes, a stark contrast to the previous year's festivities filled with moon-gazing and lantern viewing, rendering the atmosphere much more somber. The maids privately murmured, "Who knows when this mourning period will end?" By the end of September, the eldest uncle's coffin was transported back to Zhending County. The Dou family donned mourning attire, and half of Zhending County was draped in white. The county magistrate and the sixth uncle personally greeted the coffin at the city gate, while grandfather and the second matriarch, as elders, did not attend the funeral. Dou Zhao met her ninth cousin, Dou Huanchang, whose childhood name was Longer. He is 16 this year, frail and pallid, trembling as he thanks the mourners before his late uncle's spirit. Yet, once he turns away, he collapses into his grandfather's arms, weeping, "Grandfather." He has coughed up so much blood. Instantly, tears brim in his grandfather's eyes, who gently embraces him and reassures, "Good boy, from now on. You shall study under your great uncle." Dou Huanchang nods, his gaze toward his grandfather filled with admiration. However, Dou Zhao sneers. Her grandfather has misguided their father, and now he brings misfortune upon their late uncle. It is no wonder that Dou Huanchang has spent nearly 2 decades seeking the highest imperial degree with no success. She grits her teeth daily, practicing 300 large characters, while Dou Huanchang remains exceedingly amiable towards her, just the two of them in heavy mourning garb. He often shares the delicious treats his aunt prepares for him with Dou Zhao, and her attitude towards him gradually softens. Soon, the 12th month arrives, and Dou Zhao's mother is to hold a minor mourning ceremony. Their father will change in a mourning attire, but Dou Zhao must wear her mourning dress for 15 months. Their third aunt visits to discuss remarrying their father with their grandfather. Since their uncle's passing, their aunt is no longer the matriarch of the Dou family. It would normally fall to the second aunt to manage the household. However, the second aunt is still with her husband at his post and cannot return home until matters are settled there. Thus, their third aunt manages the household affairs for now. Their grandfather inquires, "Do you have any suitable matches in mind?" The third aunt contemplates, "There is a distant cousin on my sister-in-law's side. who used to visit us often as a child. She possesses both good character and looks, and my sister-in-law is inclined towards this match. Then there is the fifth daughter of the scholar family in the east of the city and the granddaughter of Lord Chun from Nanlu village. The young lady has a gentle disposition and has studied alongside her brothers for several years, dabbling in poetry, music, and painting. She should be able to converse well with our seventh uncle. Lord Chun has previously served as the magistrate of Songjiang. I have not met the young lady, but she has a good reputation. The other potential matches are either from families of slightly lesser status or are illegitimate children, which I believe are not worth considering. Their grandfather nods, greatly admiring the third aunt's capability. Your considerations are thorough. We cannot marry into a family of illegitimacy. Let us settle on the young lady from the scholar family. The connection to the family of the eldest nephew south wife is too close, and sometimes that may not be advantageous. Lord Chun, perceiving himself as a scholar, tends to act somewhat pedantic. Thus, the young lady raised in such an environment may possess a degree of rigidity. The third aunt rises with a smile. Then I shall greet the family of the scholars. Who do you think should be sent to meet them? Since the incident in the hall, Aunt Ding has fallen ill and does not attend. Now, the elder maidservant Xiofan, who previously served Aunt Ding, attends to their grandfather. He finds himself in a quandary, pondering for a long while before stating, "Just help me decide." The third aunt departs with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, Dou Zhao is bent over her rosewood writing desk, copying passages. This household will soon welcome a new mistress, and she must move from the main chamber. In the future, her mother's presence will gradually diminish in her life. With such thoughts, she feels a sense of disorientation. She wonders where her father will place her. Perhaps she should instruct the maids to begin packing upon returning home. The Western Dou family currently lacks a matriarch to manage the household, and once the marriage is settled, the young lady from the scholar family should soon arrive. Dou Zhao sets down her brush, gently stretching her sore wrist. Meanwhile, her father, frowning, heads towards their grandfather. I do not wish to remarry. He gazes steadfastly at his grandfather, his brow furrowed with resolute determination. I want to honor Guqiu for 3 years. Absurd. Their grandfather erupts in anger. How old are you? And yet you remain so foolish. You are the sole heir of the family. Why do you not think of quickly expanding the Dou lineage? Instead, you wish to follow the path of a wayward son and remain bound by your wife's mourning. Do you even understand what responsibility and duty mean? His grandfather's beard bristles with indignation, and he asserts that this matter is non-negotiable. I will ensure that your third aunt and the scholar family settle the date soon. You merely need to prepare for your wedding. Dou Zhao, eavesdropping through the door, nearly stumbles. In May of the following year, Wang Xingyi will be reinstated. The Wang family will continue to navigate the political arena and will never allow their daughter to become a concubine. If her father remarries before May, the Wang family will either keep Dou Ming in the Dou household and allow Wang Yingxue to return, or they will send Wang Yingxue a length of white silk, compelling her to take her own life, or perhaps send her to a nunnery to live out her days in seclusion, if her father does not remarry before May. In her previous life, Wang Xingyi always felt indebted to his wife and children. After gaining wealth and status, he solely lived with his old wife, never indulging in other women, and cared deeply for his children, fulfilling their every desire. Especially Wang Yingxue, who not only had her engagement broken off, but also exposed herself to maintain the family's livelihood, delaying her own marriage prospects, thus showering Dou Ming and Dou Xiao with affection, even more than his grandchildren. If she surmises correctly, Wang Xingyi will certainly devise a way to elevate Wang Yingxue's status within the Dou family. Would that not make her stepmother? No. Such a thing must not happen. Her father must remarry before May. Wang Yingxue must be cast aside. Yet, her father's stance is unwavering. Father, if you're unafraid of severing ties with the scholar family, then feel free to set the date with them. Regardless, on that day, I will not be present at the ceremony, and I will not acknowledge the young lady once she arrives. You dare to defy me. Their grandfather's face turns due to her premature birth. Dou Ming had always been frail, rarely venturing outside, concerned for her health. Her grandfather instructed Wang Yingxue and Aunt Ding to stay home and care for her. Early in the morning, Yumomo roused Dou Zhao from her warm bed. As she dressed Dou Zhao, she cautioned Yuzan and Tuanyang. There will be many visitors today, so be sure not to lose track of the fourth miss while you are busy socializing. Yumomo had to prepare the family's reunion dinner for the evening and could not accompany Dou Zhao to the north building. The two girls readily agreed. Dou Zhao glanced at Tuanyang, noticing that both Yuzhan and Tuanyang were impeccably attired in neatly pleated blue-green silk robes, adorned with crimson velvet flowers in their hair, giving them an exceptionally spirited appearance. Yuzhan, having been raised by her mother, who was fond of embellishments, always presented herself with a clean and appropriate appearance, especially on such an important day. In contrast, Tuanyang, who had been orphaned at a young age and raised by her uncle, had only ever sought basic sustenance in her attire. Today was her first experience of dressing with such care. She awkwardly tugged at her garment and murmured, "It was Yuzhan who styled my hair." She said, "Since today is New Year's Eve and everyone else is adorned in red and green, I shouldn't be the only one in plain attire. With 7th Master already engaged to the 5th Miss of the Zhou family, others might misconstrue my appearance and cause trouble for the 4th Mississippi." This sentiment was indeed reasonable. She wore mourning attire out of respect, but the presence of her fellow maidservants in similar garb could easily lead to misunderstandings. Dou Zhao smiled and nodded, complimenting their beauty, and then selected 2 modest pearl hairpins from her cosmetic box, gifting one to Yuzhan and the other to Tuanyang. Both were taken aback, hesitating to accept the gifts. Yumomo interjected with a smile, "Since they are given by the 4th Miss, you should accept them. When others inquire, you could say it is her grace." The 2 girls no longer declined and, smiling, adorned each other with the hairpins. After Dou Zhao finished her breakfast, they carried her, as delicate as a rice dumpling, to the Crane Longevity Hall. Her grandfather and father were seated on the Kong, deep in conversation. Dou Zhao approached and performed her greetings. Dou Shiying lifted Dou Zhao onto his knee, gently inquiring, "Are you cold?" "Not at all." Dou Zhao shook her head, then asked her grandfather, "Grandfather, is it true that father is to marry the 5th Miss of the Zhou family?" Dou Shiying's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly admonished Dou Zhao, "Don't speak nonsense." "I'm not speaking nonsense," Dou Zhao insisted, widening her eyes and glaring at her father. "They say Miss Zhu is a good person and not afraid of Wang Ainyang giving birth to a son out of wedlock." "Ah." Dou Shiying's mouth fell open in surprise. However, Dou Duo's eyes sparkled momentarily before he retrieved a sesame cake from the table and handed it to Dou Zhao, gently asking, "Who told you all this?" Chewing on the cake with her head tilted, Dou Zhao replied, "Many people, aunt's maid 3rd Aunt Momo, and the servant of 9th cousin." Her grandfather ceased his inquiries, casting a meaningful glance at her father, who appeared somewhat awkward. Just then, a young servant entered to announce, "Young Master Huan has arrived." Dou Shiying smiled, "Quickly, let him in." The tall and slender Dou Huanchang entered briskly. He respectfully greeted Dou Shiying and Dou Duo before cheerfully addressing Dou Zhao. Dou Shiying nodded and stood. "Shall we go?" Dou Huanchang replied affirmatively, moving to assist Dou Shiying as they exited the Crane Longevity Hall at a leisurely pace. He had come to invite Dou Shiying and Dou Duo to return to the North Building together. Dou Duo, holding Dou Zhao, followed slowly behind. Once they created some distance, he gently pinched Dou Zhao's cheek, teasing, "You little rascal, are you here to collect debts?" His affectionate demeanor and helpless tone made Dou Zhao giggle, inquiring, "What does it mean to collect debts?" Dou Duo could not suppress his laughter as they stepped outside. Yesterday, 3rd uncle and 3rd aunt had gone to the North Building to prepare for the ancestral worship, accompanied by not just aunt, but also Dou Huanchang, along with the 2nd matriarch, 6th uncle's family, and the families of the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th cousins. Upon seeing Dou Shiying, everyone except for the 2nd matriarch exited their carriages to pay their respects. The narrow alley, already cramped by the halted vehicles, grew even more congested. Dou Shiying stopped his 3-year-old great-nephew, preventing him from bowing. "It is cold and there are no others around. There is no need for such formality. We can discuss matters once we reach the ancestral hall." The ancestral hall had over a dozen side rooms, each equipped with large fire basins burning smokeless silver frost charcoal, creating a warm atmosphere akin to spring. "Uncle is so considerate," chuckled the 2nd cousin. The 2nd matriarch leaned out of her carriage, calling, "Shogu, come here to your great-aunt." Dou Zhao felt averse to this stern great-aunt and tightened her grip on her father's sleeve. After a brief hesitation, Dou Duo approached with a smile. "She is quite mischievous. You are of advanced years and cannot endure her antics. I believe it best to let her stay with me." The 2nd matriarch appeared slightly taken aback, glancing at Dou Zhao, who was quietly nestled in Dou Shiying's embrace, before smiling and nodding. "That is fine. She has lost her mother, and it would be best if you could be closer to her. With that, she let down the carriage curtain. Dou Zhao was somewhat surprised by her response. At that moment, third cousin called out, "Seventh uncle, is there still space on your side? Please take 2 maidservants with me." Third cousin, having the most children, with 3 sons and a daughter, was always concerned about the allocation of shared resources. Yes, 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 Dou Zhao replied, moving towards third cousin. "If it gets crowded, let Zhigo join us." Zhigo was third cousin's eldest son, 11 years old, whose given name was Dou Zhao. He later became a renowned official, known for his opposition to the Longxing Marquis, Lan. At this moment, he was merely a tall, gangly youth with a voice akin to a duck's quack. Realizing he wouldn't have to squeeze into a carriage with his mother and sister, he leaped down from his own carriage, grinning as he approached. "Seventh uncle." Dou Zhao bowed to Dou Zhao and then reached to pat Dou Zhao's head, exclaiming, "Fourth aunt." Dou Zhao, possessing the soul of an adult, could tolerate her grandfather and father's affectionate gestures, but was unable to endure her 11-year-old nephew's touch. She turned her head slightly to evade Dou Zhao's hand. "Huh?" Dou Zhao looked momentarily puzzled. Dou Zhao was already carrying Dou Zhao towards his carriage, inquiring, "I heard you recently impressed the scholars at the clan school, leaving even Master Dou in awe?" Dou Zhao chuckled awkwardly, dismissing Dou Zhao's oddity, and followed Dou Zhao into the carriage, sitting beside him as he joked, "Seventh uncle, weren't you closing yourself off at home to study? How come you are so well informed about our antics at school?" Implicitly suggesting that Dou Zhao was not focused enough. "Indeed, your tongue is quite sharp," Dou Zhao replied with a laugh. Dou Zhao regarded Dou Zhao with interest, recognizing his penchant for verbal sparring, wary of potential repercussions from his words. Dou Zhao chuckled. "No wonder your father has to apologize to Master Dou every now and then." Master Dou was the instructor at the Dou family academy. Dou Zhao laughed heartily, nudging Dou Zhao with his shoulder. "Seventh uncle, may I discuss something with you?" He appeared somewhat mischievous. Dou Zhao raised an eyebrow. Dou Zhao grinned. "I made plans with my classmates to attend the Lantern Festival in Zhending. Could you lend me some travel expenses?" Dou Zhao chuckled. "Does your father know of this?" He does. Dou Zhao replied excitedly. "He agreed to give me 3 taels of silver, but that's not enough to buy a decent lantern." "Seventh uncle, we all know you are the most generous. Lend me 20 taels, and when you go to Fufang's to buy antiques, I will assist you. I have my own servants. What need do I have for your help? Besides, you may not even be as capable as my servants. Then I can copy scriptures for you." Dou Zhao showed no signs of embarrassment. With a swift flick of his eyes, he remarked, "I know you intend to copy 1,000 volumes of the Lotus Sutra for our late 7th great aunt, to be burned for her when she ascends to the afterlife." Dou Zhao gazed in astonishment at her father, who, oblivious to her presence, chuckled. "The true value in copying scriptures lies in sincerity. How can I count on you to assist me?" He continued, "Enough of this. 20 taels of silver is out of the question, but 10 might be negotiable. 10 taels for 7th great uncle? That seems rather paltry." Dou Zhao ground his teeth, fearing that such a sum would diminish 7th great uncle's reputation. "Am I not also known as the wealth-dispensing youth?" His father remained unperturbed, countering, "You, at such a tender age, consume from the family's bounty. What need have you for so much silver? It's merely 10 taels. Do you accept or reject?" I accept. Dou Zhao hastily replied, fearing that further discussion would result in losing even that modest amount. His father laughed. "However, I shall inform 3rd uncle and 6th uncle, lest you procure 10 taels for me only to beg elsewhere." 7th great uncle, Dou Zhao lamented, collapsing onto the grand welcoming pillow. Dou Zhao burst into hearty laughter, feeling the weight of recent burdens lift considerably. Dou Zhao observed her father's jovial demeanor, emotions swirling within her. In her past life, she had harbored resentment towards him, never granting him a proper glance, convinced that he was solely engrossed in his studies of the I Ching, indifferent to Dou Ming's arrogance and Dou Zhao's provocations, allowing them to flounder as they pleased. Little did she know, he possessed such a side. The sound of the cart wheels rolling along was accompanied by Dou Zhao's jesting as they swiftly arrived at the northern building. Outside the Dou family ancestral hall, a few carriages were scattered about, while the steward and servants busily moved in and out. Upon hearing the commotion, some rushed to inform 3rd uncle, while others gathered to assist with the carriages, creating a lively scene at the ancestral hall's entrance. Chapter 29. Conversation as Dou Ming alighted from the carriage. He spotted his grandmother standing at the periphery of the crowd. She appeared just as he remembered, clad in a lilac silk robe, her raven hair meticulously arranged in a bun, adorned with a lantern-shaped silver hairpin and matching silver bracelets. She circled the sturdy winter-sweet tree at the steps of the ancestral hall, embodying the tranquility he once felt upon witnessing her in the fields, inspecting the growth of crops during moments of uncertainty. Grandmother, Dou Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, struggling to contain her emotions. While her grandfather and father were welcomed into the hall by third uncle, she was entrusted to the care of Tuanyang and Yuzan. Third cousin's 6-year-old daughter approached, tugging at Tuanyang's trousers. Fourth aunt, shall we play with the string game? In her previous life, she had never interacted with this niece and hadn't even known her name. Dou Zhao responded vaguely. Tuanyang set her down, and she dashed to her grandmother's side. Should she address her as Chui auntie or grandmother? A moment of hesitation seized her. She longed to call her grandmother, but feared it might bring trouble to her. Fifth cousin's 5-year-old daughter came rushing over. Fourth aunt, when grandmother heard the commotion. She turned her gaze toward the curious Dou Zhao. Smiling and half-squatting, she greeted warmly, Are you Shogu? Dou Zhao nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grandmother paused in surprise, quickly embracing her. Do not cry, as she wiped away Dou Zhao's tears. The roughness of her calloused fingers brought both pain and comfort. Yuzan hurried over, her expression anxious, as she called out, Chui Ani, and snatched Dou Zhao away, murmuring, Seventh Master instructed us to take good care of Fourth Miss Dou. Zhao felt displeased. A hint of bitter amusement crossed grandmother's lips, yet she said nothing. Producing a large red pouch embroidered with yellow orioles and handing it to Dou Zhao. Take this as a snack. With that, she swiftly turned and departed. Grandmother, Dou Zhao called after her. Her towering figure hesitated slightly before she continued without a second thought into a side alley, heading toward the back courtyard of the ancestral hall. Yuzan cautioned, Fourth Miss, please keep your voice down. The old master disapproves of Chui auntie conversing too freely with Seventh Master or you. Dou Zhao's cold laughter belied a deep humiliation. If he disapproved, why did he allow grandmother to bear his father? She yearned to seek out her grandmother, but was held back by second cousin's little girl, who tugged at her. What treasures have you received? The child's words were laced with drool. The accompanying maid, feeling embarrassed, pulled her toward third cousin's wife. As they walked, she blushed and apologized. Fourth Miss, our young lady is merely curious. Dou Zhao chuckled softly, her earlier indignation dissipating. She opened a pouch to find a small bag of longan. Grandmother had once mentioned that her first taste of a snack was on the night she was brought into the Dou family, during which her grandfather and legitimate grandmother entertained guests outside, leaving her alone in the room, hungry and thirsty, too afraid to move. Accidentally, she had found 2 longans on the bed, not caring what they were, hurriedly biting into them and swallowing. Thus, grandmother had always believed that longan was the most delectable treat in the world. Whenever Dou Zhao fell ill or had an accident, grandmother would soothe her with longans or dried longans. The pouch still held the warmth of grandmother's presence. Had she prepared it long ago, seeking the right moment to gift it to her? Dou Zhao slowly peeled a longan, placing it delicately in her mouth. The sweet, mellow flavor slid down her throat, warming her heart. She struggled to free herself from Yuzan's embrace, darting toward the flower hall in the back courtyard. The female relatives of the Dou family gathered around the second matriarch, engaged in conversation. Dou Zhao quickly spotted her grandmother, who was alone, warming herself by the fire in a corner of the hall. She tossed a longan seed into the fire, which erupted with a flare, startling grandmother, who instinctively turned to investigate. Dou Zhao waved her little hand and then scurried to hide beneath the wintergreen tree at the back of the hall. Before long, grandmother emerged, standing on the steps, scanning the surroundings. Dou Zhao stood up. Grandmother looked at her with a fond smile, shaking her head in resignation as she swiftly approached. Dou Zhao asked, Are you my grandmother? Grandmother squatted down, gently caressing her head. No, I am your Chui auntie. Dou Zhao's heart ached, struggling to hold back tears. Then, in a few days, can I come visit you at the farm? Grandmother's hand stiffened slightly, and after a moment's pause, she replied, The farm is dusty. Not much fun. Can I come see you? Dou Zhao persisted. I have work to do in the fields. If you come to see me, I want to have time to play with you. Grandmother rejected her once more. Dou Zhao buried her face in a grandmother's embrace, tightly clutching her neck. Was this the price of altering her fate? In her past life, the warmth they shared was now but a solitary memory, for her silent tears streamed down Dou Zhao's cheeks, soaking grandmother's shoulder. Perhaps she could voluntarily move to the farm to live? Yet before doing so, she had to resolve matters concerning Wang Yingsheng. Dou Zhao contemplated this in her heart. The spring festival soon passed. Grandmother sent a large sack of elm buds to Dou Zhao, claiming that they could be stir-fried with eggs for her health. This was the first time grandmother had sent something to the city for the Dou family. Learning of this, grandfather erupted in fury. Who permitted her to send anything? Throw it all away, toss it out. Upon receiving the news, Dou Zhao hurried over, only to find the steward carrying the sack of elm buds out the back gate. She rushed forward, clutching the sack. I want to eat stir-fried eggs. I want to eat stir-fried eggs. The steward, caught between a rock and a hard place, dared not throw her out. Dou Zhao's commotion attracted Dou Shiying's attention. After a long contemplation, Dou Shiying instructed the steward, "Take this sack of elm buds to the kitchen." The steward breathed a sigh of relief. Dou Shiying then carried Dou Zhao back to the study. Dou Zhao anticipated that her father would have something to say to her, yet he spent the entire day practicing calligraphy at his desk, neglecting even his midday meal. Wang Yingxue brought Dou Ming over, who giggled and reached for Dou Shiying's brush. Dou Shiying laughed as he held Dou Ming close. Wang Yingxue gently inquired, "Seventh Master, do you have something on your mind? Would you like to share it with me?" Dou Shiying remained silent for a moment before softly responding, "It's nothing." Wang Yingxue did not press further, cheerfully suggesting, "I recall that you enjoy the oil-splashed noodles I make. How about I prepare a bowl for you?" "No need." Dou Shiying replied sullenly, "Dinner is almost ready. It won't take long." Wang Yingxue insisted, smiling as she instructed the wet nurse to watch over Dou Ming and hurried off to the small kitchen. Dou Zhao, practicing calligraphy in the study, slightly curled her lips. Their father brought Dou Ming to her. "Shogu, do you think your sister is pretty?" "Not pretty," Dou Zhao replied with a straight face. Her father was taken aback. Dou Zhao, maintaining her serious demeanor, asked, "Is she prettier than I am?" He was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. No. Our Shogu is the most beautiful." He then handed Dou Zhao over to the nearby wet nurse, pinching her cheek and remarking, "You have your mother's temperament." After saying this, he seemed to recall something, his expression darkening as he sighed. "Practice your calligraphy well. I'll step out for a bit." When Wang Yingxue returned, beaming with a bowl of noodles, she found Dou Ming fast asleep in the arms of the wet nurse. Wang Yingxue's expression darkened slightly. Dou Zhao, however, felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Wang Yingxue had too many opportunities, and like her father, Wei Tingyu was unreliable in such matters. If Wang Yingxue were to become pregnant with Dou Zhao now, the 3 years of mourning for her mother would become a mere joke, and the marriage prospects would surely collapse. Once news of Wang Xingyi's reinstatement arrived, with the support of the Wang family, the Dou family would have to weigh their options. The Dou family had already created a rift with the Zhao family, and her uncle was merely a 7th-rank county magistrate. Even if the Dou family refused to recognize Wang Yingxue, her uncle would not express gratitude. The Wang family, however, would feel immense gratitude if the Dou family acknowledged Wang Yingxue. This would grant the Dou family a powerful ally in court. The choice for the Dou family was evident. Unless Wang Xingyi was not reinstated, or, if reinstated, failed to gain favor, Dou Zhao strained to recall events from her previous life. Wang Xingyi's reinstatement relied on the recommendation of Zheng Yifan. If Zheng Yifan did not advocate for Wang Xingyi, then he would have no chance. But how could she prevent Zheng Yifan from doing so? Dou Zhao bit her nails in frustration. She realized that even if she were not a mere child, but the former lady of the Jining Marquisate, she would still be powerless. Dou Zhao felt deeply troubled. She asked Dou Huanchong, "Are you familiar with Zheng Yifan?" After a long pause, Dou Huanchong shook his head apologetically, confused. "Why do you ask about him?" "I heard my father say he is quite formidable, so I wanted to know who he is. Perhaps we could ask Zhiga?" Dou Huanchong shyly suggested. "He knows many people. You might have heard of him." Dou Zhao followed Dou Huanchong to the East Dou residence. The adults merely regarded her as a visitor. The second matriarch, the first aunt, the third aunt, and the sixth aunt all offered her plenty of delicacies. Dou Huanchong led her to the study, where he sent a servant to summon Dou Qijuan. Dou Qijuan rushed in. wearing a coarse cloth robe, drenched in sweat. Dou Huanchang exclaimed, "What have you been up to?" Dou Zhao chuckled, pouring himself a cup of water from the pot before responding, "Ninth uncle, don't concern yourself with what I've been doing. Just tell me why you summoned me." Dou Huanchang asked, "Do you know someone named Zheng Yifan?" Dou Zhao's eyes brightened. "You know Zheng Yifan too? He is the mentor of our fifth uncle, a remarkable man who has survived through 4 reigns, rising and falling 3 times without faltering. Recently, he was summoned to the palace by the emperor and is now the prime minister. A new dynasty brings new officials. It seems our fifth uncle will have to relocate." Dou Zhao smiled wryly. Wang Xingyi would likely also need to move. Chapter 30. Choices despite her rebirth. Dou Zhao could only influence a handful of people and events around her. What was meant to come would still arrive. In mid-April, Dou Wenchang, who had been studying in the capital with Dou Zhao, returned with a letter from him. In the letter, Dou Zhao not only mentioned his imminent promotion to Deputy Minister of Personnel, but brought up Wang Xingyi's reinstatement. He delicately inquired about Dou Zhao's marriage, stating that he and Wang Xingyi were of the same examination class, and with Zheng Yifan being forced into retirement and Wang Xingyi exiled, his own years in the capital had been difficult. If Dou Zhao's marriage had not yet been settled, it would be wise to finalize it soon. The emperor was aging, and his memory was waning day by day. Recently, during a cabinet meeting, he unexpectedly ordered a eunuch to summon a long-deceased head eunuch, Qindong, to attend to pen and ink. The youngest cabinet scholar was Chun Jizhou from Songjiang, and if he presided over next year's imperial examination, it would be prudent for Dou Duo and Dou Shiqi to discuss early whether to allow the Dou family's eligible sons to participate. Upon receiving this letter, Dou Duo's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately penned a letter to Dou Shiqi, instructing Dou Wenchang to rush to Fuzhou overnight while he took Dou Zhao to the East Dou residence. Although Dou Zhao was unaware of the letter's contents, she was preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Xingyi's reinstatement. The unusual demeanor of her grandfather and father alerted her, prompting her to dismiss her maid and keep only Tanyang by her side. "Please tell the matron at the second gate to inform me immediately if grandfather and father return." Tuanyang conveyed Dou Zhao's message to the second gate while attending to her needlework by the bed. At the hour of high, news arrived from the second gate. Tuanyang called Dou Zhao to rise. Dou Zhao dressed and went to the Crane Longevity Hall. 2 attentive young servants stood at the door, and upon seeing Dou Zhao, they were taken aback, both exclaiming, "Fourth miss!" Her father, hearing the commotion, emerged with a puzzled expression. "Shogu, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Yet his gaze was sternly fixed on Tuanyang. Tuanyang trembled, unsure of what to say after a long pause. Dou Zhao smiled and rushed into her father's embrace. "You and grandfather went visiting. Why didn't you take me along?" Her father chuckled in surprise as he carried Dou Zhao into the room. Grandfather sat solemnly on the Kong, his brows tightly knitted upon their entrance. "If you were married sooner, Shogu would have someone to look after her. Look at what the family has become. At this hour, Shogu is still wandering around the courtyard. Acting on impulse like this, what good does it do but to soothe your own heart?" While he claimed to understand his responsibilities, he still engaged in irresponsible behavior. Her father could only nod, speechless. From grandfather's words and father's demeanor, Dou Zhao sensed a turning point. Her mood brightened remarkably, and she decided to tease her grandfather. "Grandfather, I have someone to look after me. Aunt Shui is my grandmother." Grandfather's face turned ashen, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Dou Zhao. Yet she blinked innocently, munching on her fingers as if oblivious to the world. Infuriated, he trembled with rage and scolded her father. "This matter is not for you to decide. Tomorrow, your third sister-in-law will personally discuss the marriage date with the Zhu family. From now on, focus on your studies. The household affairs will be managed by the Zhu family." Then he added, "Who are the servants attending to Shogu?" "All of them must be dismissed." Her father replied, "It is you mama who is taking care of Shogu. I promised my uncle." His tone was somewhat stubborn. Grandfather was left speechless, fuming as he stormed out. Dou Zhao longed to remind him, "This is your study. If anyone should leave, it should be us." Her father sighed and carried Dou Zhao out of the Crane Longevity Hall. The April night breeze still held a hint of chill, and the moonlight bathed the pavilions and towers, serene as a painting. Her father's steps slowed, ultimately halting by the lotus pond. "Shogu, do you know? A letter has arrived from your fifth uncle," he murmured, informing us that Wang Xingyi, your Wang aunt's father, is to be reinstated. Dou Zhao's heart raced as she finally grasped the content of Dou Shishu's letter. Truly, he is to be the future Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. With a heart as cold as ice, she inhaled sharply. All along, she had believed that her fifth uncle and Wang Xingyi shared a bond of camaraderie and mutual interests. Thus, their relationship must be exceedingly close and firm. Wang Yingshu's greatest support within the Dou family was Dou Zhao. Yet she had overlooked that Dou Zhao was fundamentally a member of the Dou household, forgetting the capricious nature of the political landscape. The pure white hostas planted by the lotus pond glimmered like jade in the moonlight, exuding a fragrant aroma. Her father sat beside her on the stone bench by the pond. "And shall we make of this?" he asked, gazing blankly at the lotus leaves just beginning to emerge from the water. "I strive to study diligently and attain success, not merely to bring glory to our ancestors, but to ensure the Dou family thrives and flourishes so that we may live better than others. Yet now, your mother has taken her own life, and I have quarreled with your uncle. I wish to observe mourning for your mother for 3 years, but I cannot, and I may even drag the fifth miss of the Zhou family into this, leaving your sister without a mother. I have failed to provide comfort and security to those around me. Instead, I have only made their lives more difficult. What then was the purpose of my efforts? I have already wronged your mother. I cannot further wrong the fifth miss of the Zhou family, or Wang Yingshu." His melancholic gaze resembled the faint moonlight, seemingly near, yet infinitely distant, filling Dou Zhao's heart with a bittersweet ache. Her father was so lonely, his thoughts shared only with his oblivious daughter in the stillness of the night. She suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. Upon returning to the main room, her father penned a letter and, before dawn, summoned Gao Sheng to deliver it to the Zhou family in the east before the third madam's departure. Gao Sheng was taken aback, but complied with her father's instructions. By noon, the third madam returned from the Zhou household, her face troubled. "Uncle, the Zhou family expressed that marrying before the Dragon Boat Festival is too rushed. Others might think their fifth miss is seeking to ward off misfortune." Grandfather scoffed. Only those who disregard their daughters would resort to such measures. The Zhou family's words were rather ungracious. The third madam empathized but sighed. "It is no wonder they are upset. We proposed waiting 3 years, and now we hastily wish to marry before the festival." The Zhou family is also a prominent household. Not only is it a rush to prepare the dowry, but even notifying relatives and friends may be too late. "I understand," grandfather replied, "but we must act swiftly. I recall that Zhu Jiren has a sister married to the Chun family in the neighboring Xinla County. Perhaps we could ask the Zhu family's aunt to intercede? Then I shall have lunch and set off for Xinla." The third madam responded without hesitation. Grandfather expressed his gratitude and invited her to dine. The Eastern and Western Dou families were originally one. The matter of the seventh uncle was as personal to him as his own affairs. The third madam politely insisted, "I may have to spend the night in Xinla. I must arrange matters at home. Do not be courteous with me. It is most important to resolve this issue." Grandfather did not keep her any longer, allowing Qiufan to see her out through the second gate. Regardless of who the third madam approached in the Zhu family, they remained adamant and unyielding. Frustrated and blistered from anxiety, the third madam regretted, "Had I known, I should have sought a match with my elder sister's cousin. Now, even if I wish to change suitors, I must first obtain a letter of withdrawal from the Zhu family, and time is against us." Grandfather, in his irritation towards father, made him kneel in the sunlit courtyard without shade for an entire afternoon, resulting in swollen, red knees that made walking difficult. A doctor was summoned to tend to him. At that moment, Wang Yingshu's elder brother, Wang Zhibing, unexpectedly paid a visit. Just over 30 years of hardship had aged him prematurely, making him appear nearly 40. He stood tall in the Wang family's hall, as steadfast as a pine tree. "My little sister has suffered due to my shortcomings as her brother, which is why she has exposed herself to the world in search of a livelihood. I have been unaware of this until now, but since I know, I have come to take her back," he declared with resolute authority. "We will not accept your bride price. There are no monetary entanglements between our families. You shall write a paper to release her, and from this day forth, our families shall part ways amicably." Grandfather remained silent for a moment before summoning Wang Yingshu. Upon seeing her brother, she was both surprised and delighted. "Brother, how have you returned?" She instinctively grasped his arm, but her expression changed abruptly as she scrutinized him. "Is something wrong with father?" Before she could finish her question, tears began to flow. No, Wang Zhibing's eyes reddened as well, and he quickly added, "Father has been appointed as the magistrate of Xintai County in Shandong. He wrote home and learned of your situation. He feels regret and guilt, having slapped himself 3 times, blaming the family for your troubles. He urged me to return and bring you home." "What did you say?" Wang Yingshu stared blankly at Wang Zhibing. "Father has been reinstated?" "Indeed." Wang Zhibing nodded vigorously. "Father has been reinstated, and soon he will return to take both mother and you to join him. You will no longer have to worry about daily necessities. From now on, these matters will be my responsibility, brother." Wang Yingshu clutched his sleeve, breaking into tears. Wang Zhibing turned away, unable to bear the sight of his sister's sorrow, only calming down when her tears soaked his sleeve. "Do not cry. We can talk about everything when we return home." He looked at grandfather. "If the elder Dou has no further instructions, we shall take our leave." They had not even prepared a change of clothes for Wang Yingshu. Naturally, grandfather could not allow Wang Yingshu to depart in such a manner, smiling. "Your father and our UNG are of the same scholarly rank. We are not strangers. Since you are here, why not sit down and enjoy a cup of tea? We have arranged for a wet nurse and maid to attend to your sister, and we have added some items. I will have them packed for you to take along. Your father has just been reinstated, and there are many matters to organize. The Wang family's entry into ours was a twist of fate. We cannot allow her to leave empty-handed, for it would not reflect well on us." "No need," Wang Zhibing responded hastily, but was interrupted by his sister's sharp voice. "What do you mean? You want me to return with you? But what will happen to Mingjia? She is only 3. Chapter 31. Eavesdropping, of course. "She must stay in the Dou family." Both Wang Zhibing and Dou Duo replied in unison. "That is unacceptable." Wang Yingshu shook her head, her expression frantic. "She is so young. I cannot leave her here. Is it possible to take her back to the Wang family? Even if the Wang family agrees." "The Dou family cannot." Wang Zhibing looked at his protective sister, feeling a headache coming on. Their family had already become the talk of the town, and with father's reinstatement, the gossip would only multiply. Soon, it would not merely be the small town of Nanhua, but the entire Zhending prefecture would be pointing fingers at them, leaving father without dignity and making it difficult for the children to hold their heads high in Nanhua. Thus, when they arrived, father had conspired with him to quietly bring his sister back, and once father settled into his new position, they would all follow him and never return to Nanhua. He had planned to wait for a few years until things calmed down before finding a suitable match for his sister. What would it mean to keep her by his side? Would she ever marry? Taking a step back, even if the Dou family is willing to let the child be taken away by the younger sister and the father agrees to raise the child, how would they explain the child's origin when questioned by relatives and friends? They initially left Nanhua to escape slander. If they claimed the child was born to the younger sister, it would unveil her past, rendering their efforts futile. To distance themselves from such implications, they could only assert that the child was his or the child of his brother Wang Zhibiao. Yet, the timing of the child's arrival is unfortunate. If they claim the child is his, he has not been home for years. If they say the child belongs to his brother, his sister-in-law just bore a healthy boy who has barely reached a month old. Could they possibly say the child was found? These thoughts flitted through his mind. But as it was a family matter, it was inappropriate to discuss it in front of Dou Duo. Wang Zhibing could only whisper to Wang Yinshu, "Let us discuss certain matters at home." Wang Yinshu hesitated to return with her brother. Given her circumstances, she feared she would either be sent to a convent or married off to a distant place, likely never to see her daughter again. While Dou Zhao still had an uncle and a caretaker left by their mother, her daughter was utterly alone. She could not entrust her daughter's future to the 5th miss of the Zhu family, whom she had never met. Where was Dou Shiying? Wang Yinshu looked around. Why wasn't Tihi present? He was kind-hearted and would never allow them to part. No. She stepped back a couple of paces, creating distance from her brother, her gaze towards him revealing wariness. "I will not return home with you until we have a clear plan for Mingjia." She gestured towards Xiongfang, who stood at the hall's entrance, then tearfully implored Dou Duo. "Old master, Mingjia was born weak, lacking even the strength to suckle. The doctor and the elderly caregivers have said she may not live long. I have nurtured her with utmost care. How can I casually hand her over to someone else? Please, for Mingjia's sake, allow me to take her with me." Mingjia was named by me. Dou Duo smiled gently, saying, "We understand your concern. But Mingjia is a child of the Dou family and cannot simply leave with you to the Wang family without clarity. You know well the circumstances of our household. Soon after your arrival, we assigned you a seasoned caregiver, 2 maids, and several servants to attend to you. After Mingjie was born, aside from her wet nurse and others attending to her, we further provided 2 more maids. There is no need for you to worry. The 5th miss of the Zhou family is well-educated, gentle, and virtuous. She will take good care of Mingjie. No one can compare to a mother. Wang Yinxue watched Xiongfang quickly leave Heshitang, feeling a slight relief. Yet she continued to plead with Dou Zhao, "Please, old master, grant us this favor." Dou Zhao replied. Wanjun also grew up before his stepmother, so you need not worry about Mingjie. The 2 exchanged words, neither willing to yield. Soon, Dou Zhao received news. After some contemplation, she said to Tuanyang, "Let's go see father." Dou Zhao wished to understand her father's thoughts and plans regarding this matter. Tuanyang complied, setting aside her needlework, and accompanied Dou Zhao to Dou Shiying's study. However, Dou Shiying was not there. Dou Zhao considered her options and headed to the flower hall behind the main hall. Her grandfather and Wang Zhibing were enjoying tea there, while her father and Wang Yinxue conversed near the bamboo grove behind the hall. Dou Zhao gestured to Tuanyang to stop. Then, taking advantage of her small stature, she quietly crept past the flower hall to eavesdrop behind the bamboo. No matter Wang Yingxue's face turned pale as snow, and she sharply inquired, "Do not misinterpret my intentions." Her father replied gently, "I merely hope that my actions do not lead to further harm to others." "And what of me? What am I to you?" Wang Yingxue challenged her father. "You do not wish to hurt the 5th miss of the Zhou family. Yet can you bear to separate me from Ming Jie forever? Can you truly accept that Ming Jie has been without a mother since childhood?" "Yingxue, it is not that I lack compassion." Her father sighed deeply. Ming Jie's status is uncertain within the Wang family. Yet in the Dou family, she is at least recognized as the 5th Mississippi. She is still young. She remembers nothing and will grow attached to whoever raises her, thus sparing her from sorrow. "She is my daughter, my daughter," Wang Yingxue exclaimed, indignantly throwing her purse at her father. "I do not want your silver notes. I want my daughter." With that, she turned with her head held high and entered the flower hall. Her father smiled bitterly, shaking his head as he followed her inside. Dou Zhao looked at the purse on the ground, contemplating the consequences of claiming the 3,000 taels of silver for himself, fearing it might implicate the maids and servants on duty in the flower hall. Chapter 32. Unusual. Ultimately, Dou Zhao picked up the purse. After all, 3,000 taels could purchase over 1,000 acres of land or an impressive 4-courtyard residence. If someone else were to find it, it would vanish in the blink of an eye. It would be better to keep it rather than let it go to another. She opened the purse, revealing a collection of notes in denominations of 100, 200, and even dozens of taels, all ready for immediate exchange. Her father had indeed been quite thoughtful. Dou Zhao returned the notes to the purse, just as she heard a commotion from the flower hall. "Brother, if UFO, the rose-red satin, the cloison flower vase, the lilac-colored silk cushion, the official green silk tent, and the pastel porcelain teacup in hand, surely, without at least 10,000 taels of silver, one could scarcely arrange such a lavish setting." No wonder she hesitated to leave. Pang Yulo smiled faintly, hearing her sister-in-law choke back tears. "If I were to take Ming Jie back with me, would father agree? If you think it is good, I shall speak on father's behalf." Years of hardship had transformed Gao Shi from a woman accustomed to obedience into a decisive figure. She spoke firmly. "If anyone inquires, let them say she is a relative's child, an orphan with no one to care for her, whom I have taken in as my adopted daughter. Your elder brother will manage all the official documents, so do not worry. Our immediate priority is to bring Wang Yingxue home." Wang Yingxue had not anticipated this turn of events. She bit her lip, unable to suppress her feelings. But if that is the case, she will truly be an adopted daughter. Gao Shi's heart ached at her words. Where had the innocent, kind-hearted, and noble Wang Yingxue gone? Was poverty truly so terrifying? She, too, was a lady of high birth, managing the household after marrying into the Wang family, serving her mother-in-law, tending to her sister-in-law, and raising children. Remembering her father's teachings about embracing a humble life and contentment before marriage, she found solace in fulfilling her duties. But what of Wang Yingxue? When had she begun to change? Was it during the Lei family's withdrawal from the engagement? Was it when she began to support her family? Or was it when Gao Shi, out of compassion for her momentary lapse, chose to stand up for her? Gao Shi found herself at a loss for words. Pang Shi, hailing from a merchant background, was quick to catch on. Having grown up amidst the clatter of abacus beads, she understood Wang Yingxue's implications all too well. Moreover, She was often irritated by her sister-in-law's disdain for her humble origins and constant comparisons to Gao Shi. Thus, she unabashedly quipped, "Sister-in-law, you make a fair point. However, our family is no longer what it once was. We cannot take in a concubine. Why not let father speak with the Dou family? Withdraw the engagements and elevate you to the rightful position. Do not speak carelessly. Be cautious lest the Dou family overhears and mocks us," Gao Shi admonished. Regretting not having stood firm against her mother-in-law's wishes to bring Pang Shi to the Dou family. "Elder sister, I do not appreciate your words," Pang Yulo replied lazily. "Just because you're a wife of the Wang family does not mean I am not. You may hail from a prominent family, but I married into the Wang family during their decline. Poverty does not diminish one's worth." Gao Shi, a lady of high standing, felt as if she were facing an unruly soldier in Pang Yulo, and thus, if it were not a matter of principle, she often yielded a little. Wang Yingshue's reluctance to leave the Dou family was indeed a matter of principle. Gao Shi patiently replied, "You are not someone unfamiliar with the world. Which family would so casually elevate a concubine to the status of a wife?" Pang Yulo, aware of this, did not wish to be overshadowed by Gao Shi and retorted, "Did not Scholar Tao from our town elevate his concubine? That was due to the legitimate wife's untimely demise and the concubine bearing him a son. His family drafted a consent letter acknowledging her as a sister." Gao Shi responded, her eyes flashing with displeasure. "Is that not the same? It is merely a son." Pang Yulo winked at Wang Yingxue, who flushed with embarrassment. Pang Yulo, observing something amiss, whispered, "What is it?" "Mingjie is over a year old, and with a wet nurse tending to her. Why has there been no movement on your end?" "Second sister-in-law, what nonsense are you speaking?" Wang Yingxue replied, her composure faltering. "Seventh master has said, I must observe 3 years of mourning for Zhao Guqiu." Pang Yulo gasped, her mouth agape, watching as Wang Yingshue's lips moved yet remaining silent. Gao Shi sighed inwardly, lamenting that such a wonderful person had encountered misfortune at an inopportune time. Chapter 33. Unawareness. Dou Zhao, of course, was oblivious to the conversation between her sister-in-law and cousin, as she had been taken fishing by her father, Dou Shiying. In the heat of June in Jinding, the weather was still warm, but as the carriage rolled along, the breeze wafting through the bamboo curtains made for a comfortable journey. This time, her father's attendant, Gao Sheng, served as the driver, chatting amiably with her father. "It was 2 years ago that we went fishing together. The wild kudzu on the mountain was so sweet and tender. I have not tasted anything as delightful since. But this time, it may not be the right season to find it. However, there's half a slope of wild mugwort on the mountain." Her father smiled. "We can gather some to brew mugwort tea or make mugwort porridge, which is good for cooling down and dispelling heat." Dou Zhao gazed at the carriage containing only 3 people, puzzled. "Father, why do we not bring along a few servants or maidservants to help with the tasks?" Gao Sheng chuckled as he focused on driving the carriage. Her father merely patted her head, remaining silent, as if she had spoken out of turn. Dou Zhao felt a flicker of doubt arise within her. As she looked around, the scenery along the road seemed strangely familiar. Leaning out the carriage window, she gazed outside. The dense cornfields appeared endless, interspersed with a few quaint farmhouses, while the distant oil-green hills undulated, occasionally lined with lush poplar trees. This was not the road to her maternal family's estate. Dou Zhao turned back in astonishment to look at her father. He assumed she was merely startled by the view, smiling as he pointed to the cornfields. "Do you see those yellow tassels? That is corn. I will ask Gao Sheng to stop and check. If it is ripe, we can pick some to roast on the mountain." Gao Sheng chuckled again. Dou Zhao did not respond. The carriage soon took a detour, weaving through a field of corn toward a small hill. For some inexplicable reason, Dou Zhao felt a sense of relief. This cornfield belonged to the Lang family, and her grandmother's estate lay adjacent to theirs, marked by a tall stone engraved with the character Dou. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and they disembarked. Gao Sheng tied up the horse and carried the fishing gear behind them. As they passed an old pine tree, Dou Zhao heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Her expression grew peculiar. She was all too familiar with this place. It was a small river located at the border between the Lang and Dou families, with crystal-clear water and a shallow riverbed where the pebbles were clearly visible. Each June, a type of small silver fish resembling a shuttle would gather along the banks to feed on the grass. She often rolled up her trousers and waded into the water to catch fish with the farm children. On the opposite bank stood a slope, where 3 wild peach trees grew in a triangular formation. In spring, when the blossoms bloomed, the peach flowers were tender pink and utterly beautiful. By summer, the wild peach trees bore small, bitter green peaches that were inedible. During that time, they would gather in the lowlands beside the wild peach trees to forage for wild vegetables, pearl vegetables, yellow okra, sour sorrel, and southern alfalfa. In spring, they would collect tender leaves for cooking, and in summer, they would gather fruits to sell at the apothecary in Jinding, earning a few coins to help support their families, always receiving praises from the adults and a couple of coins for treats. She, of course, did not need to forage for treats, but wherever she went, she was followed by 2 maidservants like little tails, who either gathered wild vegetables or picked fruits, and she would share with her companions. Over time, everyone grew fonder of playing with her. How'd her father know of this place? Dou Zhao's mind felt tangled, and as she regained her senses, she found herself standing by the small stream beneath a large locust tree with her father. Gao Sheng had set up a stool beneath the locust tree and prepared some cool tea. Her father and Dou Zhao sat on the stool, while Gao Sheng positioned himself in a spot abundant with aquatic plants, took out a fishing rod, attached bait, and began to fish. Was this what her father referred to as golden fishing? Dou Zhao was left speechless. Her father, however, leisurely sipped his tea, cautioning her, do not wander into the sun. Be careful not to get sunburned. Dou Zhao gazed listlessly at the green peaches on the opposite bank. As the wind blew, the branches rustled, and the green peaches swayed in the breeze. Her father remarked, those peaches are bitter and astringent. They are inedible. As the arrival of spring approaches next year, I instructed someone to procure the renowned peaches from the capital for you, in Zhending Prefecture. You even know this. Dou Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. Over there, Gao Sheng had just caught a small fish. He tossed the fish into a small bucket and chuckled at this rate. The 7th master and the 4th miss will have fish for dinner tonight. Their father laughed, saying, today we shall indulge in a meal at the Bao family. Gao Sheng, somewhat puzzled, merely acknowledged it without further inquiry. However, Dou Zhao, unrestrained, questioned, why should we dine the Feng family? After a brief hesitation, their father replied with a smile, Aunt Wang's sisters-in-law have arrived. Their family has changed significantly and has ties with 5th brother. Logically, I should extend a proper invitation, but given that Aunt Wang is a concubine, it feels somewhat inappropriate for me to host them. By the time we finish dinner at your Uncle Feng's, they should be returning to Nanhua. No wonder they came out fishing in this sweltering heat. Dou Zhao realized. Their father said, come, let us ascend the hill. With that, he lifted Dou Zhao and climbed to the top of the slope. The view was striking. Grandmother's residence was vividly visible, and Dou Zhao could even see her conversing with the maids in the front yard. Dou Zhao was astonished. Was it merely her imagination? Or did grandmother seem to sense their presence and gaze in their direction? Dou Zhao turned back to find their father staring intently at grandmother's house, his expression solemn. A realization struck Dou Zhao like a thunderclap. Her father had always expressed his longing for grandmother in this manner. She had never known. Father, what other secrets remain? Dou Zhao pondered, as her father's murmured thoughts reached her ears. I was 9 when I learned that my true mother was not my biological mother. I've always wanted to know what kind of person gave birth to me. I didn't want to hurt my mother, but the thought of her spending all these years alone in this estate pains me deeply. She felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Could this be the reason she was sent to the estate in her previous life? That day, her father had mentioned to Wang Yingzhuang that he needed a legitimate son. Was this the reason for Dou Zhao's existence? In her previous life, her father had only 2 concubines and rarely spent the night in their chambers. She had assumed it was due to his affection for Wang Yingxue, yet it now appeared that, in his prime, her father had only fathered Dou Ming and Dou Xiao with Wang Yingxue. She longed to ask her father, but these events had never transpired in this life. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Meanwhile, Gao Shi was also in turmoil. She was well aware of Pang Shi's cunning nature and lack of decorum. Yet she never anticipated such words would escape her lips, nor did she foresee her sister-in-law's seemingly intrigued expression. Unable to contain her fury, she sharply rebuked Pang Shi. Do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire. Such words are simply too, she wanted to say, shameless. But remembering their future interactions, she begrudgingly altered her tone to excessive. Pang Yulo, noticing Gao Shi's change in demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction and retorted, Sister-in-law, unlike you, who has read the texts of the sages and speaks with lofty principles, I know that one must act for oneself or face dire consequences. Why has my sister-in-law fallen into such a predicament? Is it not for the sake of our family? Now that the household has slightly improved, are we to shun her for her misfortunes? You can turn your back, but I cannot. I know what is right and wrong. When my sister-in-law, a young woman, stepped forward for the family's sake, who did not whisper behind our backs, where were your principles then? Gao Shi cast a glance at Wang Yingxue, who subtly nodded in agreement. This sent a chill through her, and she felt a wave of coldness wash over her. Enough, Gao Shi commanded, interrupting Pang Yulo. Earning a living through one's own labor is righteous. Why should we fear the slander of petty individuals? The seventh master is already betrothed, yet you seek to disrupt the union between the Dou and Zhao families out of selfishness, a despicable act that invites universal disdain. How can you equate such actions? Pang Yulo scoffed. What constitutes selfishness? What is altruism? Wanting a good life is selfish? Giving away everything you possess is altruistic? Is my sister-in-law less beautiful than the fifth miss of the Zhao family, or of lesser birth? Moreover, it was Zhao Shiying who deceived my sister-in-law from birth. Gao was tenderly cared for by the wet nurse, who later endured a decade of hardship alongside her at the Wang family. To Gao, she was akin to kin, and without reservation, she recounted every detail of the events that transpired. The wet nurse, taken aback, anxiously exclaimed, "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Considering Gao's hurried journey to Nanhua, she grasped Gao's hand, fervently advising her, "You must remember, on the 19th day after your wedding, your husband departed for Xiningwei under your father-in-law's orders. Between you and him, there exists only obligation, not affection. Do not allow yourself to be confused. This is a matter for their siblings. You may offer counsel, but do not confront alone. You are aware of the old lady's temperament. Had it not been for you, how could the Wang family have acquired land, or how could your aunt have conducted her business? You have treated the old lady with more affection than a daughter, yet when family matters arise, she consistently places your aunt before you." Pang reluctantly married into the family, and even when the household was bereft of resources, she looked down upon you, relying on the second master's indulgence to compete with you. Now that your husband has regained his position, one cannot fathom her intentions. Pray, do not let the entire family view you with disdain. As a mother, she empathizes with her daughter. My own mother feels the same way. Gao feebly countered, stating, "The reason I must hurry back is to persuade my husband to request my father-in-law to intervene and forcibly bring my sister-in-law home. If we allow Pang to meddle, even if we manage to retrieve my sister-in-law, it may lead to a public uproar, and that would be utterly disgraceful." Her expression reflected a sense of helplessness. The wet nurse nodded repeatedly. "As long as you are aware of what you are doing, I shall rest easy." Meanwhile, Dou Zhao spotted a carriage passing by and turned to glance back. This side of the street was lined with the residences of the West Dou family. Who could be traversing here at this hour? As the thought crossed his mind, he heard Gao Sheng remark, "Seventh master, it appears to be a carriage from the Wang family." Dou Shiying paused for a moment before responding. "It is likely that there is a matter to discuss with Wang Zhibing. Let's act as if we are oblivious." Gao Sheng assented with a smile. The carriage came to a halt only upon entering the second gate. The steward and servants hastened forward, and the manager cheerfully remarked, "Seventh master, the sixth master arrived at the hour of you and has been waiting for you in the study." Dou Shiying embraced Dou Zhao and proceeded to the study. Dou Xiang was leisurely seated in a drunken gentleman's chair, engrossed in a book, with tea and fruits laid out on a small table beside him. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up at his father and casually remarked, "You're back. Have you been fishing again?" His tone was so natural that one might assume he was the master of the study. His father smiled without replying. The sixth uncle hesitated momentarily. His father gently stated, "I know what I am doing. Just as long as you know," the sixth uncle replied. The two quickly shifted the topic. "What brings you to me?" his father inquired. "You have been waiting for me all this time without leaving a note?" "I merely wish to ask if you intend to participate in this year's provincial examination." The sixth uncle poured a cup of tea for his father, adding, "If you plan to participate, preparations for the journey must begin soon." Then he tugged at Dou Zhao's hair playfully, saying, "Little tail, did you accompany your father to fish? How was the food at Uncle Feng's?" He handed her a cup of tea. It seemed that the sixth uncle was not only aware of his father's clandestine visits to their grandmother, but also of his discussions with Feng Baoshan afterward. Dou Zhao politely greeted the sixth uncle, affirming that the food was delightful, and quietly sipped her tea. The father hesitated. "If I go, what will happen to Shogu? There is no one responsible within the inner courtyard. and I have my concerns. The sixth uncle dismissed his worries. Send her to my place. Let your sixth aunt assist with her. They could discuss it further at that time. The father remained somewhat hesitant. The sixth uncle did not press him, instead pointing to several large scrolls of newly published literature on the desk. These are this year's current affairs, brought back by fifth brother. Each person in the house who has entered school receives a copy. The father remarked, so, fifth brother is resolute in ensuring that those from our family who are able will participate in the examinations. The sixth uncle chuckled. Zijuan has stated he will not attend. He fears being compared to counterparts who achieve the same degree of success. Zijuan is the courtesy name of their second cousin, Dou Zhao, who eventually did achieve the same degree of success and, fearing ridicule, adamantly refused to pursue an official career, instead assisting their third uncle with family affairs. The father burst into hearty laughter and instructed a maid to summon Tuanyang, directing her to attend to Dou Zhao as she returned to sleep, while he and the sixth uncle delved into the current affairs. Dou Zhao endeavored to recall events from her previous life. Her father and sixth uncle went to the capital together for the provincial examination, both achieving success and remaining in the capital until June of the following year. During the final examination, her father ranked 13th in the second class, while the sixth uncle unfortunately did not succeed. She remembered that her father's mentor was the then cabinet grand scholar, He Wenda, who served as grand scholar for 20 years, presiding over 2 final examinations across 2 dynasties. A well-known figure in the bureaucratic world. Conversely, she had never heard of the name Chen Jizhou. However, as she was married into a noble family, her exposure to literati was limited, and it was not surprising that she had not heard of him. As she pondered this, she abruptly sat up. Dou Zhao was born in the Gongxiu year, specifically on March 16th of the following year. When he celebrated his first month, the news of her father's success arrived. Wang Yingxue often used this to assert how Dou Zhao brought prosperity to the family. Calculating the days, Wang Yingxue must have conceived during this time. Feeling restless, she found herself doing nothing. Rain was imminent, and mothers are destined to remarry. Could she prevent it once, twice, or thrice? Dou Zhao thought of her mother. Even if she had narrowly escaped death, witnessing Wang Yingxue pregnant and giving birth would likely lead her to foolish actions. Dou Zhao felt anger towards her mother's lack of resolve, but more so, she felt heartache, sorrow for her mother's infatuation. She tossed and turned in bed for a long time before finally drifting into a muddled sleep. The next day, she awoke to a gentle rain falling. The leaves in the courtyard washed to a brilliant green, exuding a refreshing scent. Tuanyang led Jasmine and Begonia in making winter socks for Dou Zhao when Yuzan rushed in. The rain outside is quite heavy, she exclaimed, twisting her soaked skirt. I need to deliver some silk thread to the sister-in-law of the Yu family. Please lend me the silk dress you received from the fourth miss last time. I'll return it once I'm back. The sister-in-law of the Yu family is the title bestowed upon Yu Daqing's wife, as Yu Daqing is the son of old lady Yu. Tuanyang appeared somewhat displeased, saying, if the Yu family's sister-in-law needs silk thread, why not purchase it herself? Be cautious with the fourth miss's belongings. If seventh master finds out, he may become angry. Yuzan, feeling both embarrassed and angry, scoffed. As long as you don't speak of it, seventh master will remain unaware. Do you think everyone is like you, believing oneself wealthy with 10 taels of silver in hand? Seventh master is a master of the Dou family. 3,000 taels of silver can be given to the fourth miss. It's merely a few strands of silk thread. Who knows if you mentioned it? Seventh master might even reward me with a few boxes of silk thread, thinking I am merely fulfilling the previous lady's request to look after the fourth miss. If you are unwilling to part W, however, Jasmine, who is a year older than Haidang, is quite worried. The wife of the Yu family is the daughter-in-law of the matriarch Yu. What's wrong with being a daughter-in-law? Haidang retorted defiantly, asserting that a daughter-in-law should especially not take items from the fourth miss's room. She supports Tuanyang and Sister Suashin, recalling how the second madam from the East Mansion had specially sent some specialties from Fujin for the fourth miss when she returned. She witnessed Yuzan taking a couple of each snack and sending them to the Yu family's wife. If seventh master inquires, I will testify for you. They regard Dou Zhao as an ignorant child. Yuzan hit someone, and Haidang complained without considering Dou Zhao as presence. Dou Zhao sighed inwardly, realizing the troubles arising from not having a matriarch. Nonetheless, Yuzan could no longer remain in her room, as her influence would corrupt the young maidservants under her. As for Matriarch Yu, it would be prudent to observe how she handles this situation. Chapter 35. The disposition Matriarch Yu swiftly arrived with several prominent housekeepers. Yuzan followed behind them, dejected. In front of everyone, Matriarch Yu sternly reprimanded Yuzan and praised Tuanyang, then inquired about what else Tuanyang had given to the Qing's wife. Tuanyang, being straightforward, recounted all the trivial matters, while Haitang supplemented her account, causing Matriarch Yu's expression to darken. Once they finished speaking, she became furious and instructed a housekeeper named Mrs. Hua, "Go fetch the Qing's wife." Mrs. Hua hesitated for a moment, but eventually left, dressed in a silk summer shirt and adorned with gilded earrings. The Qing's wife immediately deflected the blame onto Yuzan upon seeing the commotion. She insisted on acknowledging me as her godsister. It is customary for godsisters to exchange gifts, and since they were merely trifles, I did not take it to heart. Who knew Yuzan had secretly taken them without the fourth Mrs. Knowledge? With that, she was ready to flee, claiming she would return all the items she received. "Halt!" Matriarch Yu admonished her coldly. "The seventh master entrusted me with matters of the inner courtyard. It is a matter of dignity for those of us in service. Do not take advantage of being my daughter-in-law to act recklessly within this estate." Dou Zhao had no desire to listen further. She only needed to discern Matriarch Yu's attitude based on her handling of the matter. Dou Zhao returned to her inner chamber, with Jasmine immediately following her. Dou Zhao spread rice paper to practice calligraphy while Jasmine ground ink beside her. After a brief commotion outside, tranquility returned. Tuanyang and a disgruntled Haidang entered, complaining incessantly. Yuzan has only been punished with 2 months of allowance. When this matter reaches my father, given his character, he would merely give Yuzan a few slaps and send her away, without contemplating much further. It seems that men are often oblivious to the intrigues that unfold within the inner quarters. She might as well devise her own solutions. Dou Zhao and Haidang were busy tidying up their belongings when Xianxiao rushed in. Upon seeing only the 3 of them in the room, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I have news for you. A commotion has erupted at Qixia Courtyard." Dou Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Jasmine and Haidang eagerly demanded, "What happened? Xianxiao, do tell us." Xianxiao relished gossiping, and Tuanyang had often criticized her for it. Seeing their eager faces, she felt a swell of pride and recounted, "Just now, Wang Yinyang's elder brother and sister-in-law came to fetch her. When she refused to return, her brother slapped her, leaving half her face swollen. Her second sister-in-law claimed that her elder sister-in-law is cruel-hearted, instigating her brother to strike Wang Yinyang. This led to a quarrel between the 2 sisters-in-law and Wang Yinyang. Clutching Mingjie, threatened to take her own life. She clicked her tongue. It was quite the spectacle. With 7th Master away, the old master had to intervene to mediate the situation. "Is that true?" Jasmine and Haitang exclaimed in unison. "How do you know all this?" Xianxiao, brimming with pride, replied, "Not just me. Wan'er, who is with Ding Anyang, and Qinghai, who serves 7th Master, were also hiding there to watch the drama unfold. Qinghai was caught by the old master, but cleverly claimed he was instructed by 7th Master to check on any happenings at Qixia Courtyard. The old master, in a rush to go there, let him off the hook and sent him to the East Mansion to find 7th Master." Dou Zhao was speechless. Wang Yinyang dared to quarrel with her brother and sister-in-law in front of the old master? Xianxiao nodded vigorously. Dou Zhao scoffed inwardly. She had seen foolishness before, but never as foolish as Wang Yingxue. In her past life, she had mistakenly regarded Wang Yingxue as a rival. She instructed Xianxiao, "Why not go and see if there's more excitement?" This was precisely what Xianxiao had hoped for, and she dashed off eagerly. The commotion continued until the lanterns were lit. Xianxiao remarked, "Wang Yinyang is such a beautiful and gentle person. I never imagined she had endured so much suffering in the past." Jasmine and Haitang surrounded her, and even Dou Zhao expressed intrigue. Xianxiao then recounted Wang Yingxue's sorrowful tale of being jilted by the Lei family, her gratitude for her sister-in-law marrying into the Wang family, and her silent vow to ensure that her sister-in-law and nephew would never go hungry. Despite her struggles in the business world, she left Wang Zhibing and the Gao family speechless. Her second sister-in-law is formidable, Xianxiao exclaimed. Not only did she defend Wang Yinyang, but she also scolded both 7th Master and the Old Master, claiming she would report them to ensure 7th Master could not hold office and humiliate the Old Master. Dou Zhao burst into laughter. "Ah, Pangulo, how delightful you are. Later that evening, Wang Zipio and Gao Shi stayed over at the Dou residence. Dou Zhao was not concerned about this. She was waiting for Tanyang to return. Mama, you mentioned that she would deliver the items early the next morning. Tuanyang was delayed in returning. Dou Zhao sighed in relief and instructed Tuanyang, pack our usual belongings. We may need to stay at the East Mansion with Uncle Lu for a few days. Why are we going to stay at Uncle Lu's? Tuanyang gasped. Is it because Wang Yinyang is causing such a ruckus at home? Clearly, the news had spread throughout the Dou residence. Dou Zhao chuckled. No, it's because father is heading to the capital for the provincial examination and fears I will be unattended. He may send us to stay with Uncle Lu for a while. Regardless of what transpired, the provincial examination was of utmost importance, and father would certainly attend. In her previous life, Ding Anyang had successfully sowed discord between Dou Zhao and her aunt, remaining unharmed in the Dou household, while Dou Shiying had assisted her in her old age. This time, having lost her authority over the inner quarters and with no elder to protect her, Dou Zhao was likely to be sent to Uncle Lu's residence, which would provide a suitable refuge for her father. Dou Zhao welcomed the prospect of staying with Uncle Lu. Aunt Lu, whose surname was Ji, hailed from Yixing County, Changzhou Prefecture, in southern Jiangsu. Her grandfather, Jin Yin, was a successful scholar, and their family boasted several eminent officials, making them one of the distinguished families in Jiangnan. The second madam had chosen Aunt Lu for her illustrious lineage, leveraging her uncle's position as an inspector to secure this match. Comparatively, the Dou family was now far inferior in both reputation and wealth. Moreover, the Jiangnan families were known for their meticulous way of life, and, after Aunt Lu married in, the second madam often felt overshadowed, cautious in her words and actions around her daughter-in-law. Fortunately, Aunt Lu was gracious and composed, never arrogant despite her background, treating her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law with respect. Furthermore, she had borne 2 sons shortly after marriage, endearing her to the second madam. In her previous life, Dou Zhao had little interaction with Aunt Lu. However, before her marriage, her father had asked Aunt Lu to discuss matters of the boudoir with her. Dou Zhao remembered Aunt Lu's parting words. Remember, after you marry, your priority is to bear sons, next is to please your mother-in-law, and as for your husband, just keep your demeanor ever fresh before him. This was the first time someone had so candidly unraveled the veils of womanly virtue and laid bare the path of a wife before her. Dou Zhao was profoundly shocked. Yet, amidst her astonishment, she found herself contemplating Aunt Lu's advice deeply, increasingly convinced of its wisdom, and thus endeavored to adhere to it. In her previous life, she had been too preoccupied with her own affairs to notice others. Now, reflecting on it, she felt an insatiable curiosity about the relationship between Aunt Lu and Uncle Lu. Additionally, with matters at hand requiring Aunt Lu's assistance, she found herself eagerly anticipating the stay at Uncle Lu's residence. The following day at noon, a grand procession from the Pang family arrived. Perhaps they had decided to let Ji take care of Dou Zhao for a while. Or perhaps the atmosphere at home was deemed unsuitable. In the afternoon, Dou Shiying personally escorted Dou Zhao to the East Mansion. The second madam and Aunt Lu awaited them at the second gate. Dou Zhao couldn't help but scrutinize Aunt Lu. At around 24 or 25, she was fair and lovely, her dark hair styled in an elegant bun, adorned with 2 gold and jade hairpins, dressed in a pale pink summer blouse and a white gauze skirt, exuding a simple elegance. She approached with a smile, embracing Dou Zhao, who caught a faint whiff of rose perfume. Dou Zhao recognized this scent. It was not an ordinary incense, but a rare rose essence from the West, worth 50 taels of silver for a small bottle, available only from the largest merchants in the capital. The second madam, smiling, ruffled Dou Zhao's hair and said to Dou Shiying, "Why don't you join us in visiting the second madam?" With their daughter needing care from the ladies of the East Mansion, Dou Shiying expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and the group proceeded to the second madam's quarters. The arrangement of the second madam's room was simple, yet exuded an air of ancient elegance, understated yet luxurious, reminiscent of an antique storage room, devoid of vitality and imbued with a chill. This room suited the second madam well, and Dou Zhao reflected on her mother's coldness, silently criticizing her. After exchanging greetings, the second madam offered Dou Zhao a handful of sweets and inquired of Dou Shiying, "I hear the Wang family is causing quite the stir?" Her casual tone carried an undercurrent of severity. Dou Shiying flushed and replied softly, "I will resolve it soon." The second madam suggested, As you are soon to participate in the provincial examination, why not let your second sister-in-law handle negotiations with the Wang family? In a commanding tone, rather than an inquisitive one, Dou Zhao nodded in embarrassment. The second matriarch, satisfied, responded with a hum of approval and turned to Dou Zhao with a benevolent smile. Come here, Shogu. Let your second great-aunt see if you have grown taller. Dou Zhao felt as though the second matriarch were an ancient sorceress. It had taken 10 years after her grandfather's passing for her to depart this world herself. She had no desire to draw close to the second matriarch, and, upon hearing her call, did not approach, but instead held onto the hand of her sixth aunt, exclaiming loudly, I'm 5 years old this year, of course I have grown taller. Her clear, ringing voice left the onlookers momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. The second aunt chimed in playfully, Oh, second aunt, you miscalculated. You should have held out some sweets before calling Shogu over. Now, with nothing in your hands, how could she possibly come to you? Laughter ensued once more. The second aunt rose and smiled at Dou Zhao, saying, You can rest assured to leave Shogu in the care of sixth sister-in-law. We will all look after her. As the hour grew late, she suggested they return together. It was a rather small affair, and such antics did little to improve the countenance of those present. Dou Zhao patted his daughter's head, offering her a few words of caution, then departed with the second aunt back to the West Dou residence. The second matriarch then inquired meticulously about how sixth aunt planned to accommodate Dou Zhao before allowing their departure. Sixth aunt took her to pay respects to the eldest matriarch, who resided in the courtyard adjacent to the second matriarch. The estate was quiet, adorned with blue canopies and dark lacquered furniture, the shade of pine trees shielding the sunlight, while the eldest matriarch's pallid face appeared as white as snow. Dou Zhao recalled her previous vibrant demeanor, feeling a pang of nostalgia. The eldest matriarch welcomed Dou Zhao into her embrace, instructing a maid to bring forth fruits and sweets to entertain her. Come visit your eldest matriarch often. Dou Zhao beamed in response. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between sixth aunt and the eldest matriarch, they took their leave. Stepping outside into the sunlight and amidst the cacophony of cicadas, Dou Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Sixth aunt gently inquired, Are you tired? Dou Zhao shook her head. Sixth aunt smiled, saying, Good, then let us pay our respects to your third aunt. After that, we shall return home for chilled watermelon. Shall we? Dou Zhao nodded enthusiastically. The third aunt lived next door to sixth aunt, and upon entering, they found her reprimanding the recently matured Dou Fanchong. How can you compare yourself to Qi Juan? He can stump the teacher, while you're the one who is stumped. As the eldest son of the third aunt, Dou Fanchong was the firstborn after 3 daughters. Upon seeing Ji Shi and Dou Zhao enter, the admonition could not continue. Dou Fanchong sheepishly greeted Ji Shi and Dou Zhao before departing in disappointment. The third aunt, stroking her forehead, instructed a maid to prepare tea and snacks, then lamented to sixth aunt, I do not know which deity I have offended. After much effort, I finally bore 2 sons, yet the eldest, at 20, remains oblivious to the world, only knowing how to play. The younger one is clever, but detests studying. Forcing him to read is like demanding his life. In Dou Zhao's recollection, the third aunt's 2 sons had indeed shown little promise in their studies. After passing the imperial examination, Dou Fanchong had continued his studies, only to fail repeatedly, while Dou Huachong, in his 30s, had turned to the antique business, with Dou Zhao having introduced several significant clients to him. Sixth aunt consoled the third aunt. He is still young, not yet settled. Once he marries, he will be fine. Dou Fanchong was engaged to his cousin, with the wedding set for March of the following year. The third aunt sighed. Let's hope so. Sixth aunt then bid farewell. The third aunt escorted them to the door, only to see the third uncle hastily approaching. Shogu has arrived, he exclaimed from a distance, smiling as he clasped his hands towards sixth aunt, calling out, Sixth sister-in-law, I have urgent matters to discuss with mother. Come for dinner tonight. Let it be a welcome feast for Shogu. The third aunt eagerly agreed. Yes, yes. Please join us for dinner. The East Dou family originally resided together, sharing meals except during festivals or sacrifices. They invited Dou Zhao, and Ji Shi, not wishing to be impolite, smiled and acquiesced before carrying Dou Zhao back inside. Ji Shi's wet nurse, Wang Shi, had already arranged Dou Zhao's belongings and maid. Noticing Dou Zhao's sunburned face, she called for a maid, and together they helped Dou Zhao take a warm bath, applying powder and dressing her in a white silk blouse. adorning her with a silver necklace and bracelet, before leading her to meet Ji-Shi. Ji-Shi had also bathed and changed her clothes, with two maids fanning her on either side. She took Dou Zhao's hand, appraising her with a smile, nodding in approval before lifting her to the bed. Now you truly resemble a young lady. Grabbing a fan, she began to fan Dou Zhao while instructing Wang Momo, "Today we dine at the third uncle's. If sixth master returns in time, let him join us. If not, prepare him a separate dinner." Dou Zhao speculated that sixth uncle must have accompanied her father to their home. Wang Momo responded with a smile. A maid with charming almond-shaped eyes entered, and upon seeing her, Wang Momo promptly ushered the others out. The maid took the fan from sixth aunt's hand and began to fan Dou Zhao, whispering to sixth aunt, "Third master has received a letter from fifth master, stating that Chun Jizhou has been forced to resign, and that Lord He Dao has been recommended to preside over this session's examination. Fifth master is highly regarded by Lord Zeng during his tenure as deputy minister." Upon hearing this, the matriarch immediately sent word to the old master in the west courtyard. When I arrived, the messenger had just left. Sixth aunt responded with an acknowledgement. The maid lifted the curtain, and Wang Momo, along with several attending maids, streamed back in, resuming their tasks. Had it not been for the maid still fanning Dou Zhao, Dou Zhao might have thought she had been dreaming. Sixth aunt truly was a master of subtlety. Dou Zhao felt a flush of embarrassment, her thoughts involuntarily drifting back to what she had just heard. Zheng Yifan had forced Chun Jizhou out, yet fifth uncle had gained Zheng Yifan's favor. Was that not a good thing? Why then did the second matriarch hastily summon her grandfather upon hearing this? She was left perplexed. Chapter 37. Night whispers. Ji-Shi sat at the windowed bed, gazing at the slumbering Dou Zhao, letting out a barely audible sigh. This child is truly beautiful. As she spoke, having left the home of third master Dou Shibang, she took Dou Zhao to pay respects to several daughters-in-law. By the time they returned, the night was deep and quiet. After freshening up, Dou Zhao fell asleep immediately upon lying down. Wang Momo sat beside her, fanning her, and upon hearing Ji-Shi's words, glanced towards Dou Zhao. The room remained dim, illuminated only by moonlight, revealing Dou Zhao's delicate features, her rosy lips slightly curled, exuding an air of bliss as if she were dreaming a lovely dream, invoking immediate tenderness in the hearts of onlookers. Indeed, Wang Momo could not help but exclaim, how could the seventh mistress bear to leave the fourth young miss in such a manner? Ji-Shi remained silent. Wang Momo continued, in the end, it is all the fault of the concubine. Although they were old acquaintances, she still entangled herself with seventh master. Where can the seventh mistress save face? It is no wonder she chose this path. She did not take her own life merely for the sake of pride. Ji-Shi listened, reflecting sadly that she had placed too much importance on seventh uncle. Even if it were not Lady Wang, had it been any other woman, even a lowly courtesan who could win seventh uncle's favor, it would have felt as devastating as the earth splitting beneath her. She would rather die than witness it. Yet now, what a child! What the maternal relatives who raised her! This act was akin to causing pain to her loved ones while delighting her enemies. Alas, I scarcely know what to say. If only she had a mother to guide her or a close friend to confide in, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. There's a reason why widows and daughters are not wed. It is only unfortunate for Shogu. Her future days are likely to be fraught with difficulties. Wang Momo dismissed this. Did they not say the fourth young miss is betrothed to the heir of the Jining Marquis? That is merely talk, she replied. Yisaid, pondering that if the Wei family truly wished to acknowledge this marriage, the Zhao family would not have sent merely a steward at the time of Zhao's demise. Wang Mama expressed concern for Dou Zhao. Let us refrain from discussing such matters behind closed doors, she suggested. Ji inquired, has the gathering with my mother-in-law concluded? She had already sent word. Once the second matriarch dismissed the assembly, they would promptly report back to her. Wang Mama quickly rose. I shall check. Yi nodded, taking Wang Mama's fan to cool Dou Zhao. Upon Wang Mama's return, she reported that the gathering had yet to disperse. Ji's brow furrowed, revealing her unease. Wang Mama hesitated. But, is there something amiss? Yi whispered. I fear my mother-in-law is currently entangled in a dispute regarding Uncle Chi's marriage with the old master of the western residence. Dou Zhao, who had been asleep, turned over. Ji gently patted her, and upon noticing her stillness, continued in a hushed tone, former minister Zeng has dismissed Chun Jizhou and recommended he wenda. What does this signify? It indicates that former Minister Zheng has firmly established his standing in court. Her voice was calm and rational, colder than the moonlight spilling onto the windowsill. Having surpassed the age of 60, Zheng's vitality has waned. He may endure another 5 or 6 years at most. Who shall take his hand when that time comes? She paused. If my conjecture is correct, Wang Xingyi should have ascended to the position of a minister in the Ministry of Six. Wang Mama contemplated for a moment, her expression suddenly changing. Are you implying that Lady Wang seeks to be legitimized? Her voice trembled. Ji nodded, her demeanor grave and austere. My mother-in-law possesses a keen sense of opportunity. The old master of the Western residence is bound to face difficulties. Wang Mama stood in stunned silence, her shock evident. She murmured to herself, after former Minister Zheng's forced retirement, his disciples have faced neglect. Only the fifth master remained secure. Before Zheng's reinstatement, they all depended on the fifth master. Now that Wang Xingyi has returned to favor, if he were merely a county magistrate, it would be inconsequential. However, rising to a ministerial position within 6 months signifies substantial favor from former Minister Zheng, regardless of the fifth master's prowess. He lacks the renown of Lord Wang. If matters continue in this direction, they will inevitably suffer losses. If Lady Wang is legitimized, the Wang family would owe a favor to the Dou family. Thus Lord Wang would likely hesitate to contest the fifth master for the leadership of their faction. But Lady Wang's character is too flawed. Even if she bears a son, he may not be raised well. That would spell ruin for the Western residents. The old master can hardly agree to such a proposition. She shook her head vehemently. No, if I can discern this. Surely the matriarch and the old master are also aware. What grounds does the matriarch have to persuade the old master to legitimize Lady Wang? Ye exhaled deeply, her gaze resting on Dou Zhao. I fear that the sixth master may inadvertently cause harm. Wang Mama was perplexed. Indeed, there is a certain chaos in the Western residence. That child, Shou Gu, has lost her mother at such a tender age. It pains me to witness. Ye spoke slowly. The sixth master asked me to care for Shou Gu, and without hesitation, I agreed. It was a benevolent act, yet the situation has shifted dramatically. If the matriarch uses this as a pretext to have me nurture the eldest grandson of the Western residence. In the past, the Dou family's wealth was evenly divided, but through collaboration, Uncle Qi could claim half of the Dou family's assets. How many can resist the temptation? Not only the Wang family, but even those of the Dou family might feel envy. At that point, we would find ourselves trapped, our home in disarray. What shall we do? Wang Mama exclaimed. If you truly become responsible for the eldest grandson of the Western residence, then Lady Wang is his biological mother. We cannot prevent her from seeing him throughout the year. The mere thought of dealing with such a despicable individual makes my stomach turn. Moreover, a dragon begets a dragon. A phoenix begets a phoenix. How virtuous could her offspring be? Let us hope that our Huier and Jier are not led astray. Sixth madam, should the matriarch broach this matter, you must not acquiesce. Wang Mama insisted. As for the fourth miss, she glanced at Dou Zhao. I believe she should not be retained. Just cite the oppressive heat. It is not conducive to her health. Send her to the matriarch. Whoever wishes to care for her may do so. Her needs will not go unmet. Huier and Jier are the eldest and second sons of the sixth household. Such remarks must not be repeated. Ye admonished, displeaseth. She is not a mere pet to be kept or discarded at whim. She is a living child. However, Wang Mama hesitated. This is merely my speculation. Ji dismissed her words. Even if my conjecture holds true, this matter cannot be resolved hastily. There must be a resolution regarding the marriage with the Zhu family, and we must seek approval from the Zhao family's uncle. Indeed, Wang Mama's emotions gradually calmed. Not to mention, the Zhu family is quite prominent in Zhending County. The Dou family cannot simply dismiss the engagement without cause. You have erred in your assertion, Ji smiled. Of the three matters, the easiest and most straightforward is the marriage with the Zhu family. Consider this. Previously, the Zhu family had heard rumors that matters between Uncle Qi and his concubine were unresolved, and third sister sought many to intercede. The Zhu family opposed the marriage in May, indicating their care for their daughter. If they were to learn of the turmoil in the Wang family, they would be loath to subject their cherished daughter to such strife. Without the Dou family needing to intervene, the Zhu family would likely retract the engagement willingly. She took a sip of tea. The most challenging aspect, however, lies in persuading the Zhao family's uncle to agree to legitimize Lady Wang. Her voice softened. At this juncture, The Zhao family's uncle likely harbors a deep-seated animosity toward the Dou family. Were it not for his concern for Shogu, he might even harbor thoughts of revenge against Dou Shiying. If the Dou family refrains from seeking the legitimization approval, that would be one matter. However, should they pursue it, obtaining it would be impossible. Not only would they fail to secure it, but they might also seize the opportunity to embarrass the Dou family. What headache could the old master possibly face? Wang Mama chuckled. In such a case, they would simply claim that the Zhao family's uncle refused to legitimize Lady Wang and that he would remarry instead. Could the matriarch truly compel the Zhao family's uncle to provide a letter of consent? Perhaps this aligns perfectly with the matriarch's intentions. Yi remarked, her gaze once again fixed on Dou Zhao. While the matriarch cannot coerce the Zhao family's uncle to write a letter of consent, she may ensure that he remains perpetually rooted in the Northwest. The distances are vast. Unless he resigns from his official position and engages in legal disputes with the Dou family, he will have the Dou family backing him, allowing Lady Wang to openly bear the title of the primary wife, bearing children. However, if the Zhao family's uncle resigns and pursues legal action against the Dou family, a man stripped of his official status, do you think he can triumph over the Dou family? Not only would he be unable to succeed, but he would likely end up destitute with nothing to his name. Even with clever descendants, he would lack the means to support their education and future careers. Wang Mama shiver, madam, this seems rather harsh. This may not be entirely the matriarch's design. Ji exhaled. Our fifth uncle tends to speak in half measures, leaving much unsaid. Wang Mama expressed sympathy for Dou Zhao. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Thankfully, the fourth miss is still innocent, spared the burden of being caught in the middle. Do you suppose Shogu will have an easy life? Ji affectionately stroked Dou Zhao's head. If you're Shogu, and one day someone told you that Lady Wang was the culprit behind Zhao's demise, what would you do? I would undoubtedly seek justice for my mother. Wang Mama replied without hesitation. Precisely, Ji's voice was long and low, echoing like an ancient eru, filled with sorrow. The Zhao family's uncle's refusal to provide a letter of consent leaves the Dou family standing firm. If Wang Xingyi were to wholeheartedly follow the fifth uncle, it would be one matter. However, if he were to be indecisive, once Shogu grows up, the Dou family could simply reveal the truth to her. Should Shogu marry a wealthy suitor, convincing him to support her, she could file a lawsuit against Wang Yinyang, who would find herself in a precarious position, swiftly brought down from her lofty perch. Conversely, if Shogu were to wed into a commonplace family, with the numerous members of the Dou family, some would undoubtedly stand by her side, similarly allowing Wang Yinyang to transition from wife to concubine. The moment Shogu submits that legal document, seventh uncle would be unable to escape the charges of treating a concubine as a wife. If she refrains from submitting it, Shogu might find herself unable to find peace. Indeed, should it reach that point, the Wang family would suffer deeply, while the Dou family would merely endure a minor affliction. Others would merely say the Dou family was considerate of their peers, whereas the Wang family would be criticized for failing to educate their adopted daughter. Moreover, seventh master is not a member of the Eastern Dou clan. How could our matriarch have married you into such a family? Wang Momo's face turned pale. In the sweltering summer, she felt a chill to her very bones. The Ji family does not have such matters. The Ji family merely does not comprehend their own affairs. Wang Momo fell silent. A young maid reported, "The sixth master has returned." Ji Shi exchanged a glance with Wang Momo. "Make sure not to let anything slip in front of the sixth master. Let him joyfully attend the provincial examination first." The old servant understood. Wang Momo spoke in a low voice, following Ji Shi out. The inner chamber was silent, serene. Moonlight illuminated Dou Zhao's face, the droplets at the corner of her eyes glistening like dew upon the petals of a night-blooming flower, ethereal and dreamlike. Chapter 38. Ji Shi. Dou Zhao rested her chin on the windowsill, watching the sky gradually brighten. The maids who entered to attend to Ji Shi were taken aback, whispering, "Fourth miss, why are you up so early?" Ji Shi, startled awake, hurriedly lifted the pale white curtains. "Shogu, you're awake. Why didn't you wake sixth aunt?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but stifle a yawn. Last night, she had spoken with Dou Shiyang for most of the night, confirming Wang Xingyi's promotion. The still sleeping Dou Shiyang was also roused, bleary-eyed, who was on night duty last night. How come no one knew Shogu was awake? He forced himself to sit up, relieved that Shogu was obedient. Had she wandered off, how would they explain it to seventh brother? He chided Ji Shi. The one on duty was the maid with almond-shaped eyes and a peach-like complexion, named Kailon, who was a senior maid beside sixth aunt. She was perplexed as to why Dou Zhao, who had been sleeping beside her, had vanished. It was my watch, she trembled, standing at Ji Shi's bedside. I must have dozed off, and didn't notice fourth miss had awakened. When sixth uncle rested in sixth aunt's chamber, she could take the night shift, likely because she was a favored maid of sixth uncle. Dou Zhao contemplated this and replied with a grin. I quietly got out of bed. Sister Kailon didn't know. Kailon, visibly relieved, regarded Dou Zhao with considerably softer eyes than the previous day. Ji Shi reprimanded Kailon a few times, instructing her to take a rest. The maids came in to attend to Ji Shi, while Dou Zhao and Dou Zhao freshened up. Ji Shi suggested, why not have you sleep in the study for the next few days? That way, I can arrange for Shogu's maid to take the night shift. Sixth uncle seemed somewhat displeased, replying, I will set out the day after tomorrow. Ji Shi's face flushed slightly. Sixth uncle continued, what if we have Shogu sleep with Huige? Huige was sixth uncle's eldest son. That's simply one do. Yishi objected. Shogu has only just arrived and is still adjusting. She will be frightened. Then what do you suggest? Sixth uncle asked impatiently. Dou Zhao longed to say she was not afraid and wished for a private room, yet she could say nothing, merely pretending not to understand as the maids dressed her. Then I will accompany you to the study. Sixth aunt whispered, let Shogu rest in the main chamber first. Sixth uncle called for a maid. Go inquire when the old master from the west courtyard is leaving. Last night, they had not dispersed until they retired at the second matriarch's place. The maid acknowledged and departed. Another senior maid named Kaiju directed the younger maids to prepare breakfast. Two chubby children, enveloped by maids and matrons, entered. The elder was Huige, whose formal name was Dou Zhao, age 9, while the younger, nicknamed Jiga, was Dou Dekang, age 7. Dou Zhao glanced at Dou Dekang. In her previous life, Dou Dekang was an oddity in the Dou family. While others studied, he caused mischief. When others established families, he eloped with Ji family as eldest cousin. While others pursued careers, he was already in the Hamlin Academy raising crickets, notorious for his rebellious ways in the capital. After paying respects to their parents, Dou Dekang disregarded his elder brother, standing respectfully beside him, clinging to his mother instead. Ji Shi smiled indulgently, pulling her youngest son away. You're already in school. Not a child anymore. Be careful, or fourth sister will laugh at you. They had already met yesterday and dined at third uncle's home. On the way, Dou Dekang had secretly tugged at her braid, only ceasing when Dou Zhao shot him a glare. Unfazed, he called out to Dou Zhao, fourth sister, and nestled back into his mother's embrace. Ji Shi found it both amusing and exasperating. Dou Zhao turned her face away, recalling her own two sons. Meanwhile, sixth uncle inquired about Dou Zhang's studies. What did the teacher teach yesterday? Dou Zhang respectfully replied, the master said, do not worry about others not knowing you. Worry about not knowing others. What does it mean? Dou Zhang explained, if others do not know me, it does not harm me. If I do not know others, then I cannot distinguish between the wise and the foolish, the good and the evil, which is enough to ruin matters and oneself. Sixth uncle nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to Dou Dekang, who stood straight and obediently. Yet, despite this, sixth uncle's expression remained stern. He asked in a low voice, what else did the teacher discuss yesterday? Su Mingyun, 27, has begun to study diligently. Dou Zhang replied quickly, clearly well prepared. What does it mean? It is never too late to study at 27. Sixth uncle slammed his hand down on the table, his face darkening. Dou Zhang lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. Dou Dekang looked to Ji Shi for help. Ji Shi's expression was even graver than Dou Sheng's. Dou Dekang shrank back and obediently said, Su Mingyun, named Su Sun, styled Laokuan, from Meizhou, Maishin. Sixth uncle's expression lightened slightly. The maid he had sent to inquire returned, reporting, the second matriarch's gathering has not yet concluded. Sixth uncle was taken aback and said to sixth aunt, I shall go take a look. You should eat breakfast first, sixth aunt advised. But sixth uncle waved his hand and hurried out. The expressions of Dou Zhang and Dou Dekang relaxed, and Dou Dekang quickly scrambled up onto a chair. Beckoning to Dou Zhao, fourth sister, come quickly. We have chive boxes today. The cook from our family makes the best chive boxes. She was brought from Yixing by my mother. Her chive boxes are different from grandmother's and third aunt's. You must have never tasted them. Sixth aunt, being from the south, was unaccustomed to the Kong table, So the sixth house used tables and chairs for meals. Why can't you sit still like a monkey? You should playfully scolded. Placing Dou Zhao on a chair at the table, fearing she might not be accustomed, and directed a maid to assist Dou Zhao. Dou Dekang made a face at his mother. Both Ji Shi and Dou Zhengchang chuckled heartily. While everyone adhered to the etiquette of not speaking while eating, the atmosphere remained joyful. After breakfast, the brothers respectfully bowed to their mother and took their leave to attend the clan school. Ji Shi then took Dou Zhao to pay respects to the second matriarch. Dou Zhao gazed at the towering trees lining the path, reflecting on the words she had heard last night. In 2 months, Wang Xingyi would be promoted to Right Minister of the Ministry of War and concurrently acting governor of Gansu, responsible for matters concerning the horse market. A year later, when the Mongols invade, Wang Xingyi would repel the Mongolian Khan Ludu, capturing 5,000 warhorses and slaying over 30,000 enemies, advancing to the post of governor of Shaanxi. Afterward, Wang Xingyi repeatedly repelled the Mongols, earning significant military accolades. Consequently, Wang Zhizhao was bestowed the position of a fourth-ranking deputy commander in the Miyun Guard. Meanwhile, her fifth uncle continued to struggle in his role as deputy minister of personnel. It was only 7 years later, upon the passing of Zheng Yifan, that he was able to enter the cabinet with the support of He Wenda, assuming control of the Ministry of Personnel. However, compared to Wang Xingyi, his reputation was considerably inferior, placing him beneath her despite his longer tenure and ostensibly more significant responsibilities. In this lifetime, her rebirth shattered the established trajectory. Would circumstances unfold differently this time? Dou Zhao smiled as she paused with her sixth aunt before the residence of the second matriarch. The most capable Lu Mama, serving the second matriarch, signaled to the sixth aunt. The matriarch had matters to discuss with the elder master of the West Court today, and several of the ladies were excused for morning greetings. The sixth aunt and her encounter with the second cousin's family exchanged smiles as they departed from the courtyard of the second matriarch. The second cousin quietly inquired of the sixth aunt, "Do you know what has transpired?" The sixth aunt shook her head, replying, "If you hear anything, do remember to inform me." Naturally, the second cousin nodded with a smile and extended her hands to Dou Zhao. "Come, let us embrace, auntie." Dou Zhao shifted from her sixth aunt's arms to those of her second cousin, who instructed her grandchildren to greet their aunt. The two boys, aged 5 and 4, and the 2-year-old girl, all with sparkling eyes, curiously called out to Dou Zhao. The second cousin set Dou Zhao down, smiling, "Go play with your nephews." However, the sixth aunt took Dou Zhao's hand. "We still need to pay our respects to your eldest aunt before visiting you." The second cousin cheerfully agreed, parting ways with them beneath the century-old osmanthus tree in the eastern courtyard. The sixth aunt slowly led Dou Zhao toward her residence. Dou Zhao felt a twinge of curiosity. Suddenly, the sixth aunt halted her steps, causing the maids trailing behind to stop in their tracks. The sixth aunt carried Dou Zhao to a nearby water pavilion. "Auntie," she gently placed Dou Zhao on the water-polished stone floor, crouching to look solemnly at her. "Do you wish to study?" Dou Zhao was taken aback. The sixth aunt's grandfather was a celebrated scholar, and her family was well-versed in the arts, excelling in both music and literature. It was said that she occasionally engaged in discussions about craftsmanship with her husband. In Jiangnan, the segregation of genders was more pronounced than in the north, with educated young ladies often studying alongside their mothers, sisters, or aunts, while only newly affluent families would hire a Confucian scholar as a tutor. Did the sixth aunt truly want to teach her? Previously, Dou Zhao only felt her writing paled in comparison to those well-educated young ladies. But after hearing the sixth aunt's words yesterday, she realized her own knowledge was vastly inferior to that of genuinely learned women. If she could study under her sixth aunt, it would be nothing short of splendid. She nodded vigorously. Ji Shi smiled, her gaze softening. "Remember, my dear, knowledge is a virtue one gains from books." Was she pitiful to feel gratitude toward those who merely regarded her as a pawn? A bittersweet feeling washed over Dou Zhao. They returned to the room, where several matrons awaited the sixth aunt's instructions. However, she ignored them, carefully examining Dou Zhao's tracing work before instructing Kaiju. "Bring me the Maosong Pavilion calligraphy book for my study." Turning back, she noticed Dou Zhao's wide-eyed gaze and smiled. "The Maosong Pavilion calligraphy book was written for me by my aunt in her youth, making it suitable for girls to practice. Start by tracing, and this afternoon, I will guide you on how to wield the brush properly." This effectively dismissed her father's entire set of teachings. Dou Zhao felt a bit embarrassed. The sixth aunt then summoned the waiting matrons to come in and report. Dou Zhao was led by Kai Zhu to Ji Shi's study. The study boasted towering bookshelves filled with a plethora of poetry and literature, with a large painting desk and 2 round chairs centrally placed. A massive old ceramic jar, overflowing with various scrolls, stood beside the desk, which held a well-used ceramic cylinder filled with a large bundle of used brushes, alongside a brightly colored, exquisitely crafted enamel box containing a nearly depleted inkstone and a small piece of thick black ink resting on it. Dou Zhao sat before the painting desk, catching a faint jasmine fragrance before even grinding the ink. This was the decor of a cultured family, and she couldn't help but admire it silently. Sisters, here's the second update. I seek your support. Chapter 39. A Chain Reaction. Kai Zhu smiled as she helped Dou Zhao place the tracing paper over the calligraphy book, then gently fanned her with a fan. Sister Kai Zhu, Dou Zhao said with a smile, it is quite hot. You should take a rest. I can manage with Tuan Yang's assistance. Kai Zhu smiled. Very well, I shall wait outside. If you need anything, just call for me. Dou Zhao nodded cheerfully and whispered to Tuan Yang, keep an eye on the door. If anyone arrives, cough. Tuan Yang nodded, tiptoeing to the door to listen for any sounds outside. Dou Zhao pulled out a sheet of paper and wrote a letter to her uncle. The second matriarch said that if we elevate Aunt Wang's status, her father will not contend with my fifth uncle for the party leader position. If you do not write a letter of consent, I shall take it upon myself to confront Aunt Wang when I grow up. In just a few words, her writing lacked strength, and it took nearly the length of 2 incense sticks, yet her handwriting remained relatively neat. After drying the ink with fine sand, Dou Zhao folded the paper into a small note and beckoned to Tuan Yang, whispering, do you remember the address Mama Peng wanted you to memorize? I do. Tuan Yang quietly recited it. Dou Zhao was quite pleased and handed the note to her. Later, go find sixth aunt and ask for leave. She shared her plan with Tuan Yang, who nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I'll make a fuss about it. Then, pointing to the small note, she reminded her, fourth miss. Sending a letter costs 10 taels of silver. Even if you write a small note, they consider it a letter. If you write 10 sheets, they still count it as 1 letter. It would be better to write a bit more. Dou Zhao couldn't help but chuckle, then sighed. If my uncle still doesn't understand what to do and only knows how to bicker with the Dou and Wang families, writing more will be futile. It would be better to extract him from this mess to prevent those self-important schemers from feeling triumphant. Tuan Yang did not comprehend. Just follow my instructions. Dou Zhao said with a smile. There's no need to worry about anything else. Tuan Yang carefully tucked the note away, assisted Dou Zhao with her lunch, and, as instructed, requested leave from Ji Shi. The young lady asked me to fetch her usual orchid pillow. Ji Shi sent Kai Zhu to call for a carriage to accompany her. No need, Tuan Yang hurriedly replied. It's just a short trip. I can walk there. After much insistence, Ji Shi grew suspicious. However, she was generally disinclined to pry, so she smiled and nodded. Upon looking up, she saw Dou Zhao, her small face flushed red from the heat, diligently writing with unwavering focus, showing no signs of slackness. If it were Ji Ge, she would have likely thrown herself into her embrace by now. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. No matter how bitter or exhausting it gets, they must endure, right? She changed her usual temperament, and as soon as Tuan Yang turned away, she immediately called a maid named Kai Wei over, whispering, Go, see what this Su Xian is up to. Kai Wei complied and left. Ji Shi sat beside Dou Zhao, observing her tracing, occasionally offering advice on what to be cautious of. After Dou Zhao completed 2 large characters, Ji Shi had Kai Zhu bring in some mung bean soup. Ani, take a break. Cool down. Dou Zhao, feeling somewhat fatigued, was sitting there enjoying the mung bean soup with Ji Shi when the sixth uncle returned. Before the sixth aunt could greet him, he spoke in a serious tone. All the servants in the room step outside. A rustle ensued, and in an instant, only Dou Shi hung, Ji Shi, and Dou Zhao remained. At this moment, the advantages of being a child became apparent. Uncle Lu nonchalantly ruffled Dou Zhao's hair and addressed Aunt Lu directly. The Zhu family has summoned Zhou Xuezhing to return the engagement letter of seventh brother. Mother and the younger uncle are still inside, locked in a stalemate. Third brother has instructed me to assess the situation first. Do not wait for me for dinner. Such haste! Dou Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Aunt Lu was equally astonished. What has prompted the Zhu family to suddenly withdraw the marriage proposal? It seems that the second wife of the Wang family, Mrs. Pang, has rallied her brothers to stir trouble at the Zhu household. The scholar Zhu cannot afford such disgrace and has remained behind closed doors. Once the Pang family's people departed, he hastily summoned Zhou Xuejing to his side. Uncle Lu explained with a sigh. Zhou Xuejing is a close friend of Scholar Zhu. It appears Scholar Zhu is resolute in his decision to annul the engagement. Then you should hurry, Aunt Lu frowned. It would be best if the engagement remains intact. Otherwise, the Wang family will only escalate their commotion. I share your sentiments. Uncle Lu replied. I have already dispatched the steward to locate old Master Pang. If he continues to act foolishly, he can forget about conducting business in northern Jili. Aunt Lu evidently concurred with Uncle Lu's assessment. Be careful. Do not give them any leverage. After offering him a few more reminders, she saw Uncle Lu off. Dou Zhao slowly sipped her mung bean soup, observing Aunt Lu lost in thought in the courtyard before returning indoors. Sister Shou, would you like to accompany me to make a visit? Aunt Lu inquired. However, Kai Wei turned back. Madame Lu, she whispered. Su Xian has returned to the West Mansion and quarreled with another maid, Yu Zhan, who serves 4th Mississippi. It seems she intends to inventory all the items in 4th Mrs. room. Yu Zhan accused Wang, the steward, serves as the chamberlain to our esteemed lady. Our lady, unable to acclimate to the cuisine of North Jili, frequently requests the matriarch of the Ji family to send over some delicacies from their shop. As Wang prepares to venture into the city to procure items for her, Our Lady notices that the 4th young lady adores the doll belonging to the 7th sister. Su Xian, being the favorite of the 4th young lady, is summoned to accompany Wang to the Ji family's shop to select a suitable gift, with the expectation that she will return by tomorrow afternoon. Yu Zhan, consumed with jealousy, feels her eyes redden. The Ji family's shop in Zhending also sells Western trinkets. The Daqing lady once visited and spent over 20 taels on a small gilded rouge box adorned with a Western beauty, which she treasures and only displays during the New Year festivities. She expresses her desire to return for a more extensive shopping spree if fortune smiles upon her in the future. The fact that Su Xian, an attendant to the 6th lady, has the privilege of visiting the Ji shop alongside Wang makes Yu Zhan feel utterly overshadowed. The shopkeepers, recognizing the significance of the 6th lady, will undoubtedly treat Su Xian with deference, far surpassing the treatment the Daqing lady received. Why has fortune favored her so? After all, what distinguishes her from me? It's merely her relentless attachment to the 4th young lady. Yu Zhan's thoughts spark a realization. Indeed, if Su Xian, with her simple-mindedness, can win the 4th young lady's favor, surely with her own cleverness, she too could easily capture the young lady's heart. With this newfound determination, she thanks the maid, discards her bundle in a room of the maidservant, washes her face hurriedly, and rushes to the main hall. Ji is currently under the shade of a tree, instructing a young maid to gather balsam flowers, crush them in a small bowl, add a bit of alum. Let it sit overnight, and tomorrow we can dye our nails for Shogu. As she speaks, her chubby little hands, tender and white, resemble delicate petals, with small dimples appearing on the back of her hand, causing Ji's heart to soften. Yu Zhan quickly approaches to pay her respects to Ji and Dou Zhao. 6th lady, 4th young lady. Oh, you've come. Ji responds warmly, her tone a stark contrast to her earlier aloofness. Yu Zhan feels pleasantly surprised, hastily replying. I noticed Su Xian was not in the room and thought the 4th young lady might be in need of company, so I hurried over. Yi nods, while Dou Zhao smiles at her. Yu Zhan's anxious heart finally settles. Everyone speaks of the 6th lady's kind nature. Perhaps her earlier coldness was merely due to some misfortune she encountered. A maid enters, holding a glass bowl filled with balsam flowers. 6th lady, what do you think? Ji's face shows uncertainty, as if she is indecisive. Yu Zhan immediately interjects, 6th lady, when our matriarch was here, I often helped gather balsam flowers. As she speaks, she begins to sift through the flowers in the bowl. Look, this one is particularly tender. It seems you possess a discerning eye. Ji praises with a smile, causing Yu Zhan's spirits to soar. After selecting the flowers, Ji leads Dou Zhao back inside, with Yu Zhan hurriedly following. 3rd aunt has arrived, she announces, greeting Ji at the door without entering. Ji glances at Dou Zhao, hesitates for a moment, and instructs the maid, take the 4th young lady inside. She then straightens her hair and approaches her 3rd aunt with a smile. Dou Zhao and the maid enter the room, where the maid places the glass bowl on the Kong table and cheerfully tells Dou Zhao, 4th young lady, I will fetch the jar of alum, please stay here. She turns to Yuzan. Sister, keep an eye on the fourth young lady. Rest assured, I am here. Yuzan beams. The maid swiftly runs to the back room. Yuzan crouches down to converse with Dou Zhao. Fourth young lady, would you like to swing on the swing? If you let Su Xin return, I will take you to swing, and we can play jump rope and toss bean bags every day, all right? Dou Zhao, disinterested, ignores her. Yuzan chatters on, but Dou Zhao remains unresponsive, leaving her feeling bored. After squatting for so long, when she finally stands, her legs feel weak. She leans on the Kong table, which suddenly tips, causing the glass bowl to crash onto the floor, shattering into pieces and scattering the balsam petals everywhere. Stunned, she can hardly comprehend what has just happened. Hearing the commotion, a maid rushes in, clutching a small cloison jar, her face paling at the sight of the broken bowl. How could this happen? The other maids, who had Kuer, is no longer under her mother's control. She manages affairs within the household, while her son oversees external matters. By the time she learns of certain issues, it is often too late. After admonishing her son several times, he initially listened, but eventually began to argue back. We are the prominent figures of our family. Regardless of who becomes the seventh master's concubine, we cannot remain here. It would be wiser to secure a safe exit for ourselves now. She recognized the validity in his words, yet having devoted her life to the Zhao and Dou families, she pondered where else she could go if she relieved them. Her son reassured her, do not worry. I will not touch the fourth lady's possessions. I merely intend to use the names of the Zhao and Dou families, along with the fourth lady's silver, to conduct a few business transactions. Once we have accumulated some capital and reputation, we can request a favor from the new mistress under the pretense of your advancing age, allowing us to return to our hometown. He believed the new mistress would be delighted and would not oppose such a request. However, given the current dissatisfaction of the sixth mistress towards her, this endeavor might not be as straightforward as hoped. Madam Yu, feeling apprehensive, grasped Madame Wang's hand. With 10 fingers differing in length, every time I press one down, another rises. My head is spinning. Please advise me on what to do. Madame Wang, a trusted elder in the household, contemplated and devised a plan. Nonetheless, she chuckled. I've encountered many troublesome maids like Yuzan. They are a source of constant worry and a potential disaster. She then took Madame Yu to meet with the Ji family. Madame Yu understood that this was a directive from the Ji family to deal with Yuzan. The maids and old women in the western residence were eager to curry favor with her. Hoping to gain some benefits from Dou, Shuriying paid his respects to the Ji family, expressing gratitude to sixth sister-in-law for her attentiveness. Ji hurriedly returned the gesture, stating that seventh uncle was being overly polite. Shogu is clever and considerate. We all hold her in high regard. With a smile, Dou Shuriying took his leave, only to be intercepted by Dou Xiang, who, in a straightforward manner, waved cheerfully and said, let us meet again tomorrow. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Ji, they watched Dou Shuriying depart. Beneath the gentle breeze and bright moon, the branches swayed gracefully, leaving Dou Shuriying's silhouette solitary and forlorn. Dou Zhao turned away, scampering into the inner chamber. Meanwhile, Gao stood on the steps of Qixia courtyard, enveloped by the rich fragrance of the jade hairpin flower. As the dulcet laughter of the Pang family wafted from the main hall, it pierced her heart like a needle, an unbearable sensation. Instantly, she felt restless, unable to contain her agitation as she paced the courtyard. How had she become sisters-in-law with Pang? She had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Pang had brought shame upon her. She had always conducted herself with dignity and integrity, never faltering, yet now she found herself watching her feet as she walked. Gao halted in front of the corridor, her heart aflame with indignation. Regardless of Wang Zhibing's thoughts, she resolved to return to Nanhua early the next morning, taking her son to visit her father in the capital, determined to avoid this murky entanglement. While Wang Zhibing could afford to lose face, she could not. Having made her decision, she felt somewhat relieved until a shadow emerged from the nearby grove, startling her. Upon closer inspection, it was her husband, Wang Zhibing, his head bowed, shuffling along with an absent-minded demeanor. What had the Dou family's elder said to him? Gao pondered, recalling her advice to Wang Zhibing the previous day, suggesting he should not stay at the Dou residence and could find somewhere else to rest. Ignoring her counsel had led to their servants regarding them as impoverished relatives seeking alms during breakfast, a perception that had festered in her chest until afternoon, causing her to shun her husband. She turned back towards her chamber. Wang Zhibing gazed at the dim light spilling from the half-open door. a bitter smile forming on his lips. He was acutely aware of the impropriety of their stay. Yet if he left, who would restrain Pang from further misconduct? He wondered who had orchestrated this marriage. It was not matchmaking, but rather a calamity for their family. His brother, weak and ineffectual, was under the thumb of his sister-in-law. As the elder brother, he could not simply circumvent his brother to manage his sister-in-law's affairs. With a splitting headache, Wang Zhibing entered the room. Gao did not utter a word to him, silently preparing water for his ablutions. Wang Zhibing, recognizing his wife's distress over their circumstances, felt a pang of guilt. He grasped her sleeve and feigned casualness, asking, "Do you know why the Dou elder summoned me?" Gao replied dismissively, "For what reason?" The Dou elder inquired whether he wished for my father to become a renowned sage or merely a fleeting critic, Wang Zhibing recounted. Gao's expression turned pale, her hand clutching her chest, her lips trembling as she stammered, "Could it be a mistake?" Suddenly, she recalled a previous conversation with her mother-in-law about a family marrying off a daughter without the means to offer gifts. It was then she had sacrificed one of her own hairpins to allow Wang Yingxue to attend the wedding. Her heart, already burdened with doubt, could no longer contain her tears. What kind of sin is this? Wang Zhibing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he revealed that the Dou elder had stated he would never have allowed Yingxue to enter the family had he not respected their father's character. Initially believing it a mere act of kindness towards an old acquaintance's daughter, they had never anticipated such a calamity. The Dou elder was aware of Yingxue's intentions. Yet he had also conveyed that following the incident with the Zhao family, they would never consent to legitimizing Yingxue. As you know, without Zhao's approval, even if the Dou family acknowledged her, it would be of no consequence. For reasons unknown, Gao's mind immediately conjured the phrase calamity leads to misfortune. The following day, after breakfast, Wang Zhibing took his leave of Dou Zhao, stating, "My father has instructed me to bring my sister back. There are matters unknown to me that I must discuss with him." During their years in the Northwest, Wang Zhibing had not only fulfilled his duties in caring for his father, but had also assisted him in organizing books, transcribing documents, and managing correspondence, adapting to the responsibilities bestowed upon him without complaint. He had assumed that despite the obstacles, he would ultimately succeed in bringing his sister home. However, the situation had veered off course, leaving him powerless to make decisions. Dou Zhao smiled. That is only proper. He personally escorted Wang Zhibing to the door. Upon turning, he overheard Wang Zhibing's servant whispering news of an arrival. Wang Zhibing's expression shifted, and he hurriedly made his way outside. Dou Zhao felt a stir of curiosity and discreetly instructed Duan, "Go and investigate." Duan complied and returned after a while, reporting, "A retainer of Lord Wang has arrived," mentioning that Lord Wang is to be appointed to a position in Gansu, and that Lord Wang must immediately proceed to Xi'an. Dou Zhao sprang to his feet, a thought striking him. Could the emperor be initiating a market affair? Furrowing his brow, he gazed towards Qixia courtyard. Meanwhile, the second matriarch received the news as well. Contemplating the note in her hand, she called for her confidant, Lu Mama, saying, "Staying at home is rather dull. Let's pay a visit to 6th Madam." Lu Mama eagerly complied, assisting the second matriarch in preparing for the outing. Once arrangements were made for the attendance, they set off to visit Ji. At that moment, Ji was engaged in intimate conversation with Wang Mama, discussing the pros and cons of the impending market affair. Even with the new promotion of former minister, one should proceed with caution. Being too hasty could lead to disaster. However, she continued, "This move, though, is quite clever. Everyone knows that Lord Wang is determined to open the market. Even if there are objections from below, one can only imagine that, given Lord Wang's resolve, they will reconsider and quickly pave the way." Upon learning of the second matriarch's visit, both Ji and Wang Mama were taken aback. Exchanging glances, Ji approached with a smile. The second matriarch scanned the room and inquired, "Where is Shogu?" Ji's eyelid twitched slightly as she replied, "He has begun studying the Analects, and Ji has been learning with me for 2 days. Although they have only recently started school, Ji is nearly finished with the 3-character classic, far ahead of his peers. I fear they may become overly proud, so I must find a way to subtly temper their enthusiasm." As she spoke, she took the second matriarch's arm, adding, "Shogu has been preoccupied with practicing calligraphy under 7th Uncle's guidance. I found a copybook for her, ensuring she stays home to practice, both to adhere to the customs of the Western residents and to prevent her from wandering about and getting into trouble, which I would have to explain to 7th Uncle." The second matriarch nodded in agreement, setting aside Dou Zhao to inquire more about her two grandson studies. As Ji served the second matriarch and seated her in the hall, she recounted the affairs of her two sons in school, making the second matriarch's eyes narrow with delight as she incessantly patted Ji's hand, exclaiming, "It is all your teaching that is commendable." With a sigh, she continued, "Among so many daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law of the Dou family, there may be those who speak more eloquently or serve their husbands and children better. But when it comes to educating children, if you're modestly second, no one would dare claim to be first." This left Ji in a cold sweat. She had hoped to extricate herself from this murky situation. Yet in just a few sentences, she found herself ensnared once more by the matriarch's words. Deep down, she understood that the matriarch was setting the stage for her to later receive the children from the Western mansion for their upbringing. Those unaware might think she held herself in high regard, boasting of her lineage from Jiangnan, dismissing the other daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law of the Dou family. Should her two sons achieve early success in the imperial examinations, it would be well. However, if another family son were to surpass Uyghur and Jigur, the ridicule she would endure would be unending. For a moment, she was uncertain whether her mother-in-law was elevating her or placing her upon a fiery trial. Fortunately, the second matriarch did not linger on this topic, stating her intention to visit Dou Zhao, and was soon surrounded by a throng of people as she made her way to the study. Dou Zhao sat before the painting table, practicing calligraphy. Despite the assistance of Tu Anyang and Kai Lan with the fan, her little face was flushed and beads of sweat dotted her nose. Sensing someone enter, she finished her final stroke before lifting her head to observe. Upon seeing the second matriarch, she smiled and handed her brush to the nearby servant girl, Haitang, then descended from the grand chair with Tu Anyang's help and bowed to the second matriarch. The second matriarch chuckled, remarking to those around her, "Look at this little one. After only a few days with sixth madam, she has become so well-mannered, resembling a little adult." Those nearby erupted in laughter, while Ji's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. Dou Zhao regarded the second matriarch with a half-smile. In her past life, her father had vaguely married Wang Yingxue, leading their families to become in-laws. Her fifth uncle, seeking Wang Xingyi's support, became Wang Yingxue's strongest pillar in the Dou family. She had become an uncomfortable presence, wishing to grow up peacefully and avoid Wang Yingxue's ire, which led to her being sent to the mountain villa to live with her grandmother. In this life, Wang Yingxue had become her father's concubine, and her fifth uncle aimed to leverage her against Wang Yingxue, making her the coveted prize of the Dou family. To maintain control over her, the second matriarch intended to raise her in the Eastern Mansion under her watchful eye. Life and death, a mere thought apart, had turned her existence upside down. It was indeed a source of unutterable absurdity. In mid-July, her father and sixth uncle successfully arrived in the capital, each sending back a letter of safety. Meanwhile, Zhao Si, far away in Gangquan County of Yan'an, received a note from his niece, Dou Zhao. Angered, he crumpled the note into a ball and threw it to the ground, exclaiming, "The Dou family is being excessively arrogant. I will see how they can become in-laws if I do not sign the consent letter." Mrs. Zhao entered quietly, observing the crumpled note in the middle of the study. She bent down to pick it up, slowly unfolding it and smoothing it out on her husband's writing desk. "I just inquired with the messenger," she said, pouring Zhao Si a cup of tea. "Dou Shiying has gone to the capital to participate in the provincial examination and has entrusted Shogu to sixth madam's care. They are servants from Ji's shop." "You mean?" Zhao Si's gaze fell on the wrinkled note he had crumpled. "Shogu is merely a 5-year-old child, unable to hold a brush steady." Mrs. Zhao replied. How could she know what to say and what not to say? Zhao Si's eyes brightened sharply. "Are you suggesting that this note was written with Shogu's hand under sixth madam's direction?" "As of now, it remains uncertain, Mrs." Zhao replied cautiously. "I merely sense that these few words hold profound meaning." Zhao Si calmed himself and sat before the writing desk, lifting the note, which contained only a few lines, to the sunlight. Wang Xingyi, of medium stature, bore the marks of cruel imprisonment and 10 years of exile, aging him prematurely. At T. Wang Xingyi let out a helpless sigh and patiently instructed his son, if the Dou family sincerely does not wish to elevate Yingxu, even without the disturbances from the Pang family, they could forcibly take her away. The delay until now merely indicates that the Dou family has its own agenda. When you returned to inform me, I was still uncertain, but now I can surmise with a fair degree of accuracy. It is likely that Dou Zhao, seeing the esteem in which his mentor holds me, fears I might overshadow him. He intends to use the elevation of Yingxue as a means to curry favor with me. However, both Dou Duo and the Zhao family oppose this. Dou Duo not only disagrees, but also hopes to provoke me through you, leading to Yingxue's demise, thereby undermining Dou Yuanji's position. As Wang Xingyi spoke, he snorted in disdain several times before continuing, but Dou Zhao suddenly changed his mind. The blame does not lie solely with him. Zhao Rui also disagrees. I pondered if my guess is correct. The East and West Dou families seem to present a facade of unity while harboring discord. Dou Duo's abrupt reversal of stance likely arises from the fact that the West Dou family has only Dou Shiying as a singular heir, without prospects for advancement. They are weak and, seeing my recent appointment as the governor of Gansu, wish to ally with us to confront Dou Jiyuan. Wang Zhibing regarded his father's words with admiration and earnestly inquired, "What should we do now?" Wang Xingyi appeared not to hear, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that Yingxue truly caused the Zhao family's demise?" Wang Zhibing was taken aback. Wang Xingyi then raised his voice. Dou Zhenji's letter states that he has twice sent envoys to discuss the elevation of Yingxue with Zhao Ruifu, only to be met with avoidance. He wishes for me to meet with Zhao Ruifu. Regardless of whether Dou Zhenji seeks to bypass Dou Yuanji to secure a favor for me, or wishes me to witness the extent of his efforts regarding Yingxue's elevation, or aims to verify the connection between Yingxue and Zhao's death, or even to leverage my official authority to compel Zhao Ruifu's agreement. I wonder what schemes Zhao Ruifu harbors. Wang Zhibing hesitated. "Father, the Dou family claims that my sister caused the Zhao family's ruin, yet they also seek to elevate Yingxue due to your esteemed position. Such fickleness and lack of loyalty. They're not trustworthy. My sister may not find herself in a favorable situation." He hesitated, glancing at his father. "I am aware," Wang Xingyi replied scornfully. "I intend to see what plots they are concocting against me. As for Yingxue, please persuade her once more, elucidating these intricate matters. If she persists in her desire to be with Dou Shiying, then her suffering shall be hers to bear." This implied he would no longer assist her. Wang Zhibing gazed at his father in astonishment. "Justice is easy to proclaim, yet difficult to achieve without bias," Wang Xingyi murmured. "While I hope she finds happiness, I cannot live her life for her. Some lessons she must learn on her own." Wang Zhibing nodded solemnly. "Father, I understand. After I meet with Zhao Ruifu, I will promptly set off for Zhending." By mid-autumn, when the second matriarch learned of Dou Duo's private communication with Wang Xingyi, seeking his assistance in persuading Zhao Si to agree to elevate Wang Yingxue, the air was fragrant with osmanthus, and the chrysanthemums bloomed abundantly. Accompanying this news was the announcement that both Dou Shiying and Dou Xiong had achieved prominence on the examination list. The Dou household rejoiced, and Dou Duo even distributed a basket of copper coins from the first year of the Chengping era, sending 2 stewards to their doorstep to hand out coins to passers-by, causing the entire Zhongding County to flock to the West Dou residence. Ji, with her own hands, styled Dou Zhao's hair into a youthful bun, adorned her with a pearl hairpin, and dressed her in a bright red brocade jacket, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she asked, "Are you happy, Shogu?" Revisiting these events would inevitably diminish the thrill, yet she responded cheerfully in accordance with her status. Ji affectionately kissed her cheek and took her hand. "Come, let us convey our congratulations to your great-aunt and ask for a red envelope." Dou Zhao smiled brightly and accompanied Ji to the second matriarch's quarters. However, as soon as they lifted the curtain, they heard a crash of shattered porcelain from within, followed by the second matriarch's furious roar. What does he mean by this? Is he afraid we will cause harm to his niece? At 30, why does he not wish for us to ensure she lives to 50? Realizing their timing was unfortunate, Ji quickly guided Dou Zhao to the elder aunt's side. Dou Zhao was curious about whom the second matriarch was referring to and what had provoked such anger. But she was not anxious. Her sixth aunt would soon clarify, and she merely needed to stay close to her. As she pondered this, a sense of worry crept in. With age, the ease of obtaining favors might soon wane. After enjoying a cup of tea at her elder aunt's, they returned to their quarters. Kylon followed them in from the corridor, first glancing at Dou Zhao, then greeting Ji before whispering, "The fifth master has sent word. The Zhao family uncle has agreed to elevate Wang Yangzi." "Ah!" The sixth aunt gasped in shock. "Dou Zhao, however, sighed in relief, realizing her uncle was not a man of mere bravado. Such a thankless task was best left to those willing to undertake it without dragging him into the mire. In her previous life, her uncle had sacrificed so much for her. In this life, she preferred to endure some hardship herself, rather than let her uncle repeat the mistakes of the past. If Wang Yingxue wished to be elevated, then let her be so. In her past life, Wang Yingxue had managed to feign joy upon entering the family. This time, however, she would be entering 5 months post-childbirth, and even if elevated, the legitimate wife would not associate with her. As for Doming's marriage, it would likely be even more challenging than before. Yet Kailan glanced at Dou Zhao again, adding that the Zhao family uncle had proposed 2 conditions. First, the Wang family must not interfere with the 4th Miss's marriage. Second, half of the West residence's assets would be allocated to the 4th Miss as her dowry upon the Wang family's agreement to the elevation, managed by a dedicated steward. Should the 4th Miss pass away before 30 with offspring, her dowry would go to them. If without offspring, it would revert to the Zhao family as compensation. What did you say? The 6th aunt gasped, taking sharp breath. Kai Lan repeated the conditions, and the 6th aunt lamented. Zhao Ruifu truly dares to make such demands. Dou Zhao, however, was stunned. Fearing the Wang family might hastily marry her off, she could understand, but splitting the West Dou family's assets. Not even her grandfather would likely agree, let alone the 2nd matriarch of the East Dou family. No wonder the 2nd matriarch had raged about 50 years. Yet she quickly regained her composure, realizing that if the Dou family could make demands, why couldn't her uncle? Just as the Dou family insisted on elevating Wang Yingxue. Her uncle's request for half the assets as a dowry was equally outrageous. But if the Dou family could execute their plans, why couldn't her uncle devise his own? It was a matter of high stakes and negotiating prices. With such awareness, her uncle could protect himself from being consumed by both the Dou and Wang families. A smile of delight involuntarily grazed her lips. Let the Dou family grapple with their own scheming. Ji playfully tapped her forehead. Silly girl, why are you smiling? Do you even realize what your uncle has done for you? She sighed. Your uncle has given up opportunities for promotion and wealth, solely wishing for your safety and happiness. You must show him proper filial piety in the future. Dou Zhao nodded earnestly, responding sweetly, when I grow up, I will also be dutiful to 6th aunt. Her sincerity rang true. In her previous life, had it not been for the 6th aunt's words before her marriage, she would have certainly taken many wrong turns. Regrettably, in her past life, she had viewed the 6th aunt as a kind yet distant figure, a daughter-in-law of the Dou family who was polite but perpetually aloof. She had no intention of pressing her warm demeanor against someone so cold, maintaining their relationship at mere nods and smiles upon meeting. In this lifetime, despite her being an innocent child, Aunt Lu did not concern herself with whether she would remember her kindness. Not only did she meticulously care for her, but she also devised plans for her survival amidst the predatory Dou family. It is said that teaching a person to fish is far more valuable than simply giving them a fish. This debt of gratitude she would carry in her heart forever. Little did Aunt Lu realize this. She smiled and remarked, "Oh dear, our Shogun has such a sweet tongue." However, Dou Zhao could discern that Aunt Lu was genuinely delighted. That evening, Aunt Lu whispered to Mama Wang, "I've always worried that Zhao Ruifu would clash head-on with the Wang and Dou families. It seems we underestimated Zhao Ruifu." Third uncle, behind 5th uncle's back, sought Wang Xingyi, intending to pass the ball to Zhao Ruifu. It is not that I oppose supporting Wang Yingxue. Rather, it is the Zhao family that is obstructing matters. Now, Zhao Ruifu has skillfully returned the ball. It is not that I oppose supporting Wang Yingxue. It is simply that the Dou family is reluctant to part with their silver. This time, third uncle has truly shot himself in the foot. Indeed, Mama Wang chuckled. I heard the old master was so enraged that he nearly fainted on the spot. If it hadn't been for doing quick reflexes to support him, he might have fallen right into the lotus pond. However, our matriarch, after shattering the teacup, seemed to brighten up, chatting with Lan Gu for quite a while. Of course, Ji remarked, I believe that if our matriarch were a bit more perceptive, she should step in to persuade third uncle to accept Zhao Ruifu's terms. After all, if that silver isn't given to Shogun, it won't benefit the Eastern Manor either. It would be better to do a favor and perhaps annoy Wang Yingxue a bit. If she wishes to be legitimized, then let her offer half of the Western Dou with a smile. Ji entered the room alongside the Ji family, her voice barely above a whisper. As soon as the fifth master returned, he spoke with the matriarch for quite a while in the inner chamber. And now he has summoned a few of us. Noticing that they were just steps away from the inner chamber, Ji exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Lu and, with a smile, followed her in as she lifted the curtain. Everyone was already seated, awaiting her arrival. Ji hurriedly stepped forward to greet the guests. The second matriarch chuckled. No need for excessive formalities. There are no outsiders here. She gestured towards the empty embroidered stool beside Dou Zhao. Please sit beside me. Ji smiled and took her seat, seizing the opportunity to cast a quick glance at the third madam. The third madam sat there, her gaze fixed ahead, betraying no emotion. With everyone in attendance, Dou Zhao, seated next to the second matriarch, spoke cheerfully. I have returned this time with an important matter that requires the assistance of third brother and sixth brother. He was the epitome of a Dou family member, tall and robust, with a fair and delicate complexion. His bright eyes sparkled with vitality as he spoke, his words as gentle as a spring breeze. Dou Zhao inclined his body slightly. Dou Zhao continued. Wang Xingyi is investigating the horse market in Gansu, and with the recent incident involving the Wang family, if he faces impeachment, it could place Elder Zeng in a precarious position. The matter concerning the Wang family must be resolved swiftly. I have an idea that I would like to discuss with everyone to see if it is feasible. He paused, letting his gaze slowly traverse the faces of his elder brother, sister-in-law, younger brother, and sister-in-law. Zhao Ruifu has suggested that third uncle allocate half of his assets to Shogu as a dowry. I believe third uncle would never agree to that. Therefore, I have roughly calculated that the Dou family's assets are divided equally between the east and west residences. The east residence is further divided into 6 parts, with the first, second, and fourth houses holding half. Third brother, sixth brother, and I collectively hold the other half. Upon hearing this, Ji began to grasp Dou Zhao's intentions, her heart racing as she glanced towards the second matriarch. The second matriarch sat upright, her gaze steady. Realizing that the fifth uncle had likely gained the matriarch's support, she shot a glance at Dou Zhao, who had his mouth slightly agape, evidently also sensing what Dou Zhao was about to say. However, he quickly regained his composure and attentively listened to Dou Zhao. Her husband, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, clearly already anticipated Dou Zhao's forthcoming words. Yeside, Dou Zhao's voice resonated in her ears. The 3 of us together would amount to exactly half of the assets from the west residence, fulfilling Ruifu's requirements. If third brother and sixth sister-in-law agree, I propose that we allocate our rightful share of the assets to Shogu. As for the losses incurred by third brother and sixth uncle, I kindly ask for some time to draft an IOU and repay gradually. Before the third and sixth houses could react, the second matriarch interjected, if you have urgent needs, please let me know the amount. I have some personal funds that can help cover the household expenses for 3 or 5 years. Dou Zhao respected his mother immensely, especially since this was for the future of his own brother. He had nothing to say, knowing it was not appropriate to express his opinion, lest it upset his younger brother and sister-in-law. Dou Zhao, with his ambition of not relying on his parents, had already been aware of the situation before his return, and he worried that Ji might feel wronged, casting a glance in her direction. Dou Zhao had meticulously calculated everything. Could she voice her objections? She nodded towards her husband. Dou Zhao replied solemnly, I agree. Dou Zhao, being someone who could let go of matters easily, upon seeing that the major decision had been made, felt no reservations and stated, I also agree. Sensing the atmosphere had become somewhat somber, he attempted to lighten the mood, saying, we need not trouble fifth brother with an IOU. Mother's personal funds should be reserved for rewarding the grandchildren. Both sixth brother and I can easily manage our daily expenses. Should we ever find ourselves in dire straits, I will surely take my family to Kyoto to seek assistance from fifth brother. Dou Zhao smiled gently, his expression warm and sincere. Rest assured, third brother, I will be here to welcome you. Dou Zhao erupted in hearty laughter. The second matriarch beamed with genuine joy, her wrinkles seeming to lessen. Good, good, good. When brothers unite, their strength is unbreakable. With such unity, I can rest in peace. You can be assured that what belongs to fifth brother also belongs to you. I declare this here. Fifth, you must swear before your brothers and sisters-in-law. No need, no need. The third madam finally grasped the situation and smiled broadly. This is not just one person's affair. It pertains to our family. How can we let fifth brother bear this alone? She then teased mother. Your words seem to incite discord among the brothers and sisters-in-law. It is my fault, my fault. The second matriarch laughed, as if she had consumed a longevity fruit. I shall not say more. I shall not say more. Dou Zhao rose with a smile. In that case, I shall refrain from further comments. I have already invited Longu, big sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law to the flower hall to converse. By now, they must have arrived. Let's join them. Chapter 45. Agreement. Dou Zhao watched as his sixth aunt departed. The fifth uncle, being a deputy minister, would certainly request leave from his direct superior, the minister of personnel, Zheng Yifan. Dou Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. She wondered whether Wang Xingyi would rush back to Kyoto to explain to his superior, Zheng Yifan, why his fifth uncle needed to take leave. Mingyang looked at Dou Zhao, puzzled by her laughter, and exclaimed, Miss, it's nothing, it's nothing. Dou Zhao laughed even more joyfully, shaking Kaiji's arm. I want to go home. I want to see father. But sixth madam has instructed that you wait for her return to take you back to the estate. Kaiji felt conflicted. Dou Zhao was undeterred, persistently demanding to return. At her age, it was natural for her to be willful and noisy. With no other choice, Kaiji summoned a little maid to consult Ji. Ji was in the flower hall. She glanced at the second matriarch seated at the head of the table, and then at Longu, big sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law across from her, her emotions a mix of nuances. Meanwhile, the second madam, gazing at Dou Zhao, Dou Zhao, Dou Xiang, and Ji across from her, was filled with anger. What was this talk of discussion? The three brothers, third, fifth, and sixth, had already conspired together, leaving the rest of them in the dark about the second matriarch's intentions for summoning them. How could they possibly discuss anything? She understood that there was no complete egg beneath a collapsed nest, yet here she was, begrudgingly cleaning up the mess for the West residents. Her anger simmered. If she were to oppose them, fifth brother's temperament would undoubtedly bring forth a barrage of reasoning against her. How could she argue with him? A single misstep could leave the impression that she was self-serving and unwilling to shoulder responsibility. As a matriarch of the Dou family, what credibility would she have left? The second madam exchanged glances with the first madam. The first madam's face was pale, her eyes puffy, yet her expression remained calm. Having been the matriarch for over a decade, now a widow with young children, she had her own plans. Among the uncles and brothers, fifth Dou Zhao had the brightest prospects. Longu would inevitably rely on this fifth uncle for support, and they could not afford to fall out with him. During the late master's lifetime, he had served in Jiangnan for many years, accumulating some savings. Not to mention, even if the East residents were to allocate half of its assets for Shogu, the remaining half could be evenly divided among the 6 houses, providing enough for several generations. Why squabble over wealth? As long as they had people, money would not be an issue. However, the second house had the most sons. If she were to propose that the 6 houses share the burden, the second house would likely object. Thankfully, she had relinquished the responsibilities of the matriarch, and thus, she was not obligated to take the lead on these matters. The first madam pursed her lips tightly, while the second madam seethed with resentment. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never heeded the second matriarch's advice to follow her husband. In her desire for her sons to receive a proper education and to avoid being labeled unfilial, she had left all 4 of her sons in Jinding. Currently, the eldest son, Dou Wenmao, is studying and honing his skills in the capital alongside his father. The second son, Dou Yuchong, the third son, Dou Xiuchong, and the fifth cousin, the fourth son, Dou Guangchong, are all pursuing their education at the family academy. Wenchong has already surpassed the age of 30 but remains merely a scholar. Yuchong is proficient in his studies, yet he pales in comparison to his 2 uncles, Dou Xiang and Dou Shiying. As for Xiuchong, it is needless to say he married early and has already fathered several children, yet he cannot compete with his son, Zhiji. Guangchong is only marginally more accomplished than Xiuchong. Reflecting upon these matters, she made up her mind and chuckled. What does the fourth brother say? The fourth elder of the Dou family, Dou Zhao, has stagnated in his pursuit of the title of Jinshi. A few years ago, he finally relinquished the aspiration of being listed on the gold ranking and, upon the recommendation of Dou Zhao, took up the role of a long history official in the princely residence of Xinyang. It is said that he is well regarded by the Prince of Xinyang. And 2 years ago, the entire family relocated to Xinyang. Listening to this, Dou Zhao hesitated for a moment. retrieving an envelope from his sleeve and signaling the maid to present it to the second madam. This is a reply from the fourth brother. I initially felt it inappropriate to disclose, hence I refrained from doing so. The second madam inwardly cursed Dou Zhao 100 times. Xinyang is 1,000 miles away from the capital. How could he procure the fourth brother's letter at the mere mention of it? Wasn't this premeditated, leaving me to crash in this hall? Yet, deep down, she understood that the momentum had shifted. The fourth brother had long colluded with the fifth. She did not need to read the letter to know its contents. Nevertheless, she could not resist opening it. Indeed, Dou Zhao not only consented to Dou Zhao's distribution of the Dong residence's assets, but also suggested that the dowry for Gu should be equally divided among the 6 families. The second madam simply handed the letter to the first madam. Upon reading it, the first madam's lips curled into a faint smile. The second madam internally sighed, only to hear the first madam exclaim, "The fourth uncle and I share the same thought. I believe we should proceed as he suggested. This matter concerns not merely a single family. It pertains to the future of the fifth uncle and the rise and fall of the Dou family." I refrained from presenting the fourth brother's letter earlier to avoid misunderstandings with both sisters-in-law. Dou Zhao quickly remarked, "This situation, to speak earnestly, is due to my mishandling, resulting in today's predicament. I appreciate the goodwill of both sisters-in-law. Since I have made the decision, I shall bear the responsibility alone. We cannot drag everyone down with us." Before the second madam could utter another word, the first madam chimed in, "He has already consulted me about this matter, and I too am in agreement. There is no need for further debate. It is settled." The first madam decisively instructed Mama Lu, "Go and speak with Steward Dou, asking him to invite the elder of the western residents over. Inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss." She then addressed Dou Zhao. "You have been managing the affairs of both households. Take some time in the coming days to organize the accounts, so when the Zhao family sends representatives, we can deliberate on which properties should be transferred to Shogu's name." Dou Zhao promptly stood and respectfully acknowledged this. The maid who had been observing the scene dared not approach, retreating instead to report that she could not manage to get close to the sixth madam. Kaiju could only continue to pacify Dou Zhao. Just then, Mama Lu emerged to relay a message, and upon seeing the commotion, she laughed. "What is happening here?" Kaiju hurriedly recounted the events to Mama Lu. As a trusted servant of the second madam, Mama Lu naturally held a certain respect. Under normal circumstances, she would merely inquire a few questions and refrain from taking matters into her own hands. However, considering the recent happenings in the flower hall and her understanding of the fifth master of the Dou family, she realized that whatever he set out to accomplish would invariably come to fruition. In her eyes, the weight of the fourth miss of the western residence surged to an unignorable level. She could not help but exclaim, "On the order of the first madam, I was just about to ask Steward Dou to make a trip to the western residence. Why not let him escort you there? You can leave a message for the sixth madam. After all, blood is thicker than water. Who would not wish to be reunited?" It is no wonder that the fourth miss insisted on returning. With Mama Lu's words, Kaiju grew bolder and instructed the maid beside her. Then accompanied Dou Zhao back to the western residence. Gao Sheng was instructing a servant to move Dou Shiying's boxes when he saw Dou Zhao return and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Dou Zhao inquired, "Where's my father?" Gao Sheng replied with a smile, "Seventh master has gone to Qixia courtyard." Dou Zhao turned to leave, but paused for a moment, instructing Haidang to accompany Kaiju while she took Tonyang to Qixia courtyard. From a distance, she spotted the proud and haughty Pang Shi, who was commanding the maids to serve tea and water in the courtyard. Dou Zhao circumvented and headed toward Dou Shiying's study. The corner door of the back courtyard of Qixia courtyard stood ajar, unguarded. She entered the courtyard without hindrance. The back courtyard of Qixia features several magnolia trees that bloom vibrantly, resembling a tapestry of clouds, hence the name Qixia courtyard. In the warmth of the inner chamber, Dou Zhao overheard her father conversing with Wang Yingshu. "I am but an ordinary man, selfishly wishing to live happily and forget the past," her father's voice echoed. "But every time I see you, I am reminded of how Gu Qiu perished, and my heart aches like a knife." "Yingshu, let us begin anew." Wang Yingshu was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Yingshu, do you still not understand?" Dou Shiying gazed at Wang Yingshu, his expression a blend of complexity, murmuring, "If we were together, beyond the title, I can offer you nothing else." Within the warm chamber, Dou Zhao's teeth clenched in anger. What does starting anew mean? What does it mean to say, "I can give you nothing but a title"? For a woman, Is there anything more significant than being granted a title? She could no longer endure the conversation, furiously exiting the warm chamber and heading straight to the courtyard of Qixia. Pang Shi, like a gecko, was eavesdropping at the window, with her maid standing guard nearby. The servants of the Dou family stood at a distance, their expressions tinged with disdain. Dou Zhao stood quietly, wearing an enigmatic smile as she regarded Pang Shi. Suddenly, Pang Shi's maid noticed Dou Zhao and blushed crimson, repeatedly tugging at Pang Shi's sleeve. Second, madam. Second, madam. Silence. Pang Shi snapped. When you speak, I cannot hear. The maid, almost in tears under Dou Zhao's gaze, pleaded, it's the fourth miss. The fourth miss of the Dou family is coming. Who? Pang Shi turned around and immediately spotted Dou Zhao not far away. Oh, it's the fourth miss. She feigned nonchalance, patting her clothes and adjusting her hair, smiling. Fourth miss, what brings you here? Who accompanied you? In this life and the next. Dou Zhao admired her audacity to speak for herself. The people inside, hearing the commotion, rushed out. Shogu. Dou Shiying stared at his daughter in disbelief. What brings you here? Were you not at your sixth dance place? Who brought you here? While speaking, he scanned the surroundings, and upon seeing Tuanyang, his expression darkened. Ready to reprimand her, Dou Zhao interjected, it was Kai Zhu who accompanied me. With that, she turned to leave. I must return with Steward Dou's carriage shortly. She had no desire to linger in that place for even a moment longer. Slow down, Dou Shiying called after his daughter. I will accompany you to pay respects to your grandfather. Wang Yingxue, following behind, stood on the steps, watching the figures of the Dou father and daughter fade into the distance, slowly disappearing from her view. Chapter 46. Half Dou Zhao returned to the Eastern Dou residence in her family's carriage. In the carriage, Dou Duo inquired of his son, what did Yuanji say to you? Earlier, with Steward Dou present, he had refrained from probing too deeply, only aware that Dou Shishu had returned and speculating that Dou Shishu likely came in response to the conditions proposed by the Zhao family. However, he could not fathom the purpose of Dou Shishu's return. The Zhao family's proposal was clearly intended to complicate matters for him, shifting the burden onto his shoulders. Zhao Ruifu would never agree to sign the consent letter without acquiring half of the Western Dou's assets. Zhao Ruifu, firmly in control, could never relinquish his position due to Dou Shishu's words. He would not consent to relinquish half of the Western Dou family's assets to Dou Zhao, simply because of a few admissions from Dou Shishu. The Wang family would certainly not allow Wang Yingxue to remain in the Dou household without the Zhao family's consent. He pondered, realizing this was indeed a stalemate. Dou Shiying candidly stated, elder brother has informed me of the recent events at home. After uttering this, he offered no further remarks, leaving Dou Duo in silence for a moment before he inquired, then what did Yuanji say to you? Elder brother mentioned that uncle's demands are reasonable, yet not justifiable. Dou Shiying replied. However, given the circumstances surrounding Guqiu, uncle's anger remains unresolved, and he insists that the Dou family compensate Shogu. If the roles were reversed, we might act even more excessively. Had it not been for Lord Wang's inspection of Gansu, our three families could have sat down to discuss a reasonable, some acceptable to the Zhao family, one that could potentially dismiss uncle's demands altogether. Surely, Lord Wang would understand. Yet, the timing is inappropriate. The Zhao family may be indifferent, but significant matters at court cannot afford delays. If Lord Wang were to be impeached, there would be no one else with such authority and charisma to oversee the border horse markets. The emperor's desire for stability in the northwest would become mere rhetoric, and Lord Zeng would once again face the peril of forced retirement. Elder brother urged me to advise you to consider the greater picture and to think carefully before proceeding. Dou Zhao grimaced. In the past, Wang Xingyi ultimately merely closed the border horse markets without halting trade altogether. If the court forbids it, can the generals at the 9 borders find no solution? What do the officers of the 5 armies commandery consume? In essence, the horse markets cannot be restricted, for they serve as the private treasury of the military leaders in the northwest, which is precisely why Wang Xingyi opposed their reopening. Moreover, Shi Rulin's arrogance persists, as the censors have never managed to curtail him for the same reason. This issue transcends the mere question of whether to open the horse markets. It involves the overt and covert struggles between civil officials and military leaders. Ultimately, Dou Qijuan could contend with Shi Rulin solely because of the ascension of a new emperor. who resolved to control the border horse markets and appointed the eunuch Han Wei to oversee the Shaanxi military commission, establishing his residence in Xi'an to manage the border horse markets. Dou Zhao scoffed. We are merely reliant on the eastern residents for our livelihood. The greater picture? What concern is it of ours? We possess no such insight. Still vexed from being confined by the matriarch in the eastern residence for an entire day and night, he gestured towards Dou Zhao, saying, were he his son, I would gladly concede not just half but the entirety of the family estate to him. Yet you ask me to hand over the ancestral inheritance to a mere girl to take to another family? I would rather see the entire Dou family suffer alongside Zhengifan. Dou Shiying remained silent, gently stroking Dou Zhao's head as if to comfort her not to be afraid. The trio journeyed in silence to the eastern residence, where their fifth uncle awaited them at the entrance. Young uncle, he greeted amiably, I ought to pay my respects to you. However, this is not merely a personal matter, and I must consider the opinions of my elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law first. After this matter is settled, I will come to your residence to apologize and heed your counsel. Their fifth uncle spoke candidly, his gaze open and sincere, leaving no room for their grandfather to find fault. All of Dou Zhao's pent-up frustrations could only be suppressed deep within as he followed his fifth uncle into the main hall. Dou Shiying entrusted his daughter to Nuan Yang, instructing, be good and play for now. Father will come to fetch you from Sixth Aunt later. Dou Zhao nodded, and once her grandfather and father entered the hall, she took the opportunity to slip inside. Their fifth uncle was speaking. Thus, after much consideration, we shall provide Shogu's dowry from our eastern Dou family. You must be mad. Both grandfather and father were taken aback, especially grandfather, whose face turned ashen. Do you comprehend the value of half of the western Dou family's assets? This is our ancestral inheritance. He directed his gaze towards the second matriarch. The second matriarch lowered her head, sipping tea with an impassive expression, as if her son had not just proposed relinquishing a quarter of the Dou family's wealth, but rather a delicate crimson porcelain bowl. I understand, their fifth uncle said softly, his demeanor warm as spring. Our ancestors worked tirelessly to bequeath such a substantial estate for the betterment of our descendants' lives. If this property has become a burden, we may relinquish it without hesitation. In this world, those with virtue shall prevail. I firmly believe that even if we were to surrender a quarter of our assets, with me and others present, such as Lan Gur and Jigu, our fortunes will only flourish and prosper. Dou Zhao could not help but nod subtly. Lan Gur belonged to the first branch, while Jigu was from the second. Her fifth uncle, it seemed, was indeed worthy of his position in the cabinet, not to mention his remarkable oratory skills, which were worthy of her emulation. Dou Zhao remained speechless for a long while. This Dou Shiying was truly astute and capable. It was no wonder he was entrusted with this matter. No wonder among the many descendants of the Dou family, he held the highest official rank. He was ruthless towards others and equally so towards himself. When he declared that Eastern Dou's quarter of the assets could be disregarded, it was a stark revelation. As Dou Zhao contemplated, his brow furrowed. Wait, his son aimed to elevate the concubine to the main wife. While he had ample silver, yet sought assistance from his nephews to contribute funds. The fifth brother was not merely dismissing the ancestral estate. He was coercing him, brazenly threatening him. Dou Zhao's eyes reddened with indignation. He could not allow the fifth brother to succeed. He glanced at several nephews and nieces-in-law. The eldest lady lowered her eyelids, her fingers incessantly fiddling with the purple-red sandalwood beads. The second lady sat there with a composed demeanor, resembling a portrait of an ancestor. Dou Shiying, who usually smiled before speaking, now sat upright, his expression grave. Only Dou Shiying appeared somewhat out of place, sitting there with a bold demeanor. Dou Zhao questioned Dou Shiying, do you also concur? I do, the sixth uncle replied, sitting upright. I was initially opposed to elevating the Wang family, but since it has become a settled matter, it would be beneficial for Shogu to have some personal silver. I find it quite agreeable. Ruifu has finally done something sensible. His words were always direct. Dou Zhao scoffed, fine, you may fund Zhao Ruifu. I will not contribute a single coin. If you seek to provoke me, let us see how you extricate yourself from the situation. Unexpectedly, Dou Shiying laughed and sighed with relief, as if a weight had been lifted, saying, I was worried that my young uncle would disagree. Since that is the case, third uncle, it would be much appreciated if you could bring out the account books so we can clarify the asset distribution in person, allowing my young uncle to be informed. Dou Zhao promptly entered with a large stack of account books. Young uncle, I believe that since this is Shou Gu's dowry, it should primarily consist of land and houses, he said, retrieving one of the ledgers, opening it and laying it before Dou Zhao. Look, this is a farm we have in Xingtong, over 2,000 mu, all contiguous, yielding 300 to 400 taels of silver annually. Additionally, there is the farm in Xiyang, which is also over 1,500 mu, generating 300 to 400 taels of silver each year. Although Dou Zhao did not manage the household affairs, it did not imply he was oblivious to the account books. The locations Dou Zhao pointed out were all properties of the eastern residents. Were they truly intending to use their own silver to support Dou Zhao? A deep sense of bewilderment flashed in Dou Zhao's eyes. Dou Zhao smiled slightly and addressed Dou Zhao. Third brother, you may discuss the details with my young uncle later. The urgent matter now is to draft a contract that everyone agrees upon, stipulating that Shou Gu's dowry will be jointly shouldered by our sixth branch. Words alone are insufficient. We need a written confirmation, do we not? Indeed, Dou Zhao responded with a smile. I forgot you need to return to the capital. He turned to Dou Zhao. Young uncle, who do you think should draft this contract? Did we not agree that the three branches would share the burden? Dou Zhao replied. Why is it now that it is to be shouldered by all six branches? Dou Zhao chuckled. Originally, I intended for the three of us to contribute, but both elder and second sisters-in-law, as well as fourth brother, were opposed. After some contemplation, I realized that with their support, I would have more confidence, so I agreed. Dou Zhao felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had only one son. Offending the second uncle's branch did not intimidate him, but the elder uncle's branch did. This brotherhood resembled the intricate dynamics of the cabinet. Under the banner of interests, today, you might ally with me against him, and tomorrow I might ally with him against you. The ebb and flow of relationships were merely reflections of this cycle. Yet now, in a bid to safeguard his own assets, he was willing to let the other six families suffer together. This was akin to binding the six families together with a single rope to confront the very one who had encroached upon their interests. No family among the six could ever unite with theirs. At this juncture, one should not forget that a mere 1,000 taels was but a recent graduate. Would he not opt for an official position? Would he not seek a vacancy? Was there no point in his career that would present challenges? Dou Zhao pondered as Dou Zhao had already drafted the documents. Uncle, please check if there is anything amiss. If not, we can proceed with our fingerprints. Though it was merely a thin piece of paper, Dou Zhao felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hand. He still could not believe that Dou Zhao would part with his own money. Yet the document before him compelled him to accept this reality. Once the fingerprints were pressed, the matter would be irrevocable. As Dou Zhao contemplated this, beads of sweat fell onto the document, gradually spreading like a tear. A shadow flickered before his eyes, and the document was suddenly snatched from his hand. I understand Father S' intention. He fears my dissent. Dou Zhao tore the contract to shreds, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the corner. Fifth brother needs not say more. Shou Gu is my daughter, and it is only right that her dowry comes from me. I have agreed to provide this half of the silver. Chapter 47. Calculations that night. Dou Zhao, staying in the East Mansion, lay awake in the silk canopy of the 6th and S room, unable to find sleep. So half of the West Dou family's fortune is now hers? The image of her father crumpling the document with a blend of gentility and resolve repeatedly flashed in her mind. Did her father truly comprehend the magnitude of his actions? Yu Daqing managed only a meager portion of her mother's dowry, and upon her passing, his ambitions shifted. As a mere 5-year-old child, who would remain steadfastly loyal to manage her affairs while being tempted by the allure of wealth. Should she reach out to the Chui family? In her previous life, she was 12. In this life, she was still blissfully naive. Dou Zhao had endured too much and dared not test a person's character with money. Meanwhile, on the other side of the silk canopy, Ji Shi was also awake, contemplating the events of the day. She wished to confide in her husband, but turned to see his peaceful, sleeping face. 1,000 words were trapped in her heart. She quietly donned a robe and got out of bed to check on the sleeping Dou Zhao before sitting alone on the large column by the window. Presently, Dou Zhao resembled an infant clutching a bag of gold ingots. Although the ingots could ensure her comfort, she lacked the ability to safeguard them, only inviting the covetous to seize them. This was more a burden than a blessing for Dou Zhao. Ji Shi recalled Dou Zhao's serene face in sleep, her earnest expression while writing, and the occasional glimmer of cunning in her eyes. suddenly overwhelmed by heartache. Such a remarkable child. Would she truly allow her to be ruined? She instinctively glanced toward the direction where her mother-in-law resided. Meanwhile, the second matriarch, having seen off Dou Zhao and his son, was inside conversing quietly with Dou Zhao. If your third uncle ultimately refuses to share half of the West Dou family's fortune with Shogu, do you truly intend to relinquish the portions due to the third and sixth brothers alongside your own to her? In the room, the serving maid had been dismissed, leaving only the second matriarch and Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao smiled but remained silent, personally brewing tea for his mother. The second matriarch, both angry and anxious, chided, "You are being too hasty. Thankfully, today there was 1,000 tales to bolster you. Otherwise, how would you conclude this matter? I did not anticipate this." Dou Zhao seated himself across from his mother. Compared to before, Wang Yuan has become much more composed. He continued, "As for family matters, I must ask for your assistance. I will return to the capital early tomorrow." The second matriarch sighed. "After expending such effort, I doubt Wang Xingyi will appreciate your gesture. He might even hold you accountable for how this matter has escalated." "Mother," Dou Zhao chuckled, "do you think I could share a bowl with Wang?" The second matriarch paused, and Dou Zhao added, "Our Dou family has now reached the third generation, has it not? Since someone from the Dou family has entered academia, Dou Zhao is indeed the third generation." The second matriarch nodded. "Yet no matter how many scholars or geneshur we produce, without anyone ascending to the cabinet, we remain merely a commonplace official family, insignificant in the political arena, powerless in the court." Dou Zhao's expression grew solemn, his features sharp and defined. "But now, I have this opportunity. I foresee a promising future. One day, my portrait may hang in the ancestral hall of the Dou family, my name inscribed on the family genealogy's front page. Tell me, could I abandon such a chance? Would I ever relinquish it?" The second matriarch resolutely replied, "That is naturally unacceptable." Wang Xingyi chose to serve as a vanguard for Fengshi, spending a decade in the northwest enduring hardships, while his wife and children languished in poverty. Dou Zhao's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze glinting like a blade. Now that he has finally returned to the political arena, all the grievances he bore will be compensated by Fengshi. Do you think he would settle for the status quo and forsake progress, allowing his suffering to go unrewarded? Certainly not. The second matriarch pondered. "Since neither of us can yield, why should I seek to please him?" Dou Zhao smiled. "Moreover, the current situation is more favorable for us. To cultivate oneself, manage the family, and govern the country, he cannot even handle household matters. It expects us to expend such immense effort to clean up his mess. Fengshi will likely reassess his worth." Indeed, the second matriarch perked up. How could one who cannot manage family affairs be trusted with significant matters of state? The truth will eventually surface, even if we remain silent. It will inevitably reach the ears of your peers and colleagues. What official does not aspire to ascend? Even if Lord Zeng holds him in high regard, there will surely be dissenters. She chuckled. "In this light, we must be grateful for the pandemonium caused by the Pang family. Otherwise, this matter would not have escalated to this point. However, allowing a woman like Wang into the family is ultimately inappropriate," Dou Zhao mused. "I fear future generations may emulate her, tarnishing the Dou family's reputation. I believe you should keep a close eye on matters over at the West Mansion. It has been long since anyone has managed the household there, and there must be many tasks to address. It would be best to raise Shogu within our household, and if we could also bring Wang's daughter to stay with you, that would be ideal." The second matriarch looked down on Wang and consequently disliked Dou Ming, stating, "We have fallen out with your third uncle. If it is merely for her upbringing, I think it best to forego it. But she is still a Dou family girl." Dou Zhao replied, "If she were to marry into another family and misbehave, it would ultimately reflect poorly on us." The second matriarch, resigned, nodded. Dou Zhao then cautioned, "Regarding Shogu acquiring half of the West Mansion's assets, please remind the household to refrain from gossip." The second matriarch was puzzled. Dou Zhao subtly remarked, "I fear someone may have designs on Shogu." The second matriarch understood. Half of the West Dou family's fortune. How much silver was that? Whosoever married such a bride could ensure their descendants lived comfortably for generations, subsisting on ease and luxury. One must find a suitable companion for Grandma Shou. Someone who is closely connected to our family, Lady Eyre contemplated. If her heart were to lean towards the Eastern manor, that would be even better. Dou Zhao, witnessing his mother grasping his intent, felt a surge of joy in his heart. In the coming days, Madame Zhao would return with Lord Zhao's consent letter. After all, Madame Zhao is still young. If she encounters any difficulties, lend her a helping hand to prevent any complications regarding the division of assets. Since we have acquiesced to the Zhao family's conditions, why not execute it with grace? Lady Eyre, however, was astonished at how swiftly Dou Zhao's maternal aunt had arrived. Dou Zhao, smiling, remarked that upon hearing the news that Ruifu intended to allocate half of the estate to Grandma Shou as a dowry, he immediately understood his intentions. He promptly dispatched someone to Ganquan County, apprehensive that prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen troubles, fearing that Uncle San might retract his promise at the moment of relinquishing the estate. Your foresight is commendable, Lady Eyre praised her son, who exuded both elegance and confidence. The regret of Dou Zhao arrived sooner than Dou Zhao had anticipated. Upon returning home, he seized the ink wash from his desk and hurled it at Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao neither dodged nor flinched. Once his father's anger had subsided, he quietly stated, "I will return to Kyoto with fifth brother tomorrow." "Are you not ashamed after today's disgrace?" Dou Zhao interrupted furiously. "I still need to participate in next year's imperial examination," Dou Zhao replied, wishing for fifth brother to introduce him to a seasoned Hanlon scholar to assist him with his studies. Dou Zhao's ire intensified, yet he conceded, "Very well. We shall perform the rectification ceremony once you return from the examination. It will serve to put that Wang family in their place." Why must it be so? Dou Zhao contemplated advising his father, but considering his father's grievances and his own necessity to partake in the examination, he hesitated. Dou Zhao, however, was engrossed in discussing the nuances of the imperial examination with his son. Their conversation continued until dawn broke, illuminating the sky with a pearly light. After rubbing his tired eyes, Dou Zhao returned to Heshutang to share breakfast with his father. Once they had finished, a cacophony of gongs and drums approached them. Dou Zhao furrowed his brow, calling out to Duan, but before he could inquire, a man's voice rang out from the crowd. "Old Master Dou, it is my brother's folly that has offended you. We three brothers come to plead for your forgiveness. Please do not hold it against us." The Dou family was taken aback, gazing at the trio of men clad in lilac silk trousers, bare-chested and carrying thorny branches. "Isn't that the Pang brothers?" Duan exclaimed in surprise. Dou Zhao's anger boiled, and he sharply questioned those nearby. "What are they doing here?" I do not know," the servant replied. "I shall go ask." Before he could reach the Pang brothers, they had already knelt in the middle of the street, proclaiming, "Master Dou, we bow before you." They began to knock their heads to the ground, quickly bruising their foreheads. What transpired? Who are these individuals? Some recognized the third brother, Pang Shilo, exclaiming, "Isn't that Pang San from the neighboring Lingshu County? He is notorious for his mischief. Who would have thought he would find himself in such a predicament? I wonder what offense the Pang family committed against the Dou family?" The onlookers buzzed with speculation, while members of the Pang family hurriedly explained, "Our third master has offended old Master Dou, and he comes to offer his apologies." Justice served. Voices in the crowd echoed with scorn. "Pang Yiba deserves this. Old Master Pang should teach him a lesson." Various opinions were voiced. Dou Zhao trembled with anger. Pang Yulo's second brother, Pang Yinlu, could not suppress a sense of pride and whispered to his elder brother, Pang Jinlu, and younger brother, Pang Shilo, "See, did I not tell you this would work? If our younger brother had approached the Zhu family directly, how could we show our faces today? In matters of familial disputes, one must avoid leaving no room for negotiation. Be more cautious in the future." Chapter 48. Reckoning Pang Yulo had three brothers, Pang Jinlu, Pang Yinlu, and Pang Shilo. Pang Jinlu was competent and had secured the family business while his younger brothers were still naive. Pang Yinlu, astute, realized that working in the family business would yield him no favor and secretly persuaded their father to give him some hidden funds to establish his own tea house. Pang Shilo, a rogue since childhood, enjoyed physical combat and learned a few skills at the county's martial arts school. Unable to contribute to the family business and unwilling to serve others like Pang Yinlu, he chose to engage in debt collection. Upon hearing the commotion, Dou Zhao immediately understood the Pang brothers' intentions. Eager to ingratiate themselves with the Wang family, they had hastily positioned themselves as agents of goodwill. Now that the Wang family sought to ally with the Dou family, they feared being spurned due to their previous actions, thus resorting to this act of contrition. Though aware of their motives, Dou Zhao found himself unexpectedly impressed by the Pang brothers' swift adaptation to the shifting tides of fortune and their audacious disregard for reputation. He had no desire to meddle in the affairs between the Eastern Manor and the Wang family. Yet he felt a tinge of displeasure at the Pang family's rapid acquisition of news regarding the impending union between the Dou and Wang families. With a hint of irony, he remarked to Lady Eyre, who was accompanying the female relatives to bid him farewell, "I wonder what prompted the Pang family to shift from arrogance to submissiveness so abruptly." Lady Eyre pondered his words and soon grasped his implication. "Every cause has its effect," she replied with a knowing smile, indicating her intent to investigate the matter. Dou Zhao chuckled and said, "I wonder how long the seventh brother will continue to stir the pot. The magistrate is waiting at the inn to see me off, so I shall wait for seventh brother there. It will provide an opportunity to converse with the magistrate." The newly appointed magistrate of Zhending County bore the surname Gong. Although Dou Zhao was not the patriarch of the Dou family, he held the highest official rank within it. Thus, it was customary for him to intervene in family disputes. However, considering the reasons behind the discord between the Pang brothers and the Western Manor, Lady Eyre could not help but ponder, should my son, a dignified third-rank official, concern himself with such trivialities? Naturally, she wished for him to distance himself from such troubles as early as possible. She nodded vigorously, stating, "Although you have attained a third-rank position, current affairs are more pressing. The family matters still require Magistrate Gong's attention. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Offending him would be unwise. It is even less acceptable to keep him waiting." Afterward, she urged Dou Zhao to hasten his visit to Magistrate Gong. After some thought, Dou Zhao suggested, "Sixth brother, please accompany sixth sister-in-law and grandma Shou to the inn with me." Dou Zhao, however, was reluctant to join. Dou Zhao had firmly resolved to cultivate connections with the Eastern Manor, hence minimizing Dou Zhao's interactions with the Western Manor. Ji Shi was equally hesitant for Dou Zhao to become embroiled in the disputes of the adults. She glanced at Dou Zhao, who was cradling Dou Zhao with a beaming smile, as if to say that if he consented, they could set off immediately. Dou Zhao felt that since this was a matter concerning the Eastern Manor, if Dou Zhao required assistance, the steward would surely seek help. If not, he should refrain from interjecting. Noticing his wife's gaze, he smiled and said, "Grandma Shou, shall we accompany fifth uncle to witness the inn at Zhending County?" Dou Zhao giggled, indifferent to the disputes between the Wang and Dou families. Dou Zhao, meanwhile, clamored to join but was swiftly restrained by Lady Eyre, who instructed Nanny Lu to carry him away. "Your father and mother are occupied with important matters. What business do you have in this commotion?" Dou Zhao pouted in grievance. Yet Dou Zhao and Ji Shi paid him no mind as they took Dou Zhao onto the carriage. The magistrate of Gong County was a man of similar age to Dou Zhao, possessing an impressive demeanor and an extraordinary presence. He claimed to be a successful candidate from the Xian Chou examination, ranking 4 levels below Dou Zhao, whom he held in great esteem. Dou Zhao, for his part, displayed a humble demeanor. Many had witnessed the magistrate, Dou Zhao, and Dou Xian conversing in the hall of the post station. Ji Shi, wishing to give him privacy, took Dou Zhao to the back courtyard to admire the flora. By noon, Dou Zhao arrived, offering apologies to Dou Zhao and the others. Dou Zhao, unfazed, introduced Dou Zhao to the magistrate, who praised Dou Zhao as a remarkable talent, fitting for a scion of the CF family. After a courteous exchange of humility, the magistrate hosted a banquet for Dou Zhao, Dou Zhao, and Dou Xian. In the back hall, Ji Shi noticed the dishes served were excessively oily and saucy, so she selected only a few light dishes to feed Dou Zhao, advising him to endure until they returned home, where his sixth aunt would prepare lotus leaf soup for him. Dou Zhao, never picky with food, finished his meal and devoured a bun, feeling drowsy and unaware of when they returned to the East Mansion. Upon alighting from the carriage, Saiji greeted them with a bright smile. "Sixth Master, Sixth Madam, Madame Zhao from Anxiang has returned from Gongquan and is currently conversing with the matriarch. The matriarch requests that you and Sixth Madam take fourth Miss to pay your respects to Madame Zhao as soon as you arrive." Dou Zhao, Dou Xian, and Ji Shi were all taken aback, with Dou Zhao even more elated. "My aunt has come back? When did this happen?" Saiji hurriedly replied. "She has been here for nearly an hour, dining in the matriarch's room, and should now be in the banquet hall enjoying tea." Dou Zhao grasped Ji Shi's hand. "Let us hurry." Ji Shi chuckled, embracing Dou Zhao. "First, let me wash your face and change your clothes, lest your aunt hold you covered in dust." Dou Zhao smiled sheepishly and followed Ji Shi to wash up before heading to the residence of the second matriarch. Compared to her time in Anxiang, his aunt appeared somewhat thinner but much more spirited. She rushed into Madame Zhao's embrace, calling her aunt, and inquired, "How is uncle? How are my 3 cousins? Why did you suddenly return to Jinding?" One question followed another, filled with sincere concern, nearly bringing tears to her aunt's eyes. "In just 2 or 3 years, our Shogu has transformed into a young lady, capable of inquiring after others." The second matriarch quickly interjected. "For the past 6 months, Shogu has been with her 6th aunt, as you know, a woman of noble birth from Jiangnan, exceedingly virtuous. She has taken her everywhere, even arranging for her to rest in her own baisha cupboard at night to ensure she is well looked after. You need not worry." There was a hint of exaggeration in her tone, causing Madame Zhao to harbor doubts. Glancing at Dou Zhao's delicate complexion, she noted that after a summer, not a single mosquito bite marred her skin. It seemed that Ji Shi indeed took excellent care of Dou Zhao. It was only natural for her to receive some praise. Bending her knee, she expressed her gratitude to Ji Shi. "Thank you for your concern, 6th madam." However, Ji Shi sensed an underlying intention. It appeared the matriarch wished for her assistance in raising children in the West Mansion. Dou Zhao discerned the second matriarch's thoughts and settled in the East Mansion's guest room with her aunt. Confiding, "My great-aunt asked if I liked my 6th aunt and whether I wanted her to stay with me forever." Madame Zhao, not wishing to encounter the people from the West Dou household, agreed to stay in the East Dou guest room. Upon hearing Dou Zhao's words, she retained only Peng Mama by her side and then grasped Dou Zhao's hand, asking, "Do you like your 6th aunt?" "I do," Dou Zhao replied. "She buys me beautiful puppets, makes me new clothes and socks, fans me at night, and even dyes my nails." Extending her small hand for her aunt to see, she exclaimed, "Aunt, aren't they lovely?" Madame Zhao felt a deep pang of sorrow. Such tender care should have been the role of a mother, now assumed by a distant aunt. Peng Mama chimed in softly, "If the young miss stays with that 6th madam, it might be better than being in front of Wang Yingxue." "I think so too," Madame Zhao said. "Children resemble those who raise them. Anyone from the East Mansion would be preferable to Wang Yingxue. However, this matter requires careful consideration. I must observe the matriarch's intentions closely. With half of the West Dou family's fortune as a dowry, Shogu is no longer the same Shogu." Peng Mama sighed. "The master is playing a risky game. I genuinely fear that the young miss may be led astray." "It is a desperate measure," Madame Zhao sighed. "We never anticipated that the Dou family would agree." Pausing, she continued, "When the master received a letter from Shogu's 5th uncle, he expressed concern, saying that Shogu's 5th uncle is not one to make empty promises. Since he asked us to bring back a letter of consent, he must have been confident that Shogu's grandfather would agree to our terms. And indeed, it turned out that way. Fortunately, we had a backup plan, bringing money for the master through Gu Shiyi. Otherwise, with just us women and children, how could we discern the true wealth of the Dou family? Which estates yield good harvests? Which shops are profitable? If they tried to deceive us with barren land, we might find it challenging to detect." In the midst of their conversation, a young maid called from behind the curtain. Mother-in-law, a daughter-in-law from the West Mansion, accompanied by several maids and an elder, has come to pay her respects. The daughter-in-law of Gao Sheng was a close attendant to Dou Zhao. Madame Zhao wondered, if she is merely here to pay her respects, shouldn't you Mama be the one to come? Why is she joining in? Since the passing of Zhao Guqiu, the Zhao family had harbored significant resentment towards the people of the West Dou household. Gu Mama advised, "It is best to meet them. If you like, listen. If you do not, simply disregard them." Madame Zhao nodded in agreement. Gu Mama went to fetch Gao Sheng's wife. Gao Sheng's wife was a fair and youthful woman, appearing no more than 17 or 18 years of age. Shyly, she bowed to Madame Zhao and Dou Zhao, then produced a thick envelope from her bosom. "This is a letter that the 7th master specifically instructed my husband to deliver to you when he departed." Dou Zhao was taken aback. Had her father known of her 5th uncle's intentions all along? She leaned against her aunt's shoulder, eager to see what the letter contained. Chapter 49. Division in the letter. Dou Zhao first addressed the marriage of Yuzan, then meticulously listed the estates and properties he intended to allocate to Dou Zhao, concluding with the remark, "If you have any objections, please discuss them with the 6th master." This matter was entrusted to Dou Zhao. Madame Zhao furrowed her brow. asking Peng Mama, "Do you think Dou Shiring's words can be trusted?" Dou Zhao felt a wave of skepticism wash over her. It was uncertain whether to trust them. Peng Mama pondered. "However, if we have Master Tang investigate the details of these estates and properties, it would surely save us time compared to fumbling in the dark." Madame Zhao nodded, transcribing Dou Shiring's letter and handing it to Peng Mama. "Take this to Master Tang." Upon receiving the list, Master Tang set out that very night to verify the information, while Madame Zhao spent her days chatting with Dou Zhao, visiting the first matriarch, or conversing with Ji Shi. It appeared more like a familial visit than negotiations regarding Dou Zhao's dowry. If anyone inquired, they would merely say that the master had invited someone to assist with the contract discussions, which they did not understand, while the person they had invited was still on the way. Since the assets in question did not belong to the Dou family, nor were they relatives of the Dou household, the people of the Dou family were naturally unhurried. Seizing the opportunity of Madame Zhao's visit, the second matriarch treated her with great warmth, while the second and third sisters-in-law seized the chance to encourage the second matriarch to invite a storyteller to their home. Madame Ertai, upon receiving the hint regarding the second son's auspiciousness, pondered that if Mrs. Zhao were to agree to have Dou Zhao raised in the East Mansion, the matter would be considerably simplified. Consequently, she not only invited a storyteller to entertain at her residence, but also arranged for a theatrical troupe to perform a few days later, inviting the matriarchs of affluent families from Dingjin County to join her. The household became bustling with visitors, laughter, and chatter, rendering the atmosphere even livelier than during the New Year celebrations, which left Wang Yingxue and Pang in a state of unease, unsure of what was transpiring. As more than half a month passed, news arrived from Master Tang, indicating that the properties in question owned by Dou Shiring were indeed remarkable. Particularly noteworthy were the residences on the southern and northern streets of Qingyuan County, which together occupied more than half of 2 streets and yielded an annual rental income exceeding 10,000 taels of silver. Qingyuan County, being the capital of Baoding Prefecture, boasted its southern street as the most prosperous thoroughfare. Mrs. Zhao could not help but exclaim, "I was aware that the Dou family was wealthy, but I never imagined they were this affluent." Old Madame Peng chuckled. "This time, we owe much to the Wang family." Even Mrs. Zhao, who harbored some disdain for the Wang family, could not suppress a smile. The following day, she introduced Master Tang to Dou Shibang, who then accompanied Master Tang to Dou Duo to discuss Dou Zhao's dowry. Dou Duo had already prepared a thick stack of papers, stating, "These are for Aunt Shou." Master Tang glanced at them and remarked, "Our master believes that young ladies, like the Miss Zhao, lack the acumen for business ventures such as oil mills and bamboo workshops. Let's forego those in favor of acquiring more agricultural land." After that, he handed over a list he had previously discussed with Mrs. Zhao. Upon reviewing it, Dou Duo's expression darkened ominously, casting a cold glance at Dou Shibang. Dou Shibang, caught in this undeserved predicament, could not help but curse inwardly after reading the list penned by Master Tang, who had informed the Zhao family of such details. The list contained several lucrative ventures, and it was no wonder that his uncle had glared at him. Yet, he was not responsible for this. He felt a sense of helplessness, but remained quietly beside them, enduring the situation. After prolonged negotiations spanning over 10 days, the Zhao family relinquished some of their land and took over several workshops, while the Western Dou family also ceded several properties. Thus, the matter was largely settled. Mrs. Zhao prepared several gold ingots, 10 bolts of exquisite fabric adorned with floral designs, and some jeweled hair ornaments to visit her aunt. "I apologize for troubling you, third uncle, during these days. Moving forward, I will need your continued support regarding Aunt Shou's affairs." Upon observing the nearly 1,000 taels of silver worth of gifts before her, Aunt Shou's smile became even more pronounced. After leaving the third branch, Mrs. Zhao visited Madame Ertai. "You see, the child is still so young, and knows nothing of these matters. Brothers may fight like tigers, but in the face of adversity, the kinship of fathers and sons prevails. As per our master's intention, we hope to enlist the assistance of the child's uncles and brothers in managing this inheritance." Madame Ertai's eyes brightened. The Dou family, like any family, produced varied offspring. Some, such as Dou Shu, achieved early acclaim, while others, like Dou Shibang, remained mere scholars well into their 40s. If members of the Dou family were to assist in managing Dou Zhao's affairs, it would at least provide a source of income, making it a favorable arrangement to present to others. Yet, Could the Zhao family truly rely on the Dou clan for this? She recalled the clause that had caused her such vexation, fearing that the Dou family might not manage well. Madame était zuptli remarked. It would be a shame to let Mrs. Zhao's kind intentions go to waste. How could they possibly fail? Mrs. Zhao responded with a smile. Those who are currently assisting are indeed from the Dou family. Fortunately, what Aunt Shou stands to inherit consists largely of farmland and residences. While I may not grasp the intricacies of business, I am well versed in agricultural matters. During a bountiful year, one may harvest a few more pounds. During a year of disaster, fewer. Ultimately, over a decade, this evens out to a predictable figure. I suggest we take the average yield of the past 10 years as a standard, calculating the annual proceeds, and any surplus can be retained by the overseer, to be drawn upon during lean years. Should there be 10 consecutive fruitful years, it would surely be a blessing for his hard work, and he should receive the full benefit. This notion caused even Madame Ertai to become restless. The magnitude of that half-share of the estate was significant. Even a slight increase would equate to a considerable sum. She summoned several of the wives to deliberate on this matter. The first madam listened with amusement, noting that Lan Guer could not possibly abandon his studies to manage mundane affairs. The third branch's children were still young and inexperienced, and unless Dou Sherbang covertly took charge, they lacked the capacity to handle such responsibilities. The fourth branch resided in Xinyang, the fifth in the capital, and the sixth only had Dou Xiang. After much contemplation, it became clear that this task would inevitably fall to the second branch. Jisher could not help but sigh inwardly, wondering whose clever idea this was. It was truly impressive. After all, Dou Zhao was a daughter of the Dou family. She would continue to live there and would need the support of her uncles and brothers after marriage. The Zhao family, having had an unpleasant falling out with the Dou family following Zhao Guqiu's demise, had now relinquished half of the Western Dou family's estate. Some members of the Dou family had begun to privately grumble about the Zhao family's interference. The Zhao family was straightforward. If Madame Ertai were to issue a command, the Dou family could easily withdraw all the overseers and workers managing Dou Zhao's dowry, leading to chaos. The Zhao family simply lacked the capability and personnel to take over those operations in a short span of time. Now, with Mrs. Zhao proposing that the Dou family assist Dou Zhao in managing her assets and offering such generous terms, whoever took on the management of Dou Zhao's estate would be irrevocably tied to her, becoming her most steadfast ally within the Dou family. If this person emerged from the second branch, and Madame Ertai was the matriarch, it would surely ease Dou Zhao's existence within the Dou household. She cast a glance at Madame Ertai, who appeared visibly moved. The Zhao family had indeed come prepared. Yisha smiled. Our sixth master just passed the imperial examination this year, and is wholly focused on attending the spring examinations. Huizhi and Ji Gu'er still require care. Thus, this matter will not involve our branch. The first madam quickly echoed her sentiments. Tomorrow, as spring arrives, Lan Gu'er will be entering the fray. He studies diligently until midnight, and we may be unable to provide assistance. The third madam hesitated for a moment, but finally declared, our third master is already occupied managing the Dou estate. Not only is he busy daily, but it would also be inappropriate for him to assist Aunt Shou with her inheritance. Madame Tai turned to the second madam. What is your perspective? The second madam, unabashedly assertive, replied, the eldest is with fifth uncle in the capital, while the second, third, and fifth are all at home. Could we not select one from among them? Very well, Madame Ertai chuckled. Once you have made your decision, inform me so that I can convey it to Mrs. Zhao. This would serve as a reward for the second madam's support during the Dou Zhao incident. Aware of the implications, she returned to her quarters and called for her son and daughter-in-law to discuss the matter. Dou Zhao, upon learning of this, chose her third cousin, Dou Xiuchang. In her previous life, the eldest cousin had always been by fifth uncle's side, and later, fifth uncle had secured a position for him through patronage. The second cousin had only ceased his studies upon passing the imperial examination. The third cousin and fifth cousin had little interaction with her, but she remembered that after third uncle's passing, the third cousin had consistently assisted the second cousin in managing the Dou family's affairs, proving himself capable of handling such responsibilities. Moreover, the third cousin's eldest son, Dou Qijuan, was the most promising among the Qi generation. During a conversation with her aunt, she remarked, Aunt San scolded Qi Tang, saying that his studies were inferior to Ji Gu'er. Mrs. Zhao promptly noted this and instructed someone to inquire about Dou Qijuan. When Madame Tai invited her aunt to discuss the matter, her aunt chose the third cousin over the fifth cousin, stating, Xiao Sanyi is older and a father of several children. He must be more stable. The second madam was indifferent, as both were her sons. Dou Xiaochang's family rejoiced. For them, who relied on a monthly stipend, this additional income would allow the children to eat better and dress more appropriately. Even Dou Duo could not oppose this arrangement, as he shared a close bond with Dou Xiaochang's father, who was also Dou Zhao's second uncle, Luo Shiqi. Dou Xiaochang smoothly assumed responsibility for Dou Zhao's dowry, and Aunt San presented the consent form to Madame Tai. Once these matters were concluded, it was already the winter solstice, and families across the land were enjoying dumplings. Aunt San suggested to Dou Xiaochang, perhaps you should also oversee Aunt Shou's assets? Wang is about to enter, and it would not be appropriate for you, Mama, to remain in the West Mansion. It would be better to take this opportunity to grant her a comfortable retirement. With both son and daughter-in-law severing ties, it can be said that she has served our esteemed lady well, while others might hesitate, fearing that this might lead to misinterpretations of their intentions in eliminating rivals after taking over Dou Zhao's estate. Dou Xiaochang, as the legitimate heir of the Dou family, is unconcerned with the opinions of servants. He readily agreed, for whether it is one sheep or two, they are all released, and invited Yu Mama to discuss matters, instructing Yu Daqing to hand over the accounts to Dou Xiaochang that afternoon. The sudden turn of events led Yu Daqing to part with some of his wife's jewelry. Barely balancing the accounts, Dou Xiaochang arranged for an audit of the Dou family finances, and upon confirming the accuracy of the accounts, he authorized Yu Daqing to finalize the documents, and presented a ceremonial gift of 200 taels of silver, along with some porcelain, screens, and other rewards, choosing an auspicious day to hold a feast for Yu Mama and her family as a farewell. News spread in Jiaoding County that the seventh master of the Dou family was to marry, and the previous nurturing of the esteemed Mama was generously compensated by the Dou family. As Yu Mama's carriage left the city gate, some discreetly measured the imprints left by the wheels. Later, it was heard that Yu Mama's family encountered bandits on their way back, losing all their possessions, and Yu Mama, having suffered a shock, passed away shortly thereafter. Yu Daqing was injured. Though he survived, he was left disabled and could no longer take care of himself. Seeing that matters were nearly settled, Aunt bid farewell to the women of the Dou family, saying, My uncle awaits my return for the new year. I entrust you with Shogu. Whether it was the second madam or the other ladies, they all responded joyfully. After sending off Aunt, the Dou family began their preparations for the new year. Following the death of Zhao Guqiu, the affairs of the West Mansion were managed by Dou Shibang and his wife. This year, due to the incident involving Dou Zhao, they had invited Dou Duo over for dumplings during the winter solstice. Yet Dou Duo declined due to the harsh cold and his poor health. Dou Shibang, uncertain, specifically sought guidance from the second madam. She went to the West Mansion and remarked, Though the agreement is in hand, no ceremony has been held. Wang's position is not legitimate. I believe it would be wise for her to assist the third daughter-in-law this year. It would serve as a learning experience in managing household affairs, and next year, let each family celebrate separately. Dou Duo responded nonchalantly. Wang Yingxue was called to assist the third madam. Naturally, she was overjoyed considering her first experience in such matters. She aimed for a balance between being neither too humble nor too extravagant, styling her hair neatly in a round bun. She donned a semi-new crimson floral dress and adorned herself with a pair of delicate gold earrings, presenting herself with a clean and modest appearance as she arrived at the East Mansion. The third madam was busy reconciling accounts with the stewardess and merely acknowledged Wang Yingshue's arrival with a nod, instructing a maid to bring her a stool. You may observe for now. If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask me. As she spoke, the stewardess and a number of distinguished maids came and went, the small chamber bustling with activity. Wang Yingxue had spent some time in the capital during her childhood, accompanying her mother to visit noble families. She felt no offense and gently remarked to the third madam, Please continue your work. I shall simply sit here, taking her place on the stool, attentively observing the proceedings. When the stewardess found discrepancies in the accounts, she argued with the third madam. When the Zhao family matriarch visited the West Mansion, there were numerous feasts, naturally increasing expenses for tea and wine compared to previous years. Upon hearing West Mansion, Wang Yingxue perked up her ears. It was indeed normal for expenses to rise. The third madam replied, However, they have increased by a third compared to before. Is that not excessive? As she reviewed the accounts, she said, "Look here. This is the expenditure when the sixth master was honored. Now, observe the costs incurred during the Zhao matriarch's visit. The sixth master had been celebrated in mid-autumn, whereas the Zhao matriarch left only after the winter solstice, when prices for poultry and fish had already risen. Before the winter solstice, weren't various estates supposed to send gifts? Why then did you purchase items from outside?" The third madam remained unfazed, and the stewardess, exasperated, noted, "The Zhao matriarch stayed from mid-autumn until the minor snow." The stewardess, overwhelmed, glanced at Wang Yingxue, who was dressed modestly, and mistook her for the steward's wife. While speaking to the third madam, she instructed, "Go, fetch me a cup of tea." Wang Yingxue, taken aback, looked to the third madam, who was locked in a silent standoff with the stewardess. Noticing that none of the maidservants or old women spoke up, she reluctantly rose to fetch the tea, feeling a simmering indignation. She quietly asked the young maid, "What is the role of this stewardess?" "The one you refer to as Dou Mama," the maid replied, following Wang Yingxue's gaze, "is the wife of our steward, known for her straightforwardness. She was once a personal maid to the matron, and even the masters of our household must show her respect." Curiously, she inquired, "Which household do you belong to? I have never seen you before. Are you a new steward's wife?" Regretting her plain attire, Wang Yingxue decided to dress more lavishly the next day, styling her hair in a high bun, donning a striking emerald floral jacket that radiated brilliance. Those who entered to report matters greeted her with smiles, inquiring about her identity. "She is Aunt Wang from the East Mansion." With their curiosity piqued, they regarded her with a mix of interest, exploration, and even a hint of disdain. During meals, the maidservants and old women exchanged glances, and when she turned, they erupted into ambiguous laughter. Ashamed and irate, Wang Yingxue lamented her conspicuous appearance as the day passed uncomfortably. Upon returning to Qixia courtyard, Hu Mama informed her, "The second madam has sent Lu Mama to fetch Ming Jie," saying that with the new year approaching, "You should learn household management from the third madam. Ming Jie has no one to care for her, making her a suitable companion for the fourth young lady." Having never been apart from Wang Yingxue, Dou Ming felt as if a piece of her heart was severed. At this time, it was impractical to return to the East Mansion to retrieve her, and she reproached Hu Mama, "Why didn't you send someone to inform me? I could have brought Ming Jie back with me." In her heart, Hu Mama thought, "Who knew the East Mansion would not notify you?" Yet, she dare not speak, only humbly admitted fault. Wang Yingxue worried that Dou Ming would struggle without her, restless through the night. She feared the second madam's household might be domineering and neglectful of Dou Ming. She fretted about Dou Zhao possibly mistreating Dou Ming. Tossing and turning, she lost sleep and, after freshening up, went to Dou Duo. "I am going to the East Mansion." She respectfully informed Dou Duo of her whereabouts, then casually added with a smile, "The second madam has taken Ming Jie to accompany Shou. When do you think we can bring Shou and Ming Jie back?" Dou Duo, already briefed by the second madam, understood that the busy schedule was merely a pretext. The second madam disapproved of Wang Shi, fearing she would lead the children astray. He had no desire to see these two girls, one sharing his inheritance and the other a born out of wedlock, causing him distress. He considered how, had Wang Shi not caused such a ruckus, they could have wed properly, adding a grandson to the family, with a maternal grandfather like Wang Xingyi, making his life much easier. Yet, fate had not aligned with his desires. Seeing Wang Yingxue only added to his annoyance, he curtly remarked, "You should focus on your own affairs instead of meddling in trivialities. The household is in disarray. Where do you expect the children to stand?" Wang Yingxue, feeling unjustly reprimanded, bit her lip and made her way to the East Mansion. By noon, the third madam invited her to share lunch, asking, "Is there anything you do not understand?" She originally intended to visit the second madam to inquire about Dou Ming, but the third madam insisted on her staying, making it difficult for her to refuse. As a younger generation, she stood by to serve the third madam during lunch. When the third madam inquired about her, she smiled and replied, "I observed that matters at home follow the old customs, so I thought of reviewing the previous accounts. I believe it could yield better results with less effort." She humbly added, "I am not certain if this is correct. I kindly ask for your guidance, third madam. After all, coming from a family of officials." The third madam smiled and said, "You understand it at a glance, quite perceptive indeed. Unlike me back then. I was utterly clueless and could not remember anything after staring for a long time. It was only later that the third master enlightened me. And That is how I began to grasp some concepts. She was quite amiable towards her. Wang Yingxue accompanied the third madam in conversation, and in the afternoon, they went to the storeroom to inventory the New Year supplies. By the time they finished, it was already the hour of high. Her maid, Xiongfang, came to report. The second madam has just locked the door at the hour of Su. Exhausted, Wang Yingxue returned to the west courtyard. The following day, she accompanied the third madam to several temples to deliver the incense money for the coming year. Busy with this, and that for several days, she suddenly realized that she had not seen Dou Ming for 7 or 8 days, nor had anyone informed her of his condition. Feeling anxious, she suspected that the eastern courtyard was intentionally keeping her in the dark. Leaving half of the storeroom inventory unfinished, she made her way to the second madam's quarters. The maids and matrons did not stop her, welcoming her with smiles. Ji and Dou Zhao were both present. Upon her arrival, Ji smiled and nodded, while Dou Zhao affectionately called out, "Aunt Wang." Wang Yingxue approached the second madam to pay her respects. The second madam, adorned with a gray squirrel fur hat, reclined on the heated kong by the window, holding a box adorned with a lotus pattern in cloison, and asked with a smile, "What brings you here? Is the third madam too busy?" Not to mention that the third madam was indeed overwhelmed with tasks. Wang Yingxue dared not speak ill of her in front of the second madam. She hurriedly stated, "I realized it has been a few days since I last saw Shogu and Ming Jie, so I thought to come and visit." The second madam listened and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "The Wu family came to deliver New Year gifts, and the 5th young master and 7th young miss have also come. I had them take Ming Jie along to visit." The Wu family refers to Lady Yu Er's family. Upon hearing this, Wang Yingxue felt a sense of relief. Lady Yu Er also hailed from an official family. Her grandfather had once served as a county magistrate, and her uncle, Wu Songyan, is currently a scholar in the Hanlin Academy. The 5th young master and 7th young miss refer to Wu Shanshan and Wu Ya, the eldest son and daughter of Wu Songyan. A thought crossed her mind, and she felt a pang of suspicion. Wu Shan was 7 this year, and Wu Ya was 4, similar in age to Dou Zhao. Why had Ming Jie gone with Dou Zhao, but not with them? As Wang Yingxue pondered how to phrase her inquiry, the second madam was already cheerfully beckoning Dou Zhao. "Come, join your great-aunt here. Ye gently knock Dou Zhao." But she remained unmoved. Ji could only smile at the second madam and say, "This child, I wonder whom she takes after? She's so eager to recite names when buying things, yet grows shy when it comes to giving. Such is good, indeed." The second madam was not offended and turned to retrieve a red paper box decorated with 5 bats from under the kong, handing it to Dou Zhao. "This is a gift from your 5th uncle, who had someone bring it from the capital. Take it and enjoy." Wang Yingxue was taken aback. The bone-in abalone is a famous delicacy from Jiangnan, said to be made from milk and renowned for its exquisite flavor, devoid of any fishy taste. While in the capital, she had heard children from prominent families boast about it, but had never seen, let alone tasted, it herself. Ji was also somewhat surprised. The preparation of bone-in abalone is complex, and few in Jiangnan are skilled at making it. Perhaps due to its rarity, the second madam adored it, and Dou Shu would always procure some for her whenever possible. This year, Dou Shu had brought back only 2 boxes, and unexpectedly, the second madam had gifted one to Dou Zhao. She smiled at Dou Zhao and said, "Shogu, this is a token of your 5th uncle's respect for your great-aunt. There are only 2 boxes in total, so you should quickly express your gratitude to your great-aunt." Dou Zhao was quite surprised. She had tasted bone-in abalone at a banquet at the home of the Wang family in Yan'an, where the matriarch's subtle pride had even drawn private ridicule from Wei Yanjun. She had not accompanied her 6th aunt to Ji's shop to fetch items. Seeing the bustling streets filled with people preparing for the new year, she felt she should buy something for the 6th uncle's family, but fearing it might cause unnecessary trouble, she only purchased a small assortment of items. The gift for the second madam was the small box with the lotus pattern she held in her hand. Little did she expect the second madam to bestow upon her a box of bone-in abalone. Although she did not harbor fondness for the second madam, she would not misconstrue her goodwill. Dou Zhao approached the second madam with a smile, expressing her thanks, and gratefully accepted the box. The second madam nodded with a smile. Just then, a young maid entered and announced, "Second madam, Xiao Ernyang has brought the young master and young lady of the Wu family to pay their respects. Ming Jie and Yi Jie have come along as well. Please invite them in," the second madam called out repeatedly. The Wu family resided in Xinla, while the Dou family was in Zhending. They were colleagues in the same dynasty and could be considered fellow townsfolk. However, Wu Songyan was a rather aloof individual. And with one being in the Hamlin Academy and the other in the Ministry of Personnel, although related by marriage, their interactions were not particularly close. Later, when Dou Zhao faced difficulties, Wu Songyan frequently invited him over for drinks, which brought them closer together. Therefore, the second madam held Wu Songyan as two children in high regard, explaining why Wu Shan and Wu Ya often visited. In her previous life, Dou Zhao had only heard Wu Shan's name. He was skilled in calligraphy and painting and was a confidant of Dou Dekang. After Dou Dekang eloped with Ji's cousin, it was Wu Shan who accompanied him in their endeavors, portraying one as the villain and the other as the hero. Not only persuading both the Ji and Dou families to accept the marriage, but also transforming the scandal into a celebrated tale. Dou Zhao had a profound impression of this. She always believed that those who could turn black into white were not simple individuals. Thus, when the Wu siblings entered, surrounded by a throng of children, she carefully observed the only boy, Wu Shan. He sensed someone was watching him and turned around. Dou Zhao smiled politely at him, and he returned her smile, exuding the clean and sincere demeanor typical of a well-educated 7-year-old boy. Dou Zhao couldn't help but ponder how these children would transform over the next decade. At that moment, 3-year-old Dou Ming entered and immediately spotted her mother, standing quietly to the side. Surprised and delighted, he struggled out of the nurse's embrace and called out loudly, "Mother!" Rushing over to embrace Wang Yingxue, her expression changed slightly, and she urgently whispered, "What did I tell you?" Dou Ming stuck out his tongue and playfully called out, "Annie." The second madam, Ji, and Xiao Ernyang were all experienced individuals and immediately recognized that Wang Yingxue had instructed Dou Ming to call her Annie in front of others, while behind closed doors, she had him refer to her as Mother. Their brows furrowed in unison. In the past, the second madam would have reprimanded him, but now, with Dou Duo infuriated over Dou Zhao's insistence on dividing his assets with Dou Zhao, the Eastern Courtyard could not intervene in this matter. However, that did not mean she could tolerate such behavior occurring under her very nose. Ming Jie, the second madam, called sternly to Dou Ming. "How did Lu Mama teach you?" Dou Ming hurriedly released his mother and approached the second madam, respectfully performing a bow. The second madam acknowledged him with a grunt and turned to Wang Yingxue, asking, "Has Ming Jie become more disciplined?" This inquiry carried a significant weight. Wang Yingxue's heart sank as she realized her daughter's address had been inappropriate. However, in front of the second madam, even legitimate daughters-in-law had no place to speak, let alone her, a concubine of uncertain status. She hesitated to speak further and respectfully smiled, saying, "It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Ming Jie to learn the rules in your presence. It is best that you think so." The second matriarch graciously accepted Wang Yingxue's compliment and said, "Let Ming Jie stay by my side." Wang Yingxue was taken aback. The second matriarch had already turned her face to Dou Ming and added, "And your sister too," without casting another glance at Wang Yingxue. Dou Ming did not intentionally disregard Dou Zhao's greeting. Having lived alongside Wang Yingxue for many years, she had no other role models besides her. It was only upon arriving at the second matriarch's side that she began to learn how to pay respects to elders, but being still young, she could not distinguish between seniority and junior status. She only understood that one should bow to the elderly and simply call the younger one sister or brother. She sweetly called out to Dou Zhao as Sister Dou Zhao, bowing in a manner similar to how she did for the second matriarch. Dou Zhao returned the gesture and instructed the maid to place the abalone shells that the second matriarch had rewarded her with onto a crystal dish. "I did not know that the Wu siblings would be coming. I shall offer them a taste of our grand aunt's fine delicacies." Her words filled the room with warmth, and the maidservants scrambled for dishes and chopsticks, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. The second sister-in-law laughed, saying, "Our sixth aunt truly possesses knowledge. After just a few days with you, Shogu has already picked up such phrases as offering flowers to present Buddha." Ji Shi felt quite astonished, yet she recalled that her nephew, Ji Yong, who was merely 2 years older than Dou Zhao, had already completed the 3-character classic, so she did not find it particularly remarkable. "Look at our Jigu. I have taught him for 7 years, yet he shows no such enthusiasm," she modestly remarked, which goes to show the nature of each child. "You all need not speak politely in front of me. After all, the items belong to the second matriarch. And Dou Zhao's generosity in sharing them with the Wu siblings not only reflects well on her, but also brings honor to the family," she said with a beaming smile. "As for Shogu, she does not indulge alone, She is a good child. Our Zhiger, even at such a young age, knows the value of diligent study. He too is a good child. With that, she embraced Wu Ye, saying, Our Yajir is both clever and obedient. She is also a good child. Laughter erupted all around. Yajir, feeling neglected, pouted and asked, What about me? What about me? Oh dear, we nearly forgot about Yajir. The second matriarch laughed. Our Yajir is also a good child. As if recalling something, she turned to Dou Ming and added, And our Ming Jir is also a good child. Yajir covered her mouth and smiled, appearing quite pleased. Dou Ming followed suit, sharing in Yajir's joy, while Wang Yingxue, left in the shadows, felt a mixture of bitterness and sorrow. Surrounded by so many children at the second matriarch's side, some of noble birth, some bright and capable. How could her Ming Jir, being only 3 and with the Eastern Dou clan never having regarded the Western Dou clan highly, hope to gain favor? All she could think about was how to bring her child back to her side. The second matriarch intended to reprimand Wang Yingxue, assigning capable matrons and maids to care for Dou Ming, even deliberately finding several children of similar age from the family servants to play with her. Children are children. In just a few days, they no longer clamored for their nurses. On New Year's Eve, the Dou family went to the northern tower to pay respects to their ancestors. Wang Yingxue, who was following the third madam, finally seized an opportunity to find Dou Ming. Dou Ming was standing by the stove with Yijie and others, waiting for the freshly made malt candy. Upon hearing someone call out Ming Jie, all the children turned around. Yijie even asked, Who is that? Dou Ming hesitated for a moment and hesitantly replied, She is my concubine. Yijie immediately took Dou Ming's hand and said, She is just a concubine. Why pay her any mind? If we walk away, we won't be able to get the malt candy. Dou Ming hesitated further, and Yijie, displeased, exclaimed, Fine, you go. If you leave, don't ever play with me again. Hearing this, Dou Ming hurriedly said, all right, I will go with you to get the malt candy. Yijie smiled with delight. Later, I will go with you to find Shogu. At Sixth Aunt's place, there are many strands of sweet candy. Dou Ming's mouth watered at the thought and turned to Wang Yingxue, saying, Concubine, I will play with you later. Wang Yingxue could not hold back her tears. When Pang Shi came to offer her New Year greetings, she could not help but complain to Pang Shi. Pang Shi dismissed her concerns, saying, What right do you have to challenge the Dou family? If they wish to raise Ming Jie, let them. It is a good opportunity for you to take care of yourself and find a way to bear a son. She added, Seventh Master should be back by now, right? Wang Yingxue's face flushed, and she replied shyly, Not yet. However, she took Pang Shi's words to heart and quietly invited a doctor to begin nurturing her health. By April, news arrived from the capital that Dou Zhao had placed 6th in the second round of the imperial examination and was selected as a scholar. Chapter 52. Rejection. In a previous life, her father had placed 13th at the same examination at the age of 13. This life, he had placed 16th. Could it be that Wang Yingxue's situation had consumed more of his energy this time? Dou Zhao speculated idly. The second matriarch, however, felt regretful. She said to Dou Xiang, What wonderful luck. If you had participated in the examinations this year, you might have also made the list. Since the incident involving Wang Yingxue, Dou Zhao had been regarded by the Dou family as an incompetent individual lacking in scholarly merit. Although he had passed the imperial examination and was selected as a scholar, the second matriarch still believed he relied on fortune rather than talent. This sentiment was shared by more than just the second matriarch. Dou Xiang felt somewhat annoyed and retorted, Wang Yuan has always been clever in his studies. He simply does not engage in rote learning like others. Who has ever passed the examinations solely by luck? The second matriarch fell silent, yet her disbelief persisted. Dou Duo, however, was elated. He posted the congratulatory notice on his family's front door, basking in the admiration and pride of passersby, while also writing a letter to Wang Xingyi to share the good news. Wang Xingyi had been feeling somewhat distressed lately. In the past winter and this spring, he had repelled several invasions by the Mongols, gaining considerable prestige in the northwest. The generals were pleased, and the emperor even proposed appointing him as the governor of Shaanxi, but for some unknown reason, the matter had been left unresolved. He suspected it was because the previous incident involving Dou Zhao returning home had made the generals feel he was still too immature and needed further training for 2 more years. Wang Zhibing remarked, Had we known this would happen, you should have rushed to the capital to explain things to Lord Zhang. The facts were clear. Once an explanation was given, we would be at a disadvantage. It would be better to let everyone know that I, Wang Xingyi, am straightforward and honest, unafraid to take responsibility. Nevertheless, he still wrote to his best friend in the capital, who was also the son-in-law of Zheng Yifan. Hanlin Yuan, Shijiang Weiyin, our family has fallen to such depths, and my daughter has suffered a downfall. Each time I think of it, I am brought to tears. Thankfully, the Dou family of the Northern Tower, after the passing of the legitimate wife, intends to legitimize my daughter. Though I find this inappropriate, recalling my daughter's suffering due to my negligence, I will endure this bitter fate. Now, it seemed that this letter had some effect, but not significantly so. Reflecting on this, Wang Xingyi could not help but pace around the room a couple of times, instructing his son, "Let us set the date for this month." Legitimization is different from marriage. There is no need to collect names or set dates. Simply prepare a few tables for a feast at home, invite relatives, and have those dressed in the auspicious red attire representing the legitimate wife toast to the guests to re-establish the name. Wang Zipio complied and replied to a letter on behalf of his father, sealing it with Wang Xingyi's personal seal. Dou Duo set the date for May 22nd. Dou Zhao had no intention of bowing or serving tea to Wang Yingxue as her mother. She instructed the maid to send a message to her grandmother, stating her intention to visit. However, her grandmother did not respond for some time. Dou Zhao had silver on hand and discreetly asked the maid to hire a carriage. Have the driver wait at the alley behind the Western Mansion at the hour of the rabbit on May 22nd, as the third sister-in-law will be taking people from the Eastern Mansion over. On Wang Yingxue's auspicious day, she cannot go out freely. Auntie Ding and Granny, who will certainly come forward to receive the third sister-in-law and others. We shall take this opportunity to leave. The maid nodded, saying, I will help the young lady pack the boxes. What boxes shall we pack? Dou Zhao only needed to bring a few silver notes and a couple of taels of small silver. Once settled, he could return to move the boxes. However, Tuan Yang felt that something was amiss. Dou Shiying had returned, bringing a few jars of Dong wine for his sixth uncle, some boxes of Beijing-style pastries for his sixth aunt, and several inkstones for his brothers Dou Zhongchang and Dou Dekang, along with identical dolls for Dou Zhao and Dou Ming. Dou Ming was overjoyed, clutching the doll tightly. Dou Zhao felt the doll was not as exquisite as the one given to her by her sixth aunt, so she thanked him and asked Tuan Yang to keep it. The eldest daughter's understanding yet distant demeanor made Dou Shiying feel somewhat uneasy. After inquiring about the second madam's health, he had come specifically to see Dou Zhao. She was currently practicing calligraphy under Ji's guidance. Upon noticing Dou Shiying's return, Ji excused herself to brew tea, leaving the study to father and daughter. Dou Zhao stepped out from behind the writing desk and directly addressed Dou Shiying, saying, On the 22nd, I wish to visit Aunt Shui. Dou Shiying was taken aback. Dou Zhao gazed intently into his eyes. The room was silent as the void. After a long pause, Dou Shiying hoarsely asked his daughter why. I do not wish to call a concubine mother, Dou Zhao replied earnestly. Dou Shiying was silent for a while before saying, I understand, his expression unreadable, betraying no emotion. Dou Zhao did not ponder her father's thoughts. If he consented to her visit to her grandmother, it would simply make matters easier for her. If he denied her, she would still achieve her aim. With the bag of elm sprouts from her grandmother, she was certain that once she arrived at the estate, her grandmother would take her in. Dou Shiying returned home, somewhat dazed, where Gao Sheng awaited him at the door with an odd expression. Seventh Master. Gao Sheng approached and bowed, whispering, Aunt Shui just sent someone with a message, saying she is ill and wishes for the fourth miss to accompany her at the estate. Dou Shiying was quite surprised and quickly asked, Where is the messenger? His voice was taut, revealing his anxiety. I left him the kitchen for a meal. Gao Sheng replied. The old lady did not agree. Dou Shiying acknowledged with a sound and hurried to the kitchen. In the dimly lit kitchen, Chueda was noisily slurping noodles from a bowl. He was Chui's eldest nephew, now 20 years old. Seventh Master, he said, awkwardly setting down his chopsticks. Aunt Shui said that if you encountered the seventh master, you should let him know that she is fine. She just wants to take the fourth miss to stay for a few days. He emphasized just a few days, then she will be sent back. In Dou Shiying's mind, Aunt Shui was a remarkably strong-willed person. Since his father had sent her to the estate, she had not initiated any communication with the Dou family, let alone interfere in their affairs. Suppressing his confusion, Dou Shiying instructed Chueda, very well. Let him stay here tonight and escort the fourth miss to the estate early tomorrow morning. Chueda responded with an O, a broad grin spreading across his face. Dou Shiying instinctively closed his eyes, as if stung by the brightness of his smile. He then went to see Dou Zhao, who was cheerfully tending to a pot of asparagus. Seeing Dou Zhao, he set down his watering can, his smile widening. Have you seen your second aunt? Yes. Dou Zhao replied. I also ran into Chui to Dou Zhao's smile faltered. I let him stay. Dou Zhao continued, his tone still gentle. Tomorrow morning, escort show Gu to the estate. With a thud, the watering pot was thrown onto the small table, water splashing everywhere, some droplets landing on Dou Zhao's garment. But he paid no mind. This matter is settled, he declared. I've only taken 10 days off, and due to the journey, I haven't slept for 2 days. I shall rest now. We can discuss matters tomorrow. He bowed and withdrew. Dou Zhao gazed at his son's departing figure, lost in thought for a long while. Dou Zhao was aware of her grandmother's illness and felt a pang of guilt. She understood that if her grandmother were genuinely ill, her father's demeanor would not be so relaxed. Her grandmother feigned illness solely for her sake. Dou Zhao lit 3 incense sticks before the Buddha, praying for her grandmother's long life. Dou Zhao, overhearing his daughter's murmurs, was taken aback, finally stammering, You are, staring at her youthful face. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Once Wang Yingxue became her stepmother, she would assume the moral high ground. If Dou Zhao continued to feign ignorance, she would merely be manipulated by Wang Yingxue. Thus, Dou Zhao resolved to slowly reveal her capabilities, compelling Wang Yingxue to retreat from her affairs. Sensing her father's suspicions, she straightforwardly stated, I asked Aunt Chui to take me to the estate. Dou Zhao was momentarily speechless. Dou Zhao, uninterested in his reaction, directed Haidang to pack her beloved porcelain figurine of Fu Lu Shou Shi into a box. The figurine symbolized good fortune and vibrancy, sure to please her grandmother. She then inspected the dried longan she had prepared for her grandmother, which were large and sweet. Satisfied, she nodded and rewarded the diligent young maid with a few pieces of silver. The maid, overjoyed, thanked her profusely. Observing his daughter, now poised and composed, a strange feeling arose within Dou Zhao. She resembled a gladiolus, meant to flourish in a greenhouse, but suddenly cast aside amidst a tempest, struggling alongside the wild grass to grow amidst the storm. And he was that very storm. Shogu, he asked Dou Zhao, do you wish to return home? He longed to see his daughter back in the greenhouse. No, Dou Zhao replied decisively. That home is chaotic and bothersome. I would rather stay between 6th Aunt and Aunt Chui. Dou Zhao was at a loss for words as they journeyed silently to the estate. Upon arrival, her grandmother awaited them, her eyes glistening with anticipation. Upon seeing her father, her eyes immediately filled with tears. I heard you pass the imperial examination. Her grandmother exclaimed with a smile. Well done. Dou Zhao smiled faintly. The grandmother turned to greet Dou Zhao. Shogu. That loving expression had accompanied Dou Zhao through countless dark nights. Overcome with emotion, her nose tinged with sorrow, tears streamed down her cheeks. Aunt Chui, she exclaimed, embracing her grandmother, the dried longan is delicious. The grandmother paused in surprise before tightly holding Dou Zhao in her arms. Her grandmother's estate was just as she remembered. Lush crops stretched across the fields. The roads were neatly paved, and the old locust tree at the village's entrance, thick as a man's embrace, provided shade for a few women chatting and sewing, while several children played nearby. Upon seeing newcomers, everyone paused their work, curiously observing. Dou Zhao, too, scanned the crowd, hoping to spot a familiar face. Unfortunately, the distance rendered them all strangers. The carriage soon halted in front of her grandmother's blue-tiled house. A tidy woman approached to lift the carriage curtain, and her grandmother personally cradled Dou Zhao as she descended. The courtyard, paved with blue stone, featured windows adorned with paper cuttings and whitewashed frames, and a small horse quietly chewed grass in the stable. It all felt so familiar, save for the absence of the plum tree she had personally planted in the corner. Chapter 53. The estate. When her grandmother met her father, words eluded them. She merely continued to stuff fruits and pastries into Dou Zhao's hands. This is from Li Ji's roasted goods shop in the city. This is homegrown. I specially fertilize them in spring, and the fruits are fragrant and sweet. Even what they sell in the city cannot compare to this freshness. Dou Zhao smiled awkwardly, for he had little taste for such things. Raised by his legitimate mother, he shared no similarities in habits or culinary preferences. Yet, he accepted the seeds and slowly cracked them in his hands. The grandmother sensed her son's discomfort, her smile shifting to one of awkwardness as she asked, When will you come to fetch Shogu? After posing a question, I felt it inappropriate and added, what I meant was, I have not received an education and am unfamiliar with the customs of esteemed individuals. It is acceptable for Aunt Sho to visit me occasionally, but if she were to reside here for an extended period, it might hinder her. My father replied, once I have made the necessary arrangements on my end, I will come to fetch Aunt Sho. As he spoke, he realized this was indeed a shared topic of discussion and continued, I also believe it is not ideal for her to stay with the Wang family. The sixth sister-in-law there is a genuinely kind person and shares a good rapport with Aunt Sho. Since I will be in Kyoto for a few more years, I think it best for her to accompany the sixth sister-in-law. Grandmother nodded in agreement. That seems wise. I have heard that Madame Lu hails from a prominent family in Jiangnan. There are matters even the matriarch is uncertain about that she consults Madame Lu, who is highly praised by everyone. This indicates her remarkable capabilities, and being with her, Aunt Sho will undoubtedly gain some valuable insights. While speaking, she mentioned my father's biological mother, saying, if you had not grown up under her care, would you be who you are today? My father lowered his head and smiled. Mother treated me exceptionally well. I know, grandmother replied. On one occasion, I secretly observed you and saw the lady striking your palm with a bamboo stick, asking as she did, do you dare? With tears in your eyes, you replied, I don't dare anymore. Yet, as soon as she set down the stick, you made a face at her and asked if you could go out to play. From that moment, I felt truly at ease. Dou Shering and Dou Zhao were taken aback by this revelation. Grandmother sighed. If only she could have lived a few more years. My father's eyes glistened with emotion. Grandmother quickly added with a smile, look at me, speaking such things. You rarely visit. Why not stay for lunch? I will have someone prepare that old hen for you. No, my father hurriedly interjected. There are many matters awaiting my attention at home. I must return early. I will come to see you again in a few days. Grandmother pondered for a moment, refraining from further pleas to keep him, and said, then let me escort you out. My father could not refuse, and grandmother took Dou Zhao's hand to see Dou Shering off. The villagers were curious about my father's identity, peering from behind doors or corners to observe him. Some, taking advantage of their good rapport with grandmother, approached with an empty bamboo basket, feigning an encounter and bowing with a smile. Madam, we have a guest. The villagers relied on assisting grandmother with farming for their livelihood. While she may not hold a prominent position in the Dou family, here, she stood tall. Grandmother straightened her back and responded with a curtain. There were no further words. Dou Zhao recalled hearing from the wife of Chui Da that when grandmother first arrived at the farm, there were all sorts of comments about her. The Chui family felt sympathetic towards her, yet grandmother intervened, saying, you have all spoken your piece. Let them voice their opinions. With a calm demeanor, she neither favored those who flattered her, nor held animosity towards those who spoke ill of her. The worth of a person was determined by the quality of their harvest. Over time, when a yield was poor, grandmother would even forgive their rent. If a child wished to pursue education, she would provide financial support. If another sought an apprenticeship, she would help arrange it. Gradually, she earned the respect of the villagers. Eventually, some from the Chui family and others from the farm decided to follow Dou Zhao to Kyoto, all for grandmother's sake. To speak earnestly, Dou Zhao had indeed benefited from grandmother's influence. Climbing the hills to hunt birds, wading through rivers to catch fish in the bright month of May, Dou Zhao relived the life of the farm. Yet, she was no longer the naive child she once was. After just a few days, she found herself exhausted, her limbs aching with fatigue. Tuanyang anxiously asked grandmother, what should we do? Just move about more, grandmother replied with a smile. She simply needs to exercise. Then she took Dou Zhao's hand, saying, come, let's go catch bugs for the melon vines. Dou Zhao was reluctant to join. Naturally, Tuanyang protected her. Grandmother laughed, saying, she is a young lady. If she does not engage in labor now, how will she grow strong? How will she bear children in the future? Look at those daughters of wealthy families. Many die in childbirth due to inactivity, fearing any harm might jeopardize their offspring. Yet, look at us common folk. How many suffer such fates? Only those unable to survive. Grandmother sighed deeply at this point. Dou Zhao recalled her past life. Indeed, as grandmother said, although her body had endured hardships, it did not lead to her demise. Life had been granted a second chance, if she did not cherish it. The advantages of her previous existence might not simply reappear. Misjudging herself could lead to dire consequences. Struggling to rise from the bed, she weakly stated, I will accompany you to catch bugs. Grandmother smiled with satisfaction. Tuan Yang, Haitang, Chiokue, and Imoli, along with grandmother Esmade, the one who had assisted her from the carriage, followed closely behind, resembling a string of dumplings. They set out to capture the most visually appealing caterpillars. Haitang and the others screamed in fright, and even Tuan Yang turned pale. Dou Zhao laughed heartily, seizing a pair of chopsticks, catching one after another, soon filling a plate with caterpillars. She teased Haitang, "We will fry these in oil for a meal." Haitang staggered against the wall, retching. Grandmother chuckled, scolding Dou Zhao. "Do not speak such nonsense." Yet, the maid praised, "Truly, you are the granddaughter of the master." Grandmother's expression darkened. "This time, I will pretend not to have heard. If I catch you saying such things again, you may return to your home." The maid turned pale with fright. Grandmother added, "Without rules, how can one maintain order? The fourth young lady is still young. If you say something, she will believe it. When she returns to the Dou family, the narrative will change. And who will she listen to? It will only bring her suffering." As she spoke, her voice gradually lowered. Moreover, her grandfather had always looked down upon her father's humble origins. Should she err further, it would only increase her grandfather's disdain for her father. "Madam, it is all my fault," the maid said, kneeling to apologize. Grandmother helped her up. "You are merely a minor concubine of the Dou family, without need for such formality. Just be mindful of your words in the future." The maid nodded vigorously. "I understand." Dou Zhao observed, recalling Dou Ming. The reactions of grandmother and Wang Yingshu were starkly different to similar situations. In her past life, she had always thought Dou Ming was happier than she was. In this life, she reassessed herself. For the first time, she felt more fortunate than Dou Ming. In her previous existence, Dou Ming enjoyed the unwavering support of her mother, who would fight for her desires at any cost, fostering Dou Ming's headstrong disposition. Without Wang Yingshu's protection, Dou Ming could only shout and throw tantrums, utterly helpless. A promising marriage was reduced to chaos, but she failed to recognize the root of the issue, only knowing to blame others. Although she had lost her mother, she now had a loving grandmother. Through the simplest methods, influenced her life with teachings and examples, guiding her to remain resilient in adversity and humble in prosperity, teaching her how to protect herself and strive for happiness. She inhaled deeply, feeling resentment dissipate from her heart, even cultivating a sense of gratitude towards her father for bringing her to the farm. Regardless of his motives in her previous life, she had ultimately benefited from it. Suddenly, waves of vast skies and rolling clouds filled Dou Zhao's heart. She sincerely knelt before the small Guanyin shrine, offering heartfelt thanks for the blessings bestowed upon her. Beside her, Haidang quietly asked Tuan Yang, "When will we return?" Her voice held a hint of tears. Tuan Yang shot her a fierce glare. "If you wish to return, I will tell Aunt Shui tomorrow to send you home alone." Haidang shrank back, too frightened to speak. Dou Zhao could not help but chuckle. She had already encountered Chueda, who had helped her manage the farm in her past life. Yet she had yet to meet the renowned steward of the Jining Marquis' residence, known as Chui Shisan, or the chief steward, originally named Zhao Goshing, later renamed Zhao Liangbi, along with her personal maid, Gan Lu, and Su Wan. But there was no rush. Dou Zhao pondered over Tuan Yang's marriage. In her past life, Tuan Yang was sold to a family with the surname Li as a wife. The husband was over 10 years her senior and had a disability. In the second year of their marriage, she bore a son, but 3 years later, a plague swept through the village, claiming both her husband and child. Her mother-in-law accused her of being a husband killer and intended to sell her. Thus, she fled under the cover of night, seeking sustenance at the Dou household. After a year of wandering, she finally arrived in Zhending, only to hear slanderous rumors about her mother. Enraged, she sought her mother out. Unfortunately, this took a toll on her health, and she succumbed to illness at the tender age of 37. In this life, Tuan Yang remained at the Dou residence, adopting a more elegant name, Su Xian. Now 20, she was of an age when marriage was expected, yet due to her status as Dou Zhao's favored maid, the elders of the household feigned ignorance, allowing her to serve quietly by his side. Dou Zhao beseeched his grandmother, "Could you help find a suitable match for Tuan Yang? Xian has already married." His grandmother laughed heartily, remarking on his cleverness. This was where she differed from the other members of the Dou family. They would likely have questioned who prompted him to speak thus. His grandmother never maliciously speculated on others' intentions. She believed that even if it were Tuan Yang's own desire, Such a request was entirely reasonable and deserving of consideration. Chapter 54. Old acquaintances. After observing Tuanyang for some time, Dou Zhao's grandmother, noting her honest and earnest demeanor, developed a fondness for her and genuinely wished to arrange a favorable marriage for her. Consequently, during their leisurely outings around the village, she would take Dou Zhao along, occasionally casting glances at eligible young men and engaging them in conversation. Within days, the villagers began to gossip that the seventh master of the Dou family had entrusted his grandmother with finding a reliable attendant. Whenever they ventured out, they would often encounter those who happened to be with their sons. The grandmother found the situation amusing, yet felt compelled to clarify that there was no truth to the rumors, though the villagers remained unconvinced. At this juncture, Dou Ming encountered Zhao Liangbi. The Zhao and Chui families were related, though the specifics were never quite clear to her. One evening, while they were dining in the courtyard, Zhao Liangbi's father shuffled in, hands tucked into his sleeves, stooped and slow. 8-year-old Zhao Liangbi trailed behind him, head hung low. His aunt stood at a distance, her gaunt face adorned with a somewhat ingratiating smile, inquiring if they were dining. Zhao Liangbi squatted at the entrance. Dou Zhao's grandmother promptly set her bowl down, calling out, "Third brother, have you eaten? Come join us." She then summoned a maid to bring more chairs and utensils. Zhao Liangbi's father waved his hands insistently. "We've already eaten. We've already eaten." He then turned to Dou Zhao, saying, "This must be the fourth young lady? She is truly fair-skinned, like a figure from a New Year painting." Dou Zhao's grandmother chuckled, instructing the maid to serve tea and snacks. Zhao Liangbi's father barked at his son, "You rascal, why are you squatting there? Hurry over and bow to the fourth young lady and your aunt." Zhao Liangbi approached with a sullen expression. "Who is this?" Dou Zhao's grandmother asked, puzzled. "His aunt." Zhao Liangbi's father replied awkwardly, "This boy is a handful," exhausting his father. "You know my wife? Out of 365 days in a year, she spends 360 in bed. The meager harvest from the fields hardly suffices for her medicine. We simply cannot support him. I heard the seventh master of the Dou family is seeking a servant." His expression was earnest as he gazed at Dou Zhao's grandmother, who was taken aback. As was Dou Zhao. In her previous life, Zhao Liangbi had only appeared when she was 10, after his mother had passed away, leading his father to take him to Fujian to work as a carpenter, entrusting the 13-year-old Zhao Liangbi to Dou Zhao's grandmother, while his 9-year-old sister became a child bride. In this life, due to Tuanyang's influence, he had appeared 5 years earlier at the estate. Would fate be altered as a result? Dou Zhao contemplated. She then heard Zhao Liangbi's father stammering, "I know, Dog Sheng is unremarkable, neither handsome nor talented. But considering that we are relatives, could you please say a good word on his behalf?" Before he could finish, Zhao Liangbi, awkwardly standing nearby, interjected loudly, "Father, how many times have I told you? The closer the relatives, the less likely aunt will introduce anyone to the Dou family. Why can't you understand?" Zhao Liangbi's father, incensed, kicked him lightly. "Adults are speaking. Children should stay out of it." He then turned to Dou Zhao's grandmother with a conciliatory smile. "Aunt, please don't listen to this boy's nonsense. I know you are concerned about people saying you are taking advantage of the Dou family." "Dad," Zhao Liangbi, having been shoved aside, interrupted loudly, "I cannot be supported by my father. Please let me stay at the estate. I could do any work, just give me a bowl of food." His father glared at him, while Zhao Liangbi defiantly met his gaze. Dou Zhao's grandmother chuckled, "Third brother, if you trust me, leave the child in my care. While he may not be able to serve at the Dou household, I can ensure he is well fed and clothed." Zhao Liangbi's father was about to protest, but Zhao Liangbi eagerly agreed. Dou Zhao's grandmother decisively arranged for the father and son to rest, then instructed Honggu, "They likely haven't had dinner yet. Since Shogu is here, I worry she might find them unclean, and thus didn't dare invite them to dine. Please go to the kitchen and prepare a large bowl of meat noodle soup for them. Plenty of meat, 7 parts fat and 3 parts lean, thickly piled on the noodles." "Understand?" Honggu nodded with a smile and went to the kitchen. The next morning, Zhao Liangbi's father returned home carrying a basket of pancakes provided by Dou Zhao's grandmother. Zhao Liangbi, without needing to be told, swept the courtyard spotless, then set the broom aside to cut grass for the horses. Dou Zhao practiced her calligraphy indoors while her thoughts drifted to Chui Shisanjin. In this realm, only the homes of officials had such spaces dedicated to socializing and the comings and goings of guests. In the case of aristocratic families, it was often the responsibility of seasoned aides, many of whom were failed scholars or candidates. If she did not marry into the Jining Marquisate this time, what would become of Chui Shisanjin's future? In her past life, he had been the backbone of the Chui family. If he were merely to remain in his hometown as an inconspicuous farmer, how would that alter the future of the Chui household? Should she offer him assistance? How could she possibly help him? Dou Zhao pondered deeply. Outside, Zhao Yangbi's sweet voice called out, "Sister, this teapot is a bit heavy. Let me carry it inside for you. Look at your hands. They're filthy. Hai tang vi dou. If you bring it in, how could our young lady possibly drink from it? Then I will go wash my hands." Zhao Yangbi exclaimed, dashing off. When Dou Zhao next saw him, his hands were scrubbed clean, and he appeared quite refreshed. He deftly assisted Hai Tang and the others in tidying up the room. Hai Tang asked, "Is the courtyard clean?" "Clean," he replied. "Have the ponies been fed?" "Fed." "Has the grass been cut?" "Cut." These tasks had all become Zhao Liangbi's responsibilities. He picked up the poorly written characters from Dou Zhao and, turning them over, remarked enviously, "Fourth young lady, your handwriting is truly beautiful." Hai Tang and the others stifled giggles. "Can you read?" "No, I can't." He blushed, feeling embarrassed yet bold enough to respond. Dou Zhao felt a stirring in her heart and asked, "Do you wish to learn to read?" His face lit up. "Yes, of course." But then his expression dimmed. "However, my father has no money." "Then I will teach you." Dou Zhao smiled. "If you learn well, I will speak to my grandmother about sending you to school." Zhao Yangbi grasped Dou Zhao's sleeve. "Fourth young lady, you must keep your promise." Dou Zhao pressed her lips together in a smile, pondering the uncertain future ahead. However, from the moment one learns to read, the path ahead seems decidedly easier than in previous lives. Henceforth, Zhao Yangbi devoted his days to writing beneath the eaves of the main house. Upon discovering this, his grandmother promptly arranged for a couple of baskets of copy paper to be brought from Zhending City, meticulously cutting them to place beneath the ancestral shrine for anyone in need. It is no wonder that the villagers expressed their gratitude for her kindness. Dou Zhao pondered his grandmother's actions with meticulous thought. Soon, the 22nd day arrived. Dou Zhao, as per his routine, rose early to stroll through the vegetable garden with his grandmother, returning with a selection of fruits, bathing, and partaking in breakfast before beginning his calligraphy practice. Although the Dou family in the west of Zhending County did not adorn their abode with celebratory decorations, the household donned new garments that invigorated the spirit. Yi, observing the late hour, proceeded to the residence of the second matriarch, finding her reclining on the Kong, listening to her maid read the Five Heroes legend. She smiled and remarked, "You remain composed as ever. I feared the time would slip away, so I have already changed into my attire." The second matriarch lifted her gaze with a smile and replied, "You are of the same generation. The West Court has grown thin. It is only fitting to join the festivities. I am of advanced age and live alone. Attending others' joyous occasions would be inauspicious for me. Thus I shall abstain." She then instructed her maid to retrieve a golden hairpin inlaid with jade from her box, to be presented as a token of congratulations to the sixth matriarch. The final remark was directed at Ji, while she mentioned that Ming Jie could remain with her until Wan Yuan returned to the capital to fetch her. With this, both Shou Gu and Ming Jie would be spared the obligation of bowing and offering tea to Wan. Ji, though noting the second matriarch's seemingly casual tone, recognized the icy resolve behind her words, understanding that she was determined to assert her authority over Wang Yingshu, not wishing to become entangled in the matter. She accepted the box with a smile and exited. Meanwhile, the eldest matriarch, already adorned, was preparing the gifts for Wang Yingxue when she heard from her trusted maid about the second matriarch's absence and her comments regarding widowhood. After a moment's thought, she summoned a young maid to assist her in removing her hairpins and ornaments, leaving only the gifts for Dong Zhu to be taken along by the eldest matriarch. The third master and his wife, having been entrusted by Dou Duo to manage household affairs, welcomed the women from the East Court with haste. The leading second matriarch smiled, stating, "Those who could come have arrived, and those who could not have sent their gifts." The third matriarch, perceptive as she was, noticed the absence of a few individuals without inquiring further, instead proceeding to the flower hall with everyone, while the male guests settled in the main hall. When the auspicious hour arrived, Wang Yingxue, adorned with a jeweled phoenix headdress and clad in a resplendent red ceremonial robe, was led by the third matriarch to pay respects to her ancestors alongside Dou Shuriying. After 3 rounds of wine, the guests transitioned to the flower hall for seating, where Dou Shuriying and Wang Yingxue exchanged tea and recognized their familial ties. Subsequently, Wang Yingxue was escorted back to Qixia Courtyard, while Dou Shuriying and others proceeded to Heshitang. The second matriarch and her companions remained in the grand flower hall, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. The third matriarch glanced at the sixth matriarch, seeking assistance. Ideally, the women should visit the newlyweds to offer their congratulations and warm their new home. Yet the sixth matriarch feigned ignorance, unwilling to take the spotlight. With no other option, the third matriarch suggested to her second sister-in-law, "Let us visit Wang." The second sister-in-law, ever one to follow the crowd, cheerfully agreed, along with the third sister-in-law, fifth sister-in-law, and several respectable matrons, as they made their way to Qixia Courtyard. It was then that the second matriarch inquired, "Why does Wang still reside in Qixia Courtyard?" A maid, eager to curry favor with the second matriarch, explained that remnants from the previous seventh matriarch and fourth miss were still left in the main house. As the fourth miss had gone to tend to an illness in the countryside and could not return promptly, the second matriarch replied with a non-committal "oh." And when the third matriarch and others returned, she excused herself, citing a lack of attendance to serve at the matriarch's side, and departed for home. Chapter 55. Entering the door in Qixia Courtyard, the vibrant red wedding candles crackled and sparked. This is utterly intolerable. It is an affront. How dare the East Court overshadow the West Court in every regard? She stood in the center of the room, her face flushed with anger. I am now the legitimate wife of Wan Yuan. Why does she insist on keeping Ming Jie in her quarters? Madam, please lower your voice, whom Mama urged, glancing around to ensure their privacy. Now is not the time for outbursts. The seventh master still requires the fifth masteress support. You have just been legitimized, and without a son by your side. Endure this moment of frustration to avoid prolonged distress. I understand. Wang Yingshue's expression softened slightly. If it weren't for this thought, I would not have swallowed my pride today. Whom Mama sighed in relief, attempting to change the subject. Today is your auspicious day. Time is passing. The seventh master should be arriving soon. How about I assist you in removing your makeup and prepare a bowl of lily and lotus seed soup? Wang Yingxue felt embarrassed. Just then, Qiongfang entered with a box, smiling brightly. Seventh madam, these are the gifts received today. Where would you like to place them? At the mention of gifts, Wang Yingshue's anger flared anew. The Dou family, renowned for their wealth, typically bestowed exquisite fabrics and gold or silver adornments. Yet the gifts from the second matriarch and others were merely ordinary hairpins inlaid with jade, suggesting a blatant disregard for her. Such trifles, are they to be hidden away? Her voice took on an edge. Qiongfang's attempts at flattery backfired, resulting in a reprimand. Mama quickly signaled to Qiongfang to be quiet and reassured Wang Yingxue. The Dou family is not merely a wealthy household. They often prefer to keep matters understated. Do not underestimate these gifts. They may well possess historical significance. We can examine them more closely when time permits. Since Zhao Guqiu's passing, the West Dou family had lacked a capable head of household. Over the years, chaos had ensued, with each member harboring their own agendas. Furthermore, with Dou Zhao having recently claimed half of their assets, those who once sought to curry favor with her had begun to hesitate. During this period, it was likely that those with keen eyes in the household were observing Qixia Courtyard closely. Any sign of dissatisfaction on her part could lead to exaggerated rumors. Thus, it was best to adopt a conciliatory demeanor. Wang Yingxue mused, responding with a subdued hum, as she prepared to chastise Qiongfang further. Just then, a young maid announced, Gao Sheng has arrived. Everyone in the room paused. Wang Yingxue, perplexed, instructed, let him in. Gao Sheng stood outside the plum pattern screen with a warm and respectful tone. Seventh madam, the seventh master has decided to rest in the main house tonight, suggesting that you take the opportunity to retire early. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, he will come to pay respects to the old master. At the hour of the dragon, the third matriarch will visit, so do not be late. After bowing, he withdrew. Wang Yingxue stood, mouth agape, unable to close it for a moment. Her face flushed crimson as tears welled in her eyes. What does this mean? If he seeks an excuse, why mention that it is too late? It is only just the hour of the dog to rest in the main house. Does he intend for me to be a laughingstock? Mama sensed the tension in Dou Zhao's absence and hesitated. Madam, should I go and check? Do not. Wang Yingxue clenched her teeth. I shall go and invite him myself. On the very first day, Dou Zhao chose to rest elsewhere. How could she hold her head high in the Dou family afterward? Accompanied by Mama, Wang Yingxue hurried to the main house. Dou Zhao had changed into casual attire and was writing at the desk. Upon seeing Wang Yingxue, he merely smiled faintly and said, You're here. Gazing at Dou Zhao's handsome face under the lamp's glow, the reproaches she had prepared evaporated like mist. She fidgeted with her sleeves, her voice softening. "Are you very tired today? Why are you alone in the main house writing?" As she spoke, she approached, catching a whiff of the wine on Dou Zhao's breath. "How much have you had to drink? Shall I send someone for a bowl of hangover soup?" She offered to help him grind ink while rolling up her sleeves. Dou Zhao gently stopped her, saying, "I have Gao Shang to attend to me. You should rest. Tomorrow, there will be plenty for you to do." His voice was warmer than the evening breeze wafting in through the window, yet he lowered his head, engrossed in his writing. The refusal was so palpable that Wang Yingshue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, she had never been one to wait passively. After a moment's contemplation, she impulsively stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Dou Zhao's waist. Beneath her gaze, her eyes were soft enough to draw tears. Dou Zhao stiffened, slowly setting down his pen and gently, yet firmly, pried her arms away, saying, "Yingshu, I have told you before, aside from my name, I cannot give you anything else. You know that. Isn't it better for us to maintain a respectful distance?" He turned to her, his ink-black eyes gazing intently, his expression grave. Wang Yingxue was taken aback. She certainly understood, yet she believed that time would diminish all, that 1,000 miles of longing could not compare to the warmth of a precious gem in hand. Dou Zhao strode out abruptly. The jade hairpin flowers in the Dou residence had begun to bloom, their rich fragrance enveloping him. He suddenly recalled his wedding day, on a day much like this, when the jade hairpin flowers bloomed wildly, glimmering like crystals under the moonlight. His wife's voice rang out, asking, "Am I beautiful?" He could not remember how he had responded, but recalled her surprise and joy as she leaped into his arms, igniting a fire in his heart. The sound of her silver bell-like laughter echoed in his ears. "They all say I'm shameless, but I just like you. I want to marry you." Her naive, sweet voice conveyed undeniable joy and contentment. The floral scent was so intense, akin to the decay of blossoms at their peak, invoking a sense of anxiety and dread. He turned and fled outside. A rumble of thunder roared as rain poured down. Dou Zhao was startled awake by the commotion nearby, vaguely hearing his grandmother instructing Honggu, "Check if the horses in the stable are frightened. Is the kitchen window closed? We must tidy the straw in the firewood room to prevent it from getting wet." Honggu yawned and complied, donning her clothes and stepping out. His grandmother turned back and, seeing Dou Zhao squirming under the covers, gently patted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, Shogu. Aunt Shui is here." Dou Zhao, however, became fully awake. She gazed at the beams of the house, momentarily lost in thought. Outside, the sound of knocking echoed through the courtyard. His grandmother was startled. Lu Sihai, the long-term worker staying in the West Wing, approached the front door, wielding a wooden stick to secure it. "Who is it?" he asked warily. "It's seventh master," came the voice from outside. "Open the door quickly." Lu Sihai hastily dropped the stick and opened the door with a creak. Dou Zhao and Gao Shang stepped in, drenched from the rain. What happened? His grandmother, dressed hastily, hurried to meet them despite the downpour. "It's nothing, nothing," Dou Zhao replied, his clothes soaked through. Although it was the heat of summer, the night rain felt chilly. His lips had turned slightly pale. "I came to check on Shogu." His grandmother's eyes reflected deep suspicion, but she asked nothing, instructing a servant to boil water and sending Honggu next door to borrow 2 sets of clothes. As Dou Zhao cleaned himself up, the rain intensified. Dark clouds loomed as if they might collapse at any moment. Dou Zhao sat on the Kong, drowsy, her head nodding like a fishing bobber. She was indifferent to her father's presence. In the middle of the night, with such heavy rain, a careless move could lead to a cold or even a serious illness. Yet he expected her to find clean clothes and arrange hot water and snacks for his visit. It felt childish and selfish, unthoughtful of him, not befitting a father. More importantly, she felt that regardless of the conflict between her father and Wang Yingxue, his escape was too weak and helpless. Yet, her father seemed oblivious to this, smiling as he tousled Dou Zhao's hair and gently asked, "Are you comfortable living in the farmstead?" "Comfortable." Dou Zhao turned her head away, swatting his hand. "Everyone treats me well." Dou Zhao glanced around the room, noting its rough and simple decor, feeling that his eldest daughter was somewhat oblivious. He stood before the Kong in silence for a long while. Dou Zhao longed to sleep, and with her father silent, she finally asked, "Father, aren't you going to sleep?" Dou Zhao remained quiet, and after a while, He slowly sat beside her, asking solemnly, "Do you still remember your mother?" Dou Zhao was taken aback, her expression turning serious. "I remember your mother," he murmured, tears shimmering in his eyes. "On the day she married me. She wore a grandmother green ring, set in gold, shaped like a begonia flower." Dou Zhao turned her face away, sadness slowly welling from her heart. Her father left before dawn, and Dou Zhao stared at the clear sky after the rain, momentarily lost in thought. After the sorrow, one finds the courage to face life's disappointments, right? She returned indoors to practice her calligraphy. Zhao Yongbi eagerly assisted her in tidying up the study. She said to Zhao Yongbi, "Shall I give you a name?" Zhao Qibi felt both delighted and apprehensive. Delighted because he would no longer be called Dog Sheng. Apprehensive that Dou Zhao might whimsically name him something akin to Dog Sheng, which he could never change. "What about Liangbi?" Dou Zhao wrote the name on paper, meaning beautiful jade. "I hope you will be as admirable and humble as beautiful jade." Zhao Yongbi was overjoyed, taking the paper with his name to show everyone. In no time, the people in the village knew that Dog Sheng was now called Zhao Yongbi. His grandmother praised the name, saying she would take him to the temple to play in a few days. Unfortunately, Dou Shiying's leave ended, and he came to take Dou Zhao back, telling his grandmother, "If you need anything, you can send word to Sixth Brother. He will take care of you and Shogu in the capital." His grandmother nodded, not taking the remark to heart. Having lived alone in the farmstead for over 20 years without issues, she believed that she would not trouble the Dou family in the future. However, Dou Zhao insisted to her father that he could not take Zhao Liangbi back. The father asked who Zhao Liangbi was, and his grandmother explained his background. Upon hearing that Dou Zhao had helped name him, Dou Shiying nodded. "Then let us take him back." Thus, Zhao Yongbi appeared at the Dou residence ahead of schedule. "Sisters, this afternoon we will pay New Year's visits to relatives. I will strive to update around 8 o'clock. If there are difficulties, I will ensure to update before midnight." To be continued. If you enjoy this work, your recommendations and votes are greatly appreciated. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the 7th year of the Chongping era, Wang Xingyi remained his post as the governor of Shaanxi, while the Wang family relocated to the capital. Wang Yingxue, feeling helpless, wrote to her mother, Madame Su, citing her longing for her grandson, sent someone to fetch Dou Ming to stay in the capital for a while. The grandfather consented, and the second madam had no reason to keep him there. It had been over half a year since Dou Ming had been in the capital. Yijier, who had always played well with Dou Ming, found herself distancing from Dou Zhao, feeling that Dou Zhao was too eager to please the adults. Past experiences taught Dou Zhao that one cannot win everyone's affection. Thus, there was no need to curry favor with those who disliked her. With a faint smile, she suggested, "Why not write a letter to Dou Ming and inquire when he will return to Jinding?" Only Yijier noticed that Dou Zhao always referred to Dou Ming by his full name, once half in jest and half in inquiry. She mentioned this in front of the second madam. Dou Zhao explained, "If I call him Ming Jier, others will think we are of the same generation." But Yijier wondered why she couldn't simply call him younger brother. Yet, before she could voice her question, her nurse pulled at her sleeve. Upon returning home, the nurse quietly informed her that Wang Anyang was the legitimate concubine, while the fourth young lady was the legitimate daughter. Yiye was unfatzit. She questioned the significance of a concubine's offspring. Were they not still daughters of the Dou family? Yet, curiosity lingered. Why was it that only the seventh uncle's concubine bore children? The nurse hesitated, explaining that is because the seventh uncle has no sons. She sensed that the nurse had more to say, but at that moment, Wu Yu arrived, diverting her attention. However, Wu Yu wasn't particularly fond of playing with Dou Ming, frequently remarking on his dullness, as if he were lacking in wit. Yet, she also found Dou Zhao to be rather haughty and difficult to engage with. Whenever I possess something valuable, sixth aunt immediately buys it for her, and she pretends to be indifferent, leading Shujier astray. Once, Shooter, who used to cling to Wu Yu's toys, would plead with wide eyes, "Let me play with them." Ever since she had taken Dou Zhao's belongings without returning them, and Dou Zhao had dismissed her need to return them, Shooter's attention was solely on Dou Zhao, confiding in her above all else, aligning herself with Dou Zhao in any petty disputes. Wu Yu remarked, "Their family is quite peculiar. One lives in East Dou, and the other in the maternal home, while her mother remains alone in the large estate, not accompanying her father to the capital regardless. I harbor no affection for either sister." Dou Zhao could vaguely sense their sentiments, but chose not to dwell on them. believing their perspectives would shift as they matured. She visited her third cousin, where her eldest cousin, Zhao Bairu, was now 18. The aunt had written, stating that Zhao Bairu was to be wed on the 12th of August. Dou Zhao wished to present a gift to her cousin. Her third cousin, smiling, inquired, "What do you plan to give?" Dou Zhao, possessing half of the West Dou estate, found herself accustomed to seeking approval from her third cousin for any expenditure exceeding 10 taels of silver, which frustrated her. She handed Zhao Liangbi over to her third cousin. Mistaking Zhao Liangbi for a relative from the Dou family due to his surname, her third cousin treated him with extra care. Zhao Liangbi, always sensible and appreciative, diligently followed the stewardess' instructions, mastering the accounts within a year. She pondered what qualifications Zhao Liangbi possessed to assume the role of account manager. With a smile, she shared her intentions with her third cousin. He pondered, "What do you think about giving gold and silver jewelry as gifts? The aunt has likely prepared most other items." Dou Zhao nodded repeatedly, entrusting him with the task. As she exited, she encountered Shooter, who tugged at Dou Zhao, saying, "Second sister says to make 5 poisonous pouches. I have a new design. Would fourth aunt want one?" In her past life, her relationships with several cousins were rather distant, yet in this life, Shujir seemed to follow her like a little tail. "Sound good." Dou Zhao laughed. "I will have Haidang fetch your maid later." Mianyang married Chui, 2 years ago, and recently gave birth to a son. Haidang now managed her household affairs. Shujir nodded, whispering, "Chi-Chi is back." Chi-Chi was Wu Ye's childhood name. Dou Zhao brushed it off, chuckling, "The Dragon Boat Festival is approaching after all." Shujir sighed, asking, "Will fifth aunt return?" She was a sweet girl, getting along well with those around her. "Do you miss her?" Dou Zhao inquired. "Indeed." She pouted, "We want to dance the 100 knots, but there is no one to join us. Chi-Chi refuses to play with the maids." Dou Zhao had never participated in such pastimes, responding with a smile. "That is because she has many sisters her age." Shujie giggled. Returning to the residence of her sixth aunt, Dou Zhao, now older, could no longer stay in the inner chamber of her sixth aunt's silk drapery. After being brought back from her grandmother's estate 4 years prior, she had taken residence in the west wing of the main courtyard, while Dou Zhangchang and Dou Dekang occupied the east wing. As she stepped through the main gate, laughter erupted from the west wing. Dou Zhao couldn't help but smile. With Wu present, it was only natural that Wu Shan would join. As in her past life, Wu Shan and Dou Dekang shared a close bond, often staying with Dou Dekang during visits, thus fostering good relations with Dou Zhangchang and Dou Qijuan. They were likely sharing tall tales. Just as she was about to enter, the opposite wing suddenly opened, and Wu Shan, along with Dou Dekang and others, emerged. "Fourth sister." He greeted her, his ears slightly flushed. Dou Zhao politely nodded. Wu fourth brother has arrived. She exchanged pleasantries with him, Dou Dekang, and the others. Wu Shan then asked, "We are preparing to buy a congratulatory gift for sixth uncle. Do you want us to bring you something?" He addressed Dou Zhao as Dou Xiong, the title for Dou family's younger generation. "Thank you, but I have already prepared a gift for sixth uncle," Dou Zhao replied with a smile. It was a piece of green stone she had collected from her father, carved into a monkey riding a horse, symbolizing swift advancement, perfect for gifting a seal to sixth uncle. Wu Shan chuckled. "My sister is also here talking to my cousin. Have you seen her? Wasn't that an obvious remark? If she were also at second cousin Wu let her leave." Dou Zhao continued to smile, replying, "Chi-Chi is here too, but I haven't seen her yet." Wu Shan added, 12 mentioned that your family will invite people to sing opera for the Dragon Boat Festival. Is that true?" Dou Dekang, being the 12th child, was affectionately called 12. Dou Zhao responded with a smile. "Since it was said by 12 brother, it must be true." Wu Shan said, "What a pity I shall be back in Xindong by then. I hope to see it someday." He expressed his longing. "I heard that Zhou Qingfen is coming to perform." The conversation felt like a lotus, seemingly severed yet still interconnected. Dou Zhao patiently listened to him speak, offering an apologetic smile. "Wu fourth brother, you should attend to your matters. I must visit the madam soon." Wu Shan's face instantly reddened, his words stammering, "Fourth sister, you should return to your room. We must leave as well." Dou Zhao entered the room, hearing Dou Zhangchang voice his confusion. "Why do you always have so much to say to fourth sister whenever you meet her?" Wu Shan retorted, "Didn't you say I speak too little?" Dou Zhangchang replied, "I meant you are always so chatty with Yi Jie and her companions. I am an elder. I must behave like one," Wu Shan insisted. "All right, this time we shall let you take the elder's role," Dou Qijuan interjected. "This time, As we shop, you shall cover the expenses you are extorting me, Wu Shan laughed, his voice fading as he walked away. Dou Zhao chuckled, shaking her head, amused by the exchange. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, the second madam indeed invited Zhou Qingfen to perform. The stage was set before the ancestral hall of the Dou family's northern building, drawing villagers from within a 10-mile radius to enjoy the performance. Dou Zhao accompanied her sixth aunt to the side room beside the ancestral hall, where they were enjoying tea with the second matriarch. Wang Yingshu entered to greet the matriarch and waved at Dou Zhao. "Shogu, did you find the chrysanthemum pastries I had Qiongfen send to you delicious? They were a royal gift for my father, and Mingjie specifically arranged for a box to be brought back for you to taste. It was indeed a royal gift. No wonder they appeared so different from the pastries available in the market." Dou Zhao smiled and replied, "I have given my respects to the matriarch." As she spoke, she turned to the matriarch, who, with a beaming smile, took Dou Zhao's hand. "It is our Shogu who is truly thoughtful." Wang Yingshue's face turned red and pale, fluctuating like the changing seasons. Over the past few years, Dou Zhao had entrusted Wang Yingxue to the matriarch's care, and thus she had been reluctant to confront Wang Yingxue. Suddenly, a young maid rushed in, flustered and incoherent. "Matriarch, madam, it's terrible. The old master, something has happened to him." Chapter 57. Grandfather was watching a performance with the newly arrived magistrate of Zhending County, Mr. Liu. Servants brought forth delicacies such as fortune orange cakes and fengcheng dried fruits. Grandfather had intended to savor a piece of the fortune orange cake, but his eyes were glued to the stage, and he mistakenly popped a salted peanut into his mouth. By the time he realized his error, the peanut had lodged in his throat, causing him to cough incessantly, while those nearby hurriedly offered him tea to soothe his throat, only for it to exacerbate his coughing. Dou Zhao sat at the head of Dou Duo's bed, gazing at her grandfather, who lay in a state of unconsciousness, her heart heavy with an indescribable blend of sorrow and melancholy. In her previous life, she had only returned to the West Dou after her grandfather's funeral, by which time it was already August. At that tender age, she had been bewildered, newly arrived at the Eastern residence, feeling anxious and unsettled. She had hardly thought to inquire about her grandfather's cause of death. Was it any wonder that this time, after 3 months of his coma, he would pass away? Her father swiftly returned from the capital, accompanied by Dou Ming. She had undergone a significant transformation since her time in the Eastern Dou. She now appeared much livelier, her voice ringing louder. Upon alighting from the carriage, she called out to Gao Sheng, "I have brought back many items for Yi Jie and Shu Jie. Be careful and ensure everything is delivered to my room." Her room? Where was her room? Was it in the warm chamber by the second matriarch, or the eastern wing arranged for her by Wang Yingxue? The warm chamber was in the eastern residence, while she had never spent a night in the eastern wing. Gao Sheng appeared somewhat troubled. Dou Ming, dissatisfied, exclaimed loudly, "You, dog-like servant, be careful lest I tell father to sell you off." Dou Zhao closed her eyes. Events were inexorably reverting to their original course. She stepped out to admonish Dou Ming. "Gao Sheng serves father, even if he errs. It is not for you to reprimand him. If you dare speak such words again, I shall confine you to the woodshed for 3 days." Since childhood, Dou Ming had found this somewhat distant sister perplexing. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but flinch, though he quickly quelled his fear and stammered, "I didn't mean to." His voice dwindled, lacking the courage to retort against Dou Zhao. Dou Yaocheng, a man of indulgent tastes, had purchased a modest yet exquisitely decorated house early on in a lane beside Jing'an Temple in the capital. While the house was not large, it was adorned with an abundance of flowers and furnished with exquisite items, making it quite comfortable to reside in. Blood ties could be a formidable thing. Both Dou Duo and Dou Shiying shared a fondness for comfort akin to their ancestor, Dou Yaocheng. During their time in the capital, Dou Shiying resided there. Though Dou Ming was also in the capital, managing a child alone proved inconvenient. Moreover, upon witnessing Dou Ming's foolish demeanor and hearing her daughter's words, Wang Shusher felt that the East Dou was attempting to suppress the West Dou due to the discord between Dou Shushu and her husband. Heartbroken, when Dou Ming arrived in the capital, Wang Shusher treated her as precious as a pearl, neglecting her own grandchildren in favor of this granddaughter. Dou Shiying occasionally visited Dou Ming, noting her rosy complexion and the throng of maids and matrons attending to her, wishing to remain with Wang Shusher, who had grown somewhat estranged from him. This arrangement afforded him some ease, as Dou Ming resided in a different lane, limiting their interactions. Seeing Dou Ming's treatment of Gao Shang displeased him. Lacking experience in dealing with daughters, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Now, with Dou Zhao stepping in and Dou Ming quieted, Dou Zhao felt a sense of relief. Wang Yingxue, observing that Dou Ming had been scolded by Dou Zhao while Dou Zhao remained silent, understood that Dou Zhao favored Dou Zhao. Fearing that Dou Ming might lose Dou Zhao's favor, she hurriedly interjected, "Your father and sister have returned from the capital, anxious and fatigued over your grandfather's illness. It is only natural they may be somewhat irritable and speak somewhat carelessly." Gao Shang added, "Shall we move the 5th Mrs. belongings to the eastern wing of Qixia Courtyard?" Then turning to Dou Zhao, he continued, "7th Master, the journey must have been arduous. I have already instructed the cook to prepare hot water. Would you care to freshen up before visiting father to avoid him catching any dust?" Dou Zhao silently scoffed, thinking, "If your mother does not concern herself with you, should I, a half-sister, meddle in your affairs?" Thus, she said no more and retreated to her grandfather's chamber. Aunt Ding, who had been tirelessly attending to grandfather since his illness, had finally succumbed to her own ailment 2 days prior, leaving Qiu Fan, Aunt Ding's senior maid, in charge at grandfather's side. Upon seeing Dou Zhao enter, Qiu Fan hurriedly stood to the side, hands clasped respectfully. Dou Zhao instructed her, "My father has returned and will visit grandfather within 3 incense sticks' time. Please have the maids prepare some tea and summon the physician attending to grandfather. My father may have questions for him." Since Dou Duo's collapse, Dou Zhao had returned to the eastern residence, taking up residence in a long-vacant main room. She spent her days by grandfather's bedside, while Wang Yingxue managed the household affairs, only emerging to engage with visiting elders such as the second matriarch. Occasionally, she would direct a maid or the housekeeper to attend to matters, but each instruction was precise, addressing oversights Wang Yingxue had failed to consider. Gradually, the prominent maids and housekeepers adopted a more cautious demeanor around her. Qiu Fan respectfully complied, dispatching maids and matrons to attend to the tasks. Before long, Dou Zhao and Dou Ming, freshly groomed, entered the room accompanied by Wang Yingxue. Dou Zhao stepped aside, yielding the position at the head of the bed to her father. Dou Zhao took grandfather's hand, his eyes immediately brimming with tears. Qiu Fan entered to announce, "4th Miss, the physician has arrived." Dou Zhao softly urged her father, "Please feel free to inquire with the physician." Understanding that this was his daughter's arrangement, Dou Zhao cast a grateful glance at Dou Zhao. Feeling comforted and convinced that entrusting his eldest daughter to Ji's care had been a most prudent decision, the physician meticulously explained Dou Duo's condition, indicating that should he remain unconscious beyond July, the family ought to prepare for the inevitable. This assessment was rather accurate. Dou Zhao, upon hearing this, was overcome with tears. The atmosphere in the room turned somber and everyone began to weep, including Dou Zhao, who shed a few tears as well. Dou Zhao set up a cot beside grandfather's bed, personally tending to him by bathing and caring for him, attending to his needs. Dou Zhao adhered to her usual routine. Accompanying her father, she would take a brief nap at noon and retire to her room by the hour of the pig. At the hour of the rabbit, she would return to assist her father in caring for grandfather, quietly reciting passages from the Analects that she had recently learned from her 6th aunt during the times grandfather remained unconscious and her father sat in silence. Dou Ming, being only 7, could hardly endure the stillness. She fidgeted restlessly in the room. Her father, finding her disruptive, instructed Wang Yingxue to take her to the second matriarch. Wang Yingxue, however, dared not comply, unable to explain the second matriarch's intentions to her husband, so she kept Dou Ming by her side, managing the household affairs while also caring for Dou Ming. Dou Ming had brought back many small trinkets from the capital, frequently calling for Yi Jie and Shu Jie to come and play, thus diverting attention from grandfather's condition. Upon witnessing this, the second matriarch suggested to Dou Zhao, "What do you think? Should we bring Aunt Shui back to assist with grandfather's care, regardless of the circumstances? She is indeed the legitimate concubine of the younger uncle and her biological mother." Naturally, the father would agree. However, Dou Zhao was unwilling. Why should grandfather abandon grandmother to fend for herself in the countryside while he was in good health, only to summon her back now that he is bedridden? She interjected, suggesting they wait a little longer. Aunt Ding manages the affairs of grandfather's household, which aligns with his wishes. If it truly becomes imperative, they could dispatch someone to fetch Aunt Chui later. For the second lady, these matters were trifling. Very well. She nodded and inquired about grandfather's health. Later, her father, filled with suspicion, questioned Dou Zhao. Do you not wish to bring Aunt Chui back? He assumed Dou Zhao was the person closest to his biological mother in this household. To his surprise, it was Dou Zhao who expressed dissent. When grandfather's time draws near, even if the Dou family disagrees, she would still bring grandmother back. But not at this moment. Dou Zhao thought silently, yet replied, It is prudent to consult Aunt Ding first. There is no need to bring Aunt Chui here to endure others' disdain. Her father had no further objections. Dou Zhao then called for Zhao Yangbi. Has Chui Shisan sought you out recently? At this time, Chui Shisan was 14 years old and had passed the county examination, currently studying at the county academy. He and Zhao Yangbi shared a deep friendship, both in this life and the past. Due to grandmother's reluctance to associate with the Dou family, the Chui family had always refrained from engaging with them. Since they both resided in the county, Dou Zhao speculated that Chui Shisan would likely seek Zhao Yangbi out quietly, even though she had never caught him doing so. Zhao Yangbi sprang to his feet. Startled, how do you know this? His eyes betraying fear and unease. Dou Zhao desired this reaction, and thus, without elaboration, commanded, Summon Chui Shisan to see me at once. She knew Chui Shisan to be a capable, ambitious, and determined individual. His lifelong aspiration was to elevate the Chui family's status, transforming them into a distinguished lineage of scholarly and poetic excellence. The advantage of reincarnation lay in bypassing the arduous trials of observation and examination. One could directly select whom to employ. Zhao Yangbi, pale with fright, dashed off in a hurry. In the afternoon, he returned with Chui Shisan through the side entrance of the East Dou residence. Dou Zhao asked Chui Shisan, Do you wish for Aunt Chui to enter the Dou family through the main gate with honor? Chui Shisan's eyes lit up, though he regarded Dou Zhao with a hint of wariness. Dou Zhao instructed him, You shall reside at Aunt Chui's estate for the time being. I will have Zhao Liangbi send you messages. I will summon Aunt Chui, and you shall escort her here. However, if you do not receive my orders, you must prevent anyone from taking Aunt Chui away. Can you manage this? Chui Shisan sensed the undertones of a scheme and hesitated. What exactly do you intend? The Chui family has no desire to be used as pawns. Dou Zhao, seeking justice for her grandmother, could not bear to see her treated as a mere object by the Dou family. What is there to fear? She scoffed at Chui Shisan, stating that Aunt Chui was the biological mother of her father. Did she not deserve to step through the gates of the Dou family? As for whether Aunt Chui would choose to remain in the Dou household or return to the countryside after her arrival, even the second lady would likely be unable to prevent her. That gaze pierced Chui Shisan, yet after considerable contemplation, he slowly nodded. Chapter 58. The funeral grandfather passed away on the 12th day of the 8th month. Prior to this, he had been in a deep coma, leaving no final words. Her father wept uncontrollably as the people of East Dou assisted in the modest preparations for the funeral. Dou Zhao stood quietly in the corridor, listening to her father's cries, contemplating her grandmother. 3 years hence, her grandmother would also depart. Was there anything she could do to ensure her grandmother lived for 2 more years? Grandmother had collapsed unexpectedly while watering the melon seedlings. Her health had always been robust. No one had anticipated this. Wang Yingxue approached, addressing Dou Zhao in a commanding tone. Sister Shou, many will come to pay their respects in the coming days. Your sister is rather naive. Your mother must rely on you. Please keep an eye on the kitchen affairs. The funeral for grandfather would attract relatives, friends, and neighbors to pay their tributes. Dou Zhao observed that her recent conduct had been orderly. Perhaps she feared that her presence at the funeral might draw attention and earn the approval of the elders, which would only serve to further restrict her. She raised an eyebrow. Mother? With a scrutinizing gaze, she appraised Wang Yingxue from head to toe. Has the lady become muddled? When did you change your surname to Zhao? Grandfather has just passed, and even before the mourning period is formally established, people are already arriving to offer condolences. Has the lady never presided over a funeral and lacks understanding of these matters? If you truly do not comprehend, why not invite the third lady for assistance? Grandfather was a successful scholar, and the Dou family held considerable stature in North Jili. It was likely that some of his old acquaintances would come to pay their final respects. If any embarrassment were to arise, the Dou family could hardly afford such disgrace. As for the kitchen affairs, if the current steward cannot manage, then replace them. Saying this, she called for Haidang to summon Gao Sheng. Since Wang Yingxue had taken charge, grandfather had ceased to oversee the inner household, and Dou Zhao had resided in the east residence for many years. The steward of the inner household was not Wang Yingxue's person, but someone who dared not offend her. Gao Sheng was loyal to her father, based on her past memories. He was devoted to her father alone, as long as her father did not express a clear directive as the daughter of her father. Gao Sheng would regard her with the same respect he afforded Dou Ming. Wang Yingxue's complexion shifted dramatically as she spoke in a grave tone. Sister Shou, I'm unaware of how the ladies of the East residence speak in your presence, but you are, after all, a member of the West residence. Dou Zhao interrupted her. My lady, I believe you need to consider certain matters carefully. Grandfather has just died. Do not presume that you can act freely and without oversight. Just as she spoke, Gao Sheng arrived. Dou Zhao halted the conversation, having only begun to address Wang Yingxue's remarks. Wang Yingxue hastily stated, I've been rather flustered these past few days, and my words may have been somewhat hasty. Please do not take them to heart. One could only blame Wang Yingxue's unfortunate luck. Dou Zhao was already troubled by her grandmother's situation, and with Wang Yingxue's provocative demeanor, declaring herself as a mother before her. Dou Zhao was resolute in her determination to confront Wang Yingxue. Ignoring Wang Yingxue's protests, she continued, At this juncture, we cannot afford to create any embarrassment. The West residence would likely be spoken of for generations. You are familiar with the household affairs. If there is no one capable of managing the responsibilities, then arrange for the feast to be handled by outside taverns and restaurants. If you cannot find suitable individuals in Zhending County, then seek them in Zhending Prefecture. Should others learn of this, they would not suspect our household of lacking personnel. Rather, they would commend us for our filial piety, celebrating grandfather's journey to the afterlife with great fanfare. Furthermore, it is crucial to prevent any internal chaos during this time. Bear with it for now, and we shall address everything once grandfather's affairs are settled. She was uncertain whether Zhending had dedicated establishments for arranging funerals. But during her tenure as the Lady of the Marquis, she had encountered many such places in the capital, some of considerable scale. Gao Sheng surmised that Wang Yingxue intended to undermine Dou Zhao, yet Dou Zhao's proposal was exceedingly tempting. Not only in Zhending, but throughout North Zhili, no family would undertake such lavish arrangements for an elder's farewell. The so-called posthumous honors reflected the filial devotion and capabilities of the descendants. If this matter were executed well, it would only benefit 7th Master's future and reputation. He promptly declared, I shall attend to this matter at once. With that, he decisively turned and did not spare a glance at Wang Yingxue. Dou Zhao was quite pleased with Gao Sheng's response, bidding him to pause momentarily, and asked Wang Yingxue, Do you have any uncertainties remaining? If so, speak now, and I will assist you alongside Gao Sheng. Should any issues arise during the funeral proceedings, when we are inundated with visitors offering condolences, we may find ourselves unable to cope. Gao Sheng stood still, respectfully waiting for Wang Yingxue to respond. Wang Yingxue, seething with indignation, felt a sharp pain in her heart, her face alternating between red and pale. Dou Zhao simply regarded her with a cold smile. Finally, she ground her teeth and muttered that she had nothing further to say. Dou Zhao replied, Very well, madam. I hope that in a couple of days you do not recall any unfinished matters. With poise and grace, she turned and left. Gao Sheng naturally had no reason to linger here any longer. He bowed to Wang Yingxue and departed to seek a suitable establishment for the banquet. Wang Yingxue assisted Granny who, exclaiming in exasperation, This is driving me to distraction. However, Granny who was concerned about the servants of the Dou family. Since 7th Master had yet to instruct the clearing of the main residence, and with 7th Madam and 4th Miss still having belongings there, the old master remained silent, making it unwise for the madam to move in hastily. Furthermore, the Eastern manor had consistently overshadowed the Western manor, resulting in diminished respect from those servants towards the madam. They had only just managed to subdue those individuals, and would 4th Miss's actions incite unrest among them once more? If only 7th Master would speak up, she mused internally while advising Wang Yingxue. Madam, the greater situation must take precedence. I understand, Wang Yingxue nodded, inquiring, Who from my maternal family will come mourn? When Dou Duo was unable to eat, she had sent word to her mother, Wang Xushi, hoping her family could send someone influential to pay their respects, which would aid her in establishing her position within the Dou family. Granny Who whispered, "The old madam has requested that the eldest master and eldest mistress come." Wang Yingxue frowned, asking, "Will second sister-in-law not come?" In such circumstances, only second sister-in-law Pang Yulo could truly comprehend her sentiments. Granny Who inquired, "Shall I send a message to second mistress?" Wang Yingxue urged her to hurry, and soon a young servant, unfamiliar to her, glanced around before swiftly entering the room where Dou Zhao was resting. A flicker of realization crossed her mind as she pointed to the young man, whispering to Granny Who, "Have someone astute keep an eye on that servant." Granny Who complied without delay. Zhao Liangbi entered the room, speaking softly. "Aunt Shui has already learned of old Master Dou's passing and will be arriving shortly." Dou Zhao inquired, "Has someone informed Aunt Shui?" "No." Fao Liangbi replied. Aunt Shui said that whether she knows or not, she must come to pay her respects. Naturally, Dou Zhao remarked, "Yet the manner and timing of her arrival hold significance. She may not care, but others will perceive it differently." Inform cui tirtin, tu intercept aunt cui. The Dou family should only go to fetch her when they are ready to accompany her back. Shui 13 echoed the same sentiments. Zhao Liangbi was troubled, lamenting that some decorum must be upheld. Otherwise, it would invite disdain, as though the third old master's passing had prompted Aunt Shui to hastily return. Yet Aunt Shui insisted on coming regardless. "You must find a way to hinder her." Dou Zhao laughed. "Shui 13 will surely devise a plan." Zhao Liangbi reluctantly departed to relay this message. Within the manor, everyone was aware that Wang Yingxue had faced challenges from Dou Zhao, who had turned the tables on her. Those managing the kitchen might find themselves dismissed in a single stroke by Dou Zhao. The atmosphere in the Western manor became fraught with anxiety, as maids and matrons exhibited even greater deference to Dou Zhao than they did to Wang Yingxue. Ignoring the commotion, Dou Zhao prepared to serve the second madam and several elders at lunchtime in the Heeshou Hall. The following morning, Dou Shibang personally fetched the grandmother. Aunt Ding grasped the grandmother's hand, weeping inconsolably. Dou Zhao's expression was somewhat peculiar. In her previous life, when her grandfather passed, Dou Zhao had already been 5 years old. Her third uncle had brought them back from the countryside, and though Aunt Ding had red-rimmed eyes upon seeing her grandmother, she merely exchanged a muted greeting before aiding Wang Yingxue in welcoming guests. She had prevented her mother from her first attempt at self-harm. Yet this had led to significant deviations in events. Dou Zhao was nowhere to be found. Her grandfather had yet to witness the birth of his first legitimate grandson. The grandmother remained Aunt Shui. In her previous life, Aunt Ding had relied on her stepmother Wang Yingxue, and now, with Wang Yingxue elevated to a legitimate status, she was preoccupied with her own affairs. Meanwhile, Aunt Ding played a significant role in Dou Zhao's circumstances, and with her father now in control, Dou Zhao anticipated no favorable outcomes. She could only seek sympathy and compassion from her grandmother. Ultimately, Dou Zhao felt a sense of joy at this transformation. Yet, could she find a way to extend her grandmother's life, even if only for a few months or years, to share more time together? After paying respect to her grandfather and politely declining Aunt Ding's help, Dou Zhao arranged for her grandmother to stay in the guest room of the Western Dou Manor. The grandmother took her hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I thought that by arriving earlier, I could assist you. As long as I do not burden you, that is sufficient." Without the presence of her grandfather, with her grandmother now as a secondary matriarch, Wang Yingxue was bound to observe the decorum due to her grandmother. She could not act at will, and she could easily persuade her grandmother to reside in the Western Dou Manor, potentially using her to exert pressure on Wang Yingxue. However, Dou Zhao did not wish to involve her grandmother. The grandmother had always avoided entanglements with the Dou family, and now, in her twilight years, she hoped to live according to her own will. "Why do you say that?" Dou Zhao asked, gently using a handkerchief to wipe her grandmother's face. The grandmother, feeling a bit shy, replied, "Just as you expect me to wait for the Dou family to fetch me. I simply wish to pay my respects to your grandfather. After all, is the father of your father. His passing is what brings me here." She had not considered anything beyond that. Dou Zhao smiled. "Then you certainly do not wish to reside in the Dou family?" "This is not my place," the grandmother replied with a smile. "I am not accustomed to it. Once the funeral is over, I shall send you back to the countryside." Dou Zhao laughed. "However, you need not remain there constantly. If you miss me or your father, let Shui 13 bring you over for a few days." "That sounds good," the grandmother smiled. but it would be better if you all came to visit me for a few days. Dou Zhao gazed at her grandmother, smiling gently. Her father still had 3 years of mourning to observe. Would her grandmother forever remain merely Aunt Shui because of this? A subtle unease stirred within her. Sisters, I'm a bit late today. I have gone to my Uncle S house. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, I welcome your support through recommendations and monthly votes. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Chapter 59. Morning. Pink vote 3:30 for more. On the third day after the small funeral, the Dou family notified relatives and friends of their bereavement, and soon, the Dou household was abuzz with visitors paying their respects. Dou Shiying, Wang Yingxue, Dou Zhao, and Dou Ming, as dutiful children, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, expressed their gratitude at the altar, entrusting all household matters to Gao Sheng. Those serving tea, attending to guests, managing the morning accounts, and even those responsible for preparing offerings sought his guidance. Though he had never encountered such matters before, the years spent accompanying Dou Shiying in the capital had broadened his horizons, and with diligence, he proved more composed and reliable than others in the Western Dou household. After a flurry of activity, he found himself overwhelmed, and Dou Zhao occasionally offered him pointers. Within a few days, he grasped the essentials, proceeding with increasing assurance. Some seasoned managers from the Eastern Dou manor praised him for his significant potential, allowing Gao Sheng to exhale with relief, albeit with a newfound regard for Dou Zhao. The 3 years of mourning would surely see her reside in the Western Dou manor, and she required a steadfast ally. After a couple of days, Wang Zhibing and Pang Yulo came to pay their respects. The combination of elder brother and sister-in-law was rather peculiar. Wang Zhibing explained, Nanguer's mother is with child, and being in the early months, she cannot endure the strain. It has been a while since my sister-in-law has seen her younger sister, and Tanguer misses his cousin. So I brought them along to light incense for the old master. Wang Tan, the eldest son of Pang Yulo, was a year younger than Dou Ming. Perhaps they had played well together in Luiyue Alley in the capital, for once Wang Tan entered the room, he immediately took Dou Ming's hand, exclaiming, Sister Ming, when are you coming home? There is no one to play with me. Dou Ming replied, I must observe mourning for my grandfather. Once the mourning period is over, I shall visit you in the capital. Wang Tan urged, then you must finish your mourning quickly. At that time, I will have my grandfather take us to Daxiangguo Temple to enjoy lamb noodles. Dou Ming nodded repeatedly. Pang Yulo nudged his son and pointed to Dou Zhao, saying, why don't you quickly greet your cousin? Wang Tan resembled the Pang family, with fair skin and large, expressive eyes, more beautiful than many young women, delicate and graceful. He sweetly called, Sister Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao recalled their last encounter, where he had knelt at Dou Ming's feet, pleading desperately, Good sister, my brother's heart belongs only to his cousin Gao Mingzhu. Even if he marries you, he will not treat you well. I am different. I have liked you since childhood. If you marry me, I will cherish you for a lifetime and help you with anything you desire. Unfortunately, Dou Ming's gaze was as soft and tender as spring water, seemingly capable of drowning someone. Yet his eyes held a calculating glint when he looked at Wang Tan. She giggled and said, Then I want you to declare in front of our grandmother that you wish to marry Gao Mingzhu. Do you dare? The Wang family believed that Gao Mingzhu was entangled in an ambiguous relationship with Wang Nan and Wang Tan, leaving her no chance of becoming a daughter-in-law of the Wang family. The Gao family would rather divorce than allow Dou Ming to marry her. Wang Nan never spoke to Dou Ming again. Whenever Dou Zhao saw Wang Tan, her heart filled with pity. She offered Wang Tan a faint smile. Pang Yulo pushed his son closer to Dou Zhao, insisting, You cousins should grow closer. Dou Zhao remained silent. Dou Ming, however, rushed over and took Wang Tan's hand, saying, Let us go play with Yijie and Shujie. Guangtan responded cheerfully. Pang Yulo shot a glare at his son, commanding, Stay here quietly. Wang Tan dared not move, looking at Dou Ming with a pitiful gaze. Dou Ming cried, I want to play with Tanguer. Dou Shiying frowned. Wang Yingxue cast an annoyed glance at Pang Yulo and comforted Wang Tan and Dou Ming, saying, All right, stop crying. Yijie and Shujie are in the flower hall. Go find them. Hand in hand, Wang Tan and Dou Ming made their way to the flower hall. Pang Yulo sighed inwardly and smiled at Dou Shiying, saying, My nephews, Pang Xiaogao and Pang Kunbai, have also come to pay their respects. After Dou Duo's passing, all 3 of Pang Yulo's brothers came to offer condolences. Unbeknownst to her that her nephews had followed. Guests are welcomed. Dou Shiying did not refuse. Pang Jixio, the son of Pang Jianlu, was 15 this year, while Pang Kunbai, the son of Pang Yinlu, was 12. Both boys were handsome and well-mannered, though one had a rather dreamy gaze while the other was too shrewd. Otherwise, they resembled gallant young gentlemen. Pang Yulo introduced them to Dou Zhao, saying, "This is your elder cousin." The two bowed to Dou Zhao, who merely nodded in acknowledgement, appearing somewhat aloof. Dou Shiying was surprised that Pang Yulo's nephews had grown so much. Seeing her behavior, he felt displeased and naturally did not think Dou Zhao was unfortunate. He exchanged a few cold pleasantries with Pang Jishio and Pang Kunbai before leading Dou Zhao to the morning hall. Wang Yingxue pulled Pang Yulo aside and whispered, "What are you trying to accomplish?" Pang Yulo feigned helplessness, explaining, "My brothers are still doing business in Lingbai County, eager to connect with the Dou family. They heard that the fourth miss is of similar age to Xiaogao and Kunbai, so they have intentions of matchmaking. I understand that Xiaogao and Kunbai are not worthy of the fourth miss, but no matter what I say, they refuse to believe me and instead blame me for obstructing them. I had no choice but to bring my nephews here, hoping to catch the groom's favor. However, upon reflection, if the fourth miss were to marry into the Pang family, it would be beneficial for you as well. My sister-in-law would become her mother-in-law, and I would be her aunt. She certainly cannot go against her elders. Have you forgotten that the Wang family cannot interfere with Dou Zhao's marriage?" Parental orders, matchmaker's words. Pang Yulo dismissed it. "We are not directly arranging a marriage for the fourth miss, are we?" Wang Yingshua's heart skipped a beat. "Are you suggesting? What if the fourth miss chooses on her own?" Pang Yulo covered her mouth, laughing. "The Zhao family has not declared that the fourth miss cannot marry into the Pang family. What is so special about Dou Zhao that you're going to such lengths to marry her into the Pang family?" A fleeting thought crossed Wang Yingshua's mind. She remembered Dou Zhao's dowry. Her expression turned slightly complicated. If Dou Zhao were to marry into the Pang family, the estate would belong to them. Although the second matriarch issued a gag order, those who experienced it back then were well aware. When Wang Yingxue looked at Pang Yulo again, she felt a surge of vigilance. She is truly cunning, Wang Yingxue thought. Dou Shiying was conversing with the mourners from the Wu family. It was all too sudden. No one expected it. I reported my mourning to the Hamlin Academy, just in time to stay home and read some books. Accompanying his uncle, Wu Shan quietly handed Dou Zhao a pouch, saying, "Take care." "But what does this have to do with the pouch?" She looked at Wu Shan in confusion. Seizing the moment when the adults were distracted, Wu Shan whispered, "I prayed for a safety talisman at Dafa Temple." His voice was hurried, and his ears were flushed. Dou Zhao blinked, smiling and sincerely thanking him. Wu Shan grinned, his ears turning even redder, and then he focused on the elder from the Wu family, no longer glancing at Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao sensed Wu Shan's feelings towards her, and she fell into a deep contemplation. After the seventh day, her grandfather was buried in the ancestral grave of the Dou family in the north building, and the guests gradually dispersed. Pang Yulo and Wang Yingxue discussed whether they could have Xiaogao and Kunbai study in the Dou family's clan school. Wang Yingxue disliked Pang Yulo's greed and was reluctant to assist, fearing that she might need the Pang family's help in the future and thus did not want to sever ties with them. She pushed the responsibility onto Dou Shiying, who found the two boys rather worldly and was somewhat displeased. He shifted the responsibility onto the third uncle. "It's always been managed by the third master. I don't know what the requirements are for studying at the clan school. You might as well ask him." Both agreed reluctantly. Pang Yulo had heard worse remarks and did not take them to heart. She personally brought a gift box to Dou Xiang. The Dou family clan school had a good reputation in Zhending Prefecture, frequently hosting children of relatives and friends seeking to study. Dou Shibang readily agreed without hesitation. Thus, Pang Jishio and Pang Kunbai entered the Dou clan school and soon became acquainted with Dou Zhangshang, Dou Dekeng, Dou Qijuan, and others. Occasionally, they would find ways to dine with them at the East Mansion, but they never encountered Dou Zhao. Pang Kunbai could not help but complain to his father. "It's completely useless." Pang Yinlu slapped his son. "Your father has been in business for over a decade, earning only 20 or 30,000 taels. You think you can effortlessly obtain such a large sum? There is no such thing as a free lunch." He then admonished him, "You better be diligent. The Dou family's wealth is not only coveted by your uncle, but your aunt has her own schemes as well. Don't let that Wang Tin kid take advantage of you, or you'll regret it." "Really?" Pang Kunbai was astounded. "Wang Tan is 4 years younger than the fourth miss?" "What being 4 years younger?" Pang Jinlu replied. "Pang Jishio is still 6 years older than the fourth miss." Pang Kunbai fell silent. Pang Jishio was more composed than Pang Kunbai. After spending a large sum to investigate Dou Zhao without results, he diligently followed the teachings of Madame Dou, the instructor at the Dou clan school, and made efforts to befriend the students there. Dou Junki and others, accustomed to flattery, took note of these gestures. Consequently, Pang Jishio learned from Dou Junki's entourage that Dou Zhao would spend some days each summer at the farm. The following summer, he made preparations early. Upon hearing that Dou Zhao was heading to the farm, he invited Dou Zhengchang and others to the countryside for fun. Dou Zhengchang and the others were unwilling. It's too hot. What is so fun about the countryside? As Dou Dekang spoke these words, he was holding a bowl of chilled sour plum soup. Pang Jishio, finding little amusement in the situation, suggested, "Shall we go to the river to catch fish? I can just as easily fish by the pond." Dou Zhengchang replied languidly. At that moment, Wu Shan arrived. Dou Zhengchang introduced them, expressing his surprise. "I thought you would come during the Dragon Boat Festival, yet you chose to visit on such a hot day. Is there something urgent?" Wu Shan explained. "During the Dragon Boat Festival, I went to the capital with my mother to see my father. It has been some time since I've seen you all. My sixth uncle is currently observing governance at the Ministry of Justice, and we shared Zongzi during the festival. Dou Xiang has also been appointed as a scholar." Dou Dekang eagerly inquired, "How is my father?" "Quite well," Wu Shan replied with a smile. "He seems to have gained a bit of weight since being at home." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he added, "I have good news for you all," prolonging the suspense. Dou Dekang ignored him, while Dou Zhengchang chuckled. "What good news could that possibly be? Are you going to the capital? How is that good news?" Wu Shan scoffed. "I am enjoying my time at home. Under my father's watchful eye, I would have to practice writing 5,000 characters daily without respite." Pang Jishio exclaimed, "So many." Wu Shan then laughed and declared, "Starting tomorrow, I will come to study at your Dou family school." Dou Zhengchang and the others were momentarily taken aback. "Why the sudden desire to study at our home?" Dou Dekang asked, "Does your mother truly allow you to leave?" Wu Shan's mother was his father's second wife. His first wife had passed away without children, and after Wu Songyan passed the imperial examination, he remarried Bai, who came from a scholarly family, determined not to marry until her family had produced a scholar. She had her first child, Wu Shan, at 26, thus cherishing her children dearly. To allow Wu Shan to study under their scholar uncle, she preferred to stay in their hometown rather than follow Wu Songyan to the capital. "My father has a leg ailment," Wu Shan continued, "and as he has grown older, he finds walking increasingly difficult. My mother is concerned and wishes to care for him in the capital, but is also worried about me." Coincidentally, during the Dragon Boat Festival, I met my sixth uncle at my fifth uncle's home, and he suggested that if my father agreed, I could study with you all, under the care of my sixth aunt. Both my parents approved, and my fifth uncle wrote a letter to the matriarch. My mother came to escort me for my studies. They then realized that Mrs. Wu had accompanied him as well. What a delightful coincidence, Dou Zhengchang said with a smile. Dou Dekang, however, embraced Wu Shan, exclaiming, "At last, you have come to my territory." Wu Shan laughed heartily, cupping his hands in a mock plea. "Oh great hero, show mercy." Laughter erupted among the group. Dou Qijuan and his younger brother Dou Qitai entered one after the other, inquiring about the commotion. Pang Jishio quickly informed them of Wu Shan's intention to study at the Dou family school. Dou Qijuan and Dou Qitai began playfully demanding that Wu Shan treat them. With a grand gesture, Wu Shan announced, "Today, I shall treat everyone." Pang Jishio, whose family owned a tea house and later opened a tavern and pawn shop, was well versed in such matters. He suggested, "Let us go to Jingfachin. They serve river delicacies in chilled bowls during summer, featuring lotus seeds, lotus roots, and fresh chicken head rice, all sourced from their own ponds. The common chicken heads are sold only when they are old and not worth much, and those that are harvested too early are not accepted by the medicine shop, making them a rare treat. However, at Jingfachin, the younger the chicken head, the better. They spare no expense, and when boiled, they turn a lovely pale yellow, garnished with fresh walnut, almond, and hazelnut, all resting on tender lotus leaves. The colors are vibrant, and the mere sight is enough to lift one's spirits." Under the sweltering summer sun, even before he finished speaking, the group began to salivate. Dou Qitai eagerly announced, "I will go fetch fourth brother." Among the siblings, Dou Qijuan ranked fifth, Dou Qitai sixth, and the fourth was Dou Qiguang, the second son of Dou Yuchang and Wu Shan's cousin. Since Wu Shan was treating, fourth brother must be included. Dou Zhengchang went to inform the matriarch. Mrs. Bai, a plump and fair woman with a round, kindly face, expressed some concern. The second matriarch reassured her, it's all right, with Ji Gu accompanying them in Junding County. There will be no trouble. Dou Zhao, who had passed the examination the previous year, eased Mrs. Bai's worries. The second matriarch instructed the steward to arrange for a few honest and reliable servants to accompany Dou Zhao and the others to Jingfechen. Upon arriving, the proprietor of Jingfechen, noticing the Dou family, promptly offered them the finest private room and personally presented the menu, while Peng Jishio lightened the mood with witty banter. As the chilled river delicacies were served, Wu Shan suggested, shall we visit the farm to see fourth sister tomorrow? The chatter in the private room ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to him. Wu Shan quickly added, on such a hot day, I heard that Aunt Shui's farm has everything. We can use the excuse of visiting fourth sister to fish, swim, and enjoy fresh lotus leaf rice. How delightful it would be. Far better than being cooped up at home all day. Pang Jishio's heart raced, and Dou Dekang grinned widely. What a splendid idea. Let us go swimming at Aunt Shui's place. Dou Qiguang, however, preferred his studies and would not have come if not for Wu Shan's invitation. Yet, even he felt tempted by the glaring sunlight outside, let alone the others. Then it's settled, Dou Zhao declared. Who will inform the matriarch? I cannot do it. If I do, it will surely be rejected. Laughter erupted among them. I cannot either, Wu Shan said, as my mother will be staying at the Dou residence for several days. Then I shall go. Dou Qiguang hesitated, but I fear the matriarch may not agree. Fourth brother is too honest, Dou Qitai jested. If fourth brother speaks, the matriarch will surely agree. As predicted, the matriarch readily approved. A troop of them set off for the farm. Dou Zhao was bent over the table, sketching new shoe designs for his grandmother when the commotion startled everyone. Aunt Shui stopped them. No swimming in the river. Rest in the courtyard. I will have someone prepare lotus leaf rice for you. The young lads, however, could hardly remain seated, eager to plunge into the river. Seeing they could not be restrained, Dou Zhao summoned the attendants who had followed them, instructing, station yourselves by the river, with one person every few steps. He also called for Hong Gu to find a few strong swimmers from the village to guard the riverbank, offering a daily payment of 1 tael of silver. If all the young masters returned safely, each would receive an additional 2 taels, should anyone drown. A reward of 20 taels would be given for rescuing a life. Hong Gu promptly set off to recruit several sturdy men. With guards stationed nearby, Dou Zhao and his companions felt emboldened to play freely. Pang Jishio, seizing an opportunity, quietly slipped Asher. No wonder he came to Aunt Shui's farm to play. Pang Jishio mused silently, just as Dou Zhao expressed his gratitude to Wu Sigi, saying, thank you, the fragrance is delightful. He graciously accepted the perfume and inquired about Wu Shan's journey to the capital. The capital, being the emperor's domain, was indeed a bustling metropolis, not only teeming with people, but also abundant in treasures and wonders. The streets were spacious enough to allow 4 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side. Wu Shan excitedly described the capital to Dou Zhao, who listened quietly with a smile, yet her thoughts wandered far away. Next summer, she planned to find an excuse to bring her grandmother to the Dou residence for a visit, so her grandmother would no longer need to rise early to water the melon seedlings, perhaps even avoiding an untimely demise. This time, she would bring Ganlu and Sujuan back to the East Mansion. She also wanted to visit Tunyang, who, she heard, was doing well with Chui Si, and the Chui family had grown fond of this honest and diligent daughter-in-law, who had now firmly established herself in their home. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside. Dou Zhao, concerned about the group by the river, leaned out the window and called out to Honggu what happened. Honggu, with one hand holding a chicken and the other busy, rushed out from the kitchen, saying, let me go check. Dou Zhao urged Wu Shan, why don't you go take a look too? Wu Shan responded with an "oh" and ran outside. After about half an hour, Honggu returned, a bit pale and shaken. Miss, it's fortunate you had me find a capable swimmer to stand by the river. Young Master Guang cannot swim. While playing with young Master Tai, he slipped and fell into the water. If it weren't for the quick actions of those by the river, young Master Guang could have drowned. Dou Zhao sighed in relief and sincerely remarked, I hope they learn from this lesson and refrain from swimming again. Honggu repeatedly agreed. A group that came with high spirits left disappointed. They hastily had dinner at the farm before returning to the Dou residence. That evening, her grandmother pointed to the rose-scented perfume on the Kong table and asked, where did this come from? It was a gift from Wu Sigi, Dou Zhao replied nonchalantly. He brought it back from the capital. Her grandmother examined it silently for a while before setting it down and going to rest. A couple of days later, Dou Zhao visited Dou Zhao, expressing his gratitude. Thanks to fourth aunt's arrangements that day, otherwise something terrible would have happened. Although he was younger, he was the eldest among them and the only one with a degree, so if anything had gone wrong, the responsibility would have fallen heavily on him. It was merely a precaution. Dou Zhao smiled. You need not worry. Dou Zhao still solemnly thanked Dou Zhao. A few days later, Wu Shan and Dou Qiguang came to express their gratitude. This was my suggestion. If anything had happened to fourth brother, how would I face fourth cousin? Dou Zhao humbly accepted their thanks. Wu Shan came a few more times under the guise of gratitude. Each time, her grandmother invited him for dinner and inquired in detail about his family. On one occasion, Dou Zhao overheard Hong Gu telling her grandmother, Bai Shi is an ambitious person, warm and polite, very accommodating. Sensing her grandmother's intentions, Dou Zhao found it rather amusing. I am in a rush to finish my writing every day. And my uncle's aunt remarked, it seems you are racing against time. I find her description both simple and vivid. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, I welcome your recommendations and support. It is my greatest motivation. Chapter 61. Sisters. Several boys who had come to swim last time expressed their thanks to Dou Zhao in groups, including Pang Jixio. While the elders of the Dou family did not appear, as Dou Zhao knew they feared reprimand. Dou Zhao considered this to be for the best. The incident occurred at her grandmother's farm, and the Dou family had a bias against her grandmother, fearing they might shift the blame onto her. She instructed Hong Gu, if anyone else comes to swim, just follow my instructions and find some villagers to keep watch by the river. It's better to be prepared. Hong Gu repeatedly agreed. After visiting Tanyang, Dou Zhao asked her grandmother to help her find a few maidservants to take back. I do not have a capable person there. After some thought, her grandmother called over 4 or 5 suitable young girls. Dou Zhao recognized Ganlu and Sujuan. At this moment, one was called Arya, and the other was Zhao Di. Dou Zhao kept both of them, renamed them, and personally taught them etiquette. As in her previous life, Ganlu was quick-witted and learned rapidly, while Sujuan was steady and meticulous in all she did. In her past life, Sujuan managed her own trunk, while Ganlu served closely by her side. Dou Zhao nodded in approval. As August approached, the West Mansion sent someone to escort Dou Zhao back. Dou Zhao urged her grandmother, why don't you come back with me? The Mid-Autumn Festival is in a few days. I'm not accustomed to living there. Dou Zhao could no longer count how many times her grandmother had declined her invitation. Please don't make me uncomfortable. Dou Zhao had no choice but to instruct Hong Gu to ensure her grandmother was not alone, to prevent her from rising early to tend to the vegetable garden, and to avoid her noon patrol of the fields. After a lengthy list of reminders, they finally set off. Hong Gu then said to her grandmother, Miss Ford genuinely wishes to honor you. If you continue like this, you will only upset her. What do you know? Shi replied, displeased. Aunt Shou still resides in the main house. If I go, where shall I stay? Hong Gu fell silent. Upon returning home, Dou Zhao refreshed herself and went to greet her father. Dou Shiying was in the study, while Dou Ming was living with Wang Yingxue in Xixia courtyard. When she arrived, Dou Shiying was tending to the chrysanthemums in the yard, while Wang Yingxue served him with a tray containing scissors and other tools. Dou Ming lay under the corridor on Dou Shiying's reclining chair, eating osmanthus cake. Upon seeing Dou Zhao, she turned her face away, pretending not to notice. Dou Shiying smiled widely and beckoned her. You're back. How is Aunt Shui? Have you eaten? Dou Zhao responded while nodding at Wang Yingxue, greeting her with madam, then glanced at the carefully tended chrysanthemums and remarked, I didn't expect these chrysanthemums to be budding. They should bloom by the Mid-Autumn Festival, right? As she spoke, she bent down to touch one of the plants. Isn't this a black chrysanthemum? How did you recognize it? Her father asked in surprise. Dou Zhao couldn't help but chuckle, pointing at the flower pot. You're nurturing it in the exquisite porcelain pot painted with magnolias. Her father laughed, wiping his hands with a cloth from Wang Yingxue's tray. They proceeded into the house together. Is it true that the east courtyard only has a few ginkgo trees? When Dou Zhao's great-grandfather built this residence, Dou Huanqing and Dou Yaocheng had just started their families. He hoped for prosperous family fortunes and thriving descendants, constructing over a dozen courtyards of various sizes. By the time the residents passed to Dou Duo, aside from the central hall and main quarters, the west side's Heeshou Hall and the front study, as well as Qixia Courtyard, were still occupied, while the east courtyard remained empty. Decades of neglect had left it with a sense of decay and Dou Shiying. With little to do at home, contemplated tearing down the east courtyard after the mourning period. Dou Zhao, however, felt that by then, her father would be in the capital awaiting a vacancy. This matter would either fall to Wang Yingxue, who stayed at home, or perhaps Wang Yingxue would accompany him to the capital, leaving everything to her. She had no interest in taking it on herself. As for Wang Yingxue, with her perspective, it was uncertain what the outcome would be. It would be better to leave things as they were. Therefore, she suggested to her father to merely repair the east courtyard and replant some flowers and trees. Dou Zhao, upon hearing Dou Zhao's thoughts, felt his daughter had quite the talent for construction, and he often pulled Dou Zhao into discussions about the repairs, sketching and planning for nearly a year without any sign of progress, further affirming Dou Zhao's belief that stopping her father from reconstructing the east courtyard was indeed the right decision. As they passed the corridor, Dou Zhao paused and called to Dou Ming, who was pretending to sleep. "Your sister is back." Dou Ming had no choice but to open her eyes. Trying to hide from Dou Zhao while feigning sleepiness, she groggily called out, "Sister." Dou Zhao pretended not to notice and cheerfully said, "I brought you some fresh dates. They will be sent to your room soon." Dou Ming reluctantly rose to her feet, bending her knees in a gesture of respect as she expressed her gratitude to Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao observed with evident satisfaction and nodded, proceeding with Dou Zhao into the study. Dou Ming, filled with indignation, leapt up and tugged at Wang Yingxue, exclaiming, Mother, have you seen Dou Zhao's attitude? She neither saluted you nor inquired after your well-being." Wang Yingxue turned her face away, her voice choked with emotion as she replied, "Who asked me to be a concubine?" As she spoke, she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. When she turned back, although her face was devoid of tears, her eyes were still red. "Ming Jie, your father adores your sister for her obedience and understanding. You should learn from her. She can forget it." Dou Ming gritted her teeth, not knowing if she was referring to Dou Zhao learning to be obedient or if she meant that Dou Zhao should not seek their father's favor. Wang Yingxue sighed quietly. Despite her efforts to please Dou Zhao over the years, he remained unyielding, treating her with indifference while showering affection on their two daughters. Feeling utterly helpless, she pushed Dou Ming forward, hoping Dou Zhao would show her a bit more kindness for Dou Ming's sake. Dou Ming's harsh words belied her inability to confront Dou Zhao directly. She had overheard her maidservants discussing that her mother wanted Dou Zhao to oversee the kitchen during their grandfather's funeral. However, Dou Zhao simply declared that everyone from the head cook to the vegetable picker was dismissed, leaving the kitchen staff entirely at her command. Whatever dish Dou Zhao favored, the entire family would be compelled to partake of it the next day. Dou Zhao even approached her third cousin to request additional funds, claiming her mother's seasonal allowances were insufficient. She intended to use her own money to reward her maidservants, which led to the second matriarch summoning their father for inquiries. Consequently, whenever their mother received any funds from the outer court, her first task was to settle the monthly allowances for the maidservants and matrons in Dou Zhao's quarters, resulting in those in Dou Zhao's service becoming increasingly arrogant. They hardly regarded the other maidservants and matrons in the household, and at Dou Zhao's slightest command, they would scurry away, almost wagging their tails in servitude. This thought filled Dou Ming with indignation, prompting her to shout to her maid, "I want to go play with Jie." The household staff dared not impede her. They promptly arranged a carriage to take her to the east courtyard. Jie was in her room, changing clothes, surrounded by several maidservants, while Shu Jie sat on a pile of garments, clutching a wooden puppet and waiting for Jie. Upon seeing Dou Ming enter, Jie exclaimed, "What do you think of my outfit?" She wore a moon-white silk summer gown adorned with silver stripes, paired with a grass-green skirt embellished with embroidered green bamboo edges, and delicate red-gold earrings graced her ears. Dou Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. "Dou Zhao has such garments and jewelry too." Jie's face flushed crimson as she retorted, "When did she ever have such a dress?" "I would have known," Shu Jie chimed in. "Fifth aunt must have made a mistake. Fourth aunt's red gold earrings were given to me. Fourth aunt's skirt is water blue, embroidered with magnolia flowers. What difference does it make? It's merely a change of color and pattern," Jie insisted. Dou Ming was taken aback, while Shu Jie, growing impatient, remarked, "Second sister, how much longer will you take? I've been waiting for nearly half an hour." All right, Jie said, glancing in the mirror one last time before addressing Dou Ming. "She has arrived, and we're going to Sixth Aunt's place. Will you join us?" Since they were all going, she had no choice but to comply. Dou Ming sulkily replied, "Chi has come. What business do you have at Sixth Aunt's?" Jie elaborated on the matter, explaining that after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chi would be going to the capital with Madame Wu. Hearing this, Dou Ming felt invigorated, exclaiming, "The capital is so much fun, bustling with people." The three young girls chattered excitedly as they made their way to the Ji family's residence. Not only was Bai Shi present, but also the Wu siblings, Wu Shan and Wu Ya. They respectfully greeted Bai Shi and exchanged pleasantries with the Wu siblings. Bai Shi, seeing Dou Ming for the first time, smiled and inquired, "And who might this be?" "She is the second daughter of seventh uncle," Ji Shi replied. "Her childhood name is Ming Jie." "Ah, so this is Ming Jie," Bai Shi said with a radiant smile, instructing a nearby maidservant to bestow a jade pendant upon Dou Ming. "Asiye Shuye." And Bai Shi had all received such pendants upon their first meeting. They did not think much of it. However, Dou Ming felt that Bai Shi must have taken a liking to her, as evidenced by the gift. With a smile, she said to sixth aunt, "My sister has returned too." Sixth aunt smiled gently and replied, "I know. She sent me some fresh eggs and vegetables just a while ago." Dou Ming felt disheartened. It seemed Dou Zhao never made mistakes. Jie took Wu Ye's hand and said, "Grandmother Wu, I would like to invite a Qi to play in the courtyard." Bai Shi looked at Dou Ming, hesitating for a moment. Ji Shi quickly added, "Ming Jie was raised in the second matriarch's quarters. It was only after seventh uncle returned to observe the mourning that she was brought back." Upon hearing this, Bai Shi smiled and cautioned, "Do not wander too far, and be careful not to trip or bump into anything." Jie and the others eagerly agreed and rushed outside. Dou Ming trailed behind, pondering about Wu Ye's mother. She sensed that Bai Shi was reluctant to let Wu Ye play with them because of her. But why? Her mother claimed she was raised in the second matriarch's quarters and was pitiable. So why did Wu Ye's mother agree to let her join them upon learning of this? Chapter 62. 3 years that evening, Ji Shi and Bai Shi were seated in the corridor enjoying the cool breeze. "This must be the eldest daughter of seventh master," Bai Shi remarked with a smile, gazing at Dou Zhao with a curiosity not present when she looked at Dou Ming, noting her remarkable beauty. "You flatter me, Madame Wu," Dou Zhao responded graciously, engaging in conversation. "Where is Qi?" Madame Wu laughed. "She has gone to the second matriarch's place with Ming Jie and the others." Dou Zhao chuckled. "The second matriarch always has delicious treats. It's no wonder we are all thinking of her." Exactly. Madame Wu conversed with Dou Zhao for a few moments. When Dou Zhao realized it was time to pay her respects, she took her leave. Kai Zhu accompanied her to the door, where she encountered Wu Shan. Dou Zhao greeted him with a smile, asking, "Why are you here alone, fourth brother Wu?" Wu Shan replied with a smile, "The others are over by the waterside, discussing arrangements for sending off Pang Jishio." Dou Zhao was intrigued. Sending him off? Perhaps it was true that one's adversary knows them best. Dou Zhao was more informed about the Pang family than her own. In her previous life, Pang Jishio had also studied at the Dou Family Academy, and after achieving the title of Xiaocai, he inherited the family business, consolidating pawn shops and pharmacies, ultimately focusing on a restaurant business that expanded to the capital, becoming a notable figure in the business community there. Why was he suddenly leaving the Dou household this time? Wu Shan exchanged glances with the attendants nearby, prompting Dou Zhao and her companions to keep their distance. Only then did Wu Shan speak softly. "Mr. Dou mentioned that Pang Jishio is getting older, but his foundation is too weak. In the coming years, Huigu, Jigu, and the fourth are all set to go out. He cannot afford to divert his attention solely to Pang Jishio. If this continues, it will hinder Pang Jishio's studies. So he recommends sending him to the Jingyun Academy in the province for further education." He also mentioned that Pang Kunbai is not diligent in his studies, consistently ranking last in assessments, and it would be best to hire a tutor to teach him at home. Dou Zhao pursed her lips and smiled. In her previous life, she perceived the Pang family as flexible and easygoing, but in this life, she found them to be shamelessly bold, to the point where avoiding interaction altogether would be preferable. However, this meant the Pang family could no longer cling to the Dou Family Academy. It was evident that the commotion surrounding Wang Yingshua's elevation had left the Dou family exasperated with the Pang family. With a smile, she inquired of Wu Shan, "Aren't you going out?" Wu Shan, who was the same age as Dou Dekang, scratched his head and replied, "I'm not as confident as 11th brother." Reflecting on her past life, Wu Shan, a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, Dou Zhao chuckled, "You should be able to pass the county exam as well." Wu Shan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she murmured, "Do you truly believe I can?" Gazing into her eyes filled with hope. It was as if her words alone could guarantee his success in the county exam. Dou Zhao felt a pang of embarrassment. In her previous life, she had no recollection of Wu Shan, unaware of the year he had passed the examinations, let alone the county or provincial tests. If he were to fail this time, it would be a mere illusion for Wu Shan. Yet, with matters as they were, she mustered her courage and replied, "Both your 11th and 12th brothers have praised your scholarly abilities. I believe you shall succeed." Wu Shan beamed at her with a radiant smile, exuding sheer joy. For some inexplicable reason, Dou Zhao felt an unsettling sensation, as if she had misspoken. Hastily, she redirected the conversation. "When will Pang Jishio begin his studies at Jingyan Academy?" "He'll be heading there after the Mid-Autumn Festival," Wu Shan replied with a grin. "We plan to see him off at Jingfu Spring." In the courtyard, the two exchanged playful banter, while Baisher looked up and caught sight of her returning son, her gaze fixed intently on Dou Zhao. Uncertain of what had transpired, Dou Zhao offered a gentle smile, prompting her son to grin back, appearing rather foolish and devoid of his usual sharp wit. Her heart skipped a beat as her peripheral vision fell upon Ji Shi, who was instructing a young maid. "Bring out the plum wine brewed in summer. Send one jar to the old lady and another to Aunt Shou. The rest should be delivered to the tea and wine office for the family banquet during the Mid-Autumn Festival." Baisher exhaled in relief, exchanged some pleasantries with Ji Shi, and took her leave. Upon returning to her guest room, she summoned her son's closest maid. "Are the 4th young master and the 4th miss from the West Manor quite familiar?" The maid hesitated, contemplating her words. "The 4th miss grew up under the care of the 6th madam. The 4th young master often visits to play with the 11th and 12th young masters, so he does encounter the 4th miss from time to time. He is certainly more familiar with her than with the other young ladies of the Dou family." Noticing the maid's serious demeanor, Baisher grew suspicious and questioned all those who serve her son, even inquiring about Xiang Lu. Angered, she fell silent for a moment before making her way to her son's chamber. Before stepping into the courtyard, she could hear her son reciting aloud. Baisher was taken aback. Her son, though bright, was never one to diligently apply himself. Upon entering the courtyard, she found it eerily quiet and devoid of any presence. She instinctively lowered her footsteps. The sound of her son's reading ceased, replaced by that of a servant urging him, "4th young master, take a break. It's getting late. You usually rest at this hour." "I plan to join the 11th and others in a couple of years," Wu Shan laughed. "If they all succeed and I do not, Aunt Shou might think me quite foolish." The servant attempted to dissuade him, but he replied, "Regardless, I must perform better than the Dou family." Baisher silently chuckled, whispering to her maid, "Let us return." With a light step, she exited her son's courtyard, instructing her maid not to let the 4th young master know of today's events. The maid nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ji Shi appeared concerned, asking Wang Mama what was discussed over at the Wu residence. Wang Mama recounted how Baisher had inquired about those close to Wu Shan and how she had instructed them not to divulge anything. Ji Shi's expression relaxed. Wang Mama teased, "Do you think the 4th young master in our 4th Mississippi?" Ji Shi smiled. Though the Wu family is not particularly wealthy, they have a long-standing tradition of literature and propriety. Master Wu and Madam Wu are both individuals of high moral standing. Given Aunt Shou's misfortunes, marrying into their family would surely afford her their protection, which is far more reassuring than a distant marriage to the capital. Wang Mama understood Ji Shi was referring to the Wei family of Jining, chuckling, since the passing of the 3rd old master. The Wei family has not even sent sacrificial offerings. This marriage is unlikely to materialize. Even better, Ji Shi remarked, when Aunt Shou marries, they shall regret their decision. Wang Mama recalled Dou Zhao's substantial dowry and burst into laughter. The two exchanged heartfelt words until the Mid-Autumn Festival passed, when Pang Jishio unexpectedly visited Dou Zhao. Dou Shiying frowned and asked Wang Yingshu, "What brings him here?" Wang Yingshu, equally puzzled, replied, "I shall see what the matter is." Shortly after, she returned, cradling a beautifully crafted red lacquer box, stating he came to express his gratitude for Aunt Shou's life-saving assistance last time. He is heading to Jingyan Academy and brought a gift for her. Dou Shiying opened the box to reveal a gilded kaleidoscope, an exquisite Western novelty worth a fortune. Wang Yingshu's eyes sparkled with envy. "Should we ask Aunt Shou if she desires it?" Dou Shiying pondered before deciding, "I shall inquire myself." He personally went to the main room, where Dou Zhao played with the kaleidoscope for a moment before discreetly revealing the details of their swimming escapade to her father. I also received a painting album from Ji Ge and a piece of Shoshan stone from fourth brother Wu, but Pang Jishio's gift is undoubtedly more precious. She urged her father, please keep this matter to yourself. They have barely managed to keep it from the elders. If it comes from me, they may avoid me like the plague. Dou Zhao chuckled, promising, I shall not disclose it to anyone. He then added, wasn't Aunt Shui quite startled that day? Indeed, Dou Zhao laughed. Boys are quick to forget their pain. I fear they may venture back to swim next year. Should we consider inviting Aunt Shui to stay with us for a few days? Dou Zhao responded, it would be wise to have Aunt Shui visit for a few days. Moreover, we should mention it to the matriarch next summer. He teased, by the time it reaches the ears of the elders next year. They would never suspect it was you who suggested it. Dou Zhao giggled. Wang Yingshu stood beneath the eaves of the main room, her thoughts in turmoil. Pang Jishio frequently presented her with peculiar, valuable gifts. His attentiveness felt suspicious. Kindness without reason often harbored ulterior motives. As time passed, doubts began to fester in Dou Zhao's mind, prompting her to exercise caution around Pang Jishio. She stored his gifts in a separate chest, instructing Su Wan to safeguard the key. Do not lose a single one. Su Wan, wary of making a mistake, tied the key to her neck with a red string, keeping it close at all times. By November, they held a memorial for their grandfather, and after another month, the new year approached. The East and West Dou households adorned themselves with lanterns, fireworks echoed, and music filled the air with jubilance. Wu Shan gifted Dou Zhao a rabbit lantern, while Pang Jishio presented her with a vibrant, colorful lantern depicting the 8 immortals crossing the sea. The lantern spun, casting a dazzling array of colors. Dou Ming, enchanted, encouraged Xu Jie. Did you not say that sister treats you the best? Why not borrow it for a few days? For the first time, Dou Zhao declined Xu Jie. This was gifted by someone else. It would be inappropriate to pass it on. If you desire one, I shall have someone procure it for you. Not necessary, not necessary. I merely wish to borrow it for a few days. Xu Jie returned to the East Manor, her face flushed with embarrassment. Scolding Dou Ming for suggesting she asked for the lantern. You know what was a gift for fourth aunt? Dou Zhao scoffed. Were not all those other items also gift from others? Why did she never express it is inappropriate to pass it on? Clearly, she did not wish to share it with you. If you cannot obtain the lantern, why vent your frustration on me? Xu Jie, incensed, burst into tears. Yi Jie reprimanded her. You constantly covet fourth aunt's belongings, yet fail to return them. Were it not for fourth aunt's restraint as an elder, who would tolerate your behavior? You commit wrongs, yet do not reflect. When others speak a few words, you wail, and it is no wonder fifth aunt looks down upon you. Chapter 63. Turmoil after encountering setbacks with Dou Zhao. Xu Jie was mocked by Dou Ming and subsequently reprimanded by Yi Jie. Frustrated and agitated, she pushed away the maid by her side and rushed outside. Unexpectedly, she ran into Haidang, who greeted her with a radiant smile. The little maid behind Haidang carried a lovely 4-beauty lantern, saying, Our fourth miss mentioned that the 8 immortals lanterns are sold out. So we only managed to get this 4-beauty lantern for you to play with. Next year, the fourth miss will send someone to buy more. This gesture somewhat eased Xu Jie's troubled heart. However, the matters within the grand estate were impossible to conceal. Fifth sister-in-law inquired of Yi Jie. Is it truly Mingjie's idea for Xu Jie to ask Aunt Shou for a lantern? Yi Jie hesitated. It must be, as Dou Ming encouraged Xu Jie to ask for it when I was not present. Although Xu Jie can be a bit thoughtless, she's accustomed to requesting things from our fourth aunt. If it were her own idea, there would be no shame in admitting it. There is no need to shift the blame on a fifth aunt. At this point, Yi Jie seemed to realize something peculiar. Ever since fifth aunt returned from the capital, she seems somewhat different, constantly praising how wonderful the capital is and how admirable her maternal family is. This notion made Yi Jie feel a vague discomfort. Fifth sister-in-law frowned as she reminded her daughter, she is, after all, an elder. You must show her respect in the future. Don't always cling to her for entertainment. If you wish to play, do so with Xu Jie. You are of the same generation. As Yi Jie grew older, her strong-willed nature intensified. Yet her father remained the least capable among the Chang family. Dou Ming's frequent displays of superiority had long left her dissatisfied, and her mother's reminder made her acutely aware that the 3 years younger Xu Jie was, in fact, her aunt, someone to whom she ought to show respect as a junior. This realization left her feeling somewhat resentful and disheartened. She merely replied, I understand. Meanwhile, third sister-in-law was scolding Shujia. Do you believe everything others say? If someone told you to steal something from old lady, would you do it? Thankfully, it was Aunt Shou you encountered. What if it had been someone else? You, at such a young age, should not be learning bad habits. You took something and didn't return it. I thought you would learn as you grew older, but instead, you seem to understand even less. If someone does not give you something, you should not harbor resentment. Crying is all you know. Now you realize it is embarrassing. Where were you earlier? She then instructed the housekeeper of Shujia's quarters to return the items Shujia had acquired from Aunt Shou, stating she would personally return them. There were so many items and so much time had passed that even Shujia could not discern which were hers and which belonged to Dou Zhao. Infuriated, third sister-in-law lamented, "How'd I end up raising such an inattentive child?" The three Dou brothers returned from school, startled by the commotion. One comforted their mother. Another inquired what had happened to his sister, while the youngest, Dou Qixuan, blinked and exclaimed, "Fourth aunt is not that kind of person. You need not be petty about returning anything." All eyes in the room turned to him in disbelief. He hurriedly added, "Last time you all went to the farm." Dou Qitai swiftly covered his younger brother's mouth, dragging him outside while bowing and scraping to their mother and sister. "This matter is serious. If we look at it broadly, it could tarnish my sister's reputation. If we consider it narrowly, it could damage our family's relationship with fourth aunt. My brother, and I shall fetch father." Third sister-in-law and Shujia exchanged dubious glances. Dou Qijuan had no choice but to clear his throat and calmly state, "Fifth brother has a point. It would be best to discuss this matter with father." The reliable eldest son's words dispelled third sister-in-law's doubts. Outside, however, Dou Qixuan wriggled free from his brother's grasp and protested, "I did not say anything wrong. You caused such a great ruckus last time, and fourth aunt said nothing, even helping cover for you. Don't think I am unaware. You know we got into serious trouble, and you're still shouting about it." Dou Qitai ground his teeth. "Are you trying to let everyone know?" Dou Qixuan fell silent. Dou Qitai declared, "Let us go find fourth aunt." "Aren't we going to find father?" Dou Qixuan asked in bewilderment. "What do we need fourth aunt for?" "You fool," Dou Qitai replied, nearly smacking his brother with this commotion. "Everyone in the household probably knows by now. If fourth aunt is willing to speak on behalf of my sister, those items would be considered gifts from her instead." Understanding dawned on Dou Qixuan, and he nodded vigorously. Without even waiting for a carriage, the two brothers hurried to the west courtyard. Dou Zhao pondered the situation for a while. Admittedly, she had her faults in this matter as well. Every time she saw Shu's eyes light up at something she liked, she was reminded of her daughter, Injia, and her heart softened. She thought it was merely a few trivial items, so she let Shujia take them. Yet, she failed to consider how this would affect Shujia's reputation. "I will accompany you to the east courtyard," Dou Zhao announced, changing her attire and following the two brothers to the third house. Upon seeing her, third sister-in-law felt both shame and guilt. Without waiting for her to speak, Dou Zhao smiled and remarked, "Are you suggesting I should also return Shujia's belongings?" Dou Qijuan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Dou Zhao continued, "You only see what I gave to Shujia, but not what she gave to me. She once gifted me a pouch before the new year, which I found beautiful and wore when visiting the old lady. I lost it somewhere on my way back, and to this day, I have yet to find it. What am I to return to Shujia?" Third sister-in-law realized that Dou Zhao was trying to defend her daughter and called out, "Aunt Shou," her eyes reddening. Dou Zhao took the opportunity to support third sister-in-law's arm, gesturing for Dou Qijuan and the others to take Shujia away, then sat beside third sister-in-law on the Kong, sincerely stating, "In truth, I also bear some responsibility. Had I not indulged Shujia, she would not have become so demanding. However, if we say that Shujia has developed bad habits because of this, I must disagree. Why would she only take my belongings? This shows that she still recognizes the bonds of kinship and understands the importance of propriety. There is no parent without favoritism." Dou Zhao's words were perfectly articulated, and third sister-in-law felt as though she had sipped a warm cup of tea on a frigid winter day, her face expressing gratitude. "I also believe Shujia did not act with malice." After Shujia's birth, third sister-in-law had subsequently given birth to 4 sons, Dou Qiyuan and Dou Qian, leaving little time for her to care for Shujia. Dou Zhao chuckled. "It is good that this misunderstanding has been resolved. Otherwise, as her aunt, I would also bear some blame." Once the air was cleared, the atmosphere lightened. Dou Zhao and third sister-in-law exchanged pleasantries for quite some time before taking their leave. However, she later inquired about Shujia's monthly allowance, discovering that it was not a lack of funds, but rather that Shujia immediately spent her allowance on various gifts, leaving her without any surplus to purchase the items she desired. Consequently, she resorted to taking Dou Zhao's possessions. Dou Zhao then educated Shujia on how to manage her maids, save money, and increase her income, even taking her to the farm for a tour, teaching her how to manage the estate. Eventually, Shujia became quite adept at financial management. This, of course, is a tale for another time. Third sister-in-law went to visit the old lady. She sought to clear her daughter's name. Recounting the sequence of events and lamenting, this mess was instigated by Dou Ming, yet Aunt Shou did not utter a single word of blame, taking all the fault upon herself. After all, she is the biological daughter of seventh aunt and carries the blood of the Zhao family. The second lady said nothing, and after third sister-in-law departed, she muttered a curse about self-inflicted misfortune. Meanwhile, Wu Shan learned of the incident after the Lantern Festival. He tossed and turned in bed for several nights, unable to contain himself any longer. He pulled Dou Dekang aside, saying, "Accompany me to the west courtyard to borrow a book from Uncle Seven." Dou Dekang was still rather naive, ultimately becoming enamored with antiques and frequently accompanying Dou Qijuan to antique shops. "What book? Don't we have it at home?" Wu Shan misled him. "It's a book about the collection of inscriptions and stones. I can't recall the title, but I didn't find it at your house, so I thought I might check with Uncle Qi." Dou Dekang immediately perked up. "Let us call Boyan and go together." This year, Dou Qijuan reached adulthood, and his fifth uncle bestowed upon him the courtesy named Boyan. Wu Shan was secretly pleased as the three of them headed to the west courtyard. Dou Shiying was directing workers to repair the eastern courtyard when he heard Wu Shan had come to borrow a book. He quickly tidied himself up and changed his clothes. In the study, he saw Wu Shan, Dou Dekang, and Dou Qijuan. "What books has Boyan been reading lately?" Dou Qijuan had failed the provincial examination last year and was restudying the 4 books annotations. When it came to serious matters, he remained quite respectful in front of Dou Shiying. Dou Shiying nodded. "Don't just focus on the 4 books annotations. You should also read Spring and Autumn and records of the Grand Historian more." Dou Qijuan chuckled. "My fifth uncle said the same and asked if I wanted to visit the Imperial Academy." "Oh." Dou Shiying laughed. "And what did you say?" "I've heard that the capital is filled with hidden talents. I wish to see for myself," replied Dou Qijuan, as they conversed about academic matters. Dou Dekang listened with great interest, but Wu Shan's eyes wandered restlessly, noticing the absence of any maidservants. After Dou Shiying finished his inquiries, he allowed them into the study, where Dou Dekang and Dou Qijuan persisted in asking him what book it was. He had no choice but to help them search, finding himself entangled with the two for nearly half an hour, which left Wu Shan increasingly impatient. Suddenly, Dou Zhaoqing's clear voice rang out. "Didn't you say father had returned to the study? Where has he gone?" Wu Shan felt a sudden wave of relief and hurriedly left Dou Dekang and Dou Qijuan behind. "Fourth sister," he exclaimed, unable to take his eyes off Dou Zhao. "What brings you here?" "Oh, it's you," Wu Sigu replied Dou Zhao, struggling to maintain decorum in front of a boy of similar age and a family acquaintance. She smiled. "What are you doing here?" "I came to borrow a book," Wu Shan answered, raising the book in his hand, attempting to phrase his words delicately. But the opportunity slipped away, and he had to seize the moment. "I didn't know you liked lanterns. Otherwise, I would have brought you one." Dou Zhao was taken aback, noticing the earnestness in Wu Shan's dark eyes. Chapter 64. Unveiling. At that moment, Wu Shan's intentions were laid bare, forcing Dou Zhao to confront her feelings earnestly. After her rebirth, she occasionally pondered her future. Should she start anew or continue her marriage to Wei Tingyu? Marrying Wei Tingyu would mean reliving all past experiences. Though devoid of surprises, it also offered no cause for concern. A fresh start, regardless of how alluring it might appear, could lead to various disappointments. Marrying someone else might not guarantee a better life than with Wei Tingyu. Contemplating these matters left her in a tangled mess. Then, one day, half of the Western Dou family's assets were allocated to her, and her uncle had promised that after her 30th birthday, she could dispose of this share as she pleased. A sudden realization struck her. In her previous life, she saw no way out without marriage. In this life, she had her uncle to rely on, financial resources at her disposal, and the internal conflicts within the Dou family to leverage. Why must she marry? Living freely and unencumbered while occasionally rectifying past regrets seemed appealing. In an instant, she envisioned a new world, feeling invigorated as her future appeared clearer. She appreciated Wu Shan's goodwill but had no intention of accepting it. However, this was not the time for refusal. Firstly, Wu Shan had not been explicit about his intentions, rendering any rejection premature. Secondly, the customs of the Wu family were significant. Their elders might not approve of Wu Shan marrying a woman like her. It was uncertain whether Wu Shan would choose to abandon or pursue such a course. Her premature withdrawal could easily be misconstrued as self-importance, leading others to question her motives. Since Wu Shan had mentioned the lantern that Pang Jixio had sent her, it would be wise to use this opportunity to communicate with Pang Jixio through Wu Shan, sparing her from his incessant buzzing presence. Who said I like lanterns? Dou Zhao laughed. But I heard that Wu Shan gazed at Dou Zhao, whose eyes sparkled with unguarded brightness, feeling uncertain. You received a lantern. Shujia wanted it from you, but you wouldn't part with it. Dou Zhao chuckled. It's all you're doing. Wu Shan was taken aback. What do you mean? Dou Zhao explained. After the swimming incident, Pang Jixio frequently sent me gifts to express his gratitude, including this lantern. Although our families are related, we are not aligned in our paths. How could I accept his gifts? I want to return them, but there's no place to do so. I can only keep them until I find a chance to return them. If I were to pass his gifts on to someone else, how would I repay him later? Listening to this, Wu Shan couldn't help but smile broadly. Fourth sister makes a valid point. How about I help you return it to Pang Jixio? That would be too much trouble for you. Dou Zhao hinted, I'll just ask Boyan to help me return it to Pang Jixio. She didn't want Wu Shan to misunderstand her refusal of Pang Jixio was related to him, nor did she want Wu Shan to potentially mishandle the situation, risking her reputation. If any trouble arose, it would be even more troublesome. Boyan had a reputable standing and was now of age, with a competence from her previous life. She felt more assured in his handling of matters than in 13-year-old Wu Shan. Yet Wu Shan seemed oblivious to her hesitation and insisted, no trouble at all. I'll help you return it. Dou Zhao merely smiled at him in silence. Wu Shan's face flushed with excitement, his voice barely above a whisper. Then I'll go tell Boyan. He appeared eager, completely unaware of her refusal. Dou Zhao wished to express her disinterest more forcefully, but was interrupted as Dou Dekang and Dou Qijuan emerged together. I was wondering why you took so long. Dou Dekang chuckled. Turns out you ran into fourth sister. Dou Qijuan, being slightly older and recently betrothed, had grown suspicious after searching for a long-lost book. Observing Wu Shan's flushed face, he began to piece things together and glanced at Dou Zhao, who appeared calm and collected without a hint of abnormality. For a moment, he questioned his own instincts. Wu Shan, feeling guilty, became increasingly flustered. Fourth sister has something to ask of us. Pang Jixio frequently uses the excuse of the swimming incident to send gifts to fourth sister as a token of gratitude. He began to ramble. Dou Zhangchang and Dou Qijuan's expressions shifted dramatically, especially Dou Qijuan, who understood that a careless remark could jeopardize Dou Zhao's future. He quickly interjected, Wu Sijio. Please stop. Some things are not to be spoken lightly. Wu Shan jolted, realizing his thoughtless words, unable to meet Dou Zhao's gaze. Dou Qijuan, however, had no time to dwell on such matters and said urgently, Uncle 12, please keep an eye at the door. Then he quietly asked Dou Zhao, what exactly is going on? Aside from the gifts, did he send anything else? Who brought these items? Are they trustworthy? Dou Zhao felt relieved that he was asking the right questions and exhaled deeply, recounting the events to Dou Qijuan, concluding, I haven't accepted anything directly. Aside from some trivial items, there's nothing else. This matter is difficult for me to discuss with others. I understand. Dou Qijuan's expression darkened. That Pang Jixio is kin to your stepmother. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Act as if you are unaware. I will handle it. Dou Zhao was not lenient towards Pang Jixio for the reasons one might assume. Rather, she was momentarily perplexed by his intentions. It was the arrival of Wu Shan that served as a reminder. Certain matters require not only the recollections of a past life, but also the trust in one's present instincts. Dou Zhao nodded repeatedly. Dou Qijuan instructed Dou Dekang and Wu Shan to return first while he went to see Dou Shiying. Approximately half an hour later, Dou Shiying, with a grim expression, entered the main hall with Dou Qijuan, inquiring about the items. Dou Zhao had Su Wan open the box. Upon a brief glance, Dou Shiying summoned 2 young servants to carry the box away with Dou Qijuan. Only Dou Zhao and 2 maids remained in the room, exchanging glances. Dou Shiying, in a fit of anger, began pacing the room before finally questioning her. Why did you not inform me? Dou Zhao replied. I did not wish to create a commotion that would invite ridicule. With her eyes slightly reddened, Dou Zhao flung her sleeve and strode towards the door. Dou Zhao called after her, "Father, you intend to discuss this matter with mother, do you not? If it comes to that, perhaps it would be better for me to marry Pang Zhixiu." "How dare he?" Dou Zhao erupted in fury. Dou Zhao smirked. The Pang family may not dare. Yet they shamelessly make a scene. Dou Zhao paused momentarily. Dou Zhao continued, "Allow Boyan to handle this matter. I trust he will manage it well." She then asked, "When do you plan to go to the capital?" "I wish to invite grandmother to stay with me before your departure." Dou Zhao was taken aback. Dou Zhao explained, "There is a Wu Shan at the East House. It is not convenient for me to stay at 6th Aunt's, with mother in charge here. Who knows what underhanded tactics the Pang family might employ. The tenants are simple-hearted and honest, and there is no guard, making it quite unsafe. That is unniece she intended to obstruct her father. Why not take them all to Kyoto? I can conveniently bring Grandma Chui over, allowing her to enjoy a few days of peace." To her surprise, her father seriously contemplated the suggestion. "You make a valid point. Perhaps we should all travel to Kyoto together, leaving the household affairs in Grandma Chui's capable hands." Having spent 3 years sharing a well's water with Wang Yingshu, Dou Zhao had reached her limit. Continuing to meddle with Wang Yingshu was out of the question. "If I go to Kyoto, the Pang family will undoubtedly find more excuses to visit us, won't they?" Dou Zhao was left speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Dou Zhao inquired about the matter of concubines. "You must have someone to attend to your daily needs." As a father, Dou Zhao found it inappropriate to discuss such matters with his daughter. Blushing, he reprimanded Dou Zhao. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who told you such things? Wasn't it written in the letter from Uncle Wu?" Dou Zhao responded candidly. Surely the Dou family cannot be without a son. Any resentment Dou Zhao harbored towards her father for having left her mother alone for 9 years was now extinguished. Dou Zhao, embarrassed, replied, "You've seen for yourself. I hardly have the time to monitor the inner quarters daily. If I were to take another wife, wouldn't that be unfair to her? Moreover, even if a legitimate son were born, who would raise him? Look at Mingjia. See what has become of her." Dou Zhao remained silent. At the end of April, the scholars completed their examinations, and Uncle Liu, Dou Xiang, was appointed to the Ministry of Personnel, becoming a close minister to the emperor. The second madam was exceedingly pleased and funded a lantern market in the county for the Dragon Boat Festival, inviting all the notable figures from Zhending County to their home for a performance. As a 2-time Jinshi of the Dou clan, Dou Zhao could not be absent. He took his family to East Dou. Unbeknownst to them, Dou Ming had gotten into a scuffle with the 7-year-old 8th miss of the Lang family, even pulling out a lock of her hair. Afterward, no matter how Dou Zhao questioned Dou Ming, he remained tight-lipped, like a stubborn clam, offering no explanation. The 8th miss of the Lang family only cried. Dou Zhao had no choice but to apologize in person, and to this day, the reason for the quarrel between Dou Ming and the 8th miss remained unclear. However, Dou Zhao suspected that Wang Yingshu likely knew. Not only did Wang Yingshu know, but most of the women in East Dou probably did. The 5th miss of the Zhu family eventually married the 15th master of the Lang family. When Dou Ming and the 8th miss of the Lang family argued, the latter accused Dou Zhao of being raised by a concubine. Dou Zhao regretted his earlier thoughts. "Had I known you were so sensible, I should have entrusted your sister to you. But now it is too late. You're already 12, and in 2 or 3 years, you will be married." Dou Zhao felt a cold sweat break out, realizing the inconvenience of having no male heirs in the household. She laughed. "If you were to give me a brother now, I would help raise him. As for my sister, don't count on me." Dou Zhao chuckled awkwardly. Dou Qijuan came to find his father. Dou Zhao curiously asked, "Oh, where are eldest brother and second brother?" Dou Qijuan grinned. "They are preparing for the upcoming examination next year, so everyone is studying hard at home." Dou Zhao laughed heartily. Dou Qijuan and his father headed to the East Cross courtyard. Wang Yingshu received a letter from her mother, Su Shi, expressing how much she missed Dou Ming after several years of separation and her desire to have Dou Ming stay with them in Kyoto for a while. She sought Dou Zhao as counsel on the matter. Dou Qijuan then turned to Dou Zhao in the study. "We are planning a trip to the Pang family in a few days," he said, winking at Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao was taken aback and quickly asked, "What do you plan to do there?" Dou Qijuan laughed heartily. "Guess." When she was anxious, Dou Zhao found guessing particularly annoying and replied without hesitation, "I can't guess." Dou Qijuan, somewhat disappointed, said, "Pang Zhixiu is getting married." Dou Qijuan was taken aback. Dou Zhao slyly smiled. Isn't Pang Jishio looking for a bride? We thought it would be too much for him to manage alone, so we mobilized the family to help him find one. And look, someone has already taken a liking to him, and the betrothal was settled in less than 3 months. Upon hearing this, Dou Zhao sensed there was a story behind it and urged, hurry and tell me. Otherwise, there won't be any chilled mung bean water next time. Seeing no one around, Dou Zhao leaned in and whispered mischievously. The Chun family's headman from Lingbai County, whose family has been involved in the law for generations, has 5 sons and 1 daughter. Each is robust and is trained in martial arts under their father, making them formidable. The Chun girl, over 20 and still unmarried, unexpectedly caught Pang Jishio's attention while he was shopping at their roasted goods store. He dared to hold her hand, and she, knowing he was still single, instantly reciprocated. Not only did she allow it, but she also sent a matchmaker to propose to the Pang family, stating that she would rather marry Pang Jishio than live a life with a milksop. Are the Pangs not rascals? Dou Zhao chuckled at the absurdity. But the Chun family was no less notorious, straddling both the righteous and the unscrupulous. The Chun family had already made it clear, if Pang Jishio did not marry, he would have to forfeit both hands as compensation, and the matter would be settled. Dou Zhao could not help but burst into laughter, asking Dou Zhao, who was it that held the Chun girl's hand? Of course, it was Ko Gura. Dou Zhao replied with righteous indignation. Do you think we would ruin her reputation? Ko Gura was the eldest son of their cousin Dou Fanchong, only 5 years old this year. Dou Zhao found it utterly amusing, realizing that the Chun girl had cunningly latched onto Pang Jishio. She asked Dou Zhao, who are you guys? Dou Zhao looked around, but did not respond. Dou Zhao did not press further, considering the shamelessness of the Pang family and feeling that this match was rather fitting. During dinner, she shared the tale with Dou Zhao, who, along with Wang Yingshu, was taken aback. We should send a gift when the time comes, Dou Zhao remarked. Dou Zhao nodded with a smile. Suddenly, Dou Ming, who had been silent, loudly questioned Dou Zhao, when are we going to Kyoto? Dou Zhao frowned slightly and gently admonished, do not speak while eating. Dou Ming instantly became agitated, slamming her chopsticks onto the floor and exclaiming, I want to go to grandmother's house in Kyoto. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to be in Jinding. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Wang Yingshu turned away, her eyes brimming with tears. Dou Zhao, furious, trembled with anger for the first time and scolded Dou Ming sternly. Do not forget, you are a Dou, not a Wang. This is your home. If you do not stay in your own home, where do you wish to go? Wang Yingshu hesitated to speak. Dou Ming pushed her bowl away and stormed out. Dou Zhao cast a cold gaze at Wang Yingshu and declared, from tomorrow on, let her learn the rules from the second madam. Never has the Dou family produced a daughter who engages in fights. If she does not correct these rough habits, she will not be allowed to go anywhere. Wang Yingshu's expression changed dramatically. Seventh master, you are being unreasonable. My mother only wishes to see Mingjie and invite her to stay for a few days. Your words imply that the Wang family is competing with the Dou family for daughters. Everything has been arranged for you, and yet you show such disregard. What have we done to deserve such treatment? As she spoke, she shot Dou Zhao a resentful glare and turned to leave the hall. Only Dou Zhao and Dou Zhao remained in the room. Dou Zhao slumped into the armchair, while Dou Zhao maintained an upright posture, elegantly continuing her meal as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 66. Companionship. Dou Zhao approached Dou Zhao to discuss the situation. What do you think we should do? Although his eldest daughter was still young, her manner of speaking often gave him immense confidence. Dou Zhao was uncertain about the best course of action for Dou Ming. Remaining with the second madam to learn decorum would inevitably expose her to harsh words. On the other hand, sending her to live long-term with the Wang family in Kyoto had previously led to her being raised poorly by Su Foreign and eventually entangled with Wang Nan. She sighed. Perhaps you should consult the madam. She is Dou Ming's biological mother. With Wang Yingshu present, no one dared to intervene, even if it was for Dou Ming's sake. The bond between mother and child could create resentment if mishandled. Dou Zhao hesitated. A young maid rushed in, panting, and upon seeing Dou Zhao, she attempted to retreat quietly. Dou Zhao barked, what is the matter? The maid looked to Dou Zhao for help, unable to think of anything she needed to conceal from Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao nodded at the maid. The maid murmured, Madam Chi is packing her boxes, saying she intends to take Miss Wu to Kyoto. Dou Zhao was incensed and hurried away. Dou Zhao called for Haitang. Bring me the needlework I completed the other day and fetch me a change of clothes. We are going to visit Sister Gio. In February of this year, Dou Huanchang married the daughter of the Huang family from Huayan. This union had been arranged by their late uncle, as the grandfather of the Huang family was of the same generation as Dou's uncle. The Huang family had a clan uncle who presently served as the chief of the Dali Temple. Huang and Dou Huanchang were of the same age, possessing a gentle appearance and a warm temperament, excelling in needlework, which earned her the fondness of Dou's aunt. The aunt had praised her daughter-in-law in front of the Dou family on numerous occasions. Being another bride from Jiangnan, comparisons inevitably arose with Ji Shi. While Ji Shi exuded tranquility, Huang displayed a gentle grace, both reflecting the elegance of the water towns in Jiangnan. Sister Air jokingly remarked that upon seeing Aunt Lu and Sister Jiao, they all felt like mere housekeepers. Ji Shi and Huang naturally engaged in some modesty. Yet this brought them closer together, leading Huang to be more amiable towards Dou Zhao than others. Recently, news spread that Huang was with child. Dou Zhao thought to seek refuge at her place to evade the loneliness of her aunt's widowhood. As Huang was not yet 3 months along, it was unlikely anyone would disturb the main house, which was the quietest of places. With Dou Zhao as a considerate and understanding companion, Huang welcomed her with open arms. Dou Zhao spent the afternoon at the main house and returned to the west wing only after dinner. Upon entering, she noticed a stable boy squatting by the wheel, hammering away. Dou Zhao sighed inwardly. Based on her previous life's experiences, she knew that whenever Wang Xushi saw Dou Ming, she would insist on keeping him at the Wang residence. Returning to the main room, she found her father, looking displeased, lost in thought with a book in hand. "I heard you went to GXIN's." Dou Zhao greeted his daughter. "What did you gain from it?" GXIN was Dou Huanchang's courtesy name. "Sister Jiao taught me how to embroider the eyes of a little bird." Dou Zhao replied with a smile as she changed her clothes and freshened up, sitting beside her father on the heated bed by the window. "I feel it is quite similar to painting. No wonder Aunt Lu's relative also embroiders beautifully." This conversation uplifted Dou Zhao's spirits significantly. Speaking of Dou Ming, he remarked, "The splendid sights of Kyoto are adored by all, especially children. Would you care to accompany Dou Ming to Kyoto for a while? Let her pay her respects to the Wang family as a junior? Perhaps it's best to forego that." Dou Zhao laughed. "She cannot bear to part from her maternal grandmother, and I cannot bear to part from my Aunt Shui." Dou Zhao chuckled, pondering for a moment before cautiously asking, "When you are at home with Aunt Shui, do you feel afraid?" Dou Zhao brightened at once. It seemed her father was preparing to journey to Kyoto with Wang Yingxue, Dou Ming, and perhaps due to a lack of resentment. Her current mindset was far more tranquil than in her previous life when the sight of her father with Wang Yingxue, Dou Ming, and Dou Zhao would ignite her fury. Now, her heart was filled with thoughts of her grandmother. "Does this mean you agree to let me bring Aunt Shui to stay with us for a while?" Dou Zhao inquired cheerfully. "When have I ever disagreed?" Dou Zhao responded with a smile, though his expression soon turned somber. "I just feel that without Aunt Shui, the Peng family would also hesitate to visit." Dou Zhao found this somewhat amusing. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved, and she did not wish to debate it further with her father, instead asking when they planned to depart. "The day after tomorrow," Dou Zhao replied. "Tomorrow, we will fetch your Aunt Shui." Dou Zhao nodded eagerly and suggested, "Isn't the East Wing newly refurbished? Why not let Aunt Shui stay in the Qing Pavilion there? It is lush and the most refreshing. Come, let us go check it out," her father said enthusiastically, rising to his feet. They skipped dinner, exploring the Qing Pavilion together, arranging where the inner quarters would be, where the banquet room would be, where to place the boxes, and where the maids would sleep, before finally returning to the main house. The next morning, they harnessed the horse-drawn carriage and set off for the countryside. Huang Mama, who was packing boxes alongside Wang Yingxue, voiced her concerns. "Inviting the gods is easy, but sending them away is difficult. You see this matter." Wang Yingxue's mood immediately soured. She understood that Zhao Guqiu's death was a lingering burden in Dou Zhao's heart, but the deceased were gone, and the living must continue their lives. She had hoped that over time, with her careful approach, this burden would naturally lift. However, the reality had proven otherwise. Years had passed, and not only had Dou Zhao not forgotten Zhao Guqiu, but he had also grown increasingly distant from her, losing the intimacy they once shared. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared, much like Dou Ming's sorrow. In Zhending, within the Dou family, Dou Ming's status remained ambiguous. She would forever be seen as a concubine elevated to the position of a legitimate wife. With these thoughts, she clenched her teeth. She and Dou Zhao needed to start anew. Kyoto was a place where outsiders flocked like fish crossing a river, and no one knew anyone's background. Once they settled in Kyoto, with Dou Zhao serving in the court and the presence of relatives like Dou Shu and the Wang clan, they could easily establish a life there, never to return to Jinding. Dou Ming could grow up happily and marry with a clear conscience. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Wang Yingxue quietly remarked to Huang Mama, seventh master is still in his prime. Even if we return to Jinding, it would be a matter of at least a decade. Does Aunt Shui truly expect to live until then? Ultimately, Wang Yingxue was not entirely certain whether they could reside in Kyoto long-term, so she refrained from speaking too definitively. Huang Mama considered this and chuckled. It seems this old servant has been overly concerned. Not at all, Wang Yingxue replied sincerely, grasping Huang Mama's hand. If it weren't for you by my side these years, I wouldn't have managed to hold on. You flatter me, madam, Huang Mama said repeatedly. As the two conversed, their emotions swelled, and Huang Mama gently assisted Wang Yingxue into the inner chamber, only to find Dou Ming sitting on the large heated bed by the window, clutching a large welcome pillow, her gaze vacant. The maids and matrons moving in and out seemed entirely unnoticed by her. Wang Yingxue's heart sank, and she hurried over to embrace her daughter. Mingye, Mingye. Dou Ming turned her head, and a glimmer returned to her eyes. Wang Yingxue sighed with relief and gently prompted, would you like to see what else we need to take to Kyoto? I don't want anything. Dou Ming's voice was sharp and high-pitched, sounding particularly piercing. My maternal grandmother will buy everything for me. I don't want anything. Wang Yingxue's eyes welled with tears as she held her daughter tightly. Unable to speak for a long while, grandmother invited Dou Zhao to sit in the main room and personally brewed him a cup of tea, perplexed. You wish to take me to the city for a while? Dou Zhao felt a bit awkward as he subtly and delicately informed her about Pang Jishio and Wu Shan's matters. Grandmother chuckled, saying, in every family with daughters, many seek them. Our Shogu is beautiful and possesses a good temperament. You will have your troubles in the future. She then promptly instructed Honggu to pack her belongings, and the ease of the matter left both Dou Zhao and Dou Zhao momentarily stunned. Dou Zhao inwardly reflected on how grandmother could smile at the mention of Pang Jishio's intentions. She wondered if it was pure-heartedness or a disillusionment with the world. Upon returning to Jinding, it was just past the hour of you. Wang Yingxue awaited grandmother and Dou Zhao at the second gate. Dou Zhao asked, where is Mingjie? Wang Yingxue hurriedly replied, she feels a bit unwell, as if she has suffered from the heat. I gave her some Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid, and she has just rested. I plan to summon a doctor to examine her shortly. Upon hearing this, grandmother expressed her desire to see Dou Ming. Wang Yingxue quickly replied, the weather is hot, and you've traveled a long way. It would be best to rest first to avoid falling ill yourself. Grandmother pondered for a moment, then smiled with a gentle chuckle, relinquishing her insistence and following Dou Zhao to the refreshing pavilion. The walls of the pavilion were adorned with climbing wisteria. Thick moss flourished beside the steps, and unknown wildflowers bloomed by the stones, creating a scene rich in rustic charm. Grandmother was exceedingly fond of it. That evening, Dou Zhao moved in to live with her. Haidang quietly informed her, seventh master is reprimanding the Madam and Fifth Mississippi. They may cause whatever commotion they wish, as long as it does not disturb her life. Do not disclose this to grandmother, Dou Zhao instructed Haidang, who nodded in agreement. Dou Zhao called out loudly for Ganlu, requesting her to slice the watermelon that was trapped in the well. The next day, father bid farewell to grandmother and second madam, returned to the north building to pay respects to the ancestors, and took Wang Yingxue and Dou Ming to Kyoto. In the evening, second madam invited grandmother to join her for dinner. Grandmother inquired of Dou Zhao, what do you think? Should I go or not? In her previous life, grandmother had always stood like a mountain before her. Now, it was her turn to shield grandmother from the storms of life. Dou Zhao found this role refreshing, yet felt a subtle pressure and pride in her newfound responsibility. I will accompany you, Dou Zhao said with a smile. It is only polite to greet our relatives. If one enjoys their company, they should visit more. If not, they should come less. We are, after all, residing in two separate places. Grandmother found her reasoning sound, and together they went to enjoy dinner. At the table, only Aunt was present. After the meal, they reminisced about old stories while enjoying fruits before dispersing. Grandmother was delighted and settled comfortably in the refreshing pavilion, walking 7 or 8 laps around the rockery each morning until she broke into a sweat. Dou Zhao watched anxiously, accompanying grandmother on her walks. Initially, grandmother would walk 2 laps while Dou Zhao managed 1, but gradually, Dou Zhao too could keep pace with grandmother for a lap. At first, her body ached, and every movement was a struggle, but soon she felt invigorated and agile. Grandmother frequently nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Look at that little face, so rosy and spirited." Dou Zhao smiled shyly. As autumn arrived, she noticed the spring-made pleated skirt hung up, revealing her pale, yellow silk shoes. Chapter 67. Restoration. Grandmother chuckled, reminiscing that they needed to make new garments for the longevity celebration. The summer had passed, and grandmother was still vibrantly by her side. Was it true that, with effort, some matters could indeed change? Dou Zhao contemplated visiting the temple to offer incense. Grandmother replied, "Then let us go to Dayside Temple. Their vegetarian dishes are quite good." Throughout the summer, Dou Zhao stayed at home with her, never venturing out. She assumed Dou Zhao had grown weary of being cooped up and longed for some amusement. Dayside Temple was a sanctuary where her mother had frequently worshipped during her lifetime. Dou Zhao nodded in agreement. Together with grandmother, they selected an auspicious date from the almanac, and she sent someone ahead to inform the temple's abbot, bringing along her maid, nurse, and household servants, creating quite a procession to Dayside Temple. Dayside Temple, with its towering ancient cypress trees and lush surroundings, offered a serene vista. The main hall housed a statue of Avalokitesvara, adorned in gold leaf. Standing over 10 feet tall and radiating brilliance under the incense smoke, illuminating the entire hall. Dou Zhao and grandmother bowed sincerely, prostrating 3 times. Upon exiting the main hall, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, refreshing their spirits. The abbot invited Dou Zhao and grandmother to sit in the incense room behind the hall, engaging in light conversation until a monk arrived to inquire where the vegetarian meal would be served. "Let be here," grandmother replied. Having been taught to handle matters herself since childhood, she dreaded inconveniencing others. The monk smiled and departed. However, Haidang entered with a beaming smile, announcing, "Chuiani, 4th Miss, the 11th Master, the 12th Master, 4th Young Master, 5th Young Master, and 6th Young Master, as well as 4th Master Wu, have come to pay their respects." Grandmother laughed heartily, gladly inviting them to join for the meal. "There is no one else here. If you don't mind, let us share lunch." Haidang smiled and conveyed the message. Dou Zhao's cousins entered, greeting grandmother and expressing their gratitude for her hospitality, their chatter reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Dou Zhao asked Dou Qijuan, "How did you know we were at Dayside Temple? Is a sanctuary?" Dou Qijuan replied with a grin, "We went to Dafeng Temple to watch the sunrise, thinking Dayside Temple's vegetarian fare would be delicious. We intended to enjoy a meal here, only to find you both." Dayside Temple receives offerings from the Dou family, and though there are distinctions between genders, the children of the Dou family passing through are always offered a seat at the table. Dou Zhao laughed. "It seems serendipity is better than early arrival." Dou Qitai chimed in, "If I hadn't urged you all to return early, how could you have encountered 4th Aunt?" Wu Shan, however, suddenly fell silent, retreating a step as if wishing to vanish into the crowd. Dou Zhao was taken aback, yet a flicker of understanding dawned upon her. Wu Shan, still in his youth, was earnest and kind-hearted. That day, caught off guard, he had bluntly revealed Pang Jishio's intentions, which ultimately harmed her. Now, facing her again, he felt an undeniable shame, hesitant to confront her. Realizing Wu Shan's feelings, Dou Zhao began to feel uneasy. To speak candidly, this matter had nothing to do with Wu Shan. It was she who had tried to rid herself of Pang Jishio, while simultaneously hoping to dissuade Wu Shan, consequently creating this double-edged situation. Afterward, she had not seen Wu Shan again and was unaware of how he fared. With this thought, Dou Zhao scrutinized Wu Shan. He wore a light bamboo green silk robe, his dark hair elegantly secured with a bamboo hairpin. A jade pendant hung from his waist, and he had grown significantly taller and slimmer since last year. His once youthful face now sharpened with boyish resolve, like a sapling in early spring, swiftly blossoming. Dou Zhao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. When Wu Shan noticed Dou Zhao's gaze upon him, he felt both startled and elated. Surprised that amidst the crowd, she still noticed him, and delighted that despite his past actions, Dou Zhao was willing to acknowledge him. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Contemplating this, Wu Shan wished to approach Dou Zhao for a chat, but before he could speak, Dou Zhao cheerfully called out to him, "4th brother Wu." "So it turns out the 11th brother and the others went to your home to seek autumnal gifts. Dafeng Temple is located in Xinla County. Wushan instantly became animated. When the third master of the Dou family passed away, he had sought a talisman for Dou Zhao at Dafeng Temple. No, he stammered, I didn't seek gifts. Rather, I've been living at 6th Aunt's home, and 6th Aunt has provided for me, just like 11th and 12th brothers Dou. Dekang chuckled heartily and whispered in his ear, so you do admit I'm your 12th brother. Wushan's face turned crimson. He was 3 months older than Dou Dekang, unless he followed Dou Zhao's rank. He would never be called brother by Dou Dekang. Dou Chitai, puzzled, leaned in eagerly asking, why is 4th Uncle Wu blushing? What is the story here? Wushan, unafraid of others' laughter, feared Dou Ming's disdain for his frivolity. He became anxious, jumping in place, and blurted out, Dou 12th if you dare to speak nonsense. Don't blame me for being ruthless and revealing your secrets, hey. Now, it was Dou Dekang's turn to worry. A small person grieves. A gentleman remains unperturbed. What do gentlemen and small people have to do with this? Dou Zhengchang stared at his younger brother in confusion. What secrets are you two hiding from us? Nothing. Wushan and Dou Dekang chorused. There's nothing to hide from you. Dou Zhengchang remained skeptical. Grandmother laughed heartily. These children are like the sun rising in the morning, full of vitality, making one feel invigorated just to behold them. Dou Dekang and Wushan only amuse me. All right, she chuckled, instructing Honggu to set the table. It's getting late. If you don't sit down soon, the vegetarian dishes will grow cold. Dou Dekang and Wushan exchanged wide-eyed glances and sat side by side, eliciting another round of laughter. Eating in silence, the children of the Dou and Wu families, having been raised with proper decorum, concluded their luncheon amidst the gentle clinking of porcelain. Honggu brought in tea brewed from self-roasted leaves of Daisai Temple, accompanied by haidang and okra to cleanse the palate of everyone present. Grandmother inquired about Dou Chijuan studies. Are they difficult? Does the teacher explain well? Will he have to take the exam again in 2 years? Such questions, though simple, were imbued with deep affection, contrasting sharply with the interrogations from elder family members. Initially, Dou Chijuan responded with mere politeness, but gradually his demeanor shifted, becoming more composed and respectful, as if he were addressing the second lady of the family. Dou Zhao smiled at this. Then a gentle voice floated in from Wushan. About that incident the other day, it was not my intention, he murmured, his tone urgent. What incident are you referring to? Dou Zhao feigned ignorance, responding softly. It's about Pang Jixiao. Wushan hesitated for a moment, his voice growing heavy. I have been apologizing to my sister. Oh, that incident. Dou Zhao chuckled. Why would I blame you? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known how to communicate such matters to my family. In fact, I owe you my thanks. Wushan's mouth fell open in surprise, and Dou Zhao playfully nodded at him. Wushan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth, appearing somewhat foolish. Dou Zhao stifled a laugh and turned away, but Wushan's mirth only increased. Across from them, Dou Dekang stared intently. Dou Zhao then asked Wushan, what has the 12th brother done that you seem to hold against him? Wushan grinned. He has been gambling with others, winning 1,000 taels of silver from the 6th son of the Chen family. Dou Zhao was taken aback. Wushan quickly added, do not worry. I did not join him in the gambling. I merely lent him 100 taels as capital. She felt that since Wushan had not taken a clear stance, there was no need for her to adopt a demeanor of estrangement. Life should carry on as usual. Little did she know that Wushan had jumped to conclusions about her worries. Dou Zhao felt a sudden discomfort, regretting that she had engaged in idle chatter with him. She smiled at him and assumed a proper posture to listen to grandmother conversing with Dou Chijuan. However, Wushan misunderstood her demeanor, believing she was upset, filled with regret. He pondered their conversation repeatedly, feeling that no matter how he explained himself, he could not escape suspicion. He gazed at Dou Zhao, hoping she would turn to him so he could offer another apology. Under Wushan's unwavering gaze, Dou Zhao felt increasingly uneasy, as if exposed to the harsh summer sun. She couldn't help but reflect on her past life. Why had no one ever treated her like this before? If she had encountered such a person in her previous life, would she still have married Wei Tingyu? Her thoughts began to spiral uncontrollably. Meanwhile, grandmother listened attentively to Dou Chijuan, clapping her hands in approval. My child, your future is boundless. People say studying is beneficial, but without good health, how can one retain what is learned? How could one endure the 3-day examination? In youth, One should travel and explore, gaining knowledge of economics and agriculture. When older, one can focus on studying, thereby producing substantial writings and understanding how to govern for the people. Indeed, indeed, Dou Zhao responded enthusiastically, as if he had found a kindred spirit, and he spoke fervently to grandmother. Every time I see those county magistrates leave the grain master without knowing the harvest for the year, it strikes me as incredible. Does that not provide others with leverage? Where is the authority of the official? Therefore, I have decided to spend a year traveling throughout Jinding to ascertain how much land there is, how many households, and the annual harvest and taxes. Grandmother turned to Dou Zhao, saying, "Shogu, what is Goshing doing now? He has grown up in the fields and is familiar with these matters. He is clever, so why not let him accompany Boyan for the time being?" Dou Zhao couldn't help but mutter internally. Goshing is now called Zhao Yangbi. Having worked his way up from a mere errand boy in the accounting office to the second-ranking steward, becoming the youngest and most promising steward of the Dou family. He is on the verge of being entrusted with managing his own shop. Yet you suggest he act as a subordinate to Boyan, who will help manage my shops in the future.